Traversing the world of Douluo, Lin Yue awakens the dual guns of Barrett and Desert Eagle. With innate, full soul power, he gathers disciples under the Thousand Ways flow and secretly crafts soul-guided weaponry. While Tang San practices with his blue silvergrass, he has already led the hot weapons team to sweep the land, proclaiming, "On this continent, hot weapons reign supreme." Chapter 1. The useless third generation of Holy Soul Village. The smoke from cooking wafts like crushed cotton, entangled among the branches of locust trees hovering over Holy Soul Village. Lin Yue sits on the threshold of his home, unconsciously fiddling with the grass clippings beneath his fingers, his gaze drifting towards the moss-covered stone tablet at the eastern edge of the village. The three characters Holy Soul Village etched upon it have become somewhat blurred with the passage of time, yet the inscription at the base, under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall, glimmers with a harsh light in the setting sun. "Come in for dinner," calls his mother, SoulLand, from the main room, her voice laced with habitual gentleness. Lin Yue responds, rises to brush the dust off his trousers, and as he steps over the threshold, he is greeted by the aroma of grain porridge mingled with pickled vegetables. On the 8 Immortals table, 2 bowls of porridge and a plate of pickled vegetables are set, alongside a solitary boiled egg that his mother had saved for him, saying it was to help nurture his body as he approaches his 8th birthday. His father, Lin Yue, sits at the table, rubbing a chipped wooden spoon in his hand, which is his martial soul. 25 years ago, when his martial soul awakened, Su Yuntao had illuminated the awakening crystal for half a day, only to reveal this damaged wooden spoon, devoid of any soul power fluctuations, incapable even of the most basic woodcutting efficiency, and had become the laughingstock of the entire village. His mother, SoulLand's martial soul, was even worse, a pair of faded cloth garments, equally useless. The couple could only make a living by doing odd jobs at the village blacksmith shop and helping the landlord farm, living a life of tight constraints. "Tomorrow is the day of awakening," Lin Yue states, taking a sip of porridge, his voice muffled like a stone buried in the earth. "I do not expect you to become a soul master. I only wish you do not awaken something as useless as I did." SoulLand gently pats her husband's arm, her eyes slightly reddened. "Do not say such things. Yue is smarter than we are. Perhaps he possesses soul power?" Lin Yue lowers his head and bites into the egg. The warm yolk melts in his mouth, yet his heart remains undisturbed. He is not of this world. 3 years ago, he was still seated before his computer, watching the animation of Douluo Continent, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself inhabiting the body of a child aged 2 or 3. Upon realizing he was in Holy Soul Village and that both his parents possessed useless martial souls, his first reaction was not despair but awakening. He vividly remembered the rules of Douluo Continent. While there are patterns to martial soul inheritance, mutations are also possible. He was acutely aware that the only genius to have emerged from Holy Soul Village was the older Tang San, who awakened the blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer at the age of 6, endowed with innate full soul power. Last year, when Tang San awakened, he had deliberately concealed himself behind the crowd to observe. Su Yuntao's perfunctory demeanor, his disarray upon witnessing the innate full soul power, and Tang Hao's silent stance from a distance were all identical to the original text. It was from that day forth that Lin Yue understood. Tang San is 2 years his senior and should now be training at Nodding Academy under Yu Shaojing, while his awakening day marks the first fork in the road of his destiny. "Understand, father." Lin Yue swallows the egg and looks up to smile at his parents. "Regardless of what I awaken, I will live well and earn money to support you." These words brought tears to Lin Yue and his wife's eyes, who thought him considerate, unaware that Lin Yue's heart was already turbulent. How could he be content merely with living well? The memories of the time traveler revealed to him that this world is a brutal survival of the fittest. Without soul power, one can only suffer like his parents, bullied and ridiculed throughout their lives. With soul power, one can command respect and seize control of their fate. Not to mention, he knows the future trajectory, the expansion of the Spirit Hall, the wars between the 2 great empires, and the conspiracies of the divine realm. To survive in this chaotic world, even to thrive beyond anyone else, he must seize every opportunity. The first opportunity is the imminent martial soul awakening. He bets on his ability to awaken a martial soul, even a special one, for a time traveler must possess some golden fingers. He had already secretly experimented, closing his eyes to sense the soul power of the world. Although faint, he could indeed feel a whisper of airflow traversing within him, further solidifying his belief that he could not possibly possess a useless martial soul. After dinner, Lin Yue excuses himself to digest, stepping outside alone. Holy Soul Village is small, with only about 100 households, most of whom are ordinary villagers. The only significant figure is Old Jack at the western edge of the village, a great soul master and the sole individual capable of connecting with the Spirit Hall. Lin Yue does not go to old Jack's house, but instead makes his way to a small grove outside the village. Moonlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Lin Yue finds a sturdy old locust tree to sit beneath, closes his eyes, and attempts to guide the faint soul power within him according to the methods recorded in the original text. Threads of cool airflow converge from all directions, penetrating his limbs and bones, ultimately coalescing into a small vortex at his dantian. Though feeble, each rotation makes him feel a bit lighter. Innate full soul power, I hope to possess it as well, Lin Yue murmurs to himself. He is not greedy but understands the significance of innate full soul power, a mark of keen interest from the Spear Hall, a stepping stone into higher circles. Yet he is also acutely aware that the secret of dual martial souls must not be revealed, especially in front of someone like Su Yuntao, a low-ranking soul master of the Spear Hall. In the original text, Tang San concealed the Haotian hammer, relying on Tang Hao's protection, but lacking a father like Tang Hao, he can only rely on himself. If I truly awaken dual martial souls, I will hide the stronger one first. Lin Yue devises a plan in his heart. Su Yuntao's discernment is lacking. He cannot perceive the depths of ordinary mutated martial souls. As long as I do not expose my second martial soul, I should be able to deceive him. Just as he is lost in thought, a distant sound of footsteps and the laughter of several children reaches his ears. Lin Yue opens his eyes to see the sons of Aunt Wang heir from the village, the eldest of whom is already 10, having awakened a scythe, martial soul with half a level of soul power, and is most fond of bullying others. Oh, isn't this Lin Yue? Sneaking away here to cry? The leader, Wang Hu, stands with hands on his hips, a mocking expression on his face. Tomorrow is your awakening. Are you afraid of awakening a broken spoon like your father? The other children join the laughter. Definitely. Useless third generation. What good martial soul could you possibly have? The moniker good for nothing of 3 generations was bestowed upon Lin Yue by the villagers. His grandfather was an ordinary peasant, and his father possessed a useless martial soul. Thus, it was naturally assumed that he, too, would be deemed a failure. In the past, Lin Yue would engage in arguments with them, but now he merely finds it tiresome. He rises, dusts off his clothes, and with a hint of coldness in his gaze, states, "Mind your words, or I shall not hesitate to let you experience the force of my fists." Wang, who was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the usually taciturn Lin Yue to speak so boldly. His surprise quickly morphed into indignation. "What do you wish to fight? I possess soul power." As he spoke, Wang Hu activated his soul power, a faint yellow glow emanating from his right hand, conjuring the spectral image of a rusty scythe. The surrounding children recoiled, anticipating the spectacle of Lin Yue being beaten. However, Lin Yue remained still, fixated on Wang Hu's martial soul, silently mocking him. With mere half-level soul power, he could not even manifest a solid form of his martial soul. Yet he dared to act arrogantly before Lin Yue. With a slight shift in his stance, Lin Yue evaded Wang Hu's punch by sidestepping at the precise moment and deftly seized Wang Hu's wrist, twisting it gently. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Wang Hu cried out in agony as his soul power dissipated instantaneously, causing the scythe's phantom to vanish. Lin Yue released his grip, and Wang Hu staggered back a few steps, clutching his wrist in disbelief as he stared at Lin Yue. "How do you possess such strength?" "It's just a technique I learned from my father about farming." "Nothing remarkable," Lin Yue replied nonchalantly. "Do not provoke me again. Next time, it won't be as simple as twisting your wrist." Wang Hu, terrified by the icy demeanor of Lin Yue, retreated hastily with the other children. Lin Yue watched their retreating figures and exhaled softly. He understood that this was merely a temporary victory. No matter how strong his fists might be, they could not compare to the potency of soul power. Only upon awakening his martial soul and gaining soul power the following day could he truly shed the label of good for nothing and commence the gradual realization of his ambitions. Upon returning home, he found his parents had already retired for the night. Lin Yue tiptoed into his small room, lying on his bed, staring at the ceiling with wide-open eyes. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the back of his hand. He clenched his fist, as if he could feel the weight of the future. "Tang San, devote yourself diligently to your training at Nodding Academy," Lin Yue silently mused. "This Douluo Continent is not solely inhabited by you, a prodigy. After tomorrow, it will be my turn." He was unaware of what martial soul he would awaken or the myriad challenges that lay ahead, but he was resolute in his determination to prevail. For the sake of alleviating his parents' suffering, for the control of his own destiny, and to fulfill the ambition that lay buried deep within his heart, one he dared not voice, he vowed to carve out his path in this world and emerge as a true powerhouse. The moonlight outside grew increasingly luminous, enveloping Holy Spirit Village in a serene stillness. interrupted only by the occasional bark of a dog, breaking the tranquility of the night. Lin Yue closed his eyes, regulating his breathing, and awaited the arrival of dawn. The day of his martial soul awakening was upon him. Chapter 2. The silver lance reflects full soul power. The black iron giant shadow hides the surging waves. As dawn broke, the threshing ground of Holy Soul Village had been thoroughly cleaned. Old Jack, clad in a weathered brown coat, clutched a copper bell in his hand, calling out door to door. Children who are awakening their martial souls, gather at the threshing ground. The dignitaries from the Martial Soul Hall have arrived. Lin Yue awoke early, with SoulLand finding him the most presentable coarse cloth tunic. Lin Laosher, nervously wringing his hands, repeatedly murmured for calmness, although his own voice trembled. Lin Yue took the handkerchief his mother offered, wiped his face, and softly said, "Father, Mother, I'm going." Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he caught sight of Wang Hu following closely behind his father, glaring fiercely at him. The wrist that had been twisted painfully the day before had yet to recover, and Wang Hu's eyes burned with defiance, though he dared not provoke him further. Ignoring him, Lin Yue strode directly towards the threshing ground, knowing that after today, the scornful gazes directed at him would transform into awe. In the center of the threshing ground, a crowd had gathered. A dozen children of similar age to Lin Yue stood on the eastern side, while their parents peered anxiously from the western side. In the middle of the area lay a wooden table, where a man in the uniform of the Martial Soul Hall sat, toying idly with a black awakening crystal. It was Su Yuntao, who had awakened Tang San last year, still wearing that indifferent expression. He slowly stood up when the children had assembled, clearing his throat. "Come forth from a line. Remember, when I call your name, step forward and stand within the formation. Do not move around." With that, Su Yuntao produced 6 dark stones from his pocket, arranging them into a hexagonal formation on the ground. With a subtle flick of his fingers, the stones glimmered with a faint blue light. First, Wang Xiaoping, a chubby boy, hurriedly stepped into the formation, and the light enveloped him. Moments later, a yellow glow emanated from his right hand, revealing a rusty hose phantom. Su Yuntao glanced at him, his tone flat. Agricultural martial soul, no soul power, next. Wang Xiaopeng's face fell immediately as he descended with his head bowed. The subsequent children awakened martial souls that were either baskets or sickles, with the best among them merely possessing a wooden log martial soul, barely registering half a level of soul power. Su Yuntao didn't even lift his eyelids, merely scribbling a few notes on his paper. The villagers on the western side gradually lost interest, their murmurs fading away. Lin Laosher's palms were slick with sweat, while SoulLand clutched his arm tightly, her gaze fixed on the formation. Lin Yue. At last, his name was called. Lin Yue took a deep breath and stepped into the formation. The moment the faint blue light enveloped him, he distinctly felt a gentle force penetrating his body, as if guiding something to awaken. Following Su Yuntao's earlier instructions, he concentrated on his right hand. Soon, warmth radiated from his palm, and then a silvery light shot forth from his fingertips, landing on the ground. A firearm no larger than a palm, gleaming silver, its body etched with intricate patterns, the muzzle glimmering coldly. It was none other than the Desert Eagle. Su Yuntao, who had been nonchalantly observing, suddenly raised his eyelids, leaning closer for a better look, his brow furrowing. What kind of martial soul is this? Oh, a sickle? No, wait. He reached out to touch the Desert Eagle, but was deftly evaded by Lin Yue, pretending to be bewildered. Lin Yue scratched his head. "Sir, what is this? I just felt something in my hand." Su Yuntao ignored his question and picked up the awakening crystal from the table. Handing it over, "Grip it. Let me see if you possess soul power." As Lin Yue took the crystal, the instant his fingertips brushed against the icy stone, an uncontrollable surge of soul power rushed forth from his body. In the next moment, the previously dull crystal erupted with blinding white light, illuminating the entire threshing ground. Even the dawn's hues were washed away. This is... Su Yuntao's eyes widened in disbelief, his pen clattering to the ground as he grasped Lin Yue's arm, his voice trembling. "Innate full soul power. You possess innate full soul power." "What? Innate full soul power?" The villagers on the western side erupted in commotion, old Jack stumbling over as he pointed at the light of the crystal, his lips quivering. "Sir Su Yuntao, you must be mistaken. Our Holy Soul Village has produced an innate full soul power, Soul Master." Only then did Su Yuntao snap back to reality. Releasing Lin Yue's arm, circling the formation twice while casting glances at the Desert Eagle on the ground, his eyes brimming with excitement. Indeed, the awakening crystal does not lie. This radiance is even brighter than that of last year's blue-silver grass martial soul. And this martial soul, though its nature is unknown, is undoubtedly a mutated weapon martial soul. He suddenly slapped his thigh, a look of unrestrained joy spreading across his face. Wonderful. Remarkable. In my lifetime, I have encountered 2 individuals with innate full soul power. Should this be reported, the Martial Soul Hall will undoubtedly reward me handsomely. Standing within the formation, Lin Yue feigned surprise and confusion, yet internally he was tautly strong like a bow. When he released the Desert Eagle, he had distinctly felt a more formidable force stirring deep within his consciousness. Barrett, had he not exerted immense restraint, that nearly 2-meter-long black iron giant gun would have surely broken free from his body's confines. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as Lin Yue subtly soothed the Barrett within him with his soul power, but that force only grew stronger. Like a colossal beast attempting to break free from its cage, he knew he could no longer remain in the formation. Its power would continue to guide the martial soul awakening, and if he stayed any longer, Barrett would inevitably be revealed. Sir Su Yuntao, Lin Yue hastily interjected, interrupting Su Yuntao's elation. Is my martial soul useless? It looks like a mere little gun, unable to chop wood or till the land. Su Yuntao was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry before bursting into hearty laughter. Useless? What do you know? Mutated weapon martial souls are exceedingly rare, and you possess innate full soul power. With proper training, you could at least become a soul Douluo, 100 times stronger than those agricultural martial souls. As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of paper and a pen, swiftly documenting. Lin Yue, resident of Holy Soul Village, martial soul, let us call it SoulLand. Innate full soul power. After finishing, he carefully folded the paper and tucked it away, gazing at Lin Yue with fervor. Lin Yue, are you willing to accompany me to Martial Soul City? The Martial Soul Hall will provide you with the finest resources, enabling you to become the mightiest soul master. At this proclamation, the villagers on the western side fell silent, all eyes fixated on Lin Yue. Wang Hu's father turned a shade of iron, while Wang Hu himself wore an expression of disbelief, as if the boy who had twisted his wrist yesterday was someone else entirely. Lin Laoshe and SoulLand were so overcome with emotion that they struggled to find words, their lips quivering uncontrollably. Yet Lin Yue was acutely aware that he could not leave with Su Yuntao at this moment. Su Yuntao was merely a soul master of over 20 levels, wholly unaware of the secret of twin martial souls. If Barrett were to awaken unexpectedly during their journey, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, he was waiting not for Su Yuntao, but for someone of greater stature, Qian Daoliu. Sir Su Yuntao, Lin Yue bowed his head, feigning hesitation. I wish to consult with my parents first. Could I possibly take a few days to respond? Su Yuntao paused for a moment before nodding. Very well. It is indeed a significant matter. However, remember, this is your greatest opportunity. Do not let it slip away. I will return to Martial Soul City to report, and I shall come back in 3 days. With that, he hastily gathered the awakening crystal and stones, dashing towards the village's outskirts, forgetting even to bid farewell to old Jack, his mind consumed with the glory of the innate full soul power mutated weapon martial soul, eager to relay the news. Once Su Yuntao departed, the threshing ground erupted in jubilant chaos. Old Jack seized Lin Yue's hand, tears streaming down his face with excitement. Where, my boy, you truly are the pride of our Holy Soul Village. Innate full soul power. You are destined to become a titled Douluo. The villagers gathered around, their voices a cacophony of congratulations. Those who had previously mocked Lin Yue now approached him with beaming smiles, some offering him eggs, while others invited him to dine at their homes. Wang Hu's father, in particular, grasped his son by the arm, insisting he apologize to Lin Yue. Yue, I'm truly sorry. It was inappropriate for Wang Shu to let Huzi misbehave with you, he said, smiling apologetically. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to ask Wang Shu. Wang Hu, his head bowed and cheeks flushed crimson, murmured an apology. Lin Yue chuckled lightly, not taking it to heart, fully anticipating the shift in their demeanor. In the Douluo Continent, strength is the ultimate passport. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Grandfather Jack, Lin Yue replied with a slight bow. It's merely a stroke of luck that I awakened a martial soul. I must continue to train diligently. Old Jack patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, excellent. Such ambition. Come, let us head to the tavern at the village entrance. Grandfather will treat you to a drink. No, Grandfather Jack, Lin Yue shook his head, glancing towards his parents beyond the crowd. I would like to return home first and discuss the matters mentioned by Lord Su Yuntao. Old Jack, seeing his determination, relented. Very well, very well. It's wise to confer with your parents. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek out Grandfather. Lin Yue made his way through the throng with his parents, who peppered him with questions along the way. Lin Laoshe inquired persistently, while SoulLand walked beside them, wiping away tears, murmuring her joy. Lin Yue patiently answered their questions, all the while devising his plans for the days ahead. Su Yintao would report back. And given the significance of an innate full soul power and a mutated martial soul, the news would certainly reach the higher echelons of the spirit hall swiftly, perhaps even stirring Qian Daoliu. He needed to fully master the Barrett within his body over the next 3 days, ensuring he could wield it with finesse before Qian Daoliu. Moreover, he had to be prepared to demonstrate to Qian Daoliu that he was a talent worthy of cultivation, not merely a threat to be controlled. Upon returning home, Lin Yue secluded himself in his room. He sat on the bed, closed his eyes, and concentrated on sensing his dual martial souls. The desert eagle floated silently at his right hand, its silver body radiating a gentle glow, while the Barrett lurked deep within his sea of consciousness, its black iron form entwined with dense soul power, reminiscent of a slumbering lion. Lin Yue attempted to touch the Barrett with his soul power. Upon contact, a domineering force surged through him, nearly overwhelming his meridians. He quickly withdrew his soul power, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The strength of the Barrett was even more formidable than he had anticipated. It seemed that mastering the Barrett would require additional time. But that is all right, he murmured to himself. 3 days is ample time. He closed his eyes once more and began to circulate his soul power, meticulously regulating the energy within him according to the methods recorded in the original text. His objective was not to suppress the Barrett, but to achieve a harmonious balance between his soul power and the Barrett, transforming this black iron spear into his most potent trump card. As the sun ascended outside, its rays filtered through the window, illuminating Lin Yue, who sat motionless on the bed like a statue. Only the occasional flicker of silver and black iron light attested to the arduous control he was undertaking. Meanwhile, outside the village of Holy Soul, a figure sprinted rapidly towards the spirit city. Su Yintao, filled with excitement, pulled out the paper detailing Lin Yue's information from his pocket. He was unaware that his actions would not only alter Lin Yue's fate, but also incite a tempest that would sweep across the Douluo Continent. 3 days later, when Su Yintao returned to Holy Soul Village, he was not accompanied by a mere ordinary steward from the Spirit Hall, but rather by an elderly man clad in a golden robe, exuding an aura of terror. Qian Daoliu had arrived. Chapter 3. The golden robe arrives in the village to discern talent. Within the offering hall, dual souls emerge. The morning mist still clung to the earth of Holy Soul Village, and the branches of the ancient locust tree at the village entrance sagged slightly under an invisible pressure as Qian Daoliu's figure appeared at the end of the road. The barking of dogs in the village abruptly ceased, as if their throats had been silenced. Lin Yue stood at the entrance of his home, the warmth of the soul power he had cultivated the previous night still lingering at his fingertips. He watched as the figure in the golden robe approached, each step causing the stone path beneath to tremble slightly. He understood that this was a pivotal moment that would determine his future. This is the child, Lin Yue. Su Yintao rushed forward, his tone laced with eagerness to take credit. Innate full soul power, mutated martial soul. The brilliance of the crystal during his awakening surpassed even that of last year's blue-silver grass martial soul. Qian Daoliu's gaze fell upon Lin Yue, not with scrutiny, but as if he were scanning him with a gentle yet penetrating soul power that enveloped Lin Yue's entire being. Lin Yue did not flinch. Instead, bowing slightly, Junior Lin Yue pays his respects to the esteemed elder. "Show me your martial soul," Qian Daoliu commanded, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. Lin Yue summoned his soul power, and the silver desert eagle instantly hovered in his palm. The diminutive weapon gleamed with a cold light, intricate patterns emerging subtly from the morning mist, exuding a sharp and fierce aura despite its size. Qian Daoliu extended a finger, a wisp of pale, golden soul power gently enveloping the desert eagle. Moments later, a flicker of approval crossed his eyes. A mutated martial soul. The soul power transmission is unobstructed. A solid foundation indeed. He then directed his attention to Lin Yue's dantian, his fingertips shimmering with golden light, confirming the authenticity of the innate full soul power. As the golden light touched the refined soul power within Lin Yue, Qian Daoliu's eyebrows lifted slightly. Indeed, it is innate full soul power, and the refinement level far surpasses that of peers. Quite rare. Old Jack, standing to the side, was already trembling with fear, repeatedly murmuring about the blessings of Holy Soul Village. Lin Laoshe and his wife held each other's hands, a mixture of excitement and trepidation evident in their expressions. fearing that this esteemed figure might suddenly change his mind. Ignoring the onlookers, Qian Daoliu turned back to Lin Yue. I will ensure your parents are well taken care of. Now, come with me to the Spirit City. Lin Yue felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The first step had been secured. He looked at his parents, speaking softly. Father, Mother, once I have established myself, I will bring you over. SoulLand nodded through her tears, while Lin Laosher patted his shoulder, saying nothing more. Yet his eyes brimmed with pride. Half an hour later, a luxurious carriage drawn by 2 Millennium Wind Demon Kites departed from Holy Soul Village. Inside the carriage, soft animal skins lined the interior, and a table was adorned with exquisite pastries and soul power beverages. Qian Daoliu sat opposite Lin Yue, observing him quietly. Unlike other children, who would be curious about the carriage, Lin Yue was silently circulating his soul power, prompting a hint of admiration in Qian Daoliu's gaze. You seem quite aware of what you desire. The younger generation understands that only by growing stronger can I protect those I wish to safeguard, Lin Yue replied earnestly. I also know that the Spirit Hall can provide the resources for my growth. Qian Daoliu smiled, retrieving a luminous white pill from his robe. This is a soul consolidation pill. It will help stabilize your innate soul power. Take it during the journey. Lin Yue accepted the pill, expressing his gratitude, but refraining from consuming it immediately, carefully storing it away instead. He recognized this as both a test and a preliminary goodwill gesture from Qian Daoliu. The carriage traveled throughout the day, and as the sunset bathed the golden walls of the Spirit City in an even more resplendent glow, they finally entered the territory of the Spirit Hall. After passing through layers of guards, the carriage came to a halt in front of the side hall of the offering hall, far removed from the clamor of the Pope's hall. This chamber contained only a stone table and several stone chairs, the air thick with the essence of soul power. This is the quiet reflection hall of the offering hall. No one else can enter besides us, Qian Daoliu stated, taking a seat on a stone chair, fixing his gaze upon Lin Yue. When you were in Holy Soul Village, your eyes concealed something. Now you may speak. Lin Yue took a deep breath. He had awaited this moment. In the Sacred Soul Village, revealing a single martial soul is a precaution against attracting undue attention. Upon arriving at the Hall of Offerings, one must unveil greater talents to genuinely capture the attention of Qian Daoliu and secure access to top-tier resources. Without any preamble, he closed his eyes and fully unleashed the other soul power he had suppressed for several days. A formidable aura, far surpassing that of the Desert Eagle, erupted from within him. Dark soul power coalesced behind him, gradually taking shape into a nearly 2-meter-long black iron giant spear, its barrel thick as a child's arm, adorned with menacing patterns on its stock. When the spear's muzzle pointed towards the ceiling of the hall, the soul-guiding lamps flickered slightly, as if subdued by the overwhelming might emanating from it. Barrett, Qian Daoliu abruptly rose from his stone chair, his golden robe billowing without wind, his eyes wide with astonishment and a hint of disbelief. He hurried forward, extending a hand, a strand of golden soul power cautiously enveloping Barrett, his fingers trembling with excitement. This is a second martial soul? A dual martial soul. In the entirety of the Douluo Continent, a dual martial soul appears only once in several centuries. Moreover, the potential of this second martial soul is even more terrifying than the first. That overwhelming destructive attribute poses a threat even to him. Why did you not reveal this sooner? Qian Daoliu's voice quivered slightly. The younger generation understands that a dual martial soul is too conspicuous. Lin Yue retracted Barrett, his breath gradually settling. In Sacred Soul Village, there was fear of attracting ill-intentioned individuals. Only in the Hall of Offerings, in the presence of his senior, did he dare to reveal his trump card. He sought guidance and wished to prove that he was worthy of the Soul Hall's dedicated cultivation. Qian Daoliu scrutinized Lin Yue for a long while before suddenly bursting into laughter. Excellent. A worthy candidate for cultivation. Lin Yue, from this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple. A direct disciple. This designation implies that Lin Yue can directly inherit his cultivation insights and utilize the core resources of the Hall of Offerings, his status even rivaling that of a future pope. As Qian Daoliu spoke, he produced a medallion engraved with a golden eagle from his robes and handed it to Lin Yue. This is the offering token. With this token, you may freely enter and exit the Hall of Offerings and access all resources except those reserved for the elders. Lin Yue accepted the token, feeling its warmth and distinctly sensing the soul power pulsating within it. He bowed deeply. Disciple Lin Yue expresses gratitude from Master's cultivation. But remember, Qian Daoliu's expression suddenly turned solemn, his tone grave. This second martial soul, aside from me, must remain a secret from anyone, not even the Pope, nor your senior brothers and sisters. Lin Yue was taken aback, quickly comprehending that if the secret of the dual martial soul were to be leaked, it would not only attract the envy of the Haotian sect and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, but could also incite internal strife within the Soul Hall. After all, everyone desires it to control a genius who may potentially become a limit Douluo. Disciple understands. Lin Yue nodded earnestly, vowing that without his master's permission, he would never reveal Barrett. Qian Daoliu nodded in satisfaction, patting his shoulder. Familiarize yourself with the environment of the Hall of Offerings at the meditation hall for now. Tomorrow, I will arrange your accommodations and assign you a personal guard. Your safety is paramount above all else. As the sunset streamed through the windows of the meditation hall, casting elongated shadows of the two figures, Lin Yue held the offering token in his hand, gazing at this top-tier powerhouse of the Douluo Continent. Knowing full well, he had finally made the most crucial first move in the game of Douluo Continent. What followed will be leveraging the resources of the Soul Hall to grow rapidly, amassing sufficient strength for future schemes. Chapter 4. Establishing Foundations in the Hall of Offerings. Accompanied by Chrysanthemum Douluo during the hunt at Sunset Forest. Before dawn, the morning bell of the Hall of Offerings had already rung. Lin Yue had just completed his morning training, the lingering warmth of soul power still tingling at his fingertips, when he saw Qian Daoliu's personal attendant approaching with a silver-white brocade robe. Young Master Lin, the grand offering awaits you at the training grounds outside the hall. Lin Yue took the brocade robe, made from the rare silk of silver-threaded silkworms, capable of subtly absorbing the soul power of heaven and earth, with a small golden eagle pattern embroidered at the collar, signifying the mark of a direct disciple of the Hall of Offerings. He quickly donned it and stepped out of the meditation hall, where he saw Qian Daoliu standing at the center of the training grounds. 3 shimmering, soul-guiding jade plaques floating before him. You've arrived? Qian Daoliu turned, his gaze landing on Lin Yue, and upon seeing him dressed in the robe of a direct disciple, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Today, I will set your cultivation direction. Your path must be steadier and more discreet than that of an ordinary soul master. Lin Yue approached, observing the 3 jade plaques. The first bore the inscription Foundation. The second was Weapon Control, and the third was Hiding the Edge. The first phase begins with strengthening the foundation. Qian Daoliu picked up the jade plaque, inscribed with Foundation, and handed it to Lin Yue. You possess innate, full soul power, but while your foundation is thick, it lacks refinement. This plaque contains the 9-turn soul condensation method. By practicing it 3 times daily, you will compress your soul power into a liquid state, preventing bottlenecks when you later break through. Remember, innate full soul power is not the endpoint, but the starting point if your foundation is unstable. No matter how strong your martial soul, it cannot unleash its full potential. Lin Yue accepted the plaque, and as his fingertips made contact with the cool jade surface, a gentle soul power surged into his mind, accompanied by detailed cultivation methods. The 9-turn soul condensation method required the soul power to wash through the meridians 9 times, enduring the pain of the meridians with each iteration, serving as a body-tempering method exclusive to the Hall of Offerings. Second, Weapon Control. Qian Daoliu picked up the second plaque. Your first martial soul, the Desert Eagle, is a weapon martial soul. Its strength relies entirely on the precision of soul power transmission. This plaque contains the 100% accuracy technique, teaching you how to compress soul power into threads and infuse them into the spear, ensuring that every soul power bullet can strike its target with pinpoint accuracy, even altering its trajectory. In future battles, accuracy will prove more vital than sheer strength. As for the third plaque, Hiding the Edge, Qian Daoliu's tone turned grave. It teaches you how to entirely conceal the aura of your second martial soul. I have already placed a soul sealing mark in your sea of consciousness using my own soul power. Unless you encounter a god-level powerhouse, no one will be able to detect Barrett's presence. However, you must also remember that unless it is a matter of life and death, you must never allow it to manifest. The secret of a dual martial soul, once exposed, could not only attract the envy of the Haotian sect and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, but could even incite malicious intentions from within the Soul Hall. Lin Yue took the third plaque, feeling a gentle warmth in his sea of consciousness, as if an invisible barrier enveloped Barrett. The previously restless aura of the black iron giant spear now lay still as stone. He bowed deeply. Disciple understands and will not disappoint Master's trust. Indeed, Qian Daoliu nodded, raising his hand to summon a golden soul power that materialized into a map in the air. You are now a level 10 soul master and should seek your first soul ring. I have selected a target for you. a gold attribute soul beast in the sunset forest. Your desert eagle belongs to the sharp gold lineage, and a gold attribute soul ring will maximize its destructive capabilities, ideally accompanied by penetrating soul skills, granting you a significant advantage when facing soul masters with defensive martial souls. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden figure emerged from the shadows of the training grounds. Dressed in a chrysanthemum yellow robe, with a fair complexion and a hint of arrogance at the corner of his mouth, surrounded by a faint floral fragrance. It was the Hall of Offerings title Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan. Old Chrysanthemum, you've arrived. Qian Daoliu looked at Yuguan with an undeniable authority in his tone. From today onward, you shall be Lin Yue's personal guard. His safety is your responsibility. During this expedition to the Sunset Forest to hunt for a soul ring, you are to provide support without intervening, allowing him to lead. A soul master-esque growth cannot be divorced from the tempering of real combat. Yuguan had initially approached with a casual demeanor, but when his gaze fell upon Lin Yue, his pupils slightly constricted. He could distinctly sense that although Lin Yue's soul power was merely at level 10, it was refined far beyond that of ordinary soul masters. Even more so than some level 15 great soul masters. More importantly, Qian Daoliu referred to this child as Lin Yue and had him wear the robe of a direct disciple. This treatment was even greater than that of the Pope's own direct disciples. Understood. Yuguan tempered his arrogance, slightly bowing as he regarded Lin Yue with a tone imbued with solemnity. Young Master Lin, I assure you that during this expedition to the Sunset Forest, I shall ensure your safety. Lin Yue clasped his hands in gratitude, responding, I appreciate your efforts, esteemed Duke Ju. He was well aware that Yuguan was one of Qian Daoliu's most trusted guardians. Having a title Douluo in close proximity not only guaranteed his safety, but also provided an opportunity to delve into the intricacies of soul master cultivation along the way. Yet another path meticulously laid out for him by Qian Daoliu. Half an hour later, a soul-guided carriage, drawn by two millennium-old wind soaring birds, departed from Wuhuan City. The carriage interior was spacious and radiant, with tables adorned with soul-gathering fruits specially prepared by Qian Daoliu. These fruits would gradually replenish soul power during their journey, sparing Lin Yue the time required for cultivation. May I have the honor of observing your desert eagle, young master? Yuguan inquired, his curiosity evident as the carriage traveled steadily. Having lived nearly a century, he had encountered innumerable weapon souls, yet he had never heard of a gun-shaped variant. Without hesitation, Lin Yue summoned the desert eagle with a subtle movement of his right hand, the silvery firearm instantly hovering in his palm. The compact barrel gleamed with a chilling light. Intricate patterns subtly shifting under the glow of the carriage's soul-guided lantern, exuding a hint of metallic essence. Yuguan extended a finger, gently touching the gun's body with a faint golden soul power, his eyes widening in surprise. Such purity of metal essence. The soul power transmission efficiency of this weapon soul surpasses that of ordinary weapon souls by 30%. No wonder the grand offering holds it in such high regard. Pausing momentarily, he continued, if I may be so bold, I wish to test your control over soul power. With that, he concentrated his soul power at his fingertip, sending a small golden chrysanthemum phantom soaring towards the desert eagle. Though seemingly delicate, it contained a trace of the pressure characteristic of a tidal doe. If mishandled, the desert eagle's spirit manifestation would surely disintegrate. Lin Yue's gaze sharpened as his soul power surged within, channeling it through his arm and into the desert eagle. The gun trembled slightly as a silver soul power bullet swiftly coalesced, striking the center of the golden chrysanthemum with precision. There was no thunderous roar, only the silent dissipation of both soul powers, the carriage remaining undisturbed. Yuguan's astonishment deepened. A level 10 soul master can control soul power to such an extent. Has the young master already grasped the fundamentals of the 9-turn soul refinement technique? Lin Yue smiled, responding, I have merely practiced it once. There remains much to refine. He understood that Yuguan's probing served both curiosity and the purpose of assessing his worthiness for protection. It appeared his performance had not disappointed the title Douluo. The carriage journeyed for an entire day, and, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the clouds in crimson hues, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. As they disembarked, a rich aroma of vegetation enveloped them, tinged with a faint metallic scent, the unmistakable essence of soul beasts. The forest periphery was home to century-old soul beasts, while the interior housed those aged in the thousands. Yuguan released his soul power, enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Our objective lies at the inner edge, targeting a metallic soul beast aged between 400 to 600 years. This age range will align with your absorption limits, and optimize the activation of penetrating soul techniques. Lin Yue nodded, gripping the Desert Eagle as he gradually infused it with soul power, the gun cooling in his grasp as if melding with his arm. He followed closely behind Yuguan, cautiously stepping into the forest, his gaze alert as it scanned the surrounding trees and underbrush. Not long into their trek, Yuguan suddenly halted, lowering his voice. Their movement 50 meters ahead. Lin Yue immediately held his breath, following Yuguan's gaze to see a stout ancient tree under which a soul beast, half the height of man, was devouring a chunk of metal ore. Its body was cloaked in dark scales, a prominent metallic spine running along its back, and its eyes glimmered with an eerie blue light. It was the metallic soul beast they sought, the Iron Spine Thunderwolf. The Iron Spine Thunderwolf, approximately 550 years old, was adept at charging with its metallic spine and could also channel a faint electrical power. Yuguan spoke in a hushed tone. It possesses a 70% chance of having a penetrating or armor-breaking soul technique. It will be an excellent fit for you. You shall take the lead. I will suppress its speed with my soul power to prevent its escape and ensure your safety. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yue slowly raised the Desert Eagle, aiming at the wolf's spine. His soul power surged within, compressing into a fine thread as he infused it into the weapon. The muzzle glimmered with a silver light as a refined soul power bullet took shape. With a resounding crack, the bullet shot forth, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed directly at the Iron Spine Thunderwolf's metallic spine. The beast reacted swiftly, raising its head as the spine ignited with a dark glow, intending to withstand the blow. The bullet collided with the metallic spine, producing a crisp, resounding echo. The Iron Spine Thunderwolf howled in pain, staggering back 2 steps, a fine crack appearing in the scales along its spine. It had not anticipated that this human soul master's attack could breach its metallic defenses. Excellent. A flicker of approval flashed in Yuguan's eyes as he summoned several golden chrysanthemum phantoms around the wolf. The petals released a faint, enchanting fragrance, visibly slowing the beast's movements. Now pursue the advantage. Attack its eyes. That is its weakness. Lin Yue acted without hesitation, channeling soul power once more into the Desert Eagle. This time, he executed the 9-turn soul refinement technique to its fullest, allowing the soul power to wash through the gun 3 times, further condensing the bullet. Bang, bang, bang. 3 soul power bullets were unleashed in quick succession, each targeting the Iron Spine Thunderwolf's left eye, right eye, and mouth. The wolf attempted to evade, but the soul power binding from the golden chrysanthemums held it fast, leaving it helpless as the bullets approached. The first struck its left eye, the second grazed its right, and the third shot directly into its mouth. The Iron Spine Thunderwolf emitted a piercing wail, its massive form crashing to the ground as the metallic spine dulled. A pale yellow soul ring slowly rising from its body, enveloped in a rich metallic aura. Success! Lin Yue felt a surge of joy, preparing to advance and absorb the soul ring when Yuguan halted him. Wait a moment. We must first confirm whether the soul ring possesses a penetrating soul technique. With that, Yuguan concentrated his soul power, wrapping it around the soul ring. After a brief moment, he nodded. It bears a penetrating soul technique of exceptionally high quality, capable of breaching defenses 2 ranks above its own soul power. Lin Yue's heart settled as he sat cross-legged beside the soul ring, gradually infusing his soul power into it according to the method of absorption. The pale yellow soul ring flowed into his palm, merging into his body. A wave of scorching energy washed over him, as if countless minute metallic shards coursed through his veins, bringing a stinging sensation while simultaneously reinforcing his soul power. He swiftly activated the 9-turn soul refinement technique, guiding this newfound power into his dantian. Within moments, his soul power began to boil, the previously pale white essence gradually taking on a subtle metallic sheen, its circulation speed nearly doubling. Time passed, and when the last vestige of the soul ring's power integrated into him, Lin Yue abruptly opened his eyes, raising his right hand as the Desert Eagle materialized once more. This time, the gun was no longer merely silver but shimmered with a faint black glow. Aiming at a nearby tree the size of a water barrel, he infused it with soul power. Bang! A bullet, gleaming with a pale yellow luminescence, shot forth, piercing through the trunk and leaving a deep, half-foot wide hole in the opposing rock. This was the penetrating bullet. Lin Yue gazed at the hole in the rock, excitement flashing in his eyes. He could distinctly sense that, should he desire, this bullet could even penetrate thicker steel. With this soul technique, he could contend with Grand Soul Masters during his Soul Master phase. Yuguan stepped forward, gazing at the holes in the rock with an expression of approval. A soul ring that has endured for 550 years possesses such formidable power. That is indeed a rarity. It seems the grand offering's discerning eye has not erred. You are truly a prodigy. Lin Yue put away the desert eagle and rose to his feet. I am deeply grateful for the assistance of Elder Zhu Douluo. Without your suppression, I may not have succeeded so smoothly. It is the duty of a subordinate. Yue Guan replied with a gentle smile, his tone considerably softened. It is getting late. We should return to Spirit City post-haste. The grand offering must be awaiting your good news. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two figures walked towards the edge of the forest, illuminated by the lingering twilight. Lin Yue followed behind, feeling the soul power surging within him and the connection from the desert eagle, his heart brimming with anticipation. This first soul ring was merely the beginning. Guided by Qian Daoliu, protected by Zhu Dao, and with the resources of the Spirit Hall at his disposal, his path would only widen further. What he remained unaware of was that, as he absorbed the soul ring, a figure entwined with blue-silver grass was silently passing through the depths of the sunset forest. It was Tang San, who had just completed a trial. Though the two had yet to meet, they had unknowingly embarked upon two paths destined to converge. Chapter 5. The Golden Generation demonstrates their skills. A shot shatters the pride of youth. As the third bell of the grand offering hall chimed, the stone floor of the training grounds still glistened with dew. Lin Yue stood at the center of the target range, desert eagle firmly in hand. After returning from the sunset forest the previous night, he had consolidated the power of his first soul ring in the meditation hall. At this moment, his soul power flowed smoothly within him, and the gun barrel glimmered with a faint black metallic sheen, a testament to the aura of the penetrating soul technique it bore. Let us try compressing the soul power to 30% and aim for the furthest refined iron target, came Qian Daoliu's voice from the edge of the training ground. He stood with his hands clasped behind him in the golden morning light, his gaze fixed on the desert eagle in Lin Yue's hands. Not far away, Zhu Yuan held a purple sandalwood box containing the soul-gathering jade specially prepared for Lin Yue by Qian Daoliu, which would assist in the refinement of soul power at the soul master stage. Lin Yue nodded, taking a deep breath. Following the method of the 100% accuracy technique, he drew out 30% of his soul power from his dantian, slowly channeling it into the gun barrel through his meridians. Unlike the full-force explosion he had unleashed against the Ironback Thunderwolf the previous night, this time the soul power was more refined. The faint black sheen of the gun barrel receded somewhat, only a slight silver glimmer coalescing at the muzzle. Bang! With a soft sound, the soul power was launched into the air, accompanied by a fine whistling sound, heading straight for the refined iron target 100 meters away. The target, approximately 3 inches thick, was a device specifically designed by the Spirit Hall to test the attack power of soul masters. Typically, a level 10 soul master's soul technique would leave only a shallow dent. Yet this soul bullet pierced straight through the bullseye, creating a hole the size of a fingernail in the stone wall behind it. Excellent! Yue Guan could not help but exclaim, his eyes filled with astonishment. To penetrate refined iron with just 30% of your soul power, the quality of this penetrating soul technique is likely nearing that of a 1,000-year soul ring. Qian Daoliu also nodded slowly, stepping forward to pat Lin Yue on the shoulder. Your control over soul power exceeds my expectations. It seems you have not been idle with the 9 turns soul refinement technique. In the coming days, you shall familiarize yourself with the soul techniques. And once your foundation is more stable, I will take you to the Soul Guidance Library of the Grand Offering Hall to select a suitable soul guidance device. Just as Lin Yue was about to express his gratitude, a servant from the Grand Offering Hall approached briskly, bowing as he spoke. Grand Offering. The 3 disciples of the Golden Generation seek an audience. They have heard of your acceptance of an apprentice and wish to inquire about your cultivation insights. Oh, they are quite well informed. Qian Daoliu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Yue with a hint of amusement. Perfect timing. This will allow you to meet the outstanding juniors of the Spirit Hall. Yue Guan, please bring them over. Yue Guan complied and departed, while Lin Yue contemplated the situation. The Golden Generation included Hu Laina, Shiyue, and Yin, 3 of the most exceptional talents among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, all of whom had likely surpassed level 20 and were key figures nurtured by the Pope, Bibi Dong. In the original narrative, they had shone brightly at the Continental Soul Master Competition. Encountering them early would provide insight into their abilities. Before long, 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the training ground. The leading girl wore a fiery red outfit, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding a subtle pride without being ostentatious. It was Hu Laina. To her left stood a boy clad in a silver-gray robe, a pair of crescent-shaped daggers at his waist. His demeanor cold. Shiyue. On her right was a robust young man surrounded by a faint aura of flames, the most hot-headed among them, Yin. As the trio stepped into the training ground, their gazes fixated on Lin Yue. Huaina's eyes held a scrutinizing gleam. Shiyue's gaze was calm, yet sharp, while Yan's eyes bore a hint of defiance. Having grown up in the Spirit Hall, they were hailed as the Golden Generation. And the sudden emergence of an unknown boy who had been taken as an apprentice by Qian Daoliu, rumored to possess innate full soul power, inevitably left them feeling somewhat unsettled. Disciples Huaina, Shiyue, and Yin greet the grand offering. The three bowed respectfully to Qian Daoliu first. There's no need for such formalities. Qian Daoliu gestured towards Lin Yue. This is Lin Yue, my direct disciple, who has just broken through to level 10 and acquired his first soul ring. Are you here to spar or to seek guidance on cultivation? Huaina spoke up first, stepping forward. Her gaze fell upon the desert eagle in Lin Yue's hands. Her voice bright and clear. I have long heard of the grand offering taking in a junior with innate full soul power. We three have come today, firstly to extend our greetings, and secondly to inquire if a soul master with innate full soul power possesses any unique insights regarding the application of soul techniques. While her words seemed courteous, they were laced with an undertone of testing. The three members of the Golden Generation were all over level 20 soul masters, with Yin already at 24. What Huaina truly sought to ascertain was whether Lin Yue's strength warranted the title of a direct disciple. Before Lin Yue could respond, Yin could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, the flames around him intensifying, soul power surging as the fiery phantom of the Flame Lord manifested. Junior brother, I have heard you awakened a mutated weapon soul. Since I'm also an assault-type soul master, why don't we have a spar? Let's keep it light. Just a friendly exchange of insights. Shiyue frowned, attempting to restrain Yin, but Huaina silenced him with a glance. She too was curious to see what this suddenly emerging junior had to offer. Qian Daoliu did not intervene, merely stating, a spar is permissible, but you must not exceed 2% of your soul power, nor injure one another. Lin Yue, do not hold back. Let them see your soul technique. Understood, master. Lin Yue nodded, gripping the desert eagle tightly as he turned to Yin. Senior brother Yin, I welcome your guidance. Yin grinned widely, not holding back, as his first soul ring illuminated, a yellow 100-year soul ring. Soul technique, Flame Slash. With that, he wielded the Flame Lord, bringing down a massive axe that unleashed a half-meter-long blade of flame, hurtling straight towards Lin Yue, enveloped in a searing aura. Though the speed was not particularly fast, it effectively blocked Lin Yue's escape route, compelling him to take the hit. However, Lin Yue did not evade. He steadied himself, rapidly channeling his soul power. As his first soul ring flared to life, a faint black glow enveloping the desert eagle. Instead of targeting the flames, he aimed the muzzle at the ground beneath Yan's feet, the source of the flame blade's power and the weak point of Yan's soul power flow. Bang! The soul power was discharged, carrying an aura of penetration as it struck the bluestone ground beside Yan's foot with precision. There was no explosion, only a crisp sound. Yet the flame blade suddenly faltered, dissipating significantly, with the remaining residual force falling short of a meter before fading entirely. Yin stood momentarily stunned, glancing down at the ground, where a tiny hole remained on the bluestone. Yet he could distinctly feel that when the soul bullet struck the ground, a sharp surge of soul power transmitted through the earth to his leg, interrupting the flow of his soul power. Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Yue. Your soul skill can interrupt the flow of soul power? Shiyue furrowed his brow, observing more acutely. Lin Yue had not directly confronted the blazing blade aura, but instead he had skillfully targeted and disrupted Yin's soul power circulation. This required a profound understanding of soul power and soul skills, far beyond what a novice with merely a first soul ring could easily achieve. Huaina's scrutiny transformed into astonishment as she approached, gazing at the desert eagle in Lin Yue's grasp. Is your soul skill of the penetrating attribute, and can you control the attack point with such precision? Lin Yue stored away the desert eagle and nodded. My first soul ring comes from a 550-year-old iron spine thunderwolf. The soul skill fires penetrating bullets that not only breach defenses, but also accurately strike the nodes of soul power circulation. What just transpired was a stroke of luck on my part. Senior brother Yin showed mercy. He displayed no arrogance, instead offering Yin a gracious exit, which visibly eased Yin's initial discomfort. Rubbing the back of his head and feeling somewhat sheepish, Yin admitted, I underestimated you. Your control over soul power surpasses mine by far. When I was at level 20, I could not achieve such precise attacks. Qian Daoliu observed this exchange with a hint of a smile. All right, we shall conclude the spar here. Lin Yue's martial soul is unique, and his control over soul power is a significant advantage. However, the three of you also possess your own strengths. Xie Yue, South Dual Crescent Blades, Hu Yin's Enchanted Control, and Yin's Fierce Firepower are all of the highest caliber among your peers. He paused, casting his gaze over the four. In the future, you should engage more with one another. Lin Yue has just joined the Spirit Hall, and there are many nuances in cultivation that you can guide him through. Likewise, Lin Yue's mastery of soul power and martial soul characteristics can offer you new insights. The future of the Spirit Hall relies on your collective support. Yes, Great Elder. The four responded in unison. In the ensuing half hour, the four gathered around a stone table in the training arena, exchanging insights on their cultivation experiences. Hu Yana took the initiative to discuss the considerations necessary for breaking through to the Great Soul Master at level 20, advising Lin Yue to focus on the synergy between his second soul ring and the first. Xie Yue shared close combat techniques for weapon martial souls, suggesting that Lin Yue practice a set of marksmanship to complement the Desert Eagle's ranged attacks, creating a versatile combat capability. Yin, though not verbose, patted his chest and offered his assistance in hunting soul beasts, asserting that his fire martial soul was particularly effective against beast-type soul creatures. Lin Yue reciprocated by sharing techniques for compressing soul power within his precise shooting method, demonstrating how to accurately hit moving targets with minimal soul power. This revelation lit up the eyes of Hu Yana and the others, especially Xie Yue, whose dual crescent blades required impeccable accuracy. Lin Yue's techniques could significantly enhance his performance. I never anticipated a soul master with innate, full soul power could possess such profound understanding of soul power. Hu Yana thought, her gaze towards Lin Yue filled with newfound respect. Previously, she had regarded innate, full soul power as merely a higher starting point, but now, it was evident that being favored by the Great Elder suggested Lin Yue's talent was far beyond that. Xie Yue nodded in agreement. Your penetrating soul skill counters defensive martial souls quite effectively. In the future, when facing such opponents, we shall seek your counsel on strategies. Yin boldly declared, Lin Yue, once you surpass level 20, we must engage in a proper spar. I shall refrain from suppressing my soul power, and see if your bullets can breach my fiery defenses. Lin Yue accepted with a smile, though he was acutely aware that the Golden Generation indeed possessed the capital of pride. Their talents and cultivation speeds far exceeded those of ordinary soul masters. Had it not been for his memories as a transmigrator and the trump card of his dual martial souls, he might not have held an advantage before them. However, through this exchange, he had not only integrated into the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, but had also laid the groundwork for future endeavors. The Golden Generation was the core strength of the Spirit Hall, and fostering good relations with them would greatly assist him in consolidating his influence. As the sun rose higher, Hu Yana and the others needed to return to the Pope's Hall for their daily training, and thus, they took their leave. Before departing, Hu Yana specifically addressed Lin Yue, Junior brother. The library in the Pope's Hall contains numerous soul skill diagrams. If you're interested, I can assist you in gaining access. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Yue replied with a respectful bow. After their departure, tranquility returned to the training arena. Qian Daoliu regarded Lin Yue with satisfaction. Well done. You understand the value of restraint and communication. The Spirit Hall offers not only resources but also connections. Cultivating relationships with the Golden Generation will only benefit you. He received a purple sandalwood box from Yue Guan and handed it to Lin Yue. This is a soul-gathering jade. By nurturing it daily with your soul power, you can accelerate the refinement of your soul power. 3 days hence, I shall take you to the Soul Guidance Repository to select a soul guidance device. Your Desert Eagle is a ranged martial soul, and you will require a defensive soul guidance device to compensate for your shortcomings in close combat. Lin Yue accepted the wooden box, its smoothness radiating warmth, and he could distinctly sense the potent aura of soul power emanating from within. He bowed deeply. Thank you, Master. Go now. Return to the Jingxi Hall for your training. Remember, do not rush for immediate results. Your journey is still long. Qian Daoliu waved his hand. As Lin Yue turned to leave the training arena, clutching the soul-gathering jade with anticipation, he understood that each step he took was paving the way for his future plans in the world of the Douluo Continent, solidifying his power, building connections, and acquiring resources. If he proceeded methodically, he would inevitably secure his foothold in the Spirit Hall and perhaps even surpass the Golden Generation, becoming the true heir of Qian Daoliu. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, Qian Daoliu turned to Yue Guan, his tone grave. Keep a close watch on Lin Yue's movements and ensure his safety. The secret of the dual martial souls must not leak, not even to the Pope's side, It should remain unmentioned for the time being. Yue Guan bowed in acknowledgement. Understood. My lord. Sunlight cascaded upon the golden dome of the Hall of Offerings, refracting dazzling beams of light. Lin Yue's figure vanished at the end of the corridor, while the fate of the Douluo Continent quietly began to veer towards an entirely new direction. Chapter 6. Long-term strategies within the Jingxi Hall. The battle of ice and fire seizes the initiative. The sunlight streamed through the window frames of the Jingxi Hall, illuminating the soul-gathering jade resting in Lin Yue's palm, casting a gentle halo. He sat cross-legged upon a cushion, his fingertips caressing the jade surface, absorbing the slowly seeping soul power within. This jade had been personally bestowed by Qian Daoliu the previous day, and after nurturing it for a day, the soul power in his dantian had coalesced more than usual, even alleviating the discomfort of his meridians while practicing the 9-turn soul refinement technique. Yet Lin Yue's thoughts were not focused on cultivation. As he organized the soul beast diagrams provided by Qian Daoliu, a slip of paper fell between the pages, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. It was a record of talented individuals from various academies maintained by the attendants of the Hall of Offerings. And one line read, Nodding Academy, Tang San, Blue-Silver Grass Martial Soul, Innate Full Soul Power, Current Status Unknown. Tang San, Lin Yue whispered, feeling a slight warmth emanate from the soul-gathering jade in his hand. Closing his eyes, the trajectory of Tang San's growth from the original story surfaced in his mind, awakening dual martial souls at the age of 6, breaking through to a soul master by 10, and by 15, controlling a soul king with his blue-silver grass. Not to mention the hidden weapons he concealed in his sleeves. Those poison dragon whisker needles and bone-piercing nails could silently assassinate soul masters 2 ranks higher than himself. In his past life, watching the animation, he had merely thought Tang San formidable, but now, immersed in this world, he grasped the terrifying nature of such a seemingly unassuming talent. The Shrek 7 devils were all monsters in their own right. Lin Yue's fingers instinctively tightened, and the glow of the soul-gathering jade dimmed slightly. Daimu Bai's white tiger martial soul possessed innate ferocity. Aosi Ka sausages could instantly restore soul power. Ning Rong Rong's 7 treasures glazed tower served as a top-tier support, and Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Cat was unrivaled in speed among peers. As they banded together, their growth surged exponentially, and once they matured, suppressing them would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Preparation must commence immediately. Lin Yue opened his eyes, a newfound sharpness replacing his former tranquility. Unlike Tang San, he lacked the protagonist's fortuitous luck and did not have a theoretical master like Yu Shaojing guiding him. The singular advantage lies with the prophet, who possesses foresight into every pivotal moment of the future, aware of every opportunity capable of altering fate, as well as the significant attention of the Spirit Hall, which allows for strategic planning due to its formidable background. The sound of footsteps from the attendants of the offering hall echoed outside, prompting Lin Yue to instinctively restrain his presence. His gaze drawn to the desert eagle resting at the corner of the table. The gleaming silver barrel reflected a subtle, dark metallic sheen, a testament to its capability of penetrating soul techniques. During his spar with Yin yesterday, he had disrupted his opponent's soul technique with merely 30% of his soul power. Yet he was acutely aware that it was insufficient. Tang San's hidden weapons could launch long-range surprise attacks, employ poisons, and strike unexpectedly, whereas the Desert Eagle, despite its strength, remained within the realm of soul technique attacks. A sudden thought flickered through Lin Yue's mind. If Tang San could assassinate soul masters with cold weapons and hidden armaments, what if I were to create a firearm? He reached for a charcoal pencil and swiftly began sketching on the paper. Soon, a rough blueprint emerged, a barrel longer than that of the Desert Eagle, a magazine capable of housing multiple soul power bullets, and a stock designed for stability. This was not merely a soul technique weapon, but rather a prototype of modern firearms intertwined with the soul guiding techniques of the Douluo Continent. The barrel would be crafted from purple mist vine to withstand high temperatures. The bullet cores would be made from inked jade marrow to store soul power. And combined with a hint of fiery apricot powder, it would not only possess penetrating capabilities, but also inflict burning damage upon firing. Gun of soul guidance, Lin Yue mused, his eyes gradually sparkling as he contemplated the sketch. Ordinary soul masters' techniques necessitate the consumption of soul power and involve intervals in their release. Yet a firearm could pre-manufacture soul power bullets, allowing for continuous firing after single loading. Against a team like Shrek, renowned for their collaboration, it could shatter their formation in an instant. More importantly, this weapon could be mass-produced, as long as the soul guiding craftsmen of the Spirit Hall mastered the process. An elite squad could be armed. At that point, not only would the Shrek 7 not stand a chance, but even the soul masters of the Qian sect might find it difficult to resist. He recalled the secret armory that Qian Daoliu had mentioned, a facility dedicated to the development of soul-guiding weapons, housing the continent's most esteemed craftsmen. If he could persuade Qian Daoliu to support this plan, it wouldn't be long before the firearm transitioned from blueprint to reality. However, the most pressing matter at hand was not the firearm. Lin Yue set down the charcoal pencil and retrieved the Soul Beast Atlas, flipping to the page marked with the sun-setting forest. There, an area encircled in red by Qian Daoliu was annotated with special environment, anomalous soul power. He recognized it immediately as the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, the largest gathering place for celestial herbs on the Douluo Continent. In the original narrative, Tang San had been forcibly taken to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye by Douluo at the age of 15, where he discovered the celestial herbs, the octagonal profound ice grass that could suppress the poison within him, the fiery apricot that could enhance the power of the Qian hammer, along with the Chilua tulip and the heart-wrenching red, which not only significantly boosted Tang San's strength, but also aided his companions in overcoming their martial soul deficiencies. Currently, Tang San should still be cultivating under Yu Shaojiang at Nodding Academy, utterly oblivious to the existence of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. Lin Yue lightly tapped his fingers on the atlas, a plan forming in his mind. I am currently at level 10. Once I break through to level 20 and become a great soul master, I will use the excuse of seeking a second spirit ring to journey to the sun-setting forest. At that time, I will not only acquire a suitable spirit ring for the Desert Eagle, but I will also gather all the celestial herbs from the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. He could even envision the uses for those celestial herbs. The octagonal profound ice grass and fiery apricot could be utilized to refine his soul power, enhancing the potency of both Barrett and the Desert Eagle. Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower has a limitation of only reaching level 70, while the Chilua tulip could help her transcend this boundary. Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Cat martial soul poses a risk of injuring her meridians the faster she moves. The water nymph Jadebone could remedy this issue by leveraging the celestial herbs to win over Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Lin Yue's lips curled into a smile. The unity of the Shrek 7 was forged through mutual support in their weakest moments. Yet if he could offer them irresistible benefits while Ning Rongrong had yet to fully integrate into Shrek, and Zhu Zhuqing was still at odds with Daimu Bai, they might not choose to remain with Shrek. Ning Rongrong, being the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, was most concerned with her family's honor. If he could assist her in overcoming her martial soul deficiency, evolving the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, she would undoubtedly be immensely grateful. After all, Ning Zhongzhu has only this one precious daughter, and perhaps she would even submit to the Spirit Hall. Zhu Zhuqing, seeking to escape her family's control, joined Shrek. If he could eliminate the risks associated with her martial soul and offer her the protection of the Spirit Hall, she might be swayed as well. Dividing Shrek would simultaneously allow the Spirit Hall to recruit 2 talented auxiliary and agile attack soul masters, an excellent dual benefit. Moreover, in the original narrative, both of these individuals were exceptionally beautiful, necessitating that he cultivate their favor in advance. Lin Yue folded the Soul Beast Atlas and tucked it into his bosom. He could envision that without the enhancement of celestial herbs, Tang San's growth rate would be at least halved. After all, this fellow townsman of his was the protagonist. Blessed with extraordinary fortune, he must lay traps for him in advance. However, all of this hinged upon his ability to swiftly break through to level 20. As he was younger than Tang San and had already fallen behind at the start, Lin Yue grasped the soul-gathering jade once more, closed his eyes, and activated the 9 turns soul-gathering technique. The soul power within his dantian began to circulate rapidly, the faint dark metallic sheen coursing through his meridians, accompanied by a slight burning sensation that only heightened his concentration. He understood that he must not rush. Qian Daoliu's foundational plan made considerable sense. The innate full soul power foundation must be solidified, or he would encounter bottlenecks in future breakthroughs to soul respect and soul sect. Currently, he utilized the soul-gathering jade daily to nurture his soul power, familiarizing himself with the application of penetrating soul techniques. Only after his soul power was thoroughly stabilized would he seek his second spirit ring, ensuring that his efforts would yield maximum results. And he must inquire with Elder Yueguan about the soul-guiding craftsman. Lin Yue suddenly opened his eyes, recalling the firearm plan. Yueguan, being an elder of the offering hall, would surely know the craftsman at the secret armory. If he could enlist his help for an introduction, he could expedite the development of the firearm without waiting to break through to level 20. He rose and approached the hall's entrance, just in time to see Yue Guan approaching with a food box in hand. Inside was a specially prepared soul power meal from the offering hall, crafted from the meat of thousand-year-old soul beasts and soul power vegetables, designed to rapidly replenish the energy expended during cultivation. "Young Master Lin, it is time to dine," Yue Guan declared, placing the food box on the table. Noticing Lin Yue's somewhat anxious expression, he inquired, "Is there something on your mind, young master?" "Senior Douluo, I wish to inquire about something," Lin Yue replied as he sat down, getting straight to the point. "Do you know the soul guiding craftsmen of the secret armory? I have an idea regarding soul guiding weapons and would like their assistance in examining its feasibility." Yue Guan paused momentarily, then chuckled. "Master Zhang of the secret armory is one of the continent's top soul guiding craftsmen, and I have some acquaintance with him. Do you have something in mind? Is it regarding your martial soul?" "Sort of," Lin Yue nodded, opting not to elaborate on the details of the firearm. "I wish to create a weapon capable of continuous firing of soul power bullets. I wonder if this is feasible." "Continuous firing?" A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Yue Guan's eyes, intrigued by the novelty of the concept. Typically, soul techniques of ordinary weapon martial souls have intervals. If one could achieve continuous firing, the power would indeed be greatly amplified. "Tomorrow, I shall take you to the secret armory to meet Master Zhang and have him assess its feasibility." "Thank you, Senior." Lin Yue felt a surge of delight in his heart. This was even smoother than he had anticipated. Yue Guan, observing Lin Yue's excited demeanor, couldn't help but smile. "You do seem eager. However, the Grand Offering often says that one must act upon their ideas. The resources of the Spirit Hall are intended for those with talent and strategy." Lin Yue picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of soul beast meat, which melted in his mouth, the rich soul power instantly infusing into his body. He gazed at the golden dome of the offering hall outside and was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of belonging. Before his transmigration, he had been a solitary figure, struggling in a foreign city. Now, with the care of parents, the guidance of Qian Daoliu, the protection of Yue Guan, and the formidable backing of the Spirit Hall, he felt anchored. "The Spirit Hall has been so benevolent to me. I cannot allow it to falter," Lin Yue silently vowed. In his previous life, while reading the original text, he perceived the Spirit Hall as a villain. However, now that he finds himself within its ranks, he comprehends the organization's formidable strength and the challenges it faces. It has embraced countless spirit masters marginalized by other factions and established a comprehensive training system for them. Were it not for Bibi Dong's obsession and Tang San's brilliance, the Spirit Hall could have genuinely unified the continent, bringing an end to the turmoil between the two great empires. In this life, I am determined to assist the Spirit Hall in achieving victory. Lin Yue's gaze grew resolutely steadfast. His ambition extends beyond merely surpassing Tang San. He aims to alter the fate of the Spirit Hall, to dismantle the power dynamics of spirit masters using advanced weaponry, to attract more prodigies with rare herbs, and to strategically divide the forces of Shrek, ultimately allowing the ironclad march of the Spirit Hall to traverse every corner of Douluo Continent. As the afternoon sun gradually inclined towards the west, the ethereal aura within the silent reflection hall intensified. After finishing his spirit power meal, Lin Yue once again picked up the soul-gathering jade and commenced his cultivation. This time, his thoughts were no longer chaotic. Each cycle of spirit power was executed with unwavering focus. He understood that every ounce of effort he invested was paving the way toward that grand objective. Meanwhile, at Nodding Academy, in a humble dormitory, Tang San meticulously polished a concealed weapon forged from black iron. Unbeknownst to him, in the distant spirit city, a boy possessing dual spirits, much like himself, had already regarded him as his greatest rival and was meticulously plotting to seize the most significant opportunity that lay ahead. The wheels of fate began to quietly turn in unseen realms, intertwining the fates of the two. Chapter 7. Within the secret weapon pavilion, crafting the fire gun. The black iron core of the soul-breaking sect. The iron door of the secret weapon pavilion was as formidable as a city wall, creaking ominously as it swung open, releasing a wave of air laden with the metallic tang of rust and the fluctuations of spirit power. Lin Yue followed closely behind Yue Guan, his gaze sweeping across the shelves on either side, where an array of semi-finished spirit guidance weapons lay displayed. Some blades shimmered with a cold light, subtly vibrating, while metallic discs rotated slowly, emanating faint defensive auras. "Young Master Lin, this is Master Zhang, our Spirit Hall's most distinguished spirit guidance craftsman, adept in the fusion of weapon spirits and spirit guidance techniques," Yue Guan said, stepping aside to introduce an elderly man clad in gray work attire. Master Zhang, his hair a mottled white, was adorned with calloused hands dusted with black iron powder. His eyes, however, shone with remarkable brilliance as he scrutinized Lin Yue with a hint of appraisal. I am Zhang Mo. I have heard you possess innovative concepts regarding spirit guidance weapons. His voice, though gravelly, carried an undeniable air of professionalism. Let me see what you have. I hope it isn't merely theoretical nonsense. The old man's temper was eccentric, showing no respect for the esteemed disciple of the grand enshrinement. Lin Yue had anticipated this moment. He produced a scroll of parchment from his pocket. Upon unfurling it, a clear blueprint of the spirit guidance fire gun emerged, an elongated barrel, a detachable magazine, and a textured stock designed to prevent slipping, complete with annotations detailing key dimensions and spirit power conduction pathways. Master Zhang, this is my preliminary concept for the spirit guidance fire gun. The essence lies in utilizing spirit guidance techniques to pre-manufacture spirit power bullets, achieving continuous firing to compensate for the lengthy intervals between the abilities of weapon spirits. Zhang Mo's gaze fell upon the blueprint, initially casual, but as he continued to examine it, his brow furrowed increasingly. His fingers unconsciously traced the edges of the parchment. Upon reaching the annotation regarding the magazine's storage capability, he suddenly pressed his hand down on the parchment, his voice trembling slightly. Are you suggesting that your magazine design will maintain stability for the spirit power bullets inside? Ordinary metals will absorb spirit power and dissipate in no time. That precisely is what I sought your counsel on, Master. Lin Yue nodded. I initially intended to use purple mist vines for the barrel and ink jade essence for the bullet core, but I'm uncertain if they can resolve the issue of spirit power loss. The purple mist vines are too soft. They cannot withstand the impact of high concentrations of spirit power and will burst. Zhang Mo immediately pointed out the flaw, then turned towards the workbench behind him, retrieving a piece of dense black metal. Use black iron. A barrel forged from millennium-old black iron will not only endure high temperatures, but will also prevent the dissipation of spirit power. For the bullet core, he continued, producing a section of bone exuding an orange-red sheen from a brocade box. This is the leg bone of a 600-year-old fire attribute soul beast, the Crimson Flame Demon Bull. Its hollow interior, treated with spirit guidance runes, can store 3 times the spirit power compared to ink jade essence, and can also inflict fire attribute damage. Lin Yue's eyes sparkled at the sight of the black iron and the Crimson Flame Demon Bull bone. Master Zhang's modifications perfectly addressed his greatest concern. The strength of the black iron could support continuous firing, while the fire attribute bullet core would elevate the fire gun's potency far beyond his initial design. Excellent. We shall proceed according to your plan, Master. Lin Yue promptly agreed. I can provide the details for spirit power conduction and assist you in adjusting the spirit guidance runes. Seeing that Lin Yue was not obstinately clinging to his own ideas, but rather willing to collaborate, Zhang Mo's scrutiny transformed into appreciation. Not bad. You possess ideas and the flexibility to adapt. From today onward, you shall reside in the annex of a secret weapon pavilion. We will work day and night. Should this fire gun succeed, it will undoubtedly revolutionize spirit guidance weaponry, and our spirit hall's overall strength will ascend to new heights. In the following month, the lights of the secret weapon pavilion burned late into the night. Every morning, Lin Yue arrived at the workbench to discuss the nodes of spirit power conduction with Zhang Mo, adjusting the spirit guidance runes for the magazine. Zhang Mo personally wielded the hammer, repeatedly forging the millennium-old black iron, purging impurities, and then shaping it into the form of the barrel using spirit guidance flames. The processing of the Crimson Flame Demon Bull bone was even more meticulous. Zhang Mo meticulously engraved a myriad of spirit-gathering runes inside the bone cavity to ensure that the spirit power would not dissipate upon infusion. Yu Guan delivered spirit power meals daily and occasionally stood at the door to observe. Upon witnessing the gradual formation of the barrel and the smooth loading and unloading of the magazine, even this titled Douluo could not suppress his astonishment. He sensed that once this weapon was completed, it would likely alter the rules of combat for spirit masters. On a morning 1 month later, the first spirit guidance fire gun was finally placed upon the testing table of the secret weapon pavilion. The barrel, forged from black iron, glimmered with a muted sheen, measuring approximately 2 feet in length, with a lightly red-hued spirit crystal embedded in the stock for rapid replenishment of spirit power. The magazine could accommodate 5 bullets crafted from the Crimson Flame Demon Bull bone, each radiating a faint aura of fire attribute. Who will conduct the test? Zhang Mo rubbed his hands together, his eyes brimming with anticipation. I will, stepped forward a 33rd ranked Great Spirit Master from the crowd. A forger of the secret weapon pavilion, whose spirit was an iron shield, making him well-suited to test the weapon's power. He took the fire gun and, following Lin Yue's guidance, infused spirit power into the spirit crystal embedded in the stock, causing the 5 bullets in the magazine to instantly glow with an orange-red light. At the opposite end of the testing ground stood a target crafted from soul beast leather and refined iron. Its defensive strength equivalent to that of a 52nd ranked assault-type soul master. Prepare, fire, Lin Yue commanded. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets shot forth in rapid succession, accompanied by piercing whistling sounds, hurtling towards the target. The first bullet struck the bullseye, instantly penetrating the iron layer and detonating into a burst of flames within. The second followed closely, tearing through the defenses of the soul beast leather, while the third directly triggered an explosion of the spirit power storage device within the target, resulting in a resounding crash as the target collapsed, its remnants still emitting black smoke, clearly in a state of severe damage. It worked. Zhang Mo exuberantly leaped up, his voice trembling with excitement. A 33rd ranked spirit venerable can actually inflict severe injury upon a soul master 2 levels higher. This power surpasses that of a weapon spirit soul skill by over 3-fold. Yuguan hastily approached the wreckage, spirit power swirling at his fingertips. After a thorough examination, he solemnly declared, the defensive layer has been completely breached, and the simulated soul master's meridians inside exhibit signs of rupture. This fire gun can penetrate the blocks of conventional defensive weapon spirits. Lin Yue gazed at the fire gun in his hands, a surge of accomplishment swelling within him. This was not merely a weapon. It represented the first step in his grand plan to dominate the continent with advanced weaponry. Just then, a servant from a hall of offerings rushed in, his expression grave. Young Master Lin, Lord Ju, the Grand Enshrinement, and His Holiness the Pope are waiting outside the hall, wishing to see the new weapon in person. The expressions of everyone tightened, especially Zhang Mo, who immediately stowed the fire gun into a specially crafted brocade box. The simultaneous visit of Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong underscored the significance of this matter. Lin Yue followed Yueguan to the entrance of the secret artifact pavilion, where he beheld Qian Daoliu clad in a resplendent golden robe, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor serene. Beside him, Bibi Dong donned the Pope's exclusive crimson robe, her purple-gold eyes sharp as blades, fixated on the ornate box in Lin Yue's grasp. Lin Yue, present the firearm, Qian Daoliu commanded, his tone laced with affection. Lin Yue handed over the box, and Zhang Mo stepped forward to expound upon the firearm's materials, principles, and test results. Upon learning that a Grand Soul Master had severely injured the Soul Sect, a flicker of excitement ignited in Bibidong's gaze as she took the firearm into her hands. Infusing it with a hint of soul power, the projectile chamber illuminated instantly, emanating a fierce aura. A remarkable piece, Bibidong remarked, her voice tinged with barely concealed exhilaration. If mass-produced, it could significantly bolster the elite teams of the Spirit Hall, making future confrontations with the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan far more manageable. However, Qian Daoliu furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at Lin Yue and Zhang Mo. How many others are aware of this matter? Zhang Mo promptly replied. Only the core craftsmen of the secret artifact pavilion and the guards involved in the testing, totaling 5 individuals. Immediately seal this information. Qian Daoliu's tone turned grave. First, all informed parties must sign a soul-binding oath, forbidding them from disclosing any details about the firearm, even to their families. Second, the procurement of Xian, Iron, and Crimson Flame Demon Bull Bones will be directly overseen by the Offering Hall, with a strict prohibition on any external disclosures. Third, the blueprints and techniques for the firearm are to be personally safeguarded by Master Zhang, solely for research within the secret artifact pavilion, with no allowance for removal. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. The Great Offering is correct. The implications of this firearm are too significant. Should other factions learn of it, they would surely attempt to sabotage it, or even abduct Master Zhang and Lin Yue. From this day forth, the guards of the secret artifact pavilion will be directly allocated by the Pope's Hall, and no one is permitted to enter without authorization. Lin Yue felt a warmth in his heart. The reactions of Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong not only underscore the power of the firearm, but also their commitment to safeguarding his and Master Zhang's safety. He bowed deeply. Disciple understands and shall not divulge a word. Zhang Mo hastily affirmed. I swear by the honor of Soul Engineer that I shall ensure the craft remains confidential. Qian Daoliu regarded the two with a softened demeanor. Master Zhang, continue optimizing the firearm and strive for early mass production. The Offering Hall and Pope's Hall will provide full support for the required resources. Remember, this weapon must never be revealed to outsiders. Lin Yue, the creation of the firearm is entrusted to Master Zhang. Your focus should be on enhancing your cultivation. Yes, Master. BB Dong cast one last glance at the firearm within the ornate box, a flicker of ambition illuminating her purple-gold eyes. Do well, if this endeavor succeeds. The day when the Spirit Hall unifies the continent will not be far off. Having said this, the two turned to depart, leaving the attendants to promptly initiate a lockdown. A golden soul power barrier was erected around the secret artifact pavilion, with guards replaced by elite soul masters from the Popes Hall. The very air seeming to thrum with tension. Lin Yue gazed at the tightly shut doors of the secret artifact pavilion. Acutely aware that the birth of the firearm had solidified his position within the Spirit Hall and propelled the ambitious plan of unifying the continent a crucial step forward. Yet, he understood that this was merely the beginning. The upcoming challenges of mass production, training users, and countering the prying eyes of rival factions loomed ahead. Chapter 8. 9 Turns of Soul Condensation Break 20. The Crimson Flame main lion offers the fire soul. The morning mist had yet to dissipate over the offering hall. Yet the training grounds were already marked with intricate soul power bullet traces on the azure stone floor. Lin Yue gripped the Desert Eagle, a faint warmth emanating from his fingertips. Having completed the 31st release of his soul skill during today's morning practice, each bullet that pierced through the air was more refined than the last, enveloped in a delicate sheen of dark luster. Cease for now. Qian Daoliu's voice resonated from the edge of the training grounds, holding a lustrous soul guide crystal in his hand, reflecting the flow of Lin Yue's soul power within. Your soul power has stabilized completely. The liquid soul power in your Dantian is 30% denser than that of an ordinary level 20 Grand Soul Master. The 9 turns of soul condensation technique has reached its 3rd turn. It is time to hunt for your 2nd soul ring. Lin Yue stored the Desert Eagle and swiftly approached Qian Daoliu. Over the past month, in addition to daily practice of the 9 turns of soul condensation technique, he had dedicated 2 hours each day to the secret artifact pavilion, collaborating with Master Zhang to optimize the firearm. The firearm could now hold 7 projectiles, and the Qian iron barrel was inscribed with fire-gathering runes to enhance the burning effect of the flame projectiles by an additional 10%. However, he was acutely aware that weapons were merely external forces. The true essence lay in the enhancement of his own soul power. Master, did you suggest a fire attribute for the 2nd soul ring? Lin Yue inquired, recalling Qian Daoliu's earlier mention that a fire attribute soul ring would align with the golden attribute of the Desert Eagle and synergize with the flame projectiles of the firearm, creating a formidable gunfire synergy. Indeed, Qian Daoliu handed the soul guide crystal to Lin Yue, within which the spectral images of several soul beasts materialized. In the sunset forest, surrounded by the crimson flame main lion and the fiery lizard, both of which were premium fire attribute soul beasts, with ages ranging from 600 to 800 years. Soul rings within this age range would be easily absorbed while maximizing the activation of fire-based soul skills, perfectly compensating for your lack of area damage in range attacks. Just as he spoke, Yueguan approached, carrying a black soul guide box filled with reserve soul power potions, insect repellent powder, and a lightweight Qian iron armor. Young Master Lin Yue, everything is prepared. We shall depart today and arrive at the sunset forest by dawn tomorrow, perfectly timed to hunt during the peak activity of the soul beasts. Lin Yue nodded, his gaze skimming over the soul guide box before a thought struck him. Elder Geo, could we perhaps take a detour near that peculiar area of the sunset forest? I've heard that the fire attribute soul beasts there possess purer energy. We might find a more suitable soul ring. He refrained from directly mentioning the desire to collect celestial herbs, instead fabricating an excuse regarding the purity of the soul beast's energy. Yueguan paused momentarily before responding with a smile. That area is indeed remote, with unusual soul energy. However, with me around, safety is assured. Moreover, I too wish to see if the soul beasts in that special region are truly as extraordinary as the rumors suggest. Qian Daoliu discerned Lin Yue's cautious intentions, but chose not to expose them, merely stating, exercise caution on the journey. Yueguan, your only duty is to ensure his safety. Do not interfere with the soul hunting. He must face challenges independently to truly grow. Understood. My subordinate shall comply, Yueguan replied, bowing respectfully. Half an hour later, the soul guide carriage drawn by the wind-soaring bird departed from Spirit City. Inside the carriage, Lin Yue unfolded the map of the sunset forest, his fingertip resting on the location marked with a question mark. The ice and fire yin-yang eye, documented by the offering hall as an area of unusual soul energy. Unbeknownst to anyone that celestial herbs lay concealed beneath its surface. He plotted in his mind that once the soul ring was acquired, he would fabricate an excuse to scout the soul beast trails, swiftly retrieving the 8-angled profound ice grass and the fiery apricot before Tang San could seize the opportunity. "Young Master Lin Yue, what occupies your thoughts?" Yue Guan inquired, offering a vial of soul power juice with a smile. "You seem intent on the map, as if searching for a hidden treasure." "Nothing much," Lin Yue replied, tucking away the map and accepting the juice. "I was merely contemplating where the weaknesses of the Crimson Flame main lion might lie. I've consulted the Soul Beast Compendium, and its mane can ignite flames, providing formidable defense. It would be quite challenging for ordinary penetrating bullets to breach its defenses." "You are quite meticulous," Yue Guan remarked with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "The weakness of the Crimson Flame main lion is its abdomen, which lacks the protective mane and has thinner skin. However, it is cunning and will envelop itself in flames. You must devise a way to lure it into exposing its abdomen." Lin Yue nodded, committing the information to memory, already devising a plan. First, he would use the penetrating bullets of the Desert Eagle to deplete its flames, then, taking advantage of its fury in attack, he would aim for its abdomen to deliver a fatal strike. The carriage journeyed through the night, finally reaching the outskirts of the Sunset Forest by dawn the following day. As they disembarked, a breeze carrying the mingled scents of vegetation and heat enveloped them, and the distant roars of soul beasts echoed through the trees, even more vibrant than during their last visit. "We shall head southeast. The Crimson Flame main lions favor the arid rocky areas, where the fire crystal mines they require are located." Yue Guan released his soul power, enveloping the surrounding area within a 100-meter radius, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. This region was known to be frequented by 1,000-year-old soul beasts. "I will mark the dangerous areas with my soul power. You need only focus on locating the Crimson Flame lion." Lin Yue responded affirmatively, tightening his grip on the Desert Eagle, and followed Yue Guan into the forest. The fallen leaves underfoot were thick, rustling softly as he stepped on them, while sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. After approximately an hour of walking, the trees ahead began to thin out, revealing an exposed area of reddish-brown rock, with the air around them growing palpably hotter. This was indeed the habitat of the Crimson Flame lion. "Be cautious. There is movement ahead." Yue Guan suddenly halted, lowering his voice. Lin Yue immediately held his breath, following Yue Guan's gaze to see a massive rock nearby, upon which lay a soul beast nearly the height of a man. Its entire body was covered in fiery orange mane, with faint flames flickering amidst the strands, and its amber eyes were warily surveying the surroundings. It was the Crimson Flame lion they sought. Lin Yue quietly assessed that this lion was larger than depicted in the Soul Beast Compendium, with flames more vibrant, likely boasting over 700 years of age, well within his capacity for absorption. "Guard the fire crystal mine." Yue Guan's voice was a mere whisper. "Observe the red stones at its feet. They're fire crystals, which enhance the soul power of fire attribute soul beasts. It is currently on high alert. You must first provoke it to draw it away from the rock, thereby creating an opportunity for attack." Lin Yue nodded, slowly raising the Desert Eagle. His internal soul power surged rapidly, and the first soul ring illuminated, casting a faint dark hue over the gun barrel as a concentrated penetrating bullet swiftly formed. Rather than aiming at the lion, he targeted the fire crystal at its feet. Bang! The bullet soared through the air, striking the fire crystal with precision, shattering it and sending sparks flying. Roar! The Crimson Flame lion abruptly lifted its head, its amber eyes turning a fierce red. Clearly, it had not anticipated that someone would dare to destroy its fire crystal mine. With a furious roar, the flames upon its mane flared up dramatically, and it leapt down from the rock, its hooves striking the ground and leaving a trail of burning footprints as it charged directly at Lin Yue. "Now!" Yue Guan called out sharply, his fingers surging with soul power as he conjured a faint golden barrier before Lin Yue, designed to thwart the lion's ambush while allowing Lin Yue's attack to proceed unfettered. Lin Yue did not flinch, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching lion. When the lion was still 10 meters away, it suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flame directly at him. Anticipating this, Lin Yue subtly shifted his stance, evading the flame while simultaneously pulling the trigger, firing another penetrating bullet aimed at the lion's mane. Clang! The bullet struck the mane, but was deflected by the flames, leaving only a small char mark. The Crimson Flame lion, now even more enraged, accelerated, its fiery claws coming down upon Lin Yue. In that critical moment, Lin Yue leaped backward, infusing the Desert Eagle with his soul power. The position of the first soul ring began to radiate warmth as he awaited an opportunity. When the lion's leap misfired, its abdomen was momentarily exposed. Though only for an instant, it was a chance Lin Yue seized. Now, he thought, pulling the trigger with fervor. The soul power within him erupted, the penetrating force of the first soul ring having reached its zenith after gathering strength. Puff! The bullet struck the crimson flame lion's abdomen with precision, piercing its skin and entering its body. The lion let out a piercing howl, its massive form staggering back several steps, the flames on its mane dimming significantly. Good opportunity. Eliminate it and absorb its soul ring, Yuguan's voice urged. Without hesitation, Lin Yue advanced swiftly, pressing his right hand against the lion's abdomen. As his soul power came into contact with the soul ring within the lion, a searing force surged into his body, far more intense than when he absorbed the iron-spined Thunder Wolf, engulfing him in a wave of heat, as if a flame were igniting within his dantian, causing his meridians to feel slightly scorched. He immediately activated the 9 turns soul condensation technique, guiding this fire attribute power into his dantian. The originally dark liquid soul power gradually transformed into a light orange hue, and the shadow of the desert eagle materialized in his palm, the gun barrel now radiating a faint fiery aura instead of its usual brilliant silver. Time seemed to stretch as the last remnants of the soul ring's power melded into his being. Lin Yue abruptly opened his eyes, raising his right hand. The desert eagle coalesced instantly, its 200-year soul rings emanating a subtle pressure. This time, the gun's muzzle no longer bore a silver-penetrating bullet, but rather an orange-red fire bullet, flames dancing upon its surface, radiating a palpable heat. Bang! The fire bullet shot forth, striking a nearby large tree and erupting into a conflagration, the trunk crackling as it burned, leaving behind a charred, gaping hole. Success! Lin Yue felt a surge of joy. He could clearly sense that this fire bullet not only possessed penetrating capabilities, but also had an area of effect burn, nearly doubling the power of a standard penetrating bullet, with soul power consumption less than he had anticipated. This was precisely the second soul skill he had desired. Yuguan approached, gazing at the burning tree with evident approval. A 750-year crimson flame lion soul ring, capable of awakening the fire bullet's soul skill with an area of burn. This is indeed a top-tier second soul ring. It appears your soul hunting journey this time has been even more successful than the last. Lin Yue stowed the desert eagle away, smiling as he nodded. Thanks to your guidance, esteemed senior, I would never have discovered the lion's weakness otherwise. By the way, senior, I recall that special area is nearby. Should we not take a look? We might uncover some unique herbs to aid in our cultivation. Yuguan paused for a moment before chuckling. You are quite well informed. That location indeed harbors numerous rare flowers and herbs. However, the soul power there is unusual, so we must tread carefully. Since you're interested, let's take a detour to explore it. It will also allow you to witness the most unique region of the Sunset Forest. Lin Yue felt a surge of elation within, though his expression feigned curiosity. Then I must trouble you, esteemed senior. The two gathered their belongings and headed toward the Eye of Ice and Fire. Sunlight filtered through the leaves onto Lin Yue, who could distinctly feel the power of the fire bullet's soul skill coursing within him, as well as the harmony between the desert eagle and fire attribute soul power. This time, not only had he procured a soul ring, but he had also drawn one step closer to the celestial herbs at the Eye of Ice and Fire. He understood that once he acquired those celestial herbs, his strength would ascend to new heights, allowing him to expedite his plans to align with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. All of this would become crucial leverage in his efforts to strengthen the Spirit Hall and confront the Shrek protagonist team. Deep within the Sunset Forest, the winds began to warm, as if heralding an imminent opportunity that would alter the course of destiny. Chapter 9. Taming the Poison Douluo. In the central region of the Sunset Forest, the towering ancient trees intertwined like a web, casting a shadow over the ground, where even the sunlight could only filter through in scattered patches. The air was thick with soul power, no longer gentle but rather pulsating with a violent energy, as distant roars of thousand-year soul beasts echoed, causing leaves to rain down. Lin Yue followed, closely behind Yuguan, the desert eagle in his grasp growing warm at his fingertips. The soul beast presence here was exponentially stronger than that of the outskirts. Even his recently attained 20th level soul power stirred restlessly within him. Ahead lay the abyssal valley, within which lay the Eye of Ice and Fire, Lin Yue mused. Yuguan came to a halt, his golden soul power subtly radiating outward, forming an invisible barrier. The soul power here is chaotic, and numerous thousand-year soul beasts lurk about. Stay close to me and do not act recklessly. Lin Yue nodded, his gaze sweeping over the valley entrance ahead, where the vegetation exhibited an eerie, inky green hue. The leaves coated with a thin layer of toxic frost. Even the nearby vines were wilting rapidly, clearly tainted by the potent toxins. At this moment, a raspy laughter echoed from the valley, carrying an icy chill. The people of the Spirit Hall indeed dare to intrude upon this place. What? Do you believe my poison is insufficiently potent? Before the words faded, a thick, ink-like poison mist surged from the valley, instantly enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Where the mist passed, the withered grass on the ground transformed into black liquid, and the air became permeated with a nauseating stench. A shadow of dark green emerged slowly from the poison mist. It was Douluo, the poison daw, who had guarded this place for 30 years. Clad in a tattered gray robe, his unkempt hair clung to his shoulders, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to harbor toxins. His pair of emerald eyes swept over Lin Yue and Yuguan, finally resting on Yuguan with a tone of disdain. Douluo Yuguan? I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out it is merely a vase titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall. What brings you here to my territory, seeking death? Douluo, mind your manners. Yuguan's expression darkened as a golden soul power erupted from him, 8 golden chrysanthemums appearing behind him, their petals radiating a faint, sacred glow. The Sunset Forest is a public area of the continent. Since when has it become your personal domain? Today, I accompany my young master here to hunt souls. I have no desire to engage with you. If you are wise, step aside. Hunt souls? Douluo scoffed, raising his right hand as a strand of emerald poison coalesced at his fingertips into the phantom of a venomous snake. I have guarded this place for 30 years, and no one has dared to speak of stepping aside before me. Yuguan, despite being a titled Douluo, your abilities are nothing compared to my poison. Before he finished, Douluo swung his hand violently, the phantom snake darting towards Yuguan with a sharp hiss. As the poisoned shadow passed, it seemed to corrode the air, emitting a sizzling sound, and even the surrounding soul power became murky, unaware of your own demise. Rage flickered in Yuguan's eyes as his 8th soul ring suddenly glowed. The golden light piercing through the poison mist. 8th soul skill, golden petals flowing dawn. Countless golden petals surged from the void, forming a brilliant torrent that not only blocked the venomous snake shadow, but also carried a sacred purifying power, sweeping towards Douluo's poison mist. The moment the golden petals touched the poison mist, the dark green fog melted away as if snow meeting the blazing sun, purifying the toxic frost on the ground into clear water. Douluo's expression shifted. He had not anticipated the formidable purifying power of Yuguan's 8th soul skill. He immediately channeled his soul power, causing the surrounding poison mist to swell once more, and countless dark green poison vines erupted from the ground, writhing towards Yuguan and Lin Yue. Yet, as those vines approached the golden petals, they withered instantly, unable to draw within 3 feet of Yuguan. Your poison is ineffective against me. Yuguan's voice dripped with arrogance as the golden petals coalesced again, forming a massive chrysanthemum blade hovering above Douluo. Your strength is already the weakest among titled Douluos, and after being backlashed by toxins for 30 years, your soul power has long since diminished from its peak. If we were to engage, I could incapacitate you within 3 moves. Douluo gritted his teeth, yearning to unleash a more potent soul skill. Yet he could distinctly feel Yuguan's divine soul power acting like a bone worm, continually suppressing the emerald phosphor poison within him, making it difficult for him to exert even 50% of his soul power. Reluctantly, he took a step back, the dark green soul power gradually retracting, and the poison mist lightened in shade. He recognized that he was indeed no match for Yuguan. At that moment, Lin Yue stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Yuguan, his gaze calm as he met Douluo's eyes. Senior Douluo, why must you be angered? I am Lin Yue, here not to contend with you, but to discuss a mutually beneficial transaction. You? Douluo raised an eyebrow, his emerald eyes appraising Lin Yue. And seeing his mere level 20 soul power, disdain filled his gaze. A mere boy dares to negotiate with me? The people of the Spirit Hall are always so arrogant. If you were to know my true identity, perhaps you would refrain from such remarks. Lin Yue disregarded the mockery, producing a medallion engraved with a golden eagle from his bosom and presenting it to Douluo. I am a high-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall, a direct disciple of Lord Qian Daoliu. Qian Daoliu. The name struck Douluo like thunder, causing him to jerk his head up, his emerald eyes widening in disbelief. Who is Qian Daoliu? He stands at the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent as a limit Douluo, the inheritor of the 6-winged angel spirit, a being even the Pope Bibi Dong regards with trepidation. This young man, merely a level 20 soul master, is actually a direct disciple of Qian Daoliu. Douluo's breath quickened. He fixated on the medallion in Lin Yue's hand, recognizing the golden eagle as the insignia of a direct disciple of the Elder Hall. Certainly not a forgery. Observing Douluo Bo's wavering, Lin Yue spoke softly. The phosphor poison within you has been backfiring for 30 years. On every full moon, the toxin burns through your meridians, causing you unbearable agony. Your granddaughter, Douluo Yin, is naturally afflicted with prenatal poison. Though you suppress it with your soul power, the toxin has already seeped into her bones. In no more than 10 years, she will succumb to the poison. Am I correct? Douluo Bo's body trembled violently, all disdain dissipating from his eyes, replaced by shock and vigilance. How do you know this? That is of little consequence. What matters is that I can assist you. Lin Yue's tone turned earnest. My master, Lord Qian Daoliu, possesses the purest angelic divine power of the continent, perfectly capable of countering the sinister toxins within you. Should you choose to ally with the Spirit Hall and become an honorary elder, I can summon my master to help you and your granddaughter purge the poison entirely. He paused, adding, the Spirit Hall has only 3 requirements for honorary elders. Assist the Spirit Hall in executing 3 tasks each year, the nature of which will never contravene your will. In the event of an external invasion of Spirit City, you must lend your aid. And should you encounter rogue soul masters, you are to cooperate with the Elder Hall in their eradication. Beyond that, you may continue your research on poisons here at the Eye of Ice and Fire, and the Spirit Hall shall not interfere with your freedom. Moreover, Yuguan interjected, once you become an honorary elder, the Spirit Hall will provide you with rare, toxic herbs and medicinal materials to enhance your skills. Should your granddaughter be in peril, simply shatter the communication jade of the Elder Hall, and a title de law from the Spirit Hall will rush to your aid at once. Even if the Haotian sect or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan troubles you, the Spirit Hall will stand behind you. For the elders of the Spirit Hall are ever united. Douluo Bo fell into silence, staring down at the emerald poison coalescing in his palm, his eyes filled with turmoil. The torment of 30 years, the increasingly pallid face of his granddaughter, constantly resurfaced in his mind. He yearned to purge the poison, yet feared falling into the trap of the Spirit Hall. But the youth before him was a direct disciple of Qian Daoliu, and Yuguan had promised such generous terms. This was his singular opportunity. What if Lord Qian Daoliu cannot help me cleanse the poison? Douluo Bo lifted his head, the last trace of vigilance lingering in his gaze. This is a purification pill crafted by my master before my departure. Lin Yue retrieved a brocade box from his soul guide, opening it to reveal a luminescent white pill lying within, radiating a warm, sacred aura. This pill can suppress the toxins within you for 3 months, alleviating the suffering you endure on full moon nights. You may take it first and assess its effects before deciding whether to join. Douluo Bo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the brocade box. The moment the pill was in his hand, a gentle, sacred aura flowed through his fingertips into his body, and he could distinctly feel the once restless phosphor poison in his meridians settle down, even the chronic burning sensation lessening significantly. Without further hesitation, he swallowed the pill and closed his eyes to channel his soul power. After a moment, Douluo Bo opened his eyes, a flicker of excitement in his emerald pupils. It works. The sacred power of this pill indeed suppresses my poison. Should you agree, you may return with us to Spirit City, where my master will personally devise a plan for your detoxification. Lin Yue seized the opportunity, assuring your safety with the endorsement of a direct disciple of the Qian Dao lineage. Douluo Bo took a deep breath, ultimately reaching a decision. Very well. I shall accept your offer. From this day forth, I shall serve as a guest elder in the Spirit Hall. However, he added a stern warning. Let me make myself clear. Should you dare to play tricks, even at the cost of my life, my Baihun purple poison will ensure you pay dearly. Rest assured, senior. The Spirit Hall is never untrustworthy. Lin Yue replied with a smile, his gaze drifting towards the ice and fiery yang eye. I have one more request. If I may, the few herbs in the valley would greatly benefit my martial spirit. I kindly ask for your generosity. Of course, I shall not take them without recompense. I can offer your granddaughter a soul bone in exchange. Soul bone? Douluo Bo exclaimed, astonished. As a seasoned title de law, he possessed only one soul bone himself. And here was this young man daring to offer one to win his favor. Though he felt a surge of delight within, he maintained a composed exterior, inquiring, are you truly capable of gifting a soul bone to Yenner? Before Lin Yue could respond, Jude de Law interjected, while soul bones are indeed precious, the Spirit Hall does possess a few. Young master, your generosity and sincerity should not go unappreciated. You ought to thank him promptly. The poison de Law, donning a smile, remarked, then allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of my daughter. With that, he led the way into the valley. The trio traversed through the dense woods and arrived at the valley's entrance. Lin Yue addressed his elders. I would appreciate it if you could stand guard for me outside. This sacred place holds my fortuitous opportunity. Once I conclude my cultivation, we shall return to Spirit City without delay. With that, he ventured forth alone, while Yu Guan and Du Gubo stood at the valley's mouth, watching Lin Yu's figure gradually enveloped by the mist amid the energies of ice and fire. This boy is truly a marvel, Du Gubo murmured, his eyes filled with awe. Not only was he exceptionally gifted, but he also exhibited a remarkable shrewdness. Scheming at such a young age, it is lamentable that after all these years, I feel as though I'm being led by him. This child is destined for greatness. Yu Guan chuckled softly. He is not merely a genius. He is also a strategist. His efforts to win you over, acquire the celestial herbs, and elevate his soul power, all have been meticulously calculated during this expedition to the Sunset Forest. Du Gubo did not refute this, his gaze lingering on Lin Yue, filled with anticipation. If this young man could indeed assist him in dispelling his poison, perhaps his twilight years could be spent in tranquility. Within the heart of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Lin Yue was elated to behold the abundance of celestial herbs before him. Fully aware that his foundation would grow immensely stronger in this place, he sensed, faintly, a similar aura swirling from a distant corner of the world. It was the presence of Tang San. Though they had yet to meet, they had unwittingly embarked on two paths destined for confrontation. Chapter 10. Misty refinement of body and dual spirits awakened. Celestial herbs gathered for the future. Inside the valley of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, dense white mist enveloped everything like cotton, rendering even the nearby spring's outline indistinct. Lin Yue crouched before the fiery apricot blossom, dipping his fingertips into the magma water from the right spring. The scalding liquid, upon contact with his skin, was transformed into a warm current by the preemptive activation of his 9 turns condensing soul method, coursing through his meridians and circulating around his dantian. This was a method he had learned from the Spirit Beast Atlas, using spring water to gently warm his meridians in preparation for the overwhelming power of the celestial herbs. It is time to merge with the fire fusion herb. He inhaled deeply, extending his hand to grasp the petals of the fiery apricot blossom. The moment his fingertips brushed against the pulsating flame, an intense torrent of heat, 3 times more ferocious than that of the crimson flame lion's soul ring, surged into his body, igniting a flurry of sparks within his veins, causing his fingertips to tingle. Lin Yue immediately focused his mind, locking all the heat within his right arm, the dwelling place of his desert eagle martial spirit, the only power he could openly display. At that moment, as the heat surged in, a powerful resonance echoed from his right arm. The originally ethereal desert eagle began to take on a semi-physical crimson outline, its barrel etched with intricate patterns illuminated by the flames, transforming into intertwining fiery designs, with the gun's muzzle radiating faint golden sparks. He attempted to manipulate his soul power, and a fireball, larger than before, swiftly coalesced, its surface swirling with tiny flames. When it struck a nearby rock, it exploded in a burst of fire, scorching a deep pit that emitted wisps of smoke, the flames continuing to burn within the crevices of the rock, even causing the white mist to shimmer slightly. It's become tangible. Lin Yue gazed in astonishment at the desert eagle in his hand. This weapon was no longer merely a manifestation of soul power. Its barrel felt cool and solid, as if forged from genuine red iron, its fiery essence so potent it nearly overflowed. The fiery apricot blossom had not only enhanced his martial spirit, but also facilitated its transformation from the ethereal to the tangible. Before he could fully appreciate this change, the excess heat within began to scorch his meridians. Lin Yue swiftly moved to the octagonal ice grass, feigning a need to neutralize the fire's intensity with ice power, his fingertips grazing the frosty leaves. Instantly, a bone-chilling cold surged into his body, clashing with the fiery essence within his meridians, producing a faint sizzling sound. He deliberately allowed a small wisp of ice power to traverse his limbs, creating the illusion of harmonizing the heat and cold. While a purer strand of ice energy was meticulously condensed into fine silver threads, tightly wrapped in soul power, secretly sent into his sea of consciousness. In his consciousness, the previously dormant Barrett suddenly quivered. As the icy threads made contact with the black iron gun, it instantly became covered in a layer of frosty black ice, the patterns along the barrel transforming into sharp ice spikes. Even the surrounding soul power seemed to freeze, creating a sense of delay. Lin Yue could distinctly sense that Barrett's ability to breach defenses now carried an ice effect. In the future, with just a thought, he could freeze the air surrounding his opponent, hindering their speed. He quickly suppressed Barrett's aura back into the depths of his sea of consciousness, not daring to let even a trace of icy essence escape. leaving only a wisp of ice power on the surface to maintain the ruse. Outside the mist, Yu Guan's golden soul power repeatedly collided against the mist wall, but could not penetrate, leaving him anxiously pacing. This mist is truly bizarre. I can sense the fire attribute's energy suddenly intensifying, alongside a trace of ice essence. I cannot even see Lin Yue's figure. What if he is harmed by the backlash of the ice and fire powers? Leaning against an ancient tree at the valley's entrance, Douluo Bo twirled a strand of dark green poison mist between his fingers, his gaze fixed on the mist. Your impatience is futile. This mist is a barrier formed by the clash of ice and fire energies. Not even a tidal Douluo could see through it. However, rest assured, that young man is capable of controlling fire attribute soul skills at level 20. His temperament is steadier than that of the average soul master. He will not push himself recklessly. Despite his words, his fingers tightened unconsciously. When the icy essence appeared, even he felt a shiver. The purity of this ice power surpassed anything he had encountered in ice attribute spirit beasts. As they spoke, a faint fluctuation of soul power suddenly emanated from the mist, significantly stronger than before. Yu Guan's eyes brightened. His soul power has increased. At least a full level breakthrough. The effects of these celestial herbs are truly terrifying. Douluo Bo also breathed a sigh of relief, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Consider it his good fortune. Those two herbs have matured in the valley for a century, their potency peaking at just the right moment. Had it been anyone else, they might not have absorbed it so thoroughly. Within the valley, Lin Yue is currently experiencing the transformation of his martial spirit. The changes in the desert eagle were visible to the naked eye. Its barrel gleamed crimson like molten iron. The fire patterns danced as soul power flowed. And when he released fireballs, there was no need to compress his soul power deliberately. The projectile speed had increased by 30%, and the fiery vortex could adhere to targets, continuing to scorch them, even burning holes into refined iron. Meanwhile, hidden within his sea of consciousness, Barrett, though invisible, could be sensed clearly. Its ice spike-like patterns enhanced its defense-breaking capability by 10%, while the ice attribute energy could weaken the opponent's soul power circulation. In the future, if paired with an ice attribute soul ring, its power could further increase. Even more exhilarating was the change in his meridians. The medicinal effects of the ice and fire dual herbs not only fortified his martial spirit, but also acted like two fine blades, nearly doubling the width of his meridians. There was no longer a sense of stagnation when circulating soul power, and the energy within his dantian transformed from a pale orange red to a dense crimson, subtly hinting at a breakthrough beyond level 21. Since the white mist can obstruct detection, Lin Yue's gaze suddenly swept across the clearing between the two springs, his pupils dilating in an instant. To his astonishment, hidden beneath the veil of the white mist lay several precious celestial herbs. Near the icy spring, a delicate lavender kira tulip shimmered faintly, the dewdrops on its petals capable of purifying soul power. Adjacent to it was a fragment of the luminous narcissus jade bone, its root buried in the earth, revealing only a hint, yet exuding a faint aura that suggested the ability to mend meridians. Beside the fiery spring grew a coxcomb phoenix sunflower, its petals bursting forth like flames, capable of rectifying deficiencies in fire attribute martial souls. Not far off, an 8-petal fairy orchid stood in layered splendor, emanating an aura of pure soul power. To his greatest delight, nestled within the crevice of the rocks between the two springs was a wondrous heavenly chrysanthemum, its golden petals sharing a lineage with Yue Guan's martial soul. Additionally, there was a gaze through autumn water's dew, its leaves adorned with glistening droplets that could enhance mental acuity. In the most concealed corner, a vibrant red heartbreak red flower quietly blossomed, its petals resembling blood, exuding an aura potent enough to transcend martial soul shortcomings. What a treasure trove! Lin Yue stifled his exhilaration and retrieved 7 specially crafted jade boxes from a soul guide, made by the secret artifact pavilion before his departure. Each box was lined with soft fabric to preserve the medicinal properties and inscribed with soul-gathering runes. He first approached the wondrous heavenly chrysanthemum, carefully clearing the surrounding soil to avoid damaging its roots. This herb would surely please Yue Guan, as it was of the same attribute, allowing him to foster goodwill while ensuring Yue Guan would be more protective of him. Next was the 8-petal fairy orchid. He gently lifted the entire plant, roots and soil alike, into the jade box, knowing its purifying essence would be invaluable to his master, Qian Daoliu, who, despite the strength of his angelic martial soul, was wary of impurities in soul power. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower was uprooted directly, as its petals brushed against his palm, a warm current surged through him, and he knew this fire attribute herb would serve as a reserve. The Kira tulip was meant for Ning Rongrong. He meticulously collected the dew from its petals into a small porcelain vial before placing the plant into the jade box, knowing her 7-treasure glazed tile would benefit from it, thus securing her allegiance in the future and potentially fracturing the unity of the Shrek 7 monsters from within. The Narcissus jade bone proved the most laborious to excavate. He used his soul power to delicately peel away the earth, fearful of breaking the luminescent roots. This would be a bargaining chip for Zhu Zhuqing, whose phantom cat martial soul was prone to damage from her high-speed movements. This herb would provide a complete remedy, and he was confident that once gifted, she would be compelled to respond positively. The gaze through autumn water's dew was discreetly stashed close to him. He gently smeared the droplets onto his brow, feeling an instant clarity in his mind, enhancing his control over the Barrett. Finally, regarding the heartbreak red flower, he hesitated for a moment before placing it into the jade box, adhering to the original text stipulation that this flower could only bloom for one who truly loves, deciding to set it aside for the time being. Throughout the entire collection process, Lin Yue consciously suppressed his soul power fluctuations, even moderating his breathing. Outside the white mist, Yueguan and Douluo Bo sensed the energy fluctuations within the valley gradually stabilize, mistakenly believing he was solidifying his soul power, completely unaware that he had already harvested the majority of the celestial herbs from the ice and fire yin yang eyes. When the final jade box was sealed, Lin Yue finally exhaled deeply. He turned his focus inward, discovering that his crimson soul power had surged to its peak, subtly pressing against the barrier of the 21st level. He sat cross-legged, practicing the 9 turns soul refinement art, thoroughly refining the residual medicinal energy he had gathered during his collection. With a soft pop, the soul power barrier shattered, surging explosively to the 22nd level, finally stabilizing at the 23rd. At last, he had succeeded. Lin Yue rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothing. The phantom of the desert eagle flickered and vanished from his right hand, while the Barrett in his mind quieted down. He grasped the soul guide box filled with celestial herbs and made his way toward the valley's entrance, the white mist parting before him as if graciously clearing a path. As he emerged from the misty area, Yueguan rushed forward, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yue's soul guide box. Yet he refrained from further questioning, simply inquiring with concern. How'd it go? Are you unhurt? What level is your soul power now? With a smile, Lin Yue raised his hand, allowing a wave of 23rd level soul power to radiate. Thanks to your guidance, I have broken through to the 23rd level. My martial soul has completely transformed into a fire attribute and gained some new abilities. He deliberately showcased a flame vortex bomb, which detonated on the ground at the valley's entrance, leaving behind a charred crater. Douluo regarded the fiery display with astonishment in his eyes. The purity of this fire attribute exceeds that of a 600-year-old fire attribute soul beast. Let us return to the spirit city. If we delay further, Lord Qian Daoliu may grow impatient. The 3 of them embarked on the journey back to Spirit City, the setting sun casting elongated shadows behind them. Lin Yue, carrying the soul guide box, brimmed with confidence, with the transformation of his dual martial souls. His 23rd level soul power and a box full of celestial herbs, he had ample resources to cultivate his own small team. He now possessed an even greater bargaining chip in his efforts to contend against Shrek and bolster the Spirit Hall strength. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 11. The Angel's Divine Light resolves the peculiar poison. In the dawn of Spirit City, golden sunlight bathed the altar's dome, reflecting a dazzling radiance. Within the Purification Hall, the atmosphere was solemn and reverent, with the central angel statue exuding a gentle golden glow. Clad in white robes, Qian Daoliu stood with the ethereal wings of a 6-winged angel unfurling slowly behind him. Inside the hall, Douluo Bo and Douluo Yin sat cross-legged, their expressions tense as they awaited the proceedings. Lin Yue stood to the side, his hands naturally resting at his sides, his gaze resolute. Are you prepared? Qian Daoliu's voice resonated like a bell, echoing throughout the grand hall. Douluo Bo took a deep breath. Lord Qian Daoliu, please proceed. Qian Daoliu nodded slightly, raising his hands gradually. Angel domain, sacred purification. 2 pure golden beams of light descended from above, enveloping Douluo Bo and Douluo Yin. The instant the beams touched their skin, Douluo Bo trembled as dark green poison was expelled from his pores, rapidly dissipating like snow under the scorching sun. Douluo Bo let out a muffled groan as decades of toxic pain seemed to vanish in that moment, his face revealing an expression of long-lost relief. Simultaneously, the golden light surrounding Douluo Yin grew even softer, The girl's pale complexion began to blush, the fetal toxins within her body being gradually stripped away. She tightly shut her eyes, feeling the long-awaited flow of pure soul power within her meridians. Lin Yue held his breath, intently observing the state of the two. He understood that this was not only a matter of their lives, but also pivotal to his plan to recruit formidable allies for the Spirit Hall. Half an hour later, the golden light gradually faded. Qian Daoliu retracted his wings, his expression calm. The toxins have been eliminated. Any remaining residual poison can be resolved by simply circulating soul power daily. Douluo Bo abruptly stood, earnestly bowing to Qian Daoliu. "Thank you, Lord Qian Daoliu. This grace shall be remembered for a lifetime." Douluo Yin followed suit, her voice choked with gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life." Qian Daoliu inclined his head slightly. "You are now esteemed guest elders of the Spirit Hall. No need for such formalities." After the gathering dispersed, Qian Daoliu led Lin Yue to the inner hall of the altar. This space was tranquil and harmonious. A Zeaton-wood desk adorned with a map of Douluo Continent and several ancient texts. "How was your expedition to the Sunset Forest?" Qian Daoliu inquired with a smile. Lin Yue respectfully replied, "Thanks to my master's guidance, I not only broke through to the 23rd level, but also fortuitously discovered some items that may be of use to you." As he spoke, he retrieved a delicate jade box from his soul guide, cradling it in both hands as he presented it to Qian Daoliu. "Master, this is the 8-petal fairy orchid. It can purify soul power and cleanse the meridians, benefiting you in solidifying your foundation and extending your longevity." Qian Daoliu accepted the jade box, and the moment he opened it, a wave of pure soul power surged forth. The layers of the 8-petal fairy orchid gleamed with a pearlescent sheen, each leaf adorned with droplets capable of gathering soul power. "Excellent! What a thoughtful disciple!" A gleam of delight flashed in Qian Daoliu's eyes. "Do you know the value of this celestial herb? Not only does it assist me in solidifying my soul power, but it also eradicates the subtle stagnation left behind by years of cultivation." Lin Yue humbly expressed, as a disciple, "I only wish for my master to enjoy good health and to continue leading the Spirit Hall for many years to come." Hearing this, Qian Daoliu burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent, excellent. Since you harbor such good intentions, I shall accept it." He retrieved a golden token, adorned with an angelic design, from his drawer and handed it to Lin Yue, saying, "This is the commanding token of the Hall of Offerings. With this token, you can summon 2 offerings and access all resources, excluding those specifically reserved for elders, including the Soul Guidance Repository and the Secret Art Pavilion." Lin Yue solemnly accepted the token. "Thank you for your trust, Master. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Qian Daoliu nodded with satisfaction, his tone gentle. "Lin Yue, not only are you exceptionally gifted, but it is rare to find such filial piety and foresight in one so young. Remember, a true stronghold must possess not only formidable strength, but also a heart that understands gratitude and reciprocity." Lin Yue listened with reverence, silently vowing to strengthen the Spirit Hall and live up to his master's nurturing. Qian Daoliu gazed at his disciple, his affection unmistakable. "Go forth and solidify your cultivation. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me." After departing the inner hall, Lin Yue received Qian Daoliu's instructions to deliver an ancient wooden box to the residence of Douluo Bo and his granddaughter. Within the auxiliary hall, Douluo Bo and Douluo Yin were discussing today's unexpected encounter. As the hall door was gently pushed open, Lin Yue entered. "Young Master Lin?" Douluo Bo exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yue smiled as he extended the wooden box. "This is what I promised to Miss Yin." Douluo Bo carefully opened the box, and a soft blue radiance immediately emanated from within. Inside lay a soul bone the size of a palm, its patterns undulating like waves, exuding a pure water attribute soul power. "The 8,000-year torso bone," Douluo Bo exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment and delight. Douluo Yin queried, puzzled, "Grandfather, is this soul bone truly so precious?" Douluo Bo excitedly explained, "Silly child, the value of a soul bone is not solely determined by its age, but also by its location. The torso bone can significantly enhance defense and vitality. And for you, just recovering from poison and still having a fragile foundation is even more valuable than a 10,000-year limb soul bone." He turned to Lin Yue, speaking with gravity. "Please convey to Master Qian Daoliu that our family will be eternally loyal to the Spirit Hall, with no ulterior motives." Lin Yue nodded with a smile. "The Master already regards you as kin. No need for excessive courtesy." Douluo Bo nodded with satisfaction. "Good. With this soul bone, your path of cultivation will become much broader." He looked in the direction of the Hall of Offerings, his expression solemn. "From this day forth, no matter what difficulties the Spirit Hall encounters, We shall be the first to step forward. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the Hall of Offerings, Qian Daoliu stood quietly by the window, surveying the entirety of Spirit City. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, as if he had already envisioned a more glorious future for the Spirit Hall. Not far away, in the Hall of Contemplation, Lin Yue sat cross-legged, practicing the 9 turns soul-nourishing art to consolidate his cultivation. He understood that his plans were just beginning, and today's gains would serve as a crucial foundation for realizing his grand ambitions. Chapter 12. The Celestial Herb bestows the chrysanthemum, breaking the bottleneck, intelligence gathering on Shrek. The fragmentation scheme of the 7 monsters. As the morning sun gently bathed the golden dome of the Hall of Offerings, Lin Yue retrieved the jade box containing the wondrous celestial chrysanthemum from the soul guidance box. The jade box felt warm to the touch, and a faint wave of soul power that resonated with the chrysanthemum spirit flowed from the seams. As he had specially nurtured it with his soul power to align the herb's essence with Yueguan's martial spirit, aiding him in perceiving the herb's potency more swiftly. He did not head to the inner hall, but made his way directly to the training ground. From a distance, he spotted Yueguan in the center of the arena, the golden phantom of a chrysanthemum swirling around him. The petals of the golden heart, produced by his 8th soul skill, sliced through the iron target 100 meters away, repeatedly. Yet, despite the sharpness of the blade aura, there was an underlying sluggishness. Each strike caused Yueguan to furrow his brow, indicating that he was once again attempting to break through the 95th level, yet had not succeeded. Senior Yueguan. Lin Yue approached briskly, his voice interrupting Yueguan's training. As Yueguan withdrew his soul power and turned, beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Upon seeing the jade box in Lin Yue's hands, curiosity flickered in his eyes, soon replaced by confusion. Young Master Lin, what is this? Senior. This is a celestial herb I collected from the Eye of Ice and Fire, specially reserved for you. Lin Yue presented the jade box, gently nudging the lid open. You may see for yourself. The moment Yueguan's gaze fell upon the contents of the box, his breath caught momentarily. The celestial chrysanthemum lay quietly on the soft fabric, its golden petals layered and glistening, each petal suffused with a thread of pure soul power that resonated with his own chrysanthemum martial spirit. As it brushed against the edge of the box, it stirred an involuntary restlessness within his soul power. This is the celestial chrysanthemum. Yueguan's voice trembled with disbelief. He cautiously extended a finger, and upon contact with a petal, a warm wave of soul power surged into him, instantly dissipating the long-accumulated sluggishness within his meridians, a bottleneck that had confined him at the 95th level for 15 years, despite countless heavenly treasures and medicinal concoctions. Senior, this celestial chrysanthemum shares a source with your martial spirit. Lin Yue observed his reaction, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. It will not only assist you in breaking through the 95th level. If you can fully refine it, it may even trigger a second evolution of your martial spirit, elevating the power of your soul skills to a new echelon. The mention of a second evolution of his martial spirit made Yueguan suddenly raise his head, his astonishment gradually giving way to euphoric joy. He clutched the jade box tightly, his knuckles turning white. Young Master Lin, do you know how long I've been stuck at the 95th level? 15 years. A full 15 years. I have tried using 10,000-year soul bones for assistance, and sought the hall's alchemists for concoctions. Yet this bottleneck has been as impenetrable as a fortress. His voice choked with emotion, and as he gazed at Lin Yue, his eyes brimmed with gratitude and reverence. Master Qian Daoliu entrusted me with the duty of being your protector, to safeguard you well, stating that you are the hope for the future of the Spirit Hall. Initially, I took it merely as the Master's favoritism, but today, with this herb that can shatter my lifelong bottleneck. Lin Yue hurriedly waved his hand. Senior, you overstated. Had it not been for your protection during our expedition to the Sunset Forest, I would not have been able to procure this herb, nor would I have been able to win over Douluo. This celestial chrysanthemum serves as both gratitude and a hope for you to break through soon, becoming a more solid pillar for the Spirit Hall. Excellent, excellent, Yueguan repeated, carefully storing the jade box close to him as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Young Master Lin, rest assured, I shall enter seclusion to refine this celestial herb. In no more than half a month, I will surely break through to the 95th level. Upon my emergence, whoever dares to lay a finger on you, or should we confront the Haotian sect or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, my celestial chrysanthemum shall pave the way for you. With that, he solemnly bowed to Lin Yue before hastily striding towards the seclusion pavilion of the Hall of Offerings. His steps light as if he were not an elder over 50, but but rather a man who had finally glimpsed hope after being trapped at a bottleneck for 15 years. From this point onward, he would undoubtedly secure his place among the first tier of combat power in the Spirit Hall. Lin Yue watched his departing figure, a smile playing on his lips. With Yueguan allied and Douluo loyal, his external support within the Spirit Hall was now sufficiently solidified. Next, it was time to address the future troubles that loomed ahead. Lin Yue turned towards the hidden chamber of the Hall of Offerings, where the intelligence department operated, tasked with gathering information on various forces across the continent, directly reporting to Qian Daoliu. The door to the hidden chamber was concealed behind the stone wall of the corridor. Lin Yue produced the commanding token, gently pressing it against the stone wall, which immediately revealed a hidden door, releasing a faint scent of candlelight from within. In the dimly lit chamber, a man clad in black attire, his visage concealed by a silver-patterned mask, sat before a desk, meticulously perusing a mountain of intelligence scrolls. Upon noticing Lin Yue's entrance, he promptly rose and offered a respectful bow. "I am Dark One, in service to you, young Master Lin. How may I assist you? Be seated." Lin Yue approached the principal seat and tapped the surface of the desk with his fingertips. "I require you to dispatch individuals to covertly monitor Shrek Academy." "Shrek Academy?" Dark One momentarily hesitated before lowering his head to respond. "If I recall correctly, it is a remote institution located in the Fasnuo province, headed by Flanders, who, it is said, had some past grievances with the Spirit Hall. What exactly does the young master wish to investigate?" "Everything." Lin Yue's tone held a trace of frost. "First, keep a close eye on their enrollment, particularly on exceptionally gifted newcomers. Should any students possess soul power exceeding level 25 and have unique martial souls, report to me immediately. Second, investigate the movements of Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang. Ascertain whom they have been in contact with recently, whether they have colluded with other factions, and the sources of their funding. Third, pay attention to the current core students within the academy, such as Dai Mubai and Oscar, and document their cultivation progress and soul ring configurations." He paused momentarily before adding, "Remember, this must be conducted discreetly without alarming them. Utilize peripheral scouts and avoid revealing the identity of the worship hall. Submit a daily brief to me. No detail is to be overlooked, even if it concerns what they dined on or where they ventured today." A flicker of surprise crossed Dark One's eyes. Yet he refrained from further inquiry and immediately bowed in acknowledgement. "Understood. Effective immediately, I shall assign 3 silver-rank scouts to the Fasnuo province, activating the local informant network to ensure that intelligence regarding Shrek Academy reaches your hands punctually by the midnight hour." "Excellent." Lin Yue nodded in satisfaction. "Additionally, provide me with a comprehensive dossier on all current students at Shrek Academy, encompassing their backgrounds, martial souls, and soul power levels. Deliver it to my meditation hall within half an hour." "Yes." Dark One responded before departing to carry out his orders. The chamber fell silent, with only Lin Yue remaining, the flickering candlelight casting shadows that danced across his contemplative visage. He was acutely aware that Yu Xiaojiang was likely already at Shrek Academy, and with less than half a year until the Shrek 7 would be assembled, time was of the essence. After leaving the dark chamber, Lin Yue returned to the meditation hall. Hardly had he settled when Dark One presented the dossier on the students of Shrek Academy. Unfurling the scroll, Lin Yue's gaze was drawn to the name that stood out. Dai Mubai, Prince of the Star Luo Empire. Possessing a white tiger martial soul with soul power at level 29 and soul rings of yellow. Oscar, born of commoner stock, wielding a sausage martial soul, with soul power at level 24 and soul rings of yellow. Ma Hongjun, a direct disciple of Flanders, with an evil fire phoenix martial soul, and soul power at level 26, also with yellow soul rings. Contemplating these names, Lin Yue slowly rolled up the scroll, reclining against the back of his chair, lost in thought. The potential of these individuals was indeed formidable. Calculating the timeline, he realized that in merely half a year, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing would sequentially enter Shrek. The Shrek 7 were undoubtedly favored by fortune. Dai Mubai was a prince, Oscar a naturally endowed food-type soul master. Ma Hongjun possessed a mutated top-tier beast martial soul. Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit transformed. Ning Rongrong was the heir to the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. And Zhu Zhuqing hailed from the talented ghost shadow cat lineage. Tang San, too, carried the memories of his past life. Should they truly unite, they would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Spear Hall. Therefore, it was imperative to divide them in advance, to draw in those who could be swayed, and to prepare for those who could not. Xiao Wu, Lin Yue whispered the name, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. She was a 100,000-year soul beast, and her mother had perished at the hands of the Spirit Hall, creating an unbridgeable enmity. Not only could she not be swayed, but their future encounters would be as mortal enemies, with no possibility of reconciliation. Dai Mubai was equally unattainable. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, despite the outward semblance of harmony with the Spirit Hall, they remained wary of one another. For the sake of his claim to the throne, Dai Mubai would undoubtedly align himself with the Star Luo side, making it impossible for him to ally with the Spirit Hall. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, Oscar had been nurtured by Flanders, and his loyalty to him was unwavering. Ma Hongjun, being Flanders' direct disciple, shared a deep bond with him. Both were long-standing members of Shrek, having been thoroughly indoctrinated by Flanders and Yu Shaojiang, making any attempt to sway them an arduous task. This left only Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Lin Yue retrieved 2 jade boxes from the Soul Guide container. One contained a Qian tulip, and the other held a Narcissus jade bone. The Qian tulip could purify soul power, addressing the issue of impurities that often accumulated during Ning Rongrong's cultivation of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, making it a tempting prospect for her as the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed sect. The Narcissus jade bone could mend damaged meridians, a necessity for Zhu Zhuqing, whose ghost shadow cat martial soul required swift movement. Over time, her meridians would surely incur hidden injuries, making this herb essential for her. If he could successfully win over these two, the core of the Shrek 7 would experience fractures. With Ning Rongrong controlling the resources of the 7 treasure glazed sect and Zhu Zhuqing being a noble of the Star Luo, their defection would not only weaken Shrek's power, but also undermine the morale of Dai Mubai and Tang San. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Lin Yue mused, caressing the edges of the jade boxes, a sharp glimmer flashing in his eyes. In 6 months, when you enter Shrek, it shall mark the beginning of my endeavor to claim you. The sunlight outside gradually slanted westward, casting its rays upon the desk in the meditation hall, illuminating the scroll inscribed with the name Shrek Academy. Lin Yue understood that the game of wits against the Shrek 7 had already commenced, and his task was to strategically position every piece on the board, ensuring that these so-called favored children of fate would serve as stepping stones for the Spirit Hall to ascend to dominance over the continent. Chapter 13. The chrysanthemum blooms with golden patterns. The soul reaches for strategies. In the sweltering summer of Spirit City, even the cicadas buzzed with a heated fervor. Yet outside the closed-door pavilion of the worship hall, the air was imbued with a delicate layer of golden frost, a manifestation of the Qi Rong Tong Tian chrysanthemum martial soul emanating as it approached a breakthrough after 6 months of seclusion. The surrounding bluestone ground was tinged with a faint golden hue. Just past the hour of the rabbit, the stone door of the closed-door pavilion erupted with a thunderous roar, and a brilliant golden light surged skyward, piercing the clouds. Within the golden radiance, 12 massive golden petals twirled and danced, each petal's edge entwined with intricate golden patterns. The wave of soul power rippling outward like a tide, perceptible even several miles away at the worship hall, an extraordinary phenomenon signaling the breakthrough of a titled Douluo. It's here. The ghost Awe, stationed outside the pavilion, opened his eyes wide, his dark soul power swirling around him, his voice brimming with restrained anticipation. This old chrysanthemum has been stuck for 15 years, and it's finally breaking through. Before he could finish, 3 figures alighted before the closed-door pavilion. Qian Daoliu donned in a white robe, a 6-winged angelic silhouette flickering behind him, exuding a divine aura that momentarily stilled the surrounding air. The golden crocodile Daw, clad in dark iron armor, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his earth attribute soul power as steady as a mountain, emanating a formidable pressure merely by his presence. And the snake spear Daw, gripping his serpent spear martial soul, gazed intently at the golden beam of light, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The purity of the soul power is extraordinarily high. Level 96 is certain. The golden crocodile Daw spoke in a deep voice, his fingertips unconsciously massaging his armor. The Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum is indeed formidable. It not only broke the bottleneck, but also triggered the second evolution of the martial soul. Do you see the golden patterns on those petals? They are the divine power nurtured by the celestial herb. At that moment, the golden light suddenly retracted, and Yue Guan emerged from the pavilion with purposeful strides. His previously azure robe had transformed into a light golden hue, and his Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum martial soul had completely materialized, the 12 petals glistening in the sunlight. Most notably, the soul ring suspended at his waist. The first 8 were in order, while the 9th was an astonishing crimson 10,000-year soul ring. A 10,000-year 9th soul ring? The snake spear Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. Old chrysanthemum, Have you infused the entire potency of the celestial herb into the soul ring? Yue Guan smiled as he raised his hand, the 10,000-year soul ring swirling in his palm, his voice filled with exhilaration. All thanks to young Master Lin's Qi Rong Tong Tian Chrysanthemum. The celestial herb not only assisted me in breaking through the 95-level bottleneck, but also nurtured my originally 9,000-year ninth spirit ring into a formidable 10,000-year one, even bestowing upon my martial soul a layer of divine golden patterns, thereby doubling the power of my soul skills. The golden crocodile, Douluo, gazed at the 10,000-year spirit ring, a flicker of battle intent flashing in his eyes as he stepped forward, saying, "Perfect timing. I too am feeling the itch. You have just broken through. And it is an opportune moment to test the might of this 10,000-year soul skill. I am eager to see if you can withstand my new move." Upon hearing this, the crowd grew intrigued, stepping back to grant the two combatants ample space. Yue Guan, not one to decline, took a deep breath, and his wondrous martial soul, the celestial chrysanthemum, surged dramatically. 12 golden petals detached and coalesced in the air into a blade resembling a chrysanthemum, the 10,000-year spirit ring illuminating instantly. Ninth soul skill, chrysanthemum remains. Wounds all around, flowers fall, and hearts break. As the words fell, the chrysanthemum blade erupted, transforming into countless delicate golden petal blades that cascaded like a torrential downpour towards the golden crocodile, Douluo. Each petal blade carried sharp waves of soul power, and upon striking the ground, the azure stone surface was marred with intricate cracks, from which a faint golden mist emerged. This soul skill not only proved sharp, but also bore an effect of soul power corrosion. The golden crocodile, Douluo's expression tightened. He no longer underestimated the attack. His own ninth spirit ring flared to life as Earth attribute soul power coalesced into a massive golden crocodile armor phantom, enveloping him entirely. Ninth soul skill, golden crocodile armor, absolute defense. The clangor of petals clashing against the golden armor resounded with a series of crisp sounds. Golden waves of soul power radiated from the two figures, distorting the surrounding air, and fissures appeared in the ground beneath them. The azure stone floor beneath the golden crocodile, Douluo, shattered under the weight of soul power, his arms trembling slightly, clearly exerting all his strength to maintain his defense. After a moment, the power of the petal blades waned, and the golden mist gradually dissipated. The golden crocodile, Douluo, retracted his golden armor, his gaze fixed upon the cracks in the ground, filled with admiration. "Well done, young man. This soul skill packs a punch. If I had not employed my ninth soul skill and relied solely on ordinary defenses, I would indeed have been breached by these petal blades." Ghost Douluo immediately stepped closer, patting Yue Guan on the shoulder with a smile. "Not bad at all. Old chrysanthemum. With your current strength, you could rank among the top 5 in the Hall of Offerings. In the future, with our martial soul fusion skill combined with your 10,000-year soul skill, who would dare to provoke us?" Qian Daoliu also approached, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Indeed, a thorough breakthrough. With your 96-level combat power, alongside Ghost Douluo, the defense of the Spirit Hall has gained an additional layer of assurance. He paused, glancing towards the direction of the Contemplation Hall. "Lin, you should be emerging soon. He will surely be pleased to hear your breakthrough." Yue Guan nodded, gratitude evident on his face. "Truth be told, my current achievements owe much to young Master Lin. Once he emerges, I must extend my heartfelt thanks to him. Without that celestial herb, I would likely remain trapped at the 95 level for the rest of my life." Inside the Contemplation Hall, Lin Yue slowly opened his eyes. The dual-colored soul power within his dantian flowed steadily like the tides. Having thickened several times over since half a year ago, he turned his focus inward to his soul power core, where the light red fire attribute and pale blue ice attribute soul powers intertwined, stabilizing firmly at the 28th level. In just 6 months, he had ascended 5 small levels from the 23rd, a pace far surpassing that of an ordinary soul master. Even the exceptionally gifted Tang San was merely at the 29th level at this moment. The celestial herb from the ice and fire to I had indeed proven invaluable. Lin Yue flexed his wrist, and the phantom of the desert eagle flickered momentarily. The crimson gun barrel bore denser fiery patterns than before, with a faint warmth palpable at his fingertips. Had he not deliberately suppressed his speed to solidify his foundation, he might have surged directly to the 30th level as a soul sovereign. Just as he rose, the hall door was gently pushed open, and Dark One bowed while presenting a scroll of intelligence. "Young Master, news from Shrek Academy indicates that enrollment will commence on the first day of next month, half a month earlier than in previous years. The enrollment criteria remain unchanged. Candidates must be under the age of 12, possess soul power of at least level 15. and have a unique martial soul. Lin Yue accepted the scroll, his fingers pausing momentarily upon unfolding it. The first day of next month coincided with the day Ning Rongrong would depart from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Zhu Zhuqing would leave the Star Luo Empire for Shrek. He traced the word Shrek enrollment with his fingertip, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. At last. It is upon us. The 7 Shrek monsters shall begin to assemble. However, excitement quickly faded as he recalled the man concealed near Shrek, Tang Hao. The former Hao Qian Daoliu, even with diminished soul power, was no ordinary title to law. Initially, he had intended to only bring Yue Guan along. But the thought of Tang Hao's Hao Qian hammer sent a shiver down his spine. Though Yue Guan has advanced to 96 levels, and his new soul skill has greatly enhanced in power, Tang Hao's defense and explosive force are beyond what Yue Guan alone can withstand. Should we encounter him near Shrek, not only would we fail to recruit Ning Rongrong, but both Yue Guan and I could be struck down in an instant. And then there was the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Lin Yue rubbed his temples, contemplating another layer of complexity. To recruit Ning Rongrong was fundamentally to leverage the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the 3 upper sects. Alongside the Sword Douluo, Chan Xian's 7 Killing Sword and the Bone Douluo Gu Rong's Bone Dragon Martial Soul, both top-tier title Douluo in their respective offensive and defensive capacities. If he were to bring only Yue Guan, they would not only be looked down upon by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School without sufficient guards. How could they demonstrate sincerity and strength? But should negotiations falter, facing an onslaught from the Sword and Bone Douluo would leave them with no chance of success. It was imperative to consult the teacher for reinforcements. Lin Yue calculated rapidly in his mind. The Golden Crocodile Douluo is the most formidable defensive 98-level power among the offerings in the Spirit Hall. The Golden Crocodile armor can withstand peak soul skills. With his presence, they could counter Tang Hao's Hao Yin hammer and suppress the Bone Douluo's defenses. Coupled with Yue Guan and Ghost Douluo, the 2's martial soul fusion skill, the 2 extremes stillness domain, could temporarily imprison their opponent, effectively limiting Tang Hao's ambush and restraining the Sword Douluo's 7 Killing Sword, playing a crucial role in their strategy. 3 title Douluos accompanying them would provide not only defense, but also control and attack, effectively addressing Tang Hao's threat while showcasing the Spirit Hall's strength before the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, thus bolstering their confidence in recruiting Ning Rongrong. Time was of the essence. He needed to find his teacher. Lin Yue tucked the intelligence scroll away and strode purposefully out of the contemplation hall. Sunlight poured over the hall's insignia, golden eagle patterns shimmering with brilliance. He traversed the corridor towards the inner sanctum, where Qian Daoliu awaited him. Only Qian Daoliu, alongside Pope Bibi Dong, had the authority to mobilize both the Golden Crocodile Douluo and Ghost Douluo, the 2 formidable powers. The door to the inner sanctum loomed ahead, and Lin Yue took a deep breath, his steps growing increasingly resolute. He understood that if this move were executed well, it would not only facilitate early contact with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, laying the groundwork to disrupt the 7 monsters' unity, but also probe the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's stance, paving the way for the Spirit Hall's orchestration of the 3 upper sects in the future. The crux of it all hinged on convincing Qian Daoliu to deploy sufficient power. Chapter 14. The Celestial Herb and the Fire Gun Seek Alliance. With dual Douluos accompanying for the journey. On the Zetenwood desk within the Hall of Offerings lay a scroll exuding the fragrance of ink, depicting the map of continental forces. Qian Daoliu's fingertip rested upon the marked position of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Hearing footsteps, he lifted his gaze towards the doorway, where Lin Yue, clad in a green robe and carrying a soul guide box, entered with a composed demeanor. Master, Lin Yue bowed respectfully, his gaze fixed on the map, his mind already strategizing. I have come today to discuss a matter concerning the recruitment of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qian Daoliu, upon hearing this, paused, leaning back in his chair, a glimmer of interest crossing his eyes. Oh? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is one of the 3 upper sects, traditionally allied closely with the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan. Though they have never openly opposed the Spirit Hall, they have never shown closeness either. How do you intend to recruit them? Lin Yue approached the desk, retrieving a jade box intricately carved with entwined lotus patterns from the soul guide box, and gently placed it upon the table. Master, are you aware of the flaws inherent in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower? Noticing Qian Daoliu nodding, he continued, this martial soul, while being the continent's premier auxiliary martial soul, harbors a critical weakness. Upon reaching level 79, due to the accumulation of impurities in soul power, it becomes nearly impossible to break through. Throughout history, very few masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have succeeded in crossing the threshold of level 80. As he spoke, he opened the jade box, revealing the enchanting Kyler tulip that radiated a soft lavender glow. Instantly, a breath that could purify soul power permeated the air. This was the Kyler tulip, capable of thoroughly cleansing impurities from soul power and flushing through the meridians. Should it be administered to Ning Rongrong, it would not only aid her Seven Treasures Glazed Tower in breaking through the level 80 bottleneck, but might even evolve her martial soul into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. Ning Fengji cherished his only daughter like a precious gem, and for Rongrong's future, he would undoubtedly be tempted. Qian Daoliu observed the celestial herb within the jade box, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. You have indeed grasped Ning Fengji's inclinations. However, relying solely on a single celestial herb may not be sufficient to sway him entirely towards the Spirit Hall. What the Seven Treasures Glazed sect values most is the continuation of their lineage. The disciple had certainly contemplated this. Lin Yue nodded, his tone resolute. Over the past 6 months, he had urged the secret artifact pavilion to expedite the mass production of magical firearms. And now the Spirit Hall had manufactured 10,000 of them. The disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect wield primarily auxiliary martial souls, possessing almost no offensive or defensive capabilities. In the event of an ambush, they could only depend on the protection of the sword Douluo and bone Douluo. He paused before continuing. On this journey to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, I can bring 3,000 magical firearms as a gift. These firearms require only a minimal amount of soul power to operate, allowing even ordinary disciples to use them, with a range of 100 meters. Their power rivals that of a level 50 soul master's soul skill. With these 3,000 firearms, the self-defense capability of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect disciples will be greatly enhanced, adding another layer of protection for their family. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Qian Daoliu's eyes, swiftly replaced by admiration. 10,000? The efficiency of the secret artifact pavilion has indeed exceeded my expectations. 3,000 firearms is a substantial gift. If Ning Fengji accepts them, even if he does not immediately ally with us, it will certainly bring him closer to the Spirit Hall. Yet the disciple harbored reservations. Lin Yue's demeanor turned serious as he continued. The sword Douluo Chan Xen and bone Douluo Gu Rong are both peak title Douluo above level 95, one specializing in offense and the other in defense, wielding formidable strength. Although I have the esteemed Yu Guan accompanying me, having just broken through to level 96, I may not be able to contend with both peak Douluo simultaneously. Should Ning Fengji harbor doubts, or if the sword and bone Douluo intervene, I fear unforeseen complications may arise. He looked up at Qian Daoliu, his tone imbued with a plea. Thus, I hope Master could dispatch the ghost Douluo and golden crocodile Douluo to accompany me. The golden crocodile, Douluo, a level 98 defensive title Douluo, could withstand peak soul skills with his golden crocodile armor, enabling him to restrain the bone Douluo's defenses. The ghost Douluo, alongside the esteemed Yu Guan, could employ the martial soul fusion technique, the dual polarity stagnation field. Should the sword Douluo act aggressively, this field could temporarily immobilize his movements, granting me precious time for negotiation. With 3 title Douluo accompanying us, we can not only demonstrate the Spirit Hall's sincerity and strength, but also be prepared for unexpected situations. Qian Daoliu fell into a momentary silence, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Lin Yue. Your considerations are indeed thorough, deftly exploiting Ning Fengji's vulnerabilities with the celestial herb while addressing the urgent needs of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect with the firearms. Furthermore, you have the foresight to contemplate using martial power to deter the sword and bone Douluo. It appears that during your 6 months of seclusion, you have not only enhanced your soul power, but also significantly sharpened your strategic acumen. He rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the courtyard beyond the worship hall. The auxiliary capabilities of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect are indeed significant for the Spirit Hall. Should we manage to enlist them, it would not only weaken the alliance of the upper 3 sects, but also elevate the combat strength of the Spirit Hall to a new echelon. I can provide you with the individuals you seek. Lin Yue's heart swelled with joy, ready to express his gratitude, when Qian Daoliu continued. But you must remember, the purpose of this journey is to forge an alliance, not to exert pressure. The golden crocodile and ghost Douluo are to be prepared for contingencies, not to compel Ning Fengji through force. If the sword and bone Douluo harbor no malice, do not take the initiative to strike. What the Spirit Hall desires is a willing ally, not an adversary filled with resentment. I understand, Lin Yue replied solemnly, bowing respectfully. I shall prioritize negotiation and will not engage in conflict with the sword and bone Douluo unless absolutely necessary. Qian Daoliu nodded in satisfaction. Return and make your preparations. I will notify the Golden Crocodile and Ghost Douluo. Yuguan has just emerged from seclusion. Allow him a few days to acclimatize to his new soul skill. In 3 days, we shall depart from the west gate of Spirit City. Thank you, Master. I will not disappoint your expectations. I will ensure the 7 treasures glazed sect allies with the Spirit Hall. Qian Daoliu looked at him with a gaze full of fondness. Go now. Travel safely. And should any circumstances arise, use the Soul Guide to convey your message back. I shall await your good news here in Spirit City. Upon leaving the inner hall, Lin Yue first went to the seclusion pavilion to find Yuguan. At that moment, Yuguan was honing the chrysanthemum blade, which had absorbed 10,000 years of soul skills. Upon seeing Lin Yue return, he inquired, Young Master Lin, did the Grand Deacon agree? Yes, we depart in 3 days. Senior Golden Crocodile and Ghost Douluo will accompany us. Lin Yue replied with a smile, nodding. The senior has just broken through. These next few days will be perfect for him to familiarize himself with his new soul skill, which may prove useful on this journey. A spark of excitement flickered in Yuguan's eyes. Fear not. With that old Golden Crocodile around, even if the sword Douluo appears, he will not fare well. In 3 days, I shall show the 7 treasures glazed sect the might of our Spirit Hall. In the following 2 days, Lin Yue busied himself with arrangements for the journey, instructing the secret artifact pavilion to pack the 3,000 magical firearms in especially designed soul guide boxes, each firearm equipped with 50 rounds of ammunition. He also had an compile recent intelligence on the 7 treasures glazed sect, including Ning Ronron's cultivation progress and the daily activities of the sword and bone Douluo. On the eve of their departure, Lin Yue sat by the window of the quiet reflection hall, gazing at the jade box containing the Kyler tulip in his hand. He understood that this celestial herb, along with the 3,000 firearms, was pivotal in winning the favor of the 7 treasures glazed sect, while the 3 titled law would ensure the safety of this venture. Yet, he was acutely aware that Ning Fengji was a man of great cunning, unlikely to be easily swayed by mere incentives. What he needed to provide was a vision of the Spirit Hall as potential and the future value of an alliance with them. 7 treasures glazed sect, Ning Ronron. Lin Yue murmured softly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. In 3 days, our dealing shall commence. He had devised a comprehensive plan in his heart. This journey would not only aim to win over the 7 treasures glazed sect, but also lay the groundwork for the eventual division of the Shrek's 7 monsters. All of this would commence with their departure in 3 days. Chapter 15. 3 Douluo accompanying the arrival at the 7 treasures glazed sect, awaiting opportunity. As the morning light cascaded over the azure stone walls of 7 Treasure City, a gilded soul guide carriage rolled along the official road outside the city. Constructed from dark iron and enveloped in a pale golden soul guide defensive membrane, the carriage bore the intricate emblem of 6-winged angels that shimmered under the sunlight. This was a carriage exclusively reserved for the worshippers of the Spirit Hall, of which only 3 existed throughout the entire continent. Each journey signified the presence of at least 1 titled Douluo. At this moment, accompanying the carriage were 3 titled Douluo, each exuding a distinctly different aura. The Golden Crocodile Douluo donned dark iron armor, his every step causing the ground to tremble slightly, his earth attribute soul power heavy as an abyss. The chrysanthemum Douluo Guan wielded a gilded chrysanthemum blade, his pale golden soul power swirling around him, the chrysanthemum pattern on his robe exquisitely embroidered. The ghost Douluo lingered in the shadows, his black soul power barely perceptible, almost as if the sunlight itself sought to avoid him. Inside the carriage, Lin Yue sat by the window. At just 11 years of age, he appeared slender. Yet his features had already begun to take on a refined elegance. His eyebrows arched like ink paintings, his eyes sparkled like stars. His skin possessed the unique pallor of youth, and his lips bore a subtle hue. Clad in a moon-white brocade robe, his demeanor was pristine. Yet the unconscious fidgeting with the worship order at his fingertips revealed a composure beyond his years. We are 3 miles from the city gate. The Golden Crocodile Douluo's voice resonated from outside, imbued with a metallic timbre. Lin Yue acknowledged him, turning his gaze to the window as the outline of 7 Treasure City grew increasingly distinct, the azure walls adorned with scattered soul guide crystals glinting coolly in the sunlight. As the carriage came to a halt at the city gate, a procession of red-clad soul masters awaited them. Leading the group was a tall, middle-aged man, his chest emblazoned with the insignia of the Grand Archbishop of the red-robed clergy, his soul power stabilized at level 75. He was none other than Raymond, the Grand Archbishop of the 7 Treasure City branch of the Spirit Hall. As the carriage came to a halt, he immediately knelt on one knee, followed by 20 red-clad spirit masters who also knelt in unison. I, Raymond, humbly welcome young Master Lin. We also extend our greetings to the 3 esteemed elders. Lin Yue descended from the carriage, his moon-white brocade robe sweeping over the stone steps as he spoke in a placid tone. Rise, there is no need for excessive formality. As Raymond stood up, he discreetly cast a glance at him, his heart filled with astonishment. Is this truly the direct disciple of Lord Qian Daoliu? At the tender age of 11, his aura overshadowed even that of the titled Douluo beside him, exuding a composure befitting a superior. Young master, the branch has prepared a private chamber. After your arduous journey with the 3 elders, would you like to rest for a moment? Raymond bowed and gestured to lead the way, eager to usher them into the branch. However, Lin Yue waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the bustling streets within the city gates. There is no rush. Let us first explore 7 Treasure City. Raymond, you shall lead the way, and the 3 elders may accompany us. I have heard that the soul guide shops here are quite renowned. Taken aback, Raymond quickly acquiesced. In his mind, he pondered, by all reasoning, for such an important itinerary, they should have gone to meet Ning Fengji immediately. Why are they instead strolling about? Yet, he dared not inquire further and hastened to walk ahead as their guide. Yueguan and Ghost Douluo exchanged glances, both understanding that young Master Lin was deliberately slowing the pace, showcasing the calmness of the Spirit Hall while also applying some pressure on the 7 Treasure glazed tile school. The main street of 7 Treasure City was broad and level, the bluestone path polished to a sheen. Shops lined both sides with calls and shouts ringing out. In the windows of the Soul Guide stores, Soul Guide lamps emitted a warm glow, while outside the Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasure shop, the identification crystal balls shimmered intermittently. There were also vendors selling the pelts of soul beasts. A pelt from a golden-eyed crystal beast hung outside one shop, attracting the attention of passers-by. Lin Yue walked down the center of the street with poise. Though young, he moved with assuredness, his moon-white brocade robe standing out amidst the crowd. The golden crocodile, Douluo, stood like an iron tower on his left, while Yueguan wielded his chrysanthemum blade on the right, with Ghost Douluo concealed behind them. The aura of this entourage dimmed the surrounding clamor. Whose child is that? Why are 3 titled Douluo accompanying him? Did you not see the angelic emblem on the carriage? That is the carriage of the Spirit Hall's elder. Could he be the direct disciple of Lord Qian Daoliu? There were rumors last year that the Grand Elder had taken a young apprentice. My goodness, to have 3 titled Douluo protect him at the age of 11. His status is truly exalted. The murmurs of the onlookers reached Lin Yue's ears, but he remained unfazed, instead pausing before a soul guide shop. The owner, noticing his distinguished demeanor, hurriedly approached. Young master, our shop has the latest soul guide communicator, capable of transmitting messages over 1,000 miles and storing soul power. Lin Yue picked up a silver communicator, infused it with a hint of soul power, causing it to emit a soft blue light. After toying with it momentarily, he inquired, is the coverage sufficient to reach Spirit City? The owner eagerly nodded. Indeed, the custom model can cover half the continent. Lin Yue set the communicator down, not purchasing it, yet lingered, pointing to the defense shield in the display case. What is the defense level of this shield? Just as he spoke, the sound of hoofbeats approached. A purple sandalwood carriage emerged from the other end of the street, its window adorned with a light purple veil, emblazoned with the glazed tower emblem of the 7 Treasure glazed tile school. The carriage stopped beside Lin Yue, and the veil was lifted to reveal the face of a charming girl, around 12 or 13 years old, with twin buns and dressed in a pink gown. She was Ning Fengji's niece, Ning Rongrong. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Ning Rongrong's voice was bright and curious. Lin Yue looked up, offering only a faint smile without responding, and turned to continue his walk. Ning Rongrong pouted, about to ask further, when a gentle voice from the carriage called, Rongrong, stop your nonsense and come back. She stuck out her tongue, lowered the veil, and the carriage slowly drove away. Raymond leaned closer to Lin Yue, whispering, young master. That is Ning Rongrong, the niece of the sect leader. Lin Yue nodded, remaining silent. He understood that this was a test from the 7 Treasure glazed tile school. They had likely received word of his arrival and sent a younger member to gauge his character. His silence served as the best response. He was neither eager to display himself nor intentionally distant. After nearly an hour of wandering, Lin Yue finally followed Raymond to the branch. The branch was a 3-story pavilion, its exterior adorned with angelic patterns. Upon his arrival, the red-clad spirit masters at the entrance immediately bowed in greeting. Entering the parlor, Raymond presented tea. Young master, esteemed elders, lunch is prepared. Would you like to dine now? Lin Yue lifted the teacup, his gaze drifting towards the window, where a glazed tower from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school sparkled in the sunlight. He knew that, at this moment, the sect leader's residence was in an uproar. In the residence of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, within a pavilion by the water, Ning Fengji sat at a stone table, holding a glazed chess piece. Dressed in a blue robe, he appeared refined and gentle, surrounded by a soul power of level 79. Though he had not yet attained the rank of title Douluo, with the aid of the Seven Treasure glazed tower, he was recognized as a sage across the continent. On either side of the stone table sat two title Douluo, Sword Chanexin, clad in a white robe with hair and beard as white as snow, held a slender sword sheath, exuding a sharp sword aura that made the air tremble, and Bon Douluo Guyong, short in stature. Donned black attire with a face full of wrinkles, yet his gaze was as keen as that of a hawk, with gray soul power flickering at his fingertips. Fengji, that young one from the spirit hall has arrived. Bon Douluo spoke first, his tone grave. Raymond personally went to greet him, and he is accompanied by Golden Crocodile, Yueguan, and Ghost Douluo. This is no ordinary affair. Sword Douluo set down his teacup, the sword aura slightly dissipating. Qian Daoliu's direct disciple, accompanied by 3 title Douluo to Seven Treasure City. Surely they are not here for mere leisure. Do you think they seek to pressure us into an alliance? Ning Fengji gently placed down the chess piece, shaking his head. Not necessarily. Though the spirit hall is formidable, they would not dare to recklessly confront the 3 sects, especially with you two present. If a conflict arose, they would not fare well. He paused, tracing a map of power on the stone table with his fingertip. Moreover, intelligence suggests that the young one has not gone to the branch, but has instead chosen a stroll about the streets. This is a deliberate slow pace, either a test of our stance, or he is waiting for an opportune moment. The news of Qian Daoliu taking an apprentice has reached our ears, Sword Douluo remarked, frowning. I've heard that the young one possesses extraordinary talent. At such a young age, he is already a great soul master and has gained Qian Daoliu's favor. He may very well be here on an errand from the Grand Elder. Bon Douluo nodded, his expression growing graver. Could it be that he is targeting Rongrong? Although the weaknesses of the Seven Treasure glazed tower are secrets, the top powers are aware of some of them. Rongrong is your only daughter. If they seize upon this weakness, Ning Fengji's gaze softened at the mention of Ning Rongrong. Rongrong is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to level 25. If that young one truly has designs on her, it could either be a means of recruitment or a form of coercion. Yet, judging by his leisurely stroll, he does not seem inclined to threaten. He rose and walked to the edge of the pavilion, gazing toward the direction of the Spear Hall branch. With Qian Daoliu's disciple and 3 title Douluo present, their intentions remain unclear. This game of chess is intriguing. Sword Douluo also stood, resting his hand on the sword sheath. Regardless of their purpose, should they dare to harm anyone from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, my 7-killing sword has never feared anyone. Bon Douluo rose as well, his gray soul power surging. Old Shin speaks the truth. Even that old thing, Golden Crocodile, may not be able to win against us when we join forces. Ning Fengji turned back, smiling. Rest assured, I have not suggested taking action. The best course of action now is to observe the situation and ascertain what he intends to do next before making any decisions. He paused, adding, by the way, there is an annual auction in Tianbao City tonight, rumored to feature a 10,000-year-old soul bone and high-level soul guide course. Since that young one enjoys wandering, he may very well attend. Guyong, send someone covertly to keep watch and see what piques his interest. Bon Douluo nodded. Rest assured, he will not be noticed. Sword Douluo sighed in relief. That works as well. It is prudent to ascertain his background before responding. Ning Fengji resumed his seat, picking up the glazed chess piece, though his gaze lingered on the distant Tianbao City. Let's hope that this young one brings no trouble. Meanwhile, at the Spear Hall branch, Lin Yue was listening to Raymond's report on the situation. Upon hearing about the Tianbao City auction, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Oh? What rare treasures shall be featured? Raymond pondered for a moment. I've heard that the grand finale includes an external soul bone and a soul guide core that amplifies soul skills. The detailed list will only be revealed later tonight. Lin Yue lifted his teacup, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He understood that tonight's auction would serve as his formal introduction to the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Outside the window, the sun gradually dipped in the west, and the streetlights of Seven Treasure City began to illuminate. A contest surrounding the Seven Treasures glazed sect had silently commenced, and tonight's auction at Tianbao City would mark the first turning point in this intricate game. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, chaos erupted as they frantically searched for something. Hadn't it been mentioned this morning that someone was in seclusion, striving to break through to level 25? How could they have vanished? How could you two be so careless? Two soul saints buried their heads lower, cold sweat trickling down their cheeks. We went to deliver meals at noon and found the door to the seclusion chamber slightly ajar, but inside was empty. Only a note was left, stating she wished to see the festivities outside and would return by evening. Utter nonsense. Ning Fengji slammed his palm onto the stone table, causing several cracks to appear on its surface. A young girl, without even taking a guard, dares to run out of the sect? The presence of the Spirit Hall in Seven Treasure City is a mix of fish and dragons. What if an accident were to occur? Beside him, Sword Douluo Continent furrowed his brow, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Fengji, remain calm. That girl, Rong, is clever. She likely isn't gone far. I shall head to the city gate to stand guard and dispatch disciples to search the area. We will surely find her. Chapter 16. The firearm enters the auction. Awaiting the grand event in the VIP room. In the lobby of the Seven Treasure City branch of the Spirit Hall, Lin Yue led Raymond to a nearby crate. Cardinal Raymond, here are 3,000 Soul Guide firearms along with their accompanying ammunition, with each firearm equipped with 50 rounds. Lin Yue's tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Please arrange for individuals to disguise themselves as ordinary merchants to auction these samples at tonight's Tianbao City auction, and spread the word that I too wish to participate. Raymond immediately bowed. As you command, young Master Lin. However, I must inquire about the specific power of these firearms. I need to provide accurate information to the auction house. Lin Yue smiled gently, gesturing toward a testing target in the corner. You may test them on the spot. These firearms are designed to operate with minimal soul power, boasting an effective range of 120 meters with exceptional accuracy. The specially crafted bullets contain compressed soul guide crystals that release impact energy upon hitting a target, sufficient to inflict substantial damage on soul masters below level 50. Raymond's eyes widened with astonishment. Level 50? This is truly a boon for support-type soul masters. Lin Yue nodded. Exactly. Most disciples of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect are support-type, with weak defensive capabilities. These firearms will grant them a means of self-preservation within their teams. Raymond, ensure the auction house understands this, but do not reveal our identities. Understood. Raymond replied solemnly, promptly arranging for personnel to conduct testing. At the testing site, a soul master clad in red gripped a magical firearm, channeling a small amount of soul power before pulling the trigger. With a loud bang, the bullet soared through the air, creating a fist-sized dent on an iron target 120 meters away, with cracks radiating from the point of impact. Raymond inhaled sharply. Indeed, the power is astonishing. With these, we shall undoubtedly create a sensation at the auction. Lin Yue nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Remember, this is merely the first step. Tonight, I will personally attend the auction to observe the reactions of all parties, especially the stance of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. As night enveloped Seven Treasure City, the Tianbao City auction hall blazed with light, resembling daylight. This most opulent auction venue in Seven Treasure City was adorned with countless soul guide lamps, emanating a warm and mysterious glow, accompanied by the golden crocodile, Douluo, the chrysanthemum, Douluo, the ghost Douluo, and Raymond. Lin Yue entered the venue under the guidance of a team of reception staff. Young Master Lin, welcome. A manager dressed in a red qipao approached respectfully, her eyes sparkling with professionalism. The organizers have prepared the finest VIP room for you. Please follow me. Lin Yue nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the entire hall. The interior of the auction was extravagantly decorated, with marble floors intricately patterned and massive crystal chandeliers hanging above, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. The walls were adorned with precious calligraphy and soul beast furs, exuding a faint fragrance. Most striking were the reception staff, all young women clad in form-fitting black skirts and high heels, their smiles sweet yet dignified. They moved gracefully, their actions deft, clearly well-trained. Is this the esteemed young Master Lin? An elderly man with white hair approached briskly, bowing respectfully. I am a chief auctioneer of the Tianbao City auction. Upon hearing of your arrival, I came to welcome you. The organizers have reserved the best room for you. Please follow me. Lin Yue inclined his head slightly. Thank you. Under the elder's guidance, Lin Yue and his entourage ascended to the VIP area on the second floor. The decor here was even more lavish, featuring golden railings and deep red carpets, with the air filled with a delicate aroma of tea. Young Master Lin, your room is number 1, offering the best view, allowing you to see every corner of the auction hall. The elder respectfully opened the door to the room. We have also prepared snacks and tea for you. Should you require anything, feel free to summon the maids outside. Lin Yue stepped into the room, gazing down through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling auction hall below. The atmosphere was alive with the voices of merchants and soul masters gathered from various regions. The air thick with excitement and anticipation. It seems tonight's auction will be quite lively, Yue Guan remarked in a low voice, his eyes glimmering with eagerness. The ghost Douluo scanned the surroundings cautiously. With so many people, we must proceed with caution. The golden crocodile Douluo merely nodded. With me here, no one shall harm young Master Lin. Lin Yue smiled faintly, remaining silent as his gaze fell upon the auction stage. There, a massive Soul Guide display screen played a preview of tonight's featured items, prominently showcasing the Soul Guide amplification core and the external soul bone in blurred images. It appeared that members of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect would also be in attendance tonight. Lin Yue mused inwardly, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. As the clock chimed, the entire auction hall fell silent. The chief auctioneer ascended the stage, enthusiastically beginning to outline the rules and precautions for the evening. Lin Yue noticed that in another VIP room across the hall sat several distinguished individuals, though their faces were obscured. The soul power emanating from them clearly indicated they were high-ranking members of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Raymond, Lin Yue whispered, when is the auction for the firearms scheduled? Raymond promptly replied, as per your instructions, it is set for the intermission. Our people have already mingled among the ordinary merchants, ready to place bids at any moment. Lin Yue nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Remember, do not reveal our identities. Let them believe this is a new type of soul guide weapon brought by ordinary merchants. Just then, a slight commotion arose outside the room. Lin Yue peered through the window to see a young girl in a pink gown being escorted by a maid toward the general audience area. The girl appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, with a charming visage and a glimmer of curiosity and mischief in her eyes. Lin Yue paused in surprise. Isn't that Ning Rongrong? Raymond recognized the girl as well, whispering, Indeed, young master. It appears many from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect have also arrived. Lin Yue nodded thoughtfully. Interesting. It seems tonight's auction is not merely a transaction. As the auctioneer concluded his remarks, the first item was brought forth, a finely crafted soul guide communicator. After several rounds of intense bidding, it ultimately sold for 3 times its base price. It appears tonight's buyers are indeed formidable, Yue Guan remarked with a smile. Lin Yue remained non-committal, his gaze persistently fixed on the private room of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. He was acutely aware that the true contest lay ahead. As the auction reached its midpoint, the auctioneer flashed a mysterious smile. Next, we shall auction a unique soul-guided weapon. According to the seller, this is a new type of magical fire gun, capable of being powered by minimal soul energy while exhibiting astonishing power. As the auctioneer elaborated, several attendants wheeled out exquisitely packaged soul-guided boxes. When the boxes were unveiled, an immediate hush fell over the crowd, all eyes riveted on the gleaming, metallic firearms. A subtle smile graced the corners of Lin Yue's mouth as he thought to himself, the performance is about to begin. Chapter 17. The Fire Gun Auction Sparks Competition. As the chimes signaling the midpoint of the auction resonated, the previously gentle crystal chandelier lights dimmed abruptly, with only the spotlight illuminating the stage, directing everyone's attention towards the display. The chief auctioneer ascended the stage, stepping on the red carpet, a silver microphone in hand. Thanks to the soul-guided amplification device, his voice resonated clearly throughout every corner of the venue, even suppressing whispers from the VIP rooms on the second floor. Esteemed guests, what we present next is the item that could redefine the survival landscape for low-level soul masters. The new soul-guided weapon, the soul-guided fire gun. 2 elegantly attired ladies in black sheath dresses approached with metal trays adorned with blue patterns, bearing 6 magical fire guns arranged side by side. The silver-white gun bodies glinted coldly, intricate soul-guiding patterns etched along the barrels, while the light blue soul crystal embedded at the muzzle twinkled gently with each breath. Even the stock featured considerate anti-slip textures, indicative of meticulous design. Do not underestimate this weapon, the auctioneer asserted, lifting one of the fire guns. With a subtle infusion of soul energy from his fingertip, the patterns on the gun instantly glowed with a soft blue light. It employs the seller's secret soul-guiding compression technology, requiring minimal soul energy to operate. Even a newly advanced level 20 soul master can fire 10 consecutive shots with just a small amount of soul energy. As soon as he finished speaking, an uproar erupted from the audience. A level 25 soul master clad in a gray robe could not contain himself and stood up. Esteemed auctioneer, what exactly is the power of this fire gun? Surely it cannot merely shoot. The auctioneer smiled and gestured to the side stage. An attendant brought forth a precision iron target and positioned it 10 meters away. The auctioneer raised his hand, aimed at the bullseye, and pulled the trigger. With a soft bang, the light blue bullet shot forth, striking the bullseye with precision, leaving a dent the size of a fist, with fine cracks radiating from it. "Behold!" the auctioneer exclaimed, lifting the target. "This bullet contains a compressed, soul-guided crystal that releases shock energy upon impact. Tests have shown it to be capable of inflicting tangible harm to soul masters below level 50. Should an auxiliary soul master possess it, they would have a means of self-defense against ambushes by spirit sects or spirit kings, making it an invaluable, life-preserving tool for low-level soul masters." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience, with many soul masters from smaller factions displaying fervent interest. Meanwhile, in the VIP room of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school on the second floor, Ning Fengji gazed at the fire gun through the floor-to-ceiling window, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, and murmured to the sword Douluo beside him. "Qinshin, you see, most of our disciples are auxiliary soul masters. In the event of an ambush, they can only rely on you and Gu Rong for protection. If we could equip a substantial number with these fire guns, the survival capabilities of our disciples would increase by at least 30%. The sword Douluo, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the soul-guiding patterns on the fire gun, nodded in agreement. The core technology of this weapon is not simple. However, its utility is indeed practical. Yet, there are only 6 available at the auction, which may not suffice for research and replication. Let us secure them first, Ning Fengji declared decisively, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Even if there are only 6, we can ascertain the general principles. If we can subsequently arrange for bulk orders from the seller, it would be beneficial for our school without any detriment. At that moment, the auctioneer raised his wooden mallet, his voice suddenly rising. The 6 soul-guided fire guns will be sold as a set, accompanied by 300 rounds of ammunition, with a starting bid of 100,000 gold soul coins. Each increment must be no less than 10,000 gold soul coins. Now let the bidding commence. 120,000. A businessman in the front row immediately raised his paddle, recognized as a dealer in soul-guided devices, instantly perceiving the market potential of the fire guns. 150,000. Came another voice, representing the Metal City, who were particularly interested in the technology behind soul-guided weapons. 180,000. 200,000. The price skyrocketed like a rocket, exceeding 300,000 in a mere moment. Ning Fengji signaled to his attendant to raise the bid. 350,000. Upon hearing this price, ordinary merchants in the audience hesitated, as 350,000 had far surpassed their expectations. However, the representative from Metal City was unwilling to concede, gritting his teeth. 380,000. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow and cast a glance at the sword Douluo. The sword Douluo spoke in a low voice. "This fire gun is vital for our sect. We cannot let it slip away." He immediately instructed his attendant. 400,000. The representative from Metal City's expression shifted, contemplating a counterbid, but was restrained by his assistant, as their budget was limited and 400,000 was already near their maximum. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the mallet, someone suddenly shouted from the audience, 420,000. The crowd turned to see a soul master clad in a black robe, recognized by the emblem as the leader of a mid-sized mercenary group. A flicker of coldness crossed Ning Fengji's eyes as he instructed his attendant. 450,000. With the announcement of 450,000, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. The mercenary leader sighed, relinquishing his bid. The auctioneer, observing the crowd, raised his mallet 3 times. 450,000 for the first time. 450,000 for the second time. 450,000 for the third time. Sold. At the moment the mallet fell, Ning Fengji exhaled a sigh of relief in the VIP room of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and said to the sword Douluo, "Let the craftsmen expedite their research, striving to replicate it as soon as possible." The sword Douluo nodded, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the foremost VIP room on the second floor, where Lin Yue and his companions were seated. He harbored an uneasy feeling that the emergence of this fire gun was far from simple. In the VIP room where Lin Yue resided, the floor-to-ceiling window faced the auction stage, allowing him to witness the entire transaction of the fire gun. Raymond smiled and remarked, "Young master, 450,000 far exceeds expectations. It seems the Seven Treasures glazed tile school is indeed in dire need of such weapons." Yuguan, toying with the chrysanthemum blade in his hand, added with a grin. Auxiliary soul masters are inherently vulnerable. This fire gun precisely strikes at their Achilles heel. However, once they acquire it, they will undoubtedly seek to research and replicate it. If they truly succeed, our subsequent plans may be compromised. The typically silent ghost Douluo suddenly spoke. His voice raspy as always. Young Master Lin, I share this concern. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is renowned for its auxiliary capabilities, they also possess numerous top-tier artisans. Should they dismantle the fire gun and decipher the soul guiding patterns, it would not be long before they could replicate it en masse, thereby nullifying our advantage. Golden Crocodile also turned his gaze towards Lin Yue, though he remained silent, his eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. While he excelled in defense, he had limited understanding of soul-guiding technology and wished to ascertain whether Lin Yue had a countermeasure. Lin Yue lifted the cup of hot tea on the table, gently blowing away the foam, his countenance devoid of any worry, instead adorned with a faint smile. Rest assured, esteemed seniors, regarding the replication issue, I have already conferred with Master Zhang. The fire gun conceals a contingency. Master Zhang? Raymond was taken aback, then quickly realized he referred to the chief craftsman from the Spirit Hall's secret artifacts pavilion. Precisely, Lin Yue confirmed, tracing the shape of the soul-guiding pattern on the table with his fingertip. When designing the fire gun, Master Zhang considered the risk of replication. Firstly, the core component of the fire gun, which is the compressed soul-guiding crystal within the barrel, is made from star-pattern alloy. The smelting of this alloy requires a special soul-guiding flame, a secret technique possessed solely by the Spirit Hall. Even if outsiders obtain the crystal, they cannot replicate it. A glimmer of understanding crossed Ghost Douluo's eyes, yet he persisted with his inquiry. What if they do not replicate the crystal, but merely imitate the soul-guiding patterns? Using alternative materials? In that case, they shall be even more disappointed, Lin Yue replied, setting down the teacup with a tone of conviction. Master Zhang has incorporated a self-destruct mechanism with a soul imprint at the core of the soul-guiding patterns. Within the core crystal of each firearm lies a fragment of Master Zhang's soul, imbued with a unique spiritual imprint. Should anyone attempt to forcibly dismantle the firearm and disrupt the intricate pattern, the imprint will trigger a self-destruction protocol, causing the core crystal to explode, rendering the entire firearm nothing more than a heap of useless scrap metal, devoid of any valuable designs. Upon hearing this, Yuan could not suppress a chuckle. What a splendid self-destruction mechanism. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School can only utilize it as a finished product. Any attempts to disassemble it for study will be a futile endeavor. The Golden Crocodile nodded in agreement, stating gravely in this manner, we can ensure that the technology of the firearm remains undisclosed, while simultaneously binding the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to us. If they wish to use it, they must procure it from us, keeping the initiative firmly in our hands. Lin Yue gazed out the window, observing a servant from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School departing with a soul guide box containing the firearms. A knowing smile curled at the corners of his lips. Furthermore, allowing them to study it for a while is advantageous. Once they realize they cannot dismantle or replicate it, and come to understand that they can only rely on the Spirit Hall for supply, it will present the perfect moment for us to propose an alliance. Raymond suddenly grasped the situation. Young Master, you intentionally allowed them to purchase the firearms to pave the way for a subsequent alliance? Consider it a step in that direction. Lin Yue conceded. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School requires firearms for the protection of their disciples. While we seek their auxiliary capabilities, it is in essence a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, before that transpires, they must comprehend that collaborating with the Spirit Hall is their wisest choice. Ghost Douluo regarded Lin Yue with newfound admiration. Though young, you exhibit remarkable foresight. No wonder the grand offering holds you in such high esteem. Lin Yue smiled, refraining from further comment, and turned his gaze back to the auction stage, where the auctioneer was preparing to present the next item for bid. He understood that the auction of the firearms was merely an appetizer. The real spectacle lay ahead. The response of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School upon acquiring the firearms was what he needed to scrutinize most intently. For the grand finale of the evening was a piece of external soulbone. As the auctioneer's gavel struck for the third time, the atmosphere in the Tianbao City Auction House reached a boiling point. The previously bustling attendants had retreated, the luminescence of the crystal chandeliers dimmed, leaving a solitary spotlight cascading like a silver column onto the stage, elongating the figure of the chief auctioneer. He held a black wooden box intricately carved with beast patterns, radiating a faint pulse of soul power. The very material of this box, capable of isolating soul skill detection, drew the attention of many in the audience. It was made of the rare and mystical dark iron-submerged wood, unsuitable for ordinary items. Distinguished guests, the final item of tonight's auction is destined to incite frenzy among soul masters across the continent. The auctioneer's voice resonated through the soul guide amplifier, imbued with a deliberate gravitas. Before unveiling it, I pose a question to all present. Have you ever encountered a true external soul bone? A hush fell over the crowd, followed by murmurs. External soul bone? A treasure of a century. I've only seen it in ancient texts, said to not occupy soul bone slots and capable of augmenting external forms. The auctioneer smiled, gradually opening the black wooden box, revealing a half-foot-long soul bone resting upon dark crimson velvet. The soul bone shimmered with a purple-golden sheen, its intricate patterns resembling the fine fur of a tiger, and the tip retained a wisp of faint beastly essence. Even from dozens of meters away, one could sense the ferocious power it contained. This is the tailbone of a 15,000-year-old purple gold tiger. The auctioneer's voice rose dramatically. Please note, it is not a common trunk bone, skull, or limb bone. It is, in the truest sense, an external soul bone detached from the exterior of a soul beast. Renowned for its speed and explosive power, the tail of this purple gold tiger can sweep aside boulders and maintain balance during rapid movement, granting soul masters unparalleled agility. He paused, gesturing to the soul guide screens flanking the stage. Images of the purple gold tiger sprang to life, racing through dense forests, its tail lashing like a steel whip that effortlessly snapped a thick tree trunk in half. As the image faded, the auctioneer continued, his tone laced with persuasion. Possessing it not only grants a soul master the speed enhancement of the purple gold tiger, but also allows the manifestation of an external soul skill in the form of a tiger's tail, elevating both evasion and ambush capabilities to new heights. Gasps of awe echoed throughout the hall, prompting an elder from a hidden sect to rise, unable to contain himself. Auctioneer, stop with the suspense. Reveal the starting price. The auctioneer surveyed the crowd, a glint of cunning in his eyes, considering the uniqueness of this treasure. We have decided to set the starting price at 0. The room erupted in chaos, but before the crowd could cheer, the auctioneer quickly added, however, each subsequent bid must not fall below 100,000 gold soul coins. Let the bidding commence. 100,000. A merchant in the front row immediately raised his paddle, his eyes ablaze with fervor. 200,000. The nearby mercenary leader gritted his teeth, eager to secure a soul skill that could enhance his team's speed. 500,000. A representative from the Metal City jumped in, intent on studying the structure of the external soul bone. The price soared like a rocket, breaking through 5 million within mere moments. Smaller factions began to bow out, leaving only the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the Hidden Sects, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School still contending. In the VIP room occupied by Lin Yue, Yuguan observed the fierce competition with a smile. These individuals are quite zealous, yet they are likely unaware that the true adversary has yet to enter the fray. Ghost Douluo leaned against the window, his gaze sweeping over the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's chamber. Ning Fengji must covet this. This soul bone can remedy the agility deficiencies of their disciples. Lin Yue remained silent, his fingertips gently tapping the table as his focus lingered on the purple gold tiger's tailbone, the image of Zhu Zhuqing surfacing in his mind. As the price surpassed 10 million, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Hidden Sects withdrew one after another. 10 million gold soul coins far exceeded their budget. All eyes in the hall suddenly converged on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Lin Yue's private room. 10 million. A servant from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School raised his paddle, his voice trembling slightly. This was the half-year operational fund of Ning Fengji's sect. He glanced at the soul bone displayed on the screen and said to Qian Daoliu beside him, if this soul bone could be bestowed upon the core disciples, it would significantly enhance their combat prowess. It is worth the gamble. Qian Daoliu nodded, though his brow furrowed. Yet, the Spirit Hall has yet to make their move. They're likely waiting for us to exhaust our finances. No sooner had he spoken than Raymond's voice rang out from the first VIP room. 11 million. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This price pushed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to the brink. Ning Fengji's expression darkened as he instructed his servant. 12 million. 13 million. Raymond's bid came without hesitation, as if he were merely reciting an ordinary figure. Within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's chamber, the servant whispered to Ning Fengji, Sectmaster, there are less than 300 million remaining in the treasury. 14 million. Ning Fengji interrupted, his tone resolute. He was unwilling to relent. Although the seven-treasure glazed tile school was affluent, opportunities to acquire external soul bones were rare, should they miss this chance. Who knew how long they would have to wait? 15 million. Raymond's voice resonated again, devoid of any fluctuation. Ning Fengji's fingers turned pale, his knuckles turning blue as he glanced at Qian Daoliu, who shook his head. Fengji, it's time to concede. 15 million is already our limit. Continuing to bid risks breaking our sect's financial chain, which is unwise. After a moment's silence, Ning Fengji sighed and instructed his servant. Let it go. Yet, just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, Lin Yue suddenly interjected, his voice carrying through the soul guide device to the stage. 18 million. 18 million. This price surpassed the seven-treasure glazed tile school's maximum bid by 300 million, extinguishing all other contenders' hopes. The auctioneer's hand paused momentarily before he raised his gavel high. 18 million for the first time. 18 million for the second time. 18 million for the third time. Sold. At the instant the gavel fell, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Not merely for the rare soul bone, but also in admiration of the staggering financial prowess displayed by the number one private room. Within the confines of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school's chamber, Ning Fengji gazed at the soul bone being carried away by his attendant. A rueful smile gracing his lips. It seems we have indeed underestimated the wealth of the Spear Hall. The Sword Douluo sighed as well. Ultimately, the richest entity on the entire continent is the Spear Hall. The wealth of our Seven Treasures glazed tile school pales in comparison before them. In the first private room, Raymond was flushed with excitement. Young master, we have secured it. 18 million. This is one of the highest prices ever recorded in the history of continent-wide auctions. Yue Guan added with a smile. Now this is true power. Let everyone witness who truly holds dominion over the continent. The golden crocodile, Douluo nodded, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. This move not only secures the soul bone, but also showcases the financial might of the Spirit Hall to the entire continent. Henceforth, various factions will approach us for cooperation with greater assurance. Lin Yue paid no heed to the exuberance of those around him. He approached the black wooden box that had just been delivered and gently opened it. The luster of the purple gold tiger tail bone reflected in his eyes as he extended a finger to lightly touch the soul bone. A torrent of ferocious yet agile soul power surged through his fingertips, evoking memories of Zhu Zhuqing's phantom cat spirit. As Lin Yue traced the intricate patterns on the soul bone, a knowing smile flickered across his face. Zhu Zhuqing's phantom cat is one of the continent's premier agility-focused martial spirits, adept in swift assaults, evasions, and close-range claw strikes. However, her weaknesses are equally pronounced. Her attack range is limited, and in high-speed movements, she is prone to losing balance. If her trajectory is predicted by an opponent, she risks falling into a passive state. This purple gold tiger tail bone is precisely what could remedy her shortcomings. As an external soul bone, it does not occupy any of Zhu Zhuqing's existing soul bone slots. When affixed to her back, it would enhance her explosive power by harnessing the brute strength of the purple gold tiger while simultaneously aiding her balance, rendering her more agile during high-speed pursuits. Furthermore, she could concentrate her soul power to transform the tail into a steel whip, extending her attack range from close-quarters ambushes to encompassing both near and far combat. Phantom cat paired with the purple gold tiger tail. Lin Yue murmured softly, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. If she were to possess this soul bone, it would undoubtedly elevate her agility to new heights. He recalled the intelligence previously relayed by Dark One. Zhu Zhuqing had ventured to Shrek alone to escape the family marriage arranged by the Star Luo Empire. Her character is resilient, yet she is sensitive due to her background. Should he present her with this tailor-made soul bone in the future, it would not only draw her closer, but also instill within her a sense of being valued, perhaps even fundamentally shifting her sense of belonging to Dai Mubai. There is no rush. Lin Yue closed the black wooden box, a flicker of strategy passing through his eyes. The time is not yet ripe. Once she encounters Dai Mubai, this soul bone will become the final straw that breaks the camel's back. According to the original narrative, Dai Mubai at this moment is reveling in the company of a pair of twins. As the night deepened outside, the lights of Seven Treasure City twinkled like a myriad of stars. Lin Yue gazed out the window, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In his hand lay not merely an external soul bone, but a pivotal bargaining chip that could fracture the Shrek's seven monsters. Zhu Zhuqing was destined to become the most fitting master of this chip. As the auction concluded, Raymond, perplexed, inquired, "Young master, such a precious soul bone. Do you intend to keep it for yourself?" Lin Yue shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the horizon, his tone imbued with an imperceptible gentleness. It is meant for someone who truly needs it. In due time, you shall understand. Yue Guan and the ghost Douluo exchanged glances, both perceiving the mutual confusion in each other's eyes, yet refraining from further inquiries. They understood that each of Lin Yue's plans harbored deeper considerations. This purple gold tiger tailbone was destined to stir new ripples on some future day. Chapter 19. The Alliance Proposal of the Fire Gun. The Seven Treasures face a dilemma. Within the crafting chamber of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, a burnt scent permeated the air. Three of the sect's most esteemed artificers surrounded a heap of scrap iron on the table, their expressions as grim as the bottom of a pot. This detritus was the aftermath of yesterday's dismantling of the magic fire gun, triggered by its self-destruct mechanism, converting the once silver barrel into dark brown fragments, with the core soul guiding crystal obliterated into powder, leaving not a trace of usable patterns behind. Master, there is no way forward. The leading artificer bowed respectfully to Ning Fengji at the door. The core components of this fire gun utilized a special alloy, and the soul imprint's self-destruction mechanism was exceedingly discreet. The moment we began to disassemble the barrel, the program was triggered, and we could not ascertain even the slightest technical detail. Ning Fengji nodded, his gaze settling on the heap of scrap iron, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. Behind him, the sword-awe, Qian Daoliu, absently stroked the hilt of his sword, his voice cold. Only the secret artifact hall of the Spirit Hall possesses the capability to produce such technology. That young man never intended for us to replicate it. The Bone Daw, Gurong, furrowed his brow, gray soul power swirling at his fingertips. Our agents sent to investigate have returned, stating that the fire guns at the auction were secretly arranged by Raymond, the Archbishop of the Spirit Hall's branch. Lin Yue is deliberately allowing us to acquire sample. Awaiting our approach, the three turned toward the sect master's study, and the disciples along the way, perceiving their solemn expressions, instinctively treaded lightly. Upon entering the study, Ning Fengji took his seat at the main position, lifting a teacup but refraining from drinking, instead speaking softly. That disciple of Qian Daoliu is far too scheming. At merely 11 years of age, he has orchestrated such a grand scheme, first igniting our need through the auction, then severing our options with an unreplicatable fire gun, ultimately waiting for us to bow our heads. But we have no other recourse. The Bon Douluo sat nearby, his tone tinged with helplessness. Unless we resolve the self-preservation issues of our disciples, we shall find ourselves defenseless if confronted by the Spirit Hall or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Although the fire guns are excellent, we only possess 6 samples. They are utterly insufficient. The Sword Doa leaned against the window, gazing in the direction of the Spirit Hall's branch, his voice cold. He calculated correctly that we would seek to purchase. This young man, though young, perceives human nature with remarkable clarity. He knows we need the fire guns, knows we dare not offend the Spirit Hall, and understands we will not easily forge alliances. Ning Fengji set down the teacup, his fingers tracing the glazed patterns on the table. Regardless, we must visit the Spirit Hall's branch. Even if we do not negotiate an alliance, we must inquire about the procurement price of the fire guns. For the safety of our disciples, this expenditure is unavoidable. The Bon Doa and the Sword Douluo exchanged knowing glances, both nodding in agreement. They recognized that this journey would inevitably lead them to confront Lin Yue's machinations. Yet the Seven Treasures glazed tile school had no path of retreat left. On the following morning, the carriage of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school halted at the entrance of the Spirit Hall's branch. Ning Fengji, clad in a blue brocade robe and wielding a jade fan, was flanked by the Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo. The three, each exuding distinct air, bore an undeniable aura of authority. Raymond had long awaited their arrival at the entrance, promptly bowing in greeting. Sect Master Ning, Senior Qian Daoliu, Senior Gu Rong. Please come inside. Young Master Lin is already awaiting you in the parlor. Traversing through the corridor adorned with angelic motifs, the three entered the parlor. Lin Yue was seated in a chair next to the main seat, flanked by the golden crocodile Doa and the ghost Douluo, casually toying with a jade pendant. Upon their entrance, he rose with a smile. Senior Ning, Senior Qian Daoliu, Senior Gu Rong, your esteemed presence is a great honor. I apologize for not welcoming you personally. Though only 11 years of age, his demeanor was composed, and his tone respectful yet self-assured, causing a flicker of surprise to dance in the eyes of the Sword Douluo. This poise surpassed that of many seasoned soul masters. Ning Fengji returned the gesture with a bow, his gaze sweeping across the parlor. And addressing Lin Yue directly, young Master Lin is being overly courteous. I have come today with a request. With that, he retrieved a pristine, soul-guided fire gun from his soul tool and placed it on the table. At yesterday's auction, I fortuitously acquired several of these fire guns, believing them to be immensely beneficial for our disciples. I wish to purchase a batch from you, and I wonder if the Spirit Hall would be amenable to selling them? The atmosphere in the living room became suddenly delicate. Raymond stood by, holding his breath, fully aware of young Master Lin's intentions, yet apprehensive that Ning Fengji might become incensed if rejected. The sword Douluo's hand rested on the sword sheath, while the bone Douluo's gray soul power subtly fluctuated. Both men alert to Lin Yue's response. Lin Yue gazed at the firearm on the table, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet he shook his head. Senior Ning, I apologize. This soul-guided firearm is a new product from the Secret Weapons Pavilion of the Spirit Hall, currently available only for internal use and not for sale to the public. As a refusal echoed, the air in the living room seemed to solidify. The smile on Ning Fengji's face dimmed slightly, and the sword Douluo's gaze turned icy. What does young Master Lin mean? To present an auction, yet refuse to sell? Are you mocking the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Senior Qian, please calm your anger. Lin Yue suddenly chuckled, raising his hand to gesture to Raymond. Raymond, bring it forth. Raymond promptly turned, directing two red-clad soul masters to carry in a massive soul-guided chest and place it in the center of the living room. Lin Yue stepped forward, lifting the lid of the box to reveal a neatly arranged row of soul-guided firearms, their silver bodies glimmering under the light. There were a full 3,000, each accompanied by 50 rounds of ammunition. Senior Ning, I was jesting earlier. I have come to Seven Treasure City specifically to present these 3,000 soul-guided firearms as a gift for your esteemed sect. The Spirit Hall has always respected the strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and wishes to forge an alliance. This offering is merely a token of our goodwill. Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo, and the bone Douluo were momentarily taken aback. 3,000 firearms, if calculated at auction prices, amounted to tens of millions of gold soul coins. How could the Spirit Hall simply give them away? Ning Fengji quickly regained his composure, a flash of wariness crossing his eyes. He exchanged glances with the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo, and the three simultaneously initiated a private communication. Fengji, this gift is far too extravagant. The Spirit Hall must have ulterior motives. The bone Douluo's voice resonated in their minds. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has always maintained neutrality, refraining from engaging in the conflicts of the continent. We cannot align ourselves for the sake of such a benefit. The sword Douluo concurred. Indeed, the Spirit Hall is ambitious and has been expanding for years. Allying with them will inevitably embroil us in war. Although these firearms are appealing, they do not warrant such a risk. Ning Fengji nodded slightly, responding through their private communication. I understand. However, to outright refuse may offend the Spirit Hall. Let us see what further conditions this young man presents before deciding. He ceased the private communication and faced Lin Yue, his tone diplomatic. Young Master Lin's goodwill is appreciated. Yet the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has always refrained from participating in the continent's disputes and maintains its neutrality. We truly cannot accept such a precious gift. I hope you can understand. Lin Yue, having discerned their hesitation, remained unhurried, leisurely walking to Ning Fengji's side and softly stating, Senior Ning, I am aware of your sect's neutral stance. However, what if I could enable Miss Rongrong's martial soul to transcend the limitations of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower and evolve into the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile Tower? This statement struck like thunder, reverberating in the ears of the three. Ning Fengji snapped his fan shut, his pupils abruptly constricting, while the sword Douluo withdrew his hand from the sword sheath, his eyes filled with astonishment. The bone Douluo could not help but step forward, his voice laced with disbelief. What do you mean? You can facilitate Rongrong's martial soul's evolution into the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile Tower? Lin Yue did not respond directly. Instead, he retrieved a jade box intricately carved with entwined lotus patterns from his soul-guided device and gently placed it on the table. Although the box remained closed, a faint purplish glow emanated from it, exuding a cleansing aura that instantly reminded Ning Fengji of a certain mythical herb recorded in ancient texts, said to alter the fate of martial souls. The living room fell silent once more, yet this silence was laden with a deeper sense of shock and hesitation. Ning Fengji stared at the jade box, then glanced at Lin Yue's composed demeanor, his resolve wavering for the first time. While neutrality was significant, the breakthrough of his daughter's martial soul was the aspiration of generations within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 20. The Celestial Herb and the Alliance Contract. A new journey to seek Shrek. Within the living room of the Spirit Hall's branch, Lin Yue's fingertips rested on the clasp of the entwined lotus-patterned jade box. With a gentle twist of his pale, golden soul power, A soft click resonated as the box slowly opened. In an instant, a wisp of pale, purple light spilled from the box, accompanied by a refreshing, yet penetrating aura. This fragrance was unlike that of ordinary flowers and herbs. Rather, it possessed a gentle quality that seemed to purify the impurities within one's soul power, washing over one as though cleansing the very meridians. Nestled within the box lay a Douluo tulip, its petals layered and shimmering with a lustrous purple hue, a tiny golden dewdrop forming at its center, bewitchingly calming to behold. This is the Douluo tulip? Ning Fengji's breath hitched, his fan snapping shut, his gaze fixated on the jade box. He had once encountered records of this celestial herb in the ancient texts of his sect, rumored to possess the ability to wash marrow and cleanse veins, purifying soul power. It was the only treasure capable of overcoming the innate flaws of the seven-treasure glazed tile tower. The sword Douluo Qian's pupils also constricted, his formidable sword energy uncontrollably leaking into the air, his white robe billowing as if caught in a tempest. Such a celestial herb truly exists. If Rongrong were to consume it, not only could she surpass the 80-level bottleneck, her martial soul could indeed evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile tower. His hand gripped the sword sheath tightly, knuckles whitening under the pressure, his eyes flickering with an uncontainable fervor. For the future of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, even with 3 titled Douluo present, he felt a surge of desire to seize it. The Bone Douluo Gurong's reaction was even more direct. Gray soul power coalescing around him into a faint skeletal armor, his body leaning slightly forward, his gaze locking onto the jade box like a hawk. Young Master Lin, such a celestial herb would be a waste in your possession. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is willing to pay a king's ransom for it or exchange it for equally valuable treasures. What say you? His tone bore an air of pressure, clearly prepared to take action. Senior Gurong, Lin Yue's voice remained calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. This celestial herb is a gift I have prepared for Miss Rongrong. It is not for sale or trade. As soon as the words left his lips, the Bone Douluo's soul power surged violently, a spectral image of a bone dragon flickering amidst the gray mist, the air in the living room becoming palpably heavy. Just then, the golden crocodile, Douluo, slowly rose, his black iron armor radiating a soil-yellow glow of soul power, an oppressive aura bearing down on the Bone Douluo. Gurong, do you dare to make a move? You must first get past me. The chrysanthemum Douluo stepped forward as well, the golden-hued chrysanthemum blade in his hand emanating a pale golden glow of soul power. 12 petal-like blade phantoms swirling around him. The territory of the Spirit Hall is not a place where you can act recklessly. The ghost Douluo lingered in the shadows, his black soul power silently spreading, enveloping the entire living room. Should the Bone Douluo or the sword Douluo strike, his ghostly presence would instantly immobilize them. The soul powers of the 5 titled Douluo clashed within the living room, the invisible waves causing fine cracks to spiderweb across the stone floor. Raymond and the attendants of the 7-treasure glazed tile school turned pale, retreating to the corners of the room, scarcely daring to breathe. Ning Fengji surveyed the tense standoff, his mind racing. The Spirit Hall had 3 titled Douluo in attendance. While the sword and Bone Douluo were powerful, they might not emerge unscathed. More importantly, Lin Yue's willingness to present the celestial herb to Rongrong was a sincerity far more precious than any exchange of benefits. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, stand down. Ning Fengji's voice suddenly cut through the tension, carrying a hint of weariness, yet sufficient to quell the surging soul powers. Since young Master Lin intends to ally with the 7-treasure glazed tile school, why must we resort to violence? The sword Douluo and Bone Douluo exchanged glances, though reluctant. They understood Ning Fengji's wisdom. Should a conflict arise, not only would they likely fail to procure the celestial herb, but they would also irreparably offend the Spirit Hall, resulting in a loss that outweighed any potential gain. Gradually, they withdrew their soul powers, the sword energy and skeletal phantom dissipating, and the heavy atmosphere in the living room eased somewhat. Lin Yue regarded Ning Fengji, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Senior Ning, you truly possess a discerning mind. The Spirit Hall seeks to form an alliance with the 7-treasure glazed tile school, not out of a desire to exploit your esteemed sect, but with genuine intentions of mutual assistance. Your sect shall provide auxiliary spirit masters for support, while the Spirit Hall will offer resources such as magical firearms and celestial herbs, collectively confronting the perils present on the continent, including the threats posed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the concerns surrounding the Haotian sect. Ning Fengji fell into a moment of silence, approaching the jade box and scrutinizing the Douluo tulip, a flicker of resolve glinting in his eyes. very well. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is willing to ally with the Spear Hall. However, I have one condition. This celestial herb must be administered to Rongrong only with her consent, and the Spirit Hall must not use this as leverage to compel her into any actions. Not an issue. Lin Yue responded readily. I shall summon the contract immediately, and we shall sign it today as a testament to our sincerity. Raymond promptly turned to retrieve the agreement, returning shortly with a document woven from dark silkworm silk. The contract delineated the obligations of both parties, stipulating that the Spirit Hall must deliver 3,000 magical firearms along with accompanying ammunition within 3 days, and subsequently supply firearms at cost price according to the needs of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In return, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is to dispatch auxiliary spirit masters to assist the Spirit Hall during significant conflicts. The Chilua Tulip, upon Ning Rongrong's approval, shall be administered personally by Lin Yue to ensure the successful evolution of her martial spirit. Ning Fengji and Lin Yue inscribed their names on the contract, affixing their respective seals, the Glazed Tower seal of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Angel seal of the Spirit Hall. At the moment the contract was signed, a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanated from the parchment, signifying the binding power of the spirit contract. Any breach would incur repercussions in the form of spiritual backlash. Swordvaw observed the contract with a furrowed brow, but refrained from further comment, while Bondaw approached the spirit-guided box to verify the quantity and quality of the firearms. Nodding to Ning Fengji once satisfied. With the contract executed, the atmosphere in the parlor relaxed considerably. Raymond had tea served again, but Ning Fengji held his cup without drinking, his expression tinged with guilt and concern. Finally, he sighed, Young Master Lin, there's something I must confess. Lin Yue raised his gaze, sensing an ominous premonition. Please. Senior Ning, speak freely. Rongrong has run away from home. Ning Fengji's voice carried a hint of helplessness. In recent days, the sect has been preoccupied with the auction, and I did not keep a close eye on her. She left a note stating her intention to enroll at Shrek Academy, wishing to prove that she's not merely the pampered daughter reliant on the sect. Shrek Academy? A flicker of understanding crossed Lin Yue's eyes. Indeed. Ning Rongrong had followed the original plot to attend Shrek. He feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow. The academy that only accepts exceptionally talented students? Miss Rongrong certainly possesses courage. Ning Fengji chuckled wryly. This child has been stubborn since childhood. I dispatched someone to pursue her, and she has indeed left Seven Treasure City heading towards Shrek Academy. However, I am genuinely concerned for her safety, as Shrek Academy is situated in a remote area teeming with soul beasts. Lin Yue set his teacup down, his tone resolute. Senior Ning need not worry. My departure from Spirit City was not solely to forge an alliance with your sect. I also aim to assemble my own team of spirit masters. Given that Shrek Academy admits only the most gifted students, I had intended to visit and perhaps identify suitable talents. Since Miss Rongrong has also journeyed to Shrek, it is fortuitous that I can assist in bringing her back. Once I locate her, I shall personally administer the Chilua Tulip to aid in her martial spirit evolution, ensuring she faces no hardship. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's eyes brightened, and he quickly rose to bow to Lin Yue. If you can manage this, I would be immensely grateful. Young Master Lin's kindness shall be remembered by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. There is no need for such formalities, Senior Ning, Lin Yue hastily interjected, assisting him back to his seat. As allies, it is only natural that we assist one another. Ning Fengji resumed his seat, but could no longer contain himself, instructing a servant, Quickly, fetch me paper and ink. I must write a letter to Rongrong, and you shall help me deliver it. The servant soon returned with the necessary writing materials. Ning Fengji took up the brush, pausing to consider his words before swiftly composing a letter. His handwriting was elegant and neat, imbued with paternal affection. My dear Rongrong, as you read this, know that I am with you in spirit. I understand your desire to prove yourself, and I shall not impede your journey to Shrek, but please prioritize your safety and do not act recklessly. Young Master Lin, a new ally of mine, is a man of reliable character. He will seek you out at Shrek. If he offers to assist with your martial spirit evolution, do not refuse his help. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to express your needs to young Master Lin. I have instructed him to look after you. After completing the letter, Ning Fengji read through it once more to ensure nothing was overlooked, then folded it neatly and placed it into an envelope adorned with a glazed floral design, solemnly handing it to Lin Yue. Young Master Lin, I entrust this letter to you. Rongrong can be quite obstinate. Should she refuse to heed advice, I ask for your patience. Rest assured, Senior Ning, I shall counsel her diligently, Lin Yue replied, accepting the envelope and carefully stowing it within a spirit-guided device. As evening approached, the sunset poured through the windows, casting a warm golden hue across the parlor. Gold Crocodile Do arose, speaking gravely. "It is getting late. We must depart." Lin Yue nodded, addressing Ning Fengji. "Senior Ning, I shall take my leave. Raymond will coordinate the delivery of the firearms with your sect. Once I locate Miss Rongrong, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity." "Yes, yes," Ning Fengji responded, personally escorting them to the entrance of the branch hall. He watched as the gilded spirit-guided carriage slowly departed, bowing in farewell. "Travel safely." Inside the carriage, Lin Yue leaned against the window, contemplating the envelope in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Finding Ning Rongrong was merely the first step. Next, he intended to ensure her complete dependence on him, gradually sowing discord among the Shrek 7 monsters, thereby steering the 7 treasure glazed tile school entirely towards the spirit hall. Yu Guan toyed with the gilded chrysanthemum blade, remarking with a smile, "I did not anticipate our alliance with the 7 treasure glazed tile school would proceed so smoothly. Going to Shrek, we should be able to locate Ning Rongrong without difficulty." Lin Yue remained silent, his gaze directed outside as the outline of 7 Treasure City receded, the sunset stretching the shadows of the carriage lawn. He understood that the journey to Shrek would not be as effortless as forging an alliance. There lay not only Tang Hao, but also the imminent gathering of the Shrek 7 monsters, along with other hidden forces lurking in the shadows. Yet he felt no trepidation. Rather, he was filled with anticipation, for he knew that once he could win over Ning Rongrong, he would gain complete control over the auxiliary power of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and once he had divided the Shrek 7 monsters, the path for the Spirit Hall to unify the continent would become considerably smoother. The gilded carriage continued its journey towards Shrek Academy, the wheels rolling over the official road, leaving behind a distinct trail and heralding the beginning of a new strategic contest. With everything meticulously arranged, Lin Yue led Yu Guan towards the admission site. A considerable crowd had already gathered in the open space, predominantly comprised of young spirit masters with soul guide packs slung over their shoulders, along with accompanying parents. They huddled in small groups, engaged in animated discussions, occasionally releasing waves of soul power, most ranging between levels 10 and 20. As the sunlight gradually pierced through the morning mist and bathed the crowd, it added a palpable sense of anticipation to the atmosphere. Lin Yue scanned the throng, and without much effort, his gaze landed on 2 particularly striking figures. Seated on a stone bench was a girl clad in a pink dress, approximately 12 years of age, adorned with 2 lustrous pearl hairpins nestled in her twin buns, with the tips of her hair still glistening with morning dew. Her skin was as pale as the flesh of a freshly peeled lychee, and her brows arched slightly, infused with an unruly charm. She was none other than Ning Rongrong. At that moment, she rested her chin on her hand, her toes rhythmically tapping against the stone bench, softly muttering, "If I had known it would be this terrible, I might as well have practiced my soul skills at the sect." Beside her stood another girl, whose demeanor was starkly different. Also around 12, she was clad in a sleek black outfit that accentuated her slender yet poised figure. Her ink-black hair was tied into a high ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead and a sharply defined jawline. Her skin possessed a healthy honeyed hue, and her eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, resembled a vigilant shadow cat. With her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her gaze swept across the crowd, emanating a chill that discouraged any unwelcome approach. This was Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, as described in the original narrative, they were both rare beauties. Lin Yue couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Ning Rongrong's playful charm concealed a touch of the pampered young lady's willfulness, while Zhu Zhuqing's cool demeanor masked an indomitable spirit. The 2 contrasting temperaments, both vibrant and impossible to overlook at the tender age of 12, captivated him. His gaze wandered through the crowd once more, but he could not find the boy in the blue shirt or the girl in the pink dress, leading him to ponder. Where could Tang San and Xiao Wu be? Had they not arrived yet? Little did he know that Tang Hao had already sensed the presence of the 3-titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, and had taken Tang San and Xiao Wu away beforehand. With Tang Hao's formidable strength, he harbored no fear of the 3-titled Douluo. However, this move inadvertently exposed the connection between himself and Tang San, as well as Xiao Wu's true identity. After all, any titled Douluo could easily see through Xiao Wu's true form, and revealing this too soon would be detrimental to Tang San's growth, especially considering the blood feud between himself, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the Spirit Hall. He recalled his unique bond with Tang San. Both were traversers who inadvertently found themselves in the same village, though Tang San remained oblivious, believing he was merely a soul master reborn in Douluo Continent. Meanwhile, He had already established a foothold within the spirit hall under the guise of a disciple of Qian Daoliu. This fellow compatriot enjoyed the advantage of being in the light, while he had a scheme from the shadows. A subtle smile graced Lin Yue's lips as he turned towards the two girls. Ning Rongrong was the first to sense the approaching footsteps. Lifting her head, she furrowed her brow upon seeing Lin Yue, dressed in a moon-white brocade robe. He exuded an aura that was both refined and distinct from the ordinary, accompanied by a seemingly formidable bodyguard that made him appear out of place in such a shabby location. Zhu Zhuqing also turned her face, her honey-hued eyes reflecting a hint of wariness, her arms clutching tighter, even her fingertips turning slightly pale. Lin Yue came to a halt before the stone bench, his gaze first landing on Ning Rongrong. Deliberately elongating his tone with a hint of mischief, he remarked, "My lady, you seem quite unfamiliar. Could it be that you're Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Ning Rongrong was taken aback for a moment before arching an eyebrow. "How do you know my name?" "Not only do I know your name, but I also know that you sneaked out." Lin Yue chuckled, leaning in slightly, his voice just loud enough for her to hear. "Your father, Ning Fengji, has actually sold you to me as a bride, and he specifically sent me to Shrek to fetch you back. You're talking nonsense." Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe peach. She sprang to her feet, hands on her hips, her spoiled nature surfacing immediately. "My father would never sell me. Who do you think you are, daring to spout such nonsense here?" The commotion drew the attention of those nearby, with some chuckling softly. Ning Rongrong's face grew even redder, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet she maintained a defiant glare at Lin Yue, refusing to back down. Seeing her flustered, Lin Yue reined in his playful banter, retrieving an envelope adorned with glazed flower patterns from his soul guide and presenting it to her. "Don't be angry. I was merely jesting. This is a letter from your father. He knows you are at Shrek and is concerned for your safety, hence he asked me to deliver it to you." Ning Rongrong paused, her anger dissipating as she gazed at the familiar handwriting on the envelope. Hesitantly, she accepted it, her fingertips trembling as they brushed the paper. Upon opening the envelope and reading the familiar script inside, her eyes brimmed with tears as she quietly read aloud, "Rongrong, my child, as if seeing you in person. Lin Gongzi is a reliable character. If he offers to assist you in evolving your martial soul, do not refuse." Upon reading the part about evolving her martial soul, Ning Rongrong abruptly looked up at Lin Yue, her eyes wide with shock. You can help me evolve my martial soul?" Lin Yue nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing, retrieving a black wooden box intricately carved with beast patterns from his soul guide and gently opening it. The radiant sheen of the tailbone of a purple-gold tiger spilled forth, exuding a lustrous purple-gold hue, its patterns resembling fine tiger stripes, making the very air around it seem more vibrant. "Zhu Zhuqing, your martial soul is the Shadow Cat, an agility type, correct?" Lin Yue's voice held a tone of certainty. "This is a 15,000-year-old purple-gold tiger tailbone, an external soul bone that can enhance your speed and explosive power, and even form a tiger tail shape to expand your attack range. It is a treasure tailored specifically for you." Zhu Zhuqing's breath caught momentarily, her gaze fixated on the soul bone, her honey-colored eyes igniting with fervor. She had long dreamed of enhancing her strength to escape the shackles of her betrothal to the Xinglua Empire, and the thought of Dai Mubai's frivolous antics made this soul bone feel like it was crafted just for her. "All you have to do is come with me, and this soul bone will be yours." Lin Yue closed the wooden box and presented it to her. "The Spirit Hall can offer you everything you desire. It holds greater prospects than staying at Shrek." Zhu Zhuqing's hands trembled slightly, reaching out only to retract. Her eyes were filled with inner conflict. She yearned for the soul bone, but instinctively felt wariness towards the Spirit Hall. The surrounding murmurs grew louder, with some expressing envy, others jealousy. While whispers of the external soul bones of the Spirit Hall circulated, the commotion escalating like a rolling snowball. Even the Shrek teachers, who were preparing for admissions in the distance, cast their glances towards the scene. What's all this ruckus? Which little brat dares to snatch people right at the gates of Shrek? A gruff voice suddenly thundered, cutting through the clamor like a clap of thunder, causing the nearby onlookers to wince. A burly middle-aged man strode forward, clad in a black tank top that revealed his muscular arms, his bronze skin marred with scars, the most prominent one slicing from his brow to his chin. His fierce visage resembled that of an enraged tiger, and he was none other than Zhao Wujin, a teacher at Shrek Academy, a formidable soul sage at level 76. Zhao Wujin had been adjusting the soul guide testing device for admissions when the escalating noise outside piqued his interest. Upon exiting, he spotted Lin Yue encircled by two girls, surrounded by a throng of spectators, and his fury ignited. Having spent so many years at Shrek, he had never witnessed anyone so brazenly attempting to poach students during the admission event. He quickly approached Lin Yue, towering over him, glaring down with an intimidating presence. The aura of a level 76 soul sage radiated unabashedly. The earthy yellow soul power surged through the crowd like a tidal wave, overwhelming nearby young spirit masters and leaving them gasping for breath. Some staggered backward, while others collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. Quite the audacious little fellow, aren't you? Zhao Wujin's voice reverberated with soul power, each word striking like a hammer on the heart. Do you even know where you are? Daring to come to Shrek to snatch people. Are you tired of living? Ning Rongrong, gripped by an overwhelming sense of pressure, clutched the letter tightly, her fingertips turning pale as she instinctively sought refuge behind Lin Yue. Zhu Zhuqing, too, tensed her body, her honey-colored eyes filled with gravity, even moderating her breath. She could distinctly sense that the man before them possessed strength surpassing that of the royal guards of the Star Luo Empire. Yet Lin Yue remained standing tall, his moon-white brocade robe undisturbed amidst the turbulent waves of soul power. He lifted his gaze towards Zhao Wujia, his expression calm and devoid of any turmoil. Yue Guan, seemingly inconspicuous at the side, had already summoned a faint golden soul power at his fingertips. As a tidal Douluo, the aura of his might circulated within him. Should Lin Yue nod, he could instantly dispel Zhao Wujia's oppressive force, though the time to reveal his identity had yet to arrive. Teacher Zhao, Lin Yue's voice, though not loud, pierced through the barrier of soul power, reaching Zhao Wujia's ears with clarity. I am merely discussing a collaboration with these two young ladies. It hardly constitutes a kidnapping. Shrek Academy values freedom. We cannot impede others' choices, can we? Collaboration? Zhao Wujia scoffed, his palms swiftly coalescing with earthy yellow soul power, imbued with the force of shattering stones, and aimed to strike at Lin Yue's shoulder. On my territory in Shrek, even those from the Spirit Hall must abide by my rules. Today, I shall teach you what rules truly mean. The earthy yellow soul power, accompanied by the sound of rushing winds, was on the verge of colliding with Lin Yue, causing Ning Rongrong to shut her eyes in terror, while Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fists. Meanwhile, concealed within the woods, the golden crocodile Doa had already pressed his fingertips into the ground. Should Lin Yue face any danger, his golden crocodile armor could envelop the entire scene in an instant. The ghost Douluo's black mist was also gathering on the old locust tree, poised to unleash its shadowy presence to restrain Zhao Wujia's movements. The atmosphere grew tense, frozen in time, with all eyes riveted on Lin Yue and Zhao Wujia, as if the very air threatened to ignite. At that critical moment, the Academy's Dean, Flinder, rushed on the scene. Chapter 22. Flinder resolves the conflict and prevents confrontation. The Spirit Hall bestows treasures to assist the two maidens. Just as Zhao Wujia's earthy yellow palm was about to strike Lin Yue's shoulder, an urgent sound of footsteps echoed from within the academy, accompanied by a commanding shout. Old Zhao, stop! The crowd turned towards the sound, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a faded blue robe, thin in stature, hurrying towards them. His hair was somewhat disheveled, and he sported a short stubble on his chin, yet his eyes gleamed with sharp intelligence. It was none other than Flinder, the 78th level agile attack type, Soul Sage, and the Dean of Shrek Academy, having just returned from the Soul Guide storage. Flinder had heard the commotion outside and arrived just in time to witness Zhao Wujia's impending assault on Lin Yue. Casting a quick glance, his eyes first landed on Lin Yue, who stood in a moon-white brocade robe, exuding a composed aura that set him apart from ordinary youths. Then, his gaze shifted to Yue Guan behind Lin Yue. Despite the latter's humble gray attire, Flinder recognized the faint glimmers of golden soul power at his fingertips, as well as the unmistakable presence of a tidal Douluo. Yue Guan, the chrysanthemum Douluo. Flinder's heart sank as he recalled recent rumors circulating across the continent about the Spirit Hall's high-ranking elder, Qian Daoliu, taking on a personal disciple of noble standing. Protected by a tidal Douluo, it dawned on him that this young man must indeed be that legendary disciple. Flinder dared not delay. He swiftly channeled his soul power and discreetly transmitted a message to Zhao Wujia. Old Zhao, do not engage. That young man is Qian Daoliu's personal disciple, and the person beside him is the chrysanthemum Douluo. We cannot afford to provoke them. We must find a way to de-escalate. Zhao Wujia's palm was merely half a foot away from Lin Yue's shoulder when he received Flinder's message, his pupils abruptly contracting. Qian Daoliu's disciple? The chrysanthemum Douluo? He hastily retracted his soul power, the earthy yellow gust dissipating in an instant. Though his expression still bore a hint of reluctance, his glare towards Lin Yue remaining fierce. Flender quickly stepped forward, seizing Zhao Wujia's arm, wearing a warm smile as he inclined his body towards Lin Yue, saying, "My apologies, young sir. Old Zhao here is merely overly protective of his students and acted in haste. I hope you can forgive any offense caused." Lin Yue regarded Flender's sudden shift in demeanor with a knowing gaze. It was evident that Flender had recognized Yueguan's identity and surmised his own background. He nodded slightly, his tone unperturbed. "It is of no consequence. Teacher Zhao is merely fulfilling his duty. However, I have matters to discuss with Miss Ning and Miss Zhu, so I shall not impede Shrek's admissions process." "Not at all. Not at all." Flender hastily waved his hands, stepping aside to create a path. "Please, young sir, do as you wish. Should there be a chance in the future, we welcome you to visit Shrek." Zhao Wujia wished to say more, but was restrained by Flender's grip and the latter's admonishing gaze, ultimately letting out a cold snort and turning away from Lin Yue. The crowd, witnessing the resolution of the conflict, began to disperse, but their gazes towards Lin Yue now held a newfound respect. Even the sole sage of Shrek treated him with such courtesy, indicating his extraordinary status. Lin Yue gave a slight nod to Flender before turning to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Let's depart." Ning Rongrong, still clutching the family letter, was intrigued by Lin Yue's ability to make Shrek's teachers relent, hastily following suit. Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at Flender and Zhao Wujia, then at Lin Yue's retreating figure, her fists tightening as she swiftly joined him. Yueguan offered Flender a fleeting glance before turning to follow Lin Yue. The trio left the admission site. Making their way towards the Golden Soul Guide carriage nestled amidst the trees, while the hidden Golden Crocodile, Daw, and Ghost, sensing the coast was clear, quietly trailed behind. Flender, guiding Zhao Wujia back into the academy, did not release his grip until the carriage was out of sight. Zhao Wujia frowned and asked, "Old Flender, did you just say that young man is Qian Daoliu's disciple, and that the one by his side is the chrysanthemum Douluo?" "Indeed, I am certain of it," Flender sighed. "I would recognize Yueguan's soul power fluctuations anywhere. That golden aura and chrysanthemum essence are unmistakable. As for that youth, who else could command the presence of a titled Douluo as a mere attendant, if not Qian Daoliu's personal disciple?" Zhao Wujia's expression shifted. "So we are simply letting him take them away?" "Ning Rongrong is the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Zhu Zhuqing possesses considerable talent as well. What other choice do we have?" Flender replied helplessly. "We at Shrek cannot afford to provoke the Spear Hall, nor can we contend with Qian Daoliu. Should a confrontation arise, even the two of us together would not stand a chance against the title Douluo. Besides, that young man has not acted against us. He has already extended us a courtesy, so we should know when to retreat." Zhao Wujia fell silent, acknowledging Flender's words, yet still feeling a sense of frustration. Flender patted his shoulder. "Enough of this. Let us prepare for admissions. Perhaps we can still recruit some promising talents." The Gilded Soul Guide carriage rolled along the official road towards Wuhuan City, its interior adorned with soft satin, and a table set with exquisite pastries and tea. Ning Rongrong held the embroidered letter adorned with glazed flower patterns, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Lin Yue, can you truly help my martial soul evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda? Well, my father wrote in the letter. Is it true?" Lin Yue lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. "Indeed, it is true. Once we return to Wuhuan City, I shall provide you with a divine herb that can facilitate your martial soul's evolution. If you follow my instructions for consumption, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should be able to transcend the limitations of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda." "Divine herb?" Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled. "Is it the kind of treasure mentioned in ancient texts that can alter martial souls?" "Precisely," Lin Yue affirmed, retrieving a jade box intricately carved with entwined lotus patterns from his soul guide and handing it to Ning Rongrong. "Inside lies the Chihuahua tulip, capable of purifying soul power impurities and cleansing meridians. It has been specifically prepared for you." Ning Rongrong carefully accepted the jade box, gently prying it open to reveal the faintly glowing purple divine herb within, her breath quickening with excitement. She had long been aware of the flaws of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda and had dreamt of overcoming its limitations. Now, she finally had a chance. Zhu Zhuqing, seated beside her, glanced at the jade box in Ning Rongrong's hands before looking at Lin Yue. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up. "The external soul bone you gave me, does it truly have no conditions attached?" Lin Yue turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes reflecting a blend of caution and a hint of yearning. He smiled gently and retrieved a black wooden box intricately carved with beast patterns from his soul guide device, placing it before Zhu Zhuqing. "There are no strings attached. I simply believe your talent is exceptional. The fusion of your nethercat martial soul with this purple gold tiger tailbone can unlock greater potential. The Spirit Hall needs individuals like you. Should you choose to stay, ample resources will be at your disposal. Zhu Zhuqing stared at the black box, her fingertips trembling slightly. She reached out to open it, the sheen of the purple gold tiger tail bone reflecting in her eyes, its vibrant aura resonating with her martial soul. She understood that this soul bone could liberate her from the constraints of her betrothal within the Star Luo Empire and empower her further. Zhu Zhuqing opened her mouth but ultimately nodded. I am willing to stay. Lin Yue nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Upon our return to the Spirit City, I will arrange closed-door cultivation chambers for you. Familiarize yourselves with the aura of the celestial herbs and soul bones before beginning your absorption. Should any issues arise during the process, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing nodded, the atmosphere within the carriage lightening. Ning Rongrong began to inquire curiously about the Spirit City, and Zhu Zhuqing occasionally chimed in, their initial barriers gradually dissolving. In a corner of the carriage, Yuan observed this scene with a faint smile. He recognized that Lin Yue had not only secured an alliance with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but had also recruited 2 exceptionally gifted young women, which was a significant gain for the Spirit Hall. After 2 days and nights of travel, the carriage finally arrived at the Spirit City. The towering city walls, constructed from white jade, were adorned with monumental angel statues that glimmered with a sacred light under the sun. The architecture within the city was grand and imposing. The streets wide and flat, with soul masters passing by exuding a calm demeanor indicative of their formidable strength. Ning Rongrong gazed in awe at the spectacle before her, her eyes widening. Wow, is this the Spirit City? It's even more beautiful than Seven Treasure City. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but marvel as well. She had never encountered such a magnificent city and gained a more intuitive understanding of the Spirit Hall's power. Lin Yue led the 2 women out of the carriage and addressed the attendant awaiting them. Prepare 2 of the finest closed-door cultivation chambers and have some soul power replenishing pills sent over. Yes, young master, the attendant replied with a bow, promptly attending to the arrangements. Lin Yue then turned to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. The closed-door chambers are located near the offering hall, where the soul power is most concentrated, facilitating your absorption of the celestial herbs and soul bones. I will guide you there, and if you require anything, simply inform the attendant. The 2 women nodded, following Lin Yue into the Spirit City. Along the way, soul masters they encountered bowed respectfully to Lin Yue, making Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing realize just how esteemed Lin Yue's status was within the Spirit City. Before long, the attendants had prepared the closed-door chambers. Constructed from special soul guide materials, each chamber contained a stone bed surrounded by soul-gathering crystals, which continually absorbed the surrounding soul power, concentrating it within the room. Lin Yue instructed, after consuming the celestial herbs, first circulate your soul power to guide their energy through your meridians. Do not rush to absorb them. Once your meridians have acclimatized, then proceed to break through. Should you experience any disturbances in your soul power, crush this jade talisman, and I will come immediately. He handed a white jade talisman to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong accepted the talisman and the celestial herbs, nodding seriously. I understand. Thank you, Lin Yue. Lin Yue then addressed Zhu Zhuqing. The absorption of the external soul bone requires resonance with your martial soul. First, let your nethercat martial soul manifest. Then bring the soul bone close to your back, allowing its aura to merge with your martial soul. The process may be painful. You must endure. Zhu Zhuqing took the soul bone, her expression earnest. I will. Very well. Prepare yourselves. I shall leave you to your tasks. After speaking, Lin Yue exited the closed-door chamber and gently closed the door behind him. Glancing at the firmly shut door, Lin Yue exhaled in relief. He had successfully allied with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and brought Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing under his wing. Now, it was time to report to his master. Adjusting his robes, Lin Yue made his way toward the offering hall. The offering hall, the most central structure in Spirit City, was constructed from pristine angel jade. Its roof adorned with a massive angel soul crystal that radiated a golden glow in the sunlight. Inside, Qian Daoliu sat upon the angelic throne, meditating, his body enveloped in a faint golden soul power, resembling a deity. Hearing footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Lin Yue as he entered. You've returned? How'd it go? Lin Yue bowed respectfully. Master, your disciple has fulfilled his mission, successfully securing an alliance with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and bringing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing back to Spirit City. Oh, a glint of interest flashed in Qian Daoliu's eyes. Elaborate on the details. Lin Yue recounted the events in full. How he had showcased the Soul Guide firearms at the auction in 7 Treasure City, piquing Ning Fengji's interest. Subsequently, Ning Fengji sought to purchase them, and Lin Yue negotiated an alliance in exchange for 3,000 firearms and some Chihuahua tulips. Afterward, he visited Shrek Academy, where he found Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, persuading them with the Chihuahua tulips and a 15,000-year-old purple gold tiger external soul bone. And he had arranged for them to enter closed-door cultivation. Qian Daoliu nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Well done. The auxiliary capabilities of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School are vital to us, and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing possess commendable talent. With proper cultivation, they will undoubtedly become valuable allies. I understand, Lin Yue replied. Qian Daoliu rose and approached Lin Yue, patting him on the shoulder. You have performed admirably this time, living up to my expectations. Next, keep an eye on Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's cultivation progress. Once they have completed their absorption, we will consider the next steps. Master, there's one more matter, Lin Yue said. I intend to form a battle team. With Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's immense potential, I also plan to invite Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin to join. However, those 3 are disciples of Pope Bibi Dong, so I hope you can discuss this with her. Qian Daoliu pondered for a moment. Those 3 are a few years older than you, currently at the 30s level. While your talent is exceptional, your cultivation time has been relatively short, and your soul power level is lower. They may not readily accept you as their leader. Rest assured, Master, I will handle the rest, Lin Yue replied, hinting at his confidence. Qian Daoliu affectionately regarded Lin Yue. Leave this matter to me. You should return and prepare. I will inform the Pope. Thank you, Master. I take my leave. Chapter 23. The gift of celestial herbs to the 3 prodigies. The formation of the battle team begins. Upon returning to his courtyard from the offering hall, Lin Yue was met by the sound of approaching footsteps. An attendant hurried in to report, Young Master, Lady Hulaina, Lord Xiaoyu, and Lord Yin have arrived, saying they come on the orders of the Pope to pay a visit. Oh, they are quite prompt, Lin Yue remarked, setting down the Soul Guide scroll in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He understood that their visit, while ostensibly a courtesy, was in truth a means to gauge the results of his endeavors in 7 Treasure City and to assess whether he was worthy of standing alongside them. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures entered through the courtyard gate. Leading them was Hulaina, clad in a flowing red gown embroidered with dark golden fox patterns. Her long black hair was loosely styled, revealing a graceful neck, and her captivating peach blossom eyes sparkled with allure, concealing a subtle sharpness. To her left stood Xiaoyu, dressed in silver attire, a crescent blade at his waist, his demeanor stoic, bearing a resemblance to Hulaina, radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. On her right was Yin, garbed in black armor, his shoulder plates etched with flame patterns, his bronze skin and fervent gaze reminiscent of a flame poised to ignite. Lin Yue, I heard you returned from 7 Treasure City and managed to secure an alliance with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I have come to congratulate you. Hulaina initiated, her voice laced with her usual charm, yet her gaze swept over Lin Yue, as if evaluating his strength. Xiaoyu merely nodded slightly, remaining silent. Yet he surveyed the courtyard with the corner of his eye. Though modest in size, it radiated exquisite charm. Even the stone table within was inlaid with soul-guiding crystal, surpassing the luxury of their own abodes, a clear testament to Lin Yue's standing within the spirit hall. Yin, more direct in demeanor, boomed, Lin Yue, I've heard you returned with 2 young ladies. Are they both exceptionally gifted soul masters? Or shall we meet them? We'd like to gauge your discerning eye. Lin Yue invited the 3 to take their seats, and after a servant served tea, he set the cup down, gently blowing off the froth before leisurely stating, Sister Hu, Brother Xiaoyu, Brother Yin, I have indeed returned with an important matter to discuss. I intend to establish a soul master battle team specifically to address the impending conflicts across the continent, and you 3 are my ideal candidates. The trio was momentarily taken aback. Hulaina raised an eyebrow. A battle team? Lin Yue, do you realize our identities? We are the golden generation personally chosen by His Holiness, the Pope. A mere battle team cannot accommodate us. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Our goal is to clinch the championship at the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent. Should the team's strength be inadequate, we will not join. Anticipating their reactions, Lin Yue set his teacup aside and retrieved 4 jade boxes, each intricately carved with distinct patterns, placing them gently upon the stone table. I understand your high standards, so I have prepared some gifts to entice you. He first picked up the jade box adorned with flame patterns and pushed it toward Yin. Brother Yin, your martial spirit is the Flame Lord, a powerful fire attribute attacker known for its explosive strength, but lacking in control. Inside is the Qian crown phoenix flower, a celestial herb from the ice and fire duality eye, capable of refining fire, attribute soul power to its utmost, allowing your flames to bear a burning effect that can easily pierce the defenses of water, attribute soul masters. Yin's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as he eagerly seized the jade box, opening it just enough for a stream of intense red light to escape, accompanied by an aura that resonated with his martial spirit. He could even feel his internal fire soul power stirring restlessly. Is this truly a celestial herb? Lin Yue, are you really giving this to me? Absolutely, Lin Yue affirmed with a smile, then picked up the jade box etched with fox patterns, handing it to Hu Laina. Sister Hu, your martial spirit is the demon fox, adept in charm and mental attacks. Yet the refinement of your spiritual power has always been your shortcoming. This is the gazing autumn dew, which can cleanse impurities from your spiritual power and grant you the ability to see through illusions. Even the mental barriers of a soul Douluo will be transparent to you, increasing your charm success rate by 30%. As Hu Laina accepted the jade box, a wave of refreshing energy flowed from her fingertips to her mind, calming her previously restless spiritual power. Upon opening the box to reveal the droplet of luminous liquid within, her eyes widened in awe. The gazing autumn dew, I have read of it in ancient texts, said to help soul masters break through their mental barriers. I never expected to see it in person today, let alone hold it. Her gaze toward Lin Yue softened. Brother Lin Yue, your generosity is overwhelming. It will be difficult for me to refuse. Finally, Lin Yue picked up the jade box inscribed with blade patterns and pushed it toward Xiaoyu. Brother Xiaoyu, you excel in close combat, and your crescent blade martial spirit boasts exceptional speed and cutting power. However, your meridian endurance has always limited your performance, as each use of full moon severely drains your meridians. This water immortal jade bone can reconstruct your meridians, enhancing their resilience fivefold. Not only will it allow you to withstand stronger soul power outputs, but it will also increase your close combat speed by 10%. Xiaoyu paused momentarily, then opened the jade box to reveal a shard of water blue bone. As his fingers brushed against it, a soothing warmth enveloped him, easing the strain from years of close combat. He lifted his gaze to Lin Yue, his expression softening with appreciation. This water immortal jade bone is precisely what I require at this moment. Thank you, Lin Yue. Observing their reactions, Lin Yue felt reassured and added, the celestial herbs I brought back from the ice and fire duality I have already been distributed. The 8-petal immortal orchid was given to Master Qian Daoliu to stabilize his soul power. The rare immortal heavenly chrysanthemum to Zhu Douluo, aligning with his martial spirit. And the enigmatic tulip to Ning Rongrong to assist in the evolution of her martial spirit. The water immortal jade bone was originally intended for Zhu Zhuqing. But since she possesses the external soul bone of the purple gold tiger and her meridian strength is sufficient, it is more fitting for you. What? You have given celestial herbs to both Master Qian Daoliu and Zhu Douluo? Hu Laina's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother Lin Yue, just how many celestial herbs did you bring back from the ice and fire duality eye? Lin Yue smiled but did not answer, instead pointing to the final jade box adorned with floral patterns. This contains the heartbreak red, which can only be plucked by one who harbors deep love. Otherwise, one would suffer from its backlash. I have yet to find a suitable person, so I shall hold on to it for now. The three exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and intrigue. The Qian crown phoenix flower, the gazing autumn dew, the water immortal jade bone, each a celestial treasure capable of helping soul masters break through their limitations. Lin Yue presented them without hesitation, a gesture of sincerity potent enough to quell their doubts. Yin was the first to declare, Lin Yue, I have decided to be your friend. I shall join your battle team. Whoever dares oppose us, I shall incinerate. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. I too shall join. Your vision and magnanimity earn my trust. I will take responsibility for close combat in the team. Hu Laina smiled even more alluringly as she moved beside Lin Yue, gently patting his shoulder. Sister will join as well. I shall oversee charm and mental detection for the team. Brother Lin Yue, do not let me down. Lin Yue gazed at the trio, relief washing over him. The core of the battle team had finally taken shape. Heroes, since you three are willing to join, we are now companions. There is still ample time. I will lead you to the retreat chambers so you can swiftly absorb the celestial herbs and enhance your strengths. After all, the impending conflicts across the continent will not grant us much preparation time. Excellent. The three replied in unison, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Yue escorted them to the retreat area near the offering hall, where the chambers were the finest in the spirit city, featuring embedded soul gathering crystal stones and insulation from external soul power interference. making them ideal for absorbing celestial herbs. He assigned Yin to the chamber closest to the fire attribute soul gathering array. The fire attribute aura of the chicken crown phoenix flower is quite potent, and its absorption may trigger a surge in soul power. This chamber's fire attribute soul gathering array will assist in guiding the energy. Do not rush. Allow your soul power to adapt to the herb's potency. Yin nodded earnestly, clutching the jade box as he dashed into the chamber, calling out, Lin Yue, once I finish absorbing it, I will surely break through to level 40. Next was Ulaina, for whom Lin Yue selected a chamber adjacent to the water attribute soul gathering array. The spiritual energy of the gazing autumn dew is gentle. It is best to maintain a calm mind during absorption. The water attribute soul gathering array will help stabilize your emotions and prevent any spiritual turmoil. Ulaina accepted the jade box and winked at Lin Yue. Rest assured, sister will not disappoint you. Once I finish absorbing it, I will help you gather more intelligence. With that, she too entered her chamber. Lastly, for Xiaoyu, Lin Yue provided a centrally located chamber. The water immortal jade bone may cause some discomfort during the reconstruction of your meridians. Bear with it. If it becomes unbearable, simply crush this jade talisman, and I will come to assist you. He handed Xiaoyu a white jade talisman. Xiaoyu accepted the talisman, nodding solemnly, I understand. Thank you, Lin Yue. He then entered his chamber as well. Watching the three chambers close, Lin Yue exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Ulaina, Xiaoyu Yin, along with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, have formed a core team of 5 individuals. Now, they merely need to wait for their absorption of the celestial herbs to enhance their strength, enabling them to face future challenges. As he turned to depart, he spotted Ghost Daw emerging from the shadows. Young master, we have received intelligence from the Dark Division that Tang San and Xiao Wu have arrived at Shrek Academy and have passed the enrollment tests. They have joined forces with Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, along with 2 other prodigies yet to be identified. Lin Yue paused, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Tang San has finally arrived, even though I have taken 2 of their members. The foundation of the Shrek 7 monsters has still been formed. Is this truly a predetermined fate that cannot be altered? Should I send someone to monitor them? Ghost Douluo inquired, dark soul power swirling at his fingertips. No need, Lin Yue replied, shaking his head. Now is not the time to act against them. Once Ulaina and the others have absorbed the celestial herbs, and our team's power has increased, we will seek a chance to compete with them. I am eager to see just how capable my fellow townsman truly is. Ghost Douluo nodded. Then I shall continue to keep watch on them from the Dark Division and report any developments immediately. With that, he vanished back into the shadows. Lin Yue gazed up at the sky, where the sunlight shone brightly but failed to penetrate the depths of his eyes. He understood that Tang San's appearance signaled the end of tranquil days. The Shrek 7 monsters, the Haoyan sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and other hidden forces would all pose obstacles to the Spirit Hall's ambition of unifying the continent. His team must grow swiftly to secure a foothold in this impending turmoil. At that moment, a faint purple soul power fluctuation emanated from Ning Rongrong's meditation chamber. Lin Yue smiled slightly, realizing that Ning Rongrong had begun to absorb the Chilua tulip. Perhaps it would not be long before he witnessed the birth of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. He turned and headed toward her meditation chamber, intending to check on her progress. After all, Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolution not only pertained to her individual strength, but also affected the stability of the alliance between the 7-treasure glazed tile sect and the Spirit Hall. Outside the meditation chamber, Lin Yue sensed a gentle wave of soul power emanating from within, perfectly harmonious and devoid of chaos, indicating that Ning Rongrong's absorption was proceeding smoothly. He refrained from intruding, standing outside for a moment before turning to leave. The entire meditation area fell into silence, illuminated only by the soft glow of the soul gathering crystals, accompanied by the subtle fluctuations of soul power emanating from the 5 meditation chambers. A monumental breakthrough regarding the future landscape of the continent was quietly unfolding, while the machinations of hidden forces were poised to commence. Lin Yue understood the necessity of being fully prepared to secure ultimate victory for the Spirit Hall and himself in this intricate game of power. Chapter 24. The 5 Heroes Breakthrough. Anomalies illuminate the martial soul. Within the fire attribute meditation chamber beside the Spirit Hall, the soul gathering crystals radiated a searing red light, transforming the entire space into a furnace-like inferno. Yin sat cross-legged on the stone bed, cradling the blood-red coxcomb phoenix sunflower between his knees. As fire attribute soul power surged continuously into the celestial herb. As the herb was awakened by the soul power, Tendrils of golden flames spilled from the edges of the petals, coiling around Yan's arms like living entities. With a sudden opening of his eyes, a burst of soul power erupted from his body, revealing the colossal illusion of the flame Lord Martial Soul behind him, towering at 3 meters, engulfed in blazing orange-red flames, causing even the soul-gathering crystals on the stone bed to feel the heat. "Drink!" Yin exclaimed, raising the coxcomb phoenix sunflower to his chest and biting into its petals. The sweet yet domineering energy surged into his throat, flowing through his veins like molten lava. Wherever it coursed, his meridians burned with a dull ache. Yet they rapidly expanded under the nourishment of the celestial herb. His skin gleamed with a golden-red luster, and black soul power impurities oozed from his pores, dissipating into sparks upon hitting the ground. Outside the meditation chamber, the guarding soul master suddenly gasped. "Look, what is that?" Above the roof of the chamber, a colossal golden fire lotus had formed, its petals layered in a blaze, distorting the surrounding air and tinting the distant clouds a soft red. This phenomenon drew a crowd of soul masters from the spirit city, who speculated about who was breaking through inside. Unaware of the commotion, Yin was fully focused on surmounting the bottleneck of level 39. The energy from the coxcomb phoenix sunflower coalesced into a golden fireball within him, crashing against the bottleneck with a sharp crack, shattering it as soul power surged forth like a flood. The illusion of his flame, Lord Martial Soul, contracted suddenly before expanding once more, the flames transforming from orange-red to dazzling gold, now wielding a burning fire spear. Its might amplified. As the fire lotus phenomenon gradually dissipated, Yin slowly withdrew his power and opened his eyes, a flicker of golden flame igniting within them. Rising to his feet, he stretched his muscles, feeling the contours of his physique more defined than before, exuding the pressure of a level 40 soul master. "At last, I have broken through," he exclaimed, clenching his fist, conjuring a sphere of golden flame in his palm, which he flicked lightly, transforming it into a fire serpent that circled the chamber before extinguishing. "This coxcomb phoenix sunflower is truly remarkable. My flames have not only increased in temperature several-fold, but also carry the effect of soul incineration." He gazed at his hands, a beaming smile illuminating his face. In contrast to Yan's explosive energy, a gentle purple mist enveloped the water attribute meditation chamber where Ning Rongrong resided. Sitting cross-legged on a silken stone bed, she cradled the softly glowing Chihuahua tulip in her hands, her expression focused and reverent. As she gradually infused her soul power into the flower, its petals trembled gently, releasing wisps of purple spiritual energy that entwined around her body like threads. The illusion of her 7 treasure, glazed tile, martial soul materialized, hovering before her, its 7 layers crystalline and radiating a soft, glazed light. However, as the purple spiritual energy made contact with the tower, it suddenly quivered violently, as if resisting this external force. "Do not be afraid. We shall strive together," Ning Rongrong whispered, channeling more soul power into her martial soul. The purple spiritual energy seeped along the patterns of the tower, and the glazed light gradually transformed into a soft lavender hue, each layer of the tower slowly expanding. She could distinctly feel her soul power being purified by the celestial herb, the previously chaotic energy transforming into something as pure as water, while her meridians were nourished by the spiritual energy, becoming broader. Suddenly, an invisible force pushed open the window of the meditation chamber, and outside, countless pale, purple, glazed petals began to float down from the sky, swirling around the chamber in a grand floral circle. The petals emitted a faint fragrance, enriching the surrounding soul power. Passing soul masters looked up to see a hazy illusion of the glazed tower emerging from the center of the floral crown, gradually extending from 7 layers to 9. Inside, Ning Rongrong had entered a transcendent state, feeling as though her soul was merging with the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. When the accumulation of purple spiritual energy reached a critical mass, the tower erupted in a brilliant purple light, followed by 2 crisp sounds. Crack, crack. The 7th layer of the tower began to grow the 8th and 9th layers. The newly formed layers were even more crystalline than before, intricately engraved with delicate angelic patterns, radiating a sacred aura. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong's soul power rapidly ascended, breaking through from level 29 to level 30, achieving the rank of Great Soul Master. She slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the hovering 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda before her, astonishment and joy filling her gaze, tears cascading down her cheeks. 9 treasure. It truly is the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. "Father, I have succeeded," She reached out a hand, gently caressing the tower's surface, feeling the immense power contained within. A radiant smile gracing her lips. Zhu Zhuqing's meditation chamber was nestled in the corner of the meditation area, surrounded by black soul-gathering crystals that emanated a chilling aura. She sat cross-legged upon the stone bed, her back pressed firmly against the golden-purple tiger tailbone. The ethereal spirit cat, martial soul, had long since manifested. Its inky fur enveloping her arms, her eyes transformed into slitted pupils, and her form grew increasingly slender and agile. The absorption of the external soul bone proved more arduous than she had anticipated. Initially, the soul bone emitted a faint golden-purple radiance, discordant with her soul power. However, as she channeled her agility-focused soul power in an attempt to resonate with the bone, it suddenly unleashed a torrent of ferocious energy, surging into her body along her spine. A wave of excruciating pain shot through her back, as if something were attempting to burrow its way out from beneath her skin. Endure. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She could sense the soul bone merging with her spine, each inch of integration accompanied by agonizing pain, yet simultaneously enhancing her speed and explosive power. A sheen of golden purple glimmered upon her skin, her clothing at the back subtly rising as a golden purple pattern unfurled from her spine. Suddenly, the ground of the seclusion chamber trembled violently. A golden purple beam of light erupted from the chamber's apex, within which a phantom of a tiger tail swayed, creating a crackling sound as it displaced the surrounding air. This fleeting phenomenon drew the attention of the hidden ghost Douluo, who could not help but glance over. The power of this external soul bone surpassed expectations. Inside the chamber, Zhu Zhuqing abruptly opened her eyes, a glimmer of golden purple light flashing within her slit pupils. Instinctively, she reached back to touch her spine, feeling a furry tail approximately 3 feet long, resplendent in golden purple hues, with a tuft of black fur at its tip, mirroring the pattern of the soul bone. She attempted to sway the tail, which gracefully arced through the air with a forceful vigor, causing the stone table beside the bed to tremble slightly. Simultaneously, her soul power broke through the confines of level 29, attaining level 30. Zhu Zhuqing rose, stretching her body, feeling her speed had increased by more than 10%. And during swift movements, the tail helped her adjust direction effortlessly, significantly enhancing her sense of balance. How delightful! She gazed at her tail, her eyes brimming with astonishment. In the seclusion chamber of Hulaina, a refreshing aura enveloped the space as she reclined upon the stone bed adorned with crimson silk, cradling a droplet of the luminous and iridescent gaze of autumn waters. Her enchanting fox martial soul had already manifested, 3 fluffy fox tails appearing behind her, her eyes reflecting a languid allure. As she allowed the droplet to fall upon her forehead, a wave of coolness swept through her body, spreading from her brow to her limbs. She felt her mental energy being cleansed as if immersed in a pure spring, her previously restless emotions calming instantly, her mind attaining unprecedented clarity. She could distinctly sense the flow of every thread of soul power in the surrounding air, even perceiving the fluctuations of the soul power emanating from the guarding soul masters outside the chamber. As her mental energy continued to heighten, a pearlescent halo gradually enveloped Hulaina's eyes, her pupils swirling with ethereal light. Her skin became increasingly fair and delicate, even the fine hairs upon her face becoming discernible, while her foxtails multiplied from 3 to 4, gently swaying and carrying an enticing fragrance. Frost began to form upon the windows of the seclusion chamber, reflecting Hulaina's image, her gaze more bewitching than ever, seemingly capable of ensnaring hearts, causing the frost to melt slowly under her captivating presence. Male soul masters passing by were drawn to halt, their eyes glazed with admiration, only regaining their senses when their companions called out, their faces flushed. Hulaina gradually withdrew her energy, opening her eyes as the pearlescent halo dissipated, yet her gaze shone with newfound brilliance, sharp enough to penetrate the hearts of others. She extended her hand, lightly gesturing into the air, sending forth a slender ray of mental energy that extinguished a distant candle flame. Level 36. She reveled in the surging soul power and refined mental energy within her, a seductive smile gracing her lips. The gaze of autumn waters truly lived up to its name. Now, even a soul emperor might struggle to resist my allure. She gazed into a bronze mirror, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. The seclusion chamber of Qian was situated at the heart of the seclusion area, adorned with white, soul-converging crystal stones that exuded a gentle warmth. He sat cross-legged upon the stone bed, a piece of water-blue, glimmering water nymph jade bone placed before him, while his moon blade, martial soul, hovered nearby, radiating a soft silver glow. As he infused his soul power into the water nymph jade bone, it transformed instantly into a stream of water blue light, coursing along his arms and into his body. He felt this light flowing through his meridians, rapidly mending those that had suffered from years of close combat, widening them and enhancing their resilience. A water blue luminescence enveloped his body. His muscles, nourished by the light, transformed from slender to robust, imbued with a sense of strength. With the continuous assimilation of the soul bone's energy, Xieyu's aura surged swiftly. His moon blade, martial soul, erupted in a dazzling silver light, the patterns on the blade becoming more intricate, its cutting power multiplying several-fold. He could distinctly sense the enhancement in his close combat speed and strength, while the strain on his meridians during soul power activation was halved compared to before. On the floor of the seclusion chamber, a circle of water blue patterns gradually emerged, flowing with faint soul power, forming a miniature soul convergence array that continuously drew soul power from the surroundings into Xieyu's body. Though this phenomenon was less pronounced than those of Yin and Ning Rongrong, it elicited a nod of approval from the golden crocodile Douluo. The water nymph jade bone's restoration of meridians would likely place this young man's close combat prowess among the top 3 of his generation. Xieyou slowly concluded his cultivation, rising to his feet and stretching, the sound of cracking joints echoing. He felt the surging soul power of a level 37 soul master within him, glancing at his moon blade with a glint of sharpness in his eyes. He grasped the moon blade and, with a gentle sweep through the air, released a silver blade aura that etched a faint mark upon the stone wall. Excellent. He tightened his grip on the moon blade, a rare smile blooming upon his face. Henceforth, when executing the full moon technique, he would no longer need to worry about his meridians failing. As the anomalies of the 5 seclusion chambers subsided, Lin Yue stood outside the seclusion area, watching the 5 individuals emerge in succession, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Yan's golden flames, Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Zhu Zhuqing's golden purple tiger tail, Hu Laiina's enchanting gaze, and Xieyu's robust physique. Each transformation exceeded his expectations. It seems our battle team is finally ready to embark on our journey. Lin Yue gazed at the 5 before him, anticipation sparkling in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the distant sky, a dark cloud began to gather quietly, as if heralding the arrival of a new storm. Chapter 25. The battle team assembles for the Stardow Forest, the first step into the perilous forest to hone cooperation. In the square outside the Spirit Hall of Spirit City, the morning light filtered through the clouds, casting a gentle glow upon the white jade stones of the ground. Lin Yue stood at the center of the square, observing the 5 individuals neatly lined up before him, a smile curling upon his lips. His core battle team had finally taken shape. From this day forth, we shall be comrades fighting side by side. Lin Yue's voice resonated clearly, reverberating throughout the square. Our team shall be named Flame Radiance, symbolizing the blazing flames that spread across the land, illuminating the world. I hope we can carve out our own domain in the future conflicts across the continent. As his words fell, Yin was the first to raise his fist, excitement gleaming on his face. Flame Radiance Team, what a splendid name. Should anyone dare to provoke us, they shall taste the wrath of my golden flames. A faint gold-red aura enveloped him, the phantom of the flame, Lord Martial Soul, flickering behind him. The pressure of a level 40 soul master causing the surrounding air to grow warm. Lin Yue smiled and nodded, his gaze sweeping over the assembled individuals as he began to introduce the team as configuration. I am Lin Yue, a level 30 mutated spirit master with the Desert Eagle, specializing in long-range offensive capabilities and serving as the team commander and range damage dealer. Yin, at level 40, wields the Beast Spirit Flame Lord, excelling in area attacks with a focus on extensive fire damage. Xieyou, a level 37 spirit master with the Moonblade, is our melee powerhouse, tasked with direct breakthroughs and single-target eliminations. Hu Laiina, a level 36 Beast Spirit with the Enchanting Fox, specializes in control, adept at mental manipulation and battlefield management. Zhu Zhuqing, at level 30, possesses the Beast Spirit Nether Spirit Cat, serving as our agile attacker responsible for reconnaissance, ambushes, and eliminations. Lastly, Ning Rongrong, a level 30 Spirit Master with a 9-treasure glaze tile, acts as our support, enhancing the team's speed and strength. With each introduction, the respective individual stepped forward, their expression solemn. A petite 9-treasure glazed tile floated before Ning Rongrong, emanating a soft lavender glow. She gazed up at Lin Yue, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Yue, when shall we embark on our journey for training? I can hardly wait to test the auxiliary effects of the 9-treasure glaze tile. Patience, Rong, Lin Yue replied with a gentle smile. We currently have 4 members in need of soul rings. I, you, and Zhuqing require 30-level soul rings, while Yin needs a 40-level one. Hence, our primary objective for this expedition is to venture into the Stardow Forest to acquire suitable soul rings for everyone while honing our team synergy. No sooner had he finished speaking than a golden figure approached from afar, none other than Zhu Douluo, clad in a pink robe. He toyed with a golden chrysanthemum in his hand, his face adorned with his customary smile. Young Master Lin. Both His Holiness the Pope and the Grand Offering are concerned for your safety. They have sent me to accompany and protect you, as well as assist in selecting soul rings. With the esteemed Yue accompanying us, our confidence has undoubtedly increased. Lin Yue bowed respectfully to Yue, followed by the other 5, who quickly joined in the gesture. They had long heard of the strength of the titled Douluo, and with such a powerful ally by their side, the dangers of the Stardow Forest seemed diminished. Yue waved his hand dismissively, his gaze sweeping over the 5 with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. I did not expect such a rapid enhancement in your abilities within just a few days. Especially you, little Rong. The 9-treasure glaze tile indeed lives up to its reputation. Very well, let us not waste any more time. We shall depart, he declared. In unison, the group complied, following Lin Yue and Yue towards the southern gate of Spirit City. There a spacious, soul-guided carriage awaited them, embedded with soul-gathering crystals, ensuring their soul power replenishment during the journey, while providing a comfortable space for rest and adjustment. As the carriage rolled along the official road to the Stardow Forest, its interior was spacious and comfortable, yet no one was idle. Lin Yue sat by the window, holding a map of the Stardow Forest, explaining to the team. The Stardow Forest is divided into the outer, inner, and core regions. The outskirts are primarily inhabited by soul beasts under 1,000 years. The inner region contains those between 1,000 and 10,000 years, while the core area is home to formidable soul beasts over 10,000 years. Our target this time is the inner region. Rong and Zhuqing require soul beasts around 2,000 years. I need a mutated soul beast approximately 500 years old. And Yin is in search of a fire-type soul beast around 8,000 years. Hulaina, seated beside him, twirled a strand of hair, her eyes gleaming seductively as she regarded Lin Yue. Lin Yue, the desert eagle spirit, is mutated, making it a challenge to find a suitable soul beast. But fear not. My mental prowess is quite strong now. Once we reach the forest, I shall assist in scouting to ensure we find the most compatible soul beast for you. Thank you. Sister Hu, Lin Yue replied with a smile, turning his attention to Xie Yu. Brother Xie, your Moonblade has the strongest melee capability. Once we are in the forest, you are responsible for protecting Rong and ensuring she is not ambushed by soul beasts. Xie Yu nodded slightly, his Moonblade spinning gently in his hand, producing a faint humming sound. Rest assured, with me around, no harm shall befall Rong. Zhuqing sat in a corner, her arms crossed, her gaze focused as she listened intently, nodding occasionally. Aware of her role in reconnaissance, she was already quietly channeling her soul power, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Yin, however, could hardly contain his excitement, clenching his fists as the aura of his soul power subtly pulsed. Lin Yue, when shall we arrive? I am eager to test my golden flames and discover what new skills a 40-level soul ring will bestow upon me. Soon, just half a day's journey remains. Lin Yue reassured him with a smile. Since we have some time, let us conduct a brief simulation of our coordination. Rong, please provide us with your support. Sister Hu, simulate control with your mental power. Xie Yu and Zhuqing, you're responsible for ambushing. Yin, prepare to unleash your fire output, but do so gently to avoid damaging the carriage. In unison, they responded and swiftly set to work. The 9-treasure glaze tile, before Ning Rong, expanded instantaneously. The first tier, glowing softly. First soul skill, strength amplification. A faint golden light enveloped them, and Lin Yue could distinctly feel a 10% increase in his internal strength. Immediately following, the second tier lit up. Second soul skill, speed amplification. The light shield transformed into a pale blue hue, making everyone's movements feel significantly lighter. Zhuqing stood up, swiftly moving within the carriage, her speed nearly 20% faster than usual. Elated, she exclaimed, Rong, your support effects are incredibly strong. This is far superior to the previous 7-treasure glaze tile. Ning Rong proudly lifted her chin, her eyes glimmering with pride. Of course. This is the 9-treasure glaze tile. Once I level up further, I can provide even greater enhancements. At that moment, a silvery glow enveloped Hulaina's eyes. Her mental energy weaving like threads towards Yin. Let us see how my control fares. Yin felt a slight heaviness in his mind. The flow of his soul power momentarily slowing. Astonished, he remarked, Hulaina, your mental strength is remarkable. If caught in battle by you, I would have no means to retaliate. Hulaina retracted her mental power, a seductive smile gracing her lips. Fear not, I only employ it against our foes. Now, let us continue our practice. Standing up, Lin Yue summoned his soul power, manifesting a silvery desert eagle, which quietly appeared. Its muzzle aimed at a target pattern on the carriage wall. Brother Xie, provide me cover. Zhu Qing, maneuver to the side. Yin, prepare to unleash your flames. Xieyu's moon blade flew forth in an instant, forming a silver barrier before Lin Yue, while Zhu Qing swiftly darted to the opposite side of the carriage. Her nether spirit cat spirit activated, her eyes transforming into slitted pupils. Yin gathered a sphere of golden flames in his hands, ready to launch at any moment. Rong, amplify my abilities. Lin Yue called out. Speed amplification. The tower illuminated, a soft purple light enveloping Lin Yue, instantly enhancing his speed. He pulled the trigger, and a silver soul power bullet shot forth, hitting the target with pinpoint accuracy. Simultaneously, Yin's golden flames surged towards the target, striking in tandem, incinerating the wooden target into ashes. A flawless collaboration, Lin Yue exclaimed, lowering the Desert Eagle. Everyone performed excellently. If we maintain this synergy, we shall effortlessly handle the soul beasts in the Douluo forest. Smiles adorned their faces, and the atmosphere within the carriage grew increasingly harmonious. The initial awkwardness stemming from their recent assembly gradually dissipated, replaced by an ever-stronger camaraderie. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the soul-guided carriage finally arrived at the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Lin Yue and the others disembarked, gazing upward to behold a lush forest. Towering trees casting shadows that obscured the sunlight, while the air was thick with a rich sense of vegetation and a faint essence of soul beasts. Let us first acclimatize ourselves to the outskirts. We shall venture deeper into the inner region tomorrow, Lin Yue instructed the group. Sister Hu, please utilize your mental power to scout the surrounding distribution of soul beasts. Zhu Qing, head forward to scout the path. Be cautious and remain concealed. Xieyue, you and Rong should position yourselves in the middle. Yin, stay by my side, ready for combat. And Senior Yueguan, kindly protect us from the shadows. Only intervening if absolutely necessary. Rest assured, with me present, I shall ensure your safety. Yueguan's voice resonated from the air, though he had already melded into the woods, leaving behind a faint fragrance of chrysanthemums. The group promptly set about their tasks as directed by Lin Yue. Hulaina closed her eyes, her mental energy expanding like a radar. Moments later, she opened her eyes and reported to Lin Yue. Within a kilometer, there are 3 soul beasts. To the east lies a 2,000-year-old swift wind wolf, to the west a 1,500-year-old ironback bear, and to the north a 3,000-year-old nether panther. The nether panther is particularly suited for Zhu Qing. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Yue's eyes. Zhu Qing, proceed to the north and scout the exact location of a nether panther without alarming it. Yin, you will go east to divert the swift wind wolf's attention. Xieyue, you and I will head west to confront the ironback bear. Rong, remain on standby and be prepared to provide support at any moment. Understood. The group responded in unison, each taking their positions. Zhu Qing transformed into a shadow and swiftly darted north, vanishing into the forest in the blink of an eye. Yin made his way east, deliberately releasing a hint of fire attribute soul power to attract the swift wind wolf's attention. Lin Yue and Xieyue proceeded westward and soon spotted the ironback bear, a massive creature cloaked in black, with a back covered in hair as hard as steel, peacefully sleeping on the ground. Xieyue, you will launch a side attack while I provide range support, Lin Yue whispered, the desert eagle materializing silently in his hand. Xieyue nodded, swiftly maneuvering to the bear's side, the moon blade spinning in his grasp, ready to strike. Lin Yue took a deep breath, channeling his soul power into the desert eagle, aiming at the bear's head. Now, Lin Yue commanded, squeezing the trigger. A silver soul power bullet flew forth, striking the ironback bear squarely in the head. The bear roared in pain, abruptly rising and charging toward Lin Yue, swinging its massive paw. At that moment, Xieyue leaped onto the bear's back, thrusting the moon blade fiercely into its neck. The ironback bear thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge Xieyue, clinging tightly to its fur. Xieyue repeatedly stabbed at the bear's neck, blood splattering forth. Rongrong, enhance Xieyu's strength and speed. Lin Yue shouted. From a distance, Ning Rongrong responded immediately. The 9-treasure glazed tile, glowing with 2 radiances, one golden and the other blue, enveloping Xieyou. He felt a surge of power and speed coursing through him. The moon blade in his hand becoming increasingly sharp, swiftly carving a deep, bone-exposing wound into the bear's neck. The bear's breath weakened, and it finally collapsed with a thunderous crash, motionless. Xieyou jumped down from the ironback bear's back, wiping the sweat from his brow, and nodded at Lin Yue. It's done. Lin Yue smiled and nodded in return, just about to speak when a commotion arose from the north. His expression shifted. This is bad. It's Zhu Qing. We must hurry. The group raced northward and soon spotted Zhu Qing in a fierce struggle with a nether panther. The panther, entirely black and incredibly swift, attacked with razor-sharp claws, relentlessly targeting Zhu Qing. She skillfully evaded, coalescing the claws of the nether spirit cat in her hands to strike back, yet she was unable to inflict any harm on the panther. Rongrong, enhance Zhu Qing's speed and strength. Lin Yue called out. Ning Rongrong immediately provided support, and Zhu Qing's speed surged, her movements becoming even more agile. Seizing an opportunity, she leaped behind the nether panther, her claws plunging savagely into its back. The panther, in pain, turned to retaliate against Zhu Qing, but was momentarily ensnared by Hulaiina's mental control. Its movements slowed. At that moment, Lin Yue pulled the trigger, sending a silver soul power bullet into the panther's head. Yin also arrived, conjuring a mass of golden flames and hurling it toward the nether panther. The flames engulfed the panther, which let out a chilling scream before collapsing to the ground. Zhu Qing sheathed her claws, panting, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you all. The speed of this nether panther was overwhelming. I nearly couldn't handle it. It's nothing. We are a team and should support one another. Lin Yue replied with a smile. This nether panther is perfectly suited for you to absorb as your 30th level soul ring. Quickly deliver the finishing blow. Just then, laughter emanated from the east. Lin Yue, I've also dealt with the Swift Wind Wolf. The group turned to the east, where they found Yin standing beside the corpse of Swift Wind Wolf, golden flames still flickering in his hands. Lin Yue nodded, surveying the 3 fallen soul beasts before him, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Our first collaboration has gone remarkably smoothly. It seems our Yin Hui team possesses formidable strength. He continued, now, let us find a suitable spot to set up camp. Tonight, Zhu Qing will absorb the Nether Panther's soul ring, and tomorrow we shall delve deeper into the inner region in search of the soul beasts we require. The group acknowledged and began assembling their tents. Yu Guan emerged from the shadows, observing the group with a smile of approval. Well done, well done. Your first real combat has shown such excellent cooperation. It appears your team is brimming with potential. Lin Yue nodded with a smile, his gaze drifting toward the depths of the Douluo forest, anticipation flickering in his eyes. There lay even more formidable soul beasts and greater challenges ahead, and he and his Yin Hui team were ready for what awaited. As night fell, the roars of soul beasts echoed throughout the Douluo forest, yet the confidence of those in the camp remained unshaken. A struggle for soul rings and growth had merely begun. Chapter 26. The search for the 6-winged swan and the new brilliance of the 9-treasure glazed tile. The morning light of the Douluo forest, heavy with moisture, filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting gentle rays upon the tents of the camp. Lin Yue was the first to rise, observing the others as they busily packed their gear. He spread out a map of the inner region of the Douluo forest on a stone table. Today's primary objective is to assist Rongrong in locating a 6-winged swan of approximately 2,500 years. This soul beast excels in flight and possesses formidable self-healing abilities. Its soul ring is likely to enhance Rongrong's third soul skill into a group healing ability, perfectly addressing our team's healing deficiency. Ning Rongrong leaned closer to the map, her fingertips tracing the area marked as the Swan Lake region. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Is the 6-winged swan truly nearby? With group healing, I can promptly assist everyone when injured. The 9-treasure glazed tile before her floated gently, its 2 layers emanating a golden light of power enhancement and a blue light of speed enhancement, as if eagerly awaiting the awakening of new abilities. Hujia, could you please use your mental power to scan the direction of Swan Lake? Lin Yue turned to Hulaiina, who immediately closed her eyes. Her ethereal mental energy expanding like a fine net into the depths of the inner region. After a moment, she opened her eyes, her brow furrowed. There are numerous soul beast fluctuations near Swan Lake, but I do not sense a distinct presence of the 6-winged swan. It may be flying high in the sky, and my mental energy has limited range for aerial reconnaissance. Then I shall scout from above. Zhu Zhuqing volunteered eagerly. Her nether spirit cat martial soul instantly manifesting. The dazzling purple aura of the third soul ring she absorbed from the nether panther radiated around her. With her dark fur covering her arms and her purple gold tiger tail swaying gently, she took 2 steps back and leaped into the air, using the tree branches to propel herself, quickly reaching the treetops and scanning the distant sky with vigilance. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing descended from the treetops, landing before the group. About 3 kilometers east, I spotted a white figure circling above Swan Lake. Its wings span over 2 meters. It must be the 6-winged swan. However, it is flying quite high and continues to circle the lake's perimeter, seemingly wary of its surroundings. Excellent. Yin clenched his fist, golden flames flickering in his palm. Shall we head over now? I can test whether my flames can coax it down. Hold on. Lin Yue restrained Yan's arm, his expression grave. The 6-winged swan possesses formidable self-healing capabilities and excels in long-range water attribute soul techniques. Engaging it directly could deplete our soul power excessively. We must devise a strategy. Brother Yue, you will be responsible for close-range containment, utilizing the moon blade to sever its flight trajectory. Zhuqing, you shall employ your speed to maneuver behind it, poised to strike at its wings and compel it to descend. Sister Hu, use your mental prowess to disrupt its judgment. Do not allow it to escape easily. Yin and I will focus on ranged attacks, primarily targeting its weaknesses. Rong, you will continuously amplify our strength and speed. Once it is wounded, prepare to absorb the soul ring. In unison, everyone acknowledged the plan, tidying up their tents as they set forth toward Swan Lake. The formidable Zhu Yuan remained shrouded in shadows, his golden soul power merging seamlessly with the surrounding flora, with only the occasional waft of chrysanthemum fragrance hinting at his presence. The waters of Swan Lake shimmered with a pale blue hue, as the reeds along the shore swayed gently in the breeze, and small fish occasionally leapt from the surface, creating delicate splashes. As the group approached the lakeshore, a series of crisp calls echoed from above. A snow-white swan circled gracefully above the water, its 6 expansive wings unfurled, each feather glistening with a subtle azure glow, its beak a lustrous jade hue. This was indeed the 6-winged swan they sought. The 6-winged swan, sensing their presence, let out a cry and flapped its wings vigorously, unleashing several water arrows that shot towards Lin Yue and the others. Be cautious. Yue was the first to act, the moon blade drawing a silver arc in front of him, deflecting the water arrows as sparks and droplets flew through the air. Rong, amplify our power, Lin Yue shouted, the desert eagle in his hands instantly brimming with soul power. Rong immediately activated her soul abilities, the golden and blue lights of the 9-treasure glazed tower shimmering simultaneously. 2 amplifying shields enveloping the group. Yue's speed noticeably increased, and the cutting power of the moon blade intensified, while Zhuqing found herself propelled by the wind, transforming into a shadow as she circled towards the 6-winged swan's flank. Yin conjured a basketball-sized golden fireball, targeting the 6-winged swan above. Sister Hu, control it. Lin Yue pulled the trigger, sending a silver soul power bullet toward the swan's wing. Hu Laiina's eyes glimmered as her mental energy, like an invisible thread, ensnared the 6-winged swan's head. The swan's movements faltered momentarily, its wing beats slowing just enough for Lin Yue's bullet to graze its wing, several pristine feathers falling away, stained with faint traces of blood. Now, Zhuqing leaped into action, her purple gold tiger tail thrashing in the air as her claws struck fiercely at the swan's other wing. Yet, the 6-winged swan reacted with remarkable speed, flipping abruptly and generating a powerful gust that forced Zhuqing back. It then pecked at the wound on its wing, a soft blue glow emanating from its beak as the injury healed at a visible rate, even the fallen feathers regrowing tiny, downy fibers. What extraordinary self-healing capabilities! Rong exclaimed, realizing that under such circumstances they could hardly inflict any damage. Yin hurled his fireball, the golden flames tracing an arc through the air toward the 6-winged swan. However, the swan flapped its wings again, conjuring a wall of water that intercepted the fireball, steam billowing up as fire met water, enveloping the lake in a thick mist. It is using the lake water to restore its soul power. Lin Yue quickly discerned the crucial detail. Brother Yue, sever its connection with the water using the moonblade. Zhuqing, disrupt it by approaching the shore. Do not let it get near the surface. Sister Hu, intensify your mental interference to prevent it from concentrating its soul power to heal. Yue nodded, releasing the moonblade, which transformed into 2 silver streaks of light. slicing through the area between the six-winged swan and the lake's surface, creating an invisible barrier. Zhuqing landed amidst the reeds by the lake, her purple gold tiger tail lifting stones to hurl beneath the swan, forcing it to ascend higher. Hulaiina's mental energy surged once more, causing the six-winged swan's cries to grow increasingly erratic, its wing beats becoming more disordered. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue poured his soul power into the desert eagle, the barrel glowing with a faint silver light. Yin, let us target its beak together. That is the key to its self-healing. It should not have such strong defenses there. Understood. Yin manifested 2 golden fire spears, launching them simultaneously with Lin Yue's soul power bullet. The six-winged swan attempted to evade, but Hulaiina's mental power secured its position, forcing it to awkwardly turn its head. The fire spears grazed its neck, singeing several feathers, while Lin Yue's bullet struck true, creating a minute wound on its jade beak, causing the pale blue healing glow to dim instantly. Effective. Rong cheered with excitement, quickly amplifying Lin Yue and Yan's soul power. Lin Yue, Yan, push harder. Wounded. The six-winged swan became even more frenzied, its 6 wings flapping simultaneously, sending colossal waves crashing across the lake, countless water arrows raining down upon the group, and several waterspouts forming at the shore, hurling debris and reeds toward Shiyue and Zhuqing. Quickly amplify our speed. Lin Yue shouted to Rong while dodging the water arrows. Yet, Rong's complexion turned pale. Her continuous use of soul abilities had drained her power to near depletion. At that moment, a golden chrysanthemum phantom materialized before them, blocking the onslaught. The waterspout collided with the phantom, dissipating instantly, as Zhu Qian's voice resonated. Little ones, remember to protect yourselves. Do not withstand it directly. He refrained from direct intervention, merely diffusing the lethal attack with his soul power, still entrusting the initiative to the team. Thank you, Senior Yueguan. Lin Yue nodded toward the source of the voice, swiftly recalibrating their strategy. Brother Shiyue, create a barrier with your moonblade to shield us from the water arrows. Zhuqing, maneuver behind it and target the base of its wings. Yin, use flames to evaporate the moisture around it, preventing it from utilizing its water abilities. Sister Hu, focus on disrupting its soul power flow. The group immediately executed the tactics. Shiyue's moonblade wove a silver barrier in the air, intercepting the water arrows one by one. Zhuqing, taking advantage of the reed's cover, stealthily circled to the 6-winged swan's rear, her purple gold tiger tail striking fiercely at the root of its wings. The third soul skill unleashed. Her claws tore down, creating a wound deep enough to expose bone. Yin formed hand seals, the golden flames coalescing into a large net that descended upon the 6-winged swan, the flames scorching the surrounding moisture. The swan's water attribute soul power operation noticeably faltered, while Hulaiina's mental energy, sharp as needles, relentlessly struck at its core, diminishing its self-healing ability further. Now, Lin Yue inhaled deeply, his soul power surging under Rong's amplification, the barrel of the desert eagle glowing with brilliant silver light. He aimed at the base of the 6-winged swan's injured wing, pulling the trigger. A bullet 3 times thicker than before shot forth with a whoosh, striking the wound with precision. Wail! The 6-winged swan emitted a piercing cry as the wound at its base exploded, blood gushing forth. It could no longer sustain flight and plummeted toward the lake surface. Seizing the moment, Yin leapt into action, conjuring a final orb of golden flames in his hands, crashing it down upon the swan's head. It's over. The golden flames erupted, silencing the 6-winged swan's cries as its massive form crashed heavily onto the lakeshore, sending water splashing in all directions. Its 6 wings gradually lost their luster, the pale blue soul power glow vanishing completely, with only its neck twitching slightly, a clear sign of its imminent demise. We did it! Rong exclaimed, rushing forward to gaze at the 6-winged swan, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Yue approached her, nodding with a smile. Quickly absorb it. This soul ring is perfectly suited for you. Rong produced a delicate dagger, thoroughly understanding the 6-winged swan, then sat cross-legged beside its lifeless form, forming hand seals to guide the soul ring. A pale purple soul ring ascended from the swan's body, slowly drifting toward her head. As the soul ring made contact with her body, a soft blue light enveloped Rong, and the 9-treasure glazed tower expanded dramatically, the third layer glowing with a gentle purple radiance. The surrounding soul energy began to converge towards Ning Rong. The faint blue halo from the corpse of the 6-winged swan melding seamlessly into her being. Ning Rong's brow furrowed and relaxed intermittently, clearly experiencing the agony of the soul ring fusion while simultaneously reveling in the joy of awakening her new abilities. After half an hour, the pale purple soul ring completely integrated into Ning Rongrong's body. She slowly opened her eyes, and the third tier of the 9-treasure glazed tile tower before her radiated a steady purple light. Ning Rongrong extended her hand and gently pressed it against the tower's third tier, causing a gentle rain of pale blue light to cascade from the tower, enveloping the weary companions. Instantly, everyone felt their internal soul power rapidly recovering, the wounds left from prior battles beginning to itch, evidently accelerating the healing process. "This is my third soul skill," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "I have named it the Glazed Healing Rain. It not only heals wounds for the group, but also restores everyone's soul power. From now on, during battles, we need not worry about insufficient soul power or injuries without treatment." As the group felt their recovering soul power and healing wounds, smiles spread across their faces. Xiaoyu sheathed his moonblade and nodded. "With Rongrong's healing, our team's endurance has at least doubled." Hulaina chimed in playfully. "From now on, Lin Yue doesn't have to worry about my control skills running low on soul power anymore." Lin Yue looked at the excited Ning Rongrong, then at his teammates, his heart brimming with satisfaction. The shortcomings of the Yin Hui team had finally been addressed. He gazed towards the depths of the Stardow Forest, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. With Rongrong's soul ring resolved, next it is Mai and Yan's turn. "Let's rest here for a moment, and in the afternoon, we shall delve deeper into the inner region, striving to ensure everyone acquires the appropriate soul rings as swiftly as possible." The sunlight by the lakeshore was just right, the corpse of the six-winged swan gradually losing its warmth, while the members of the Yin Hui team were filled with vigor. With Ning Rongrong's acquisition of a group healing soul skill, this newly formed team finally possessed the strength to establish themselves within the inner regions of the Stardow Forest, laying a solid foundation for the trials and challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 27. Clarifying Soul Ring Lifespan and Seeking New Souls in the Volcanic Direction. In the afternoon of the Stardow Forest, sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled spots of light. The creek beside the campsite babbled softly, carrying a hint of coolness. Lin Yue sat on a rock, observing the members gathered around him, and took the initiative to speak. "Rongrong's soul ring has been resolved. Next, we must seek my third soul ring and Yan's fourth soul ring, both of which require fire attributes, so we need to carefully plan our route." Yan immediately leaned in, a flicker of golden flame igniting in his palm. "My fourth soul ring must come from a fire attribute soul beast." "Lin Yue, you mentioned that there might be some near the volcanic region to the south of the forest. When shall we go? I can hardly wait to try out my new skills." The flame illuminated his face, filled with eagerness, beads of sweat at his temples glistening with heat. Ning Rongrong toyed with the 9-treasure glazed tile tower before her, tilting her head in confusion. "Lin Yue, I recall our teacher mentioning that the typical Soul Master's third soul ring has a maximum lifespan of 700 years, yet you mentioned you require 500 years. And yet even more at 8,000 years. Could this be too risky?" Lin Yue nodded with a smile, a faint glow of soul power emanating from his fingertips. "This is largely thanks to the celestial herb I absorbed earlier. I consumed the celestial herb from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, which has greatly enhanced my body through the tempering of ice and fire, allowing me to withstand the soul power impact of soul rings exceeding 3,000 years, which a typical 30th level soul master would find intolerable. I can endure it and even fully absorb the power of the soul ring. As for you, the celestial herb you absorbed not only transformed your martial soul, but also strengthened your physique, making it easy for you to absorb the 500-year-old six-winged swan martial soul." He turned to Zhu Zhuqing, who nodded in understanding, her purple gold tiger tail gently swaying. "My external soul bone has not only enhanced my speed, but also reshaped my meridians, increasing my physical strength by 30%, thus absorbing the soul power impact from the 2,000-year-old Nether Panther soul ring is not a daunting task for me." As for Yin, Lin Yue glanced at him, confidence gleaming in his eyes. "The Coxcomb Phoenix Flower is an ultimate fire attribute celestial herb, which not only purifies your fire soul power, but has also fundamentally transformed your body. A typical 40th level soul master can only absorb a 5,000-year-old soul ring at most. Yet with your enhanced physique, absorbing an 8,000-year-old fire attribute soul ring will only strengthen your soul skills without any risk of backlash." The group finally grasped the situation. Ning Rongrong clapped her hands, her eyes filled with understanding. "So that is how it is. Celestial herbs not only enhance strength, but also fortify the body." No wonder you dare to let us choose such high lifespan soul rings. Xiaoyu nodded slightly. In this case, the lifespan of the soul ring seems reasonable, but an 8,000-year-old soul beast possesses formidable strength. We must be thoroughly prepared. Lin Yue then shifted his tone, his expression turning serious. However, after these 2 days of battles, I've noticed a significant shortcoming in our team. The group fell silent, Hulaina setting aside her usual charm, frowning in contemplation. Is it in terms of control? My allure can disrupt soul beasts, but against those with strong mental power, its effectiveness diminishes and it cannot enforce hard control, such as immobilization or binding skills that can restrict the actions of soul beasts. Precisely. Lin Yue nodded. Sister whose allure is a form of soft control. It becomes quite challenging to ensnare agile and self-healing soul beasts like the six-winged swan. We need a hard control skill to mitigate casualties when confronting powerful soul beasts. Zhu Zhuqing added. In our encounters with the nether panther and the six-winged swan, several times we wasted considerable soul power because we failed to contain them promptly. Having hard control would significantly streamline our battles. Lin Yue produced a map of the Stardow Forest, his fingertip tracing the area marked as the Crimson Flame volcano group to the south. I propose we head here. Firstly, there are numerous fire attribute soul beasts near the volcanoes, perfect for Yin to target an 8,000-year-old soul beast. Secondly, the unique volcanic environment breeds mutated soul beasts, and we might encounter a mutated fire attribute soul beast capable of control, which could serve as both my soul ring and fill our team's control gap. Mutated fire attribute soul beasts? Yan's eyes lit up. If it possesses control skills, when I unleash my group fire, the soul beast won't escape, maximizing our damage. Xiaoyu concurred. Though the area around the volcano is perilous, the soul beast lifespans and types meet our requirements. It's worth a try. However, Hulaina expressed concern, but an 8,000-year-old fire attribute soul beast would possess strength far exceeding a 50th level soul king, possibly nearing a 60th level soul emperor. Can our current combat strength withstand it? Perhaps we should let Elder Zhu assist? The gazes of the group shifted to Lin Yue, as Elder Zhu was a titled Douluo accompanying them. With his assistance, defeating an 8,000-year-old soul beast would be significantly easier. Lin Yue, however, waved his hand, his tone resolute. Elder Zhu's role is to protect us from mortal danger, not to assist us in slaying soul beasts. The essence of our trials lies in honing our skills on the brink of life and death. If we rely on Elder Zhu for everything, we will never develop our teamwork or truly enhance our strength. Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, reflected a glimmer of agreement in his eyes. You are right. We are a team, and we must rely on our own strength to solve problems. However, the defenses and attacks of an 8,000-year-old soul beast are formidable. We need effective countermeasures. Lin Yue smiled, retrieving 3 long rifles, entirely silver black, from his soul guide, their bodies etched with intricate flame patterns. The muzzles gleaming with a faint metallic sheen. These are the improved soul-guided firearms crafted specifically by Elder Zhang. Ordinary soul-guided firearms can only inflict damage on soul beasts under 3,000 years. However, this improved version has tripled its power and can effectively harm soul beasts under 10,000 years. For those under 3,000 years, it can even deliver a lethal blow. It is important to note that the defenses of soul beasts are several times stronger than those of soul masters, and this level of damage can severely injure a soul king, posing a threat even to a soul emperor. Whereas ordinary soul-guided firearms previously demonstrated at the auction in Tianbao City could only inflict damage on soul kings. Evil Moon immediately seized a firearm, weighing it in his hands while sensing the soul power fluctuations emanating from its barrel. Is this device truly so formidable? With such a treasure at your disposal, why did you not produce it sooner? Had I revealed it earlier, would it still be considered a trial? Lin Yue chuckled, explaining that their previous encounters with the Nether Panther and Six-Winged Swan were merely for harmonizing their teamwork. Now, facing an 8,000-year soul beast, they required the soul-guided firearm as their trump card. It would assist them in breaching the beast's defenses, creating opportunities for attack. Yet ultimately, victory would depend on their coordination. He handed the other 2 firearms to Zhu Zhuqing and Yan. Zhuqing, as a sensitive attacker, you can utilize the soul-guided firearm for long-range ambushes. Yan, you will draw the firepower directly. This weapon will aid you in swiftly breaking through defenses. However, be aware that the newly upgraded soul-guided firearm significantly increases soul power consumption. So manage your energy wisely. My own Desert Eagle is my martial soul, thus I shall refrain from using this. focusing instead on command and support. Zhu Zhuqing accepted the soul-guided firearm and tested its feel, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. With this, we certainly have more confidence in confronting an 8,000-year soul beast. Yin eagerly toyed with his, the flames in his palms dancing against the firearm's fiery patterns, which began to emit a faint red glow. This firearm can resonate with my fiery soul power? Splendid. I cannot wait to test its might. Ning Rongrong observed the trio with their soul-guided firearms and remarked with a smile, with our new weaponry, alongside my support and healing, we are bound to triumph over the 8,000-year soul beast. Hulaina, regaining her charm, exuded confidence. My mental prowess can pinpoint the soul beast's weaknesses. This battle is assuredly ours. Lin Yue rose, stowing away the map, his gaze directed southward. Since there are no objections, let us commence our journey. The temperature near the volcano will escalate, so everyone should adjust their soul power accordingly to maintain optimal condition. The group promptly stood, gathering their camp gear as they headed towards the Crimson Flame volcano range. After several days of travel, the surrounding trees became increasingly sparse, the air growing hotter. In the distance, a dark red silhouette emerged on the horizon, the outline of the Crimson Flame volcano range. Yin sensed the fire attribute soul power in the air, his golden flames igniting with vigor. Ahead lies the volcanic range. I can feel a strong presence of fire attribute soul beasts. Zhu Zhuqing scanned the vicinity cautiously, her purple-gold tiger tail taut, ready to respond to any unexpected occurrences. Chapter 28. The Crimson Flame volcano astonishes thousands. The lava giant lizard battle begins. As the Inferno Blaze team traversed the thinning charred woods, the full splendor of the Crimson Flame volcano range unveiled itself before them, leaving even the most stoic Evil Moon momentarily awestruck. Before them, numerous volcanoes erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after spring rain, numbering in the hundreds. Some volcanoes emitted wisps of white smoke, resembling slumbering behemoths exhaling, while others were piled high with dark red volcanic rock, sharp-edged and menacing. The largest volcano at the center towered majestically, piercing the clouds, its caldera swirling with thick black smoke, hinting at flickering orange flames within, as if an ancient giant lay dormant, poised to awaken and erupt at any moment. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. Waves of heat assailed them, rendering breathing a laborious task. Soon, their garments were drenched in perspiration. Even Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile shone with a faint halo, seemingly resisting the oppressive heat. Such a magnificent sight. Ning Rongrong instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Yue's sleeve, her voice trembling, not from fear but from the sheer awe of the spectacle before her. Zhu Zhuqing, too, set aside her usual cold demeanor, her eyes brimming with wonder, her purple-gold tiger tail gently swaying, its fur curling slightly from the heat. At that moment, the voice of the title One resonated from behind the group, his tone more serious than ever before. Do not be mesmerized by the view. Remember, you may only seek soul beasts on the periphery of the smaller volcanoes, and must not venture closer to the center, especially that largest volcano. Upon hearing this, the group turned to regard him. Yue Guan approached Lin Yue, his gaze fixated on the towering central volcano, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. Within that volcano lies a 100,000-year soul beast. Its exact species is unknown, but I sensed its soul power a decade ago. Its fluctuations surpassed even the combined might of myself and the ghost Douluo. If we disturb it, none of us shall escape. A 100,000-year soul beast? Yan's voice trembled, the golden flames in his palms instinctively receding. One that even a titled Douluo cannot defeat? That is truly terrifying. Hulaina, too, shed her usual allure, her expression grave. She had heard from Pope Bibidon that the strength of a 100,000-year soul beast could rival that of a titled Douluo, and some possessed unique abilities that allowed them to slay titled Douluos with ease. Lin Yue felt a chill run down his spine. He understood the terror of a 100,000-year soul beast, but had not anticipated encountering one within the volcanic range of the Stardew Forest. He nodded resolutely. Rest assured, Senior Yue Guan. We will not approach the central volcano, but will only seek soul beasts on the outer fringes. Seeing the respect in their expressions, Yue Guan relaxed slightly, gesturing towards a relatively smaller volcano not far off. That small volcano has recently erupted. The lava within has not yet completely cooled, and it may harbor soul beasts. It is also the furthest from the central volcano, ensuring the highest safety. The group turned to observe as he pointed. That small volcano stood only a few dozen meters tall, its caldera emitting a soft orange glow, with small streams of lava trickling down the mountain, solidifying into dark red rock upon reaching the ground. Lin Yue nodded. Let us choose that one. Zhuqing, please scout the volcano's interior first. Prioritize your safety. And retreat immediately if any danger arises. Zhuqing nodded, her form flashing as her obsidian spirit cat martial soul enveloped her, a faint sheen gracing her skin to shield against the heat. She adeptly climbed through the crevices of the volcanic rock, moving with the grace of a true feline, swiftly reaching the volcano's edge before leaping lightly into the caldera. The others awaited at the base of the volcano. To ease the tension, Ning Rongrong quietly inquired, Senior Yueguan, do you think there will be an 8000-year fire attribute soul beast inside? Yueguan chuckled softly. It is uncertain. However, the fire attribute soul power within this volcano is quite potent. Even if there isn't an 8000-year beast, there will likely be others suitable for you. Yin, unable to contain his excitement, clenched his fists, the soul power around him subtly pulsating. I hope it truly is an 8000-year soul beast. I am eager to test the power of the soul-guided firearm. Evil Moon patted his shoulder. Patience. Let Zhuqing ascertain the situation first. Rushing in recklessly could be perilous. Approximately 15 minutes later, a shadow leaped from the volcano's mouth, landing steadily before the group. It was Zhuqing. Her face was dusted with black volcanic ash. Her breath slightly labored, yet her gaze remained calm. I have assessed the situation inside. The volcano conceals a vast cavern filled with swirling lava, and at its center lies a massive black rock upon which rests a lava giant lizard, deep red in hue, currently asleep. I did not observe any other soul beasts. A lava giant lizard? Lin Yue's eyes brightened. Can you discern its appearance? Is there any way to ascertain its age? Zhuqing shook her head. It curled its body, exposing only its back and tail. I cannot see its head, making age determination impossible. Moreover, the lava's temperature is too high. My mental probing can only approach the rock's vicinity before being hindered by the heat. Lin Yue turned to Yueguan, Senior Yueguan. Could I trouble you to help investigate and determine the age of this lava giant lizard? Yueguan smiled. A trivial matter. Closing his eyes, he released his golden soul power, weaving it into delicate strands that drifted toward the volcano's mouth. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, a serene smile gracing his face. Rest assured, this lava giant lizard is not even 10,000 years old. It is approximately 8,000 years old. A lava giant lizard that has existed for 10 millennia would sprout a black horn atop its head to store fire, attribute soul power. And since this one lacks such a feature, its age must certainly fall short of that mark. Upon hearing his words, everyone exhaled in relief. 8,000 years was precisely aligned with Yan's requirements. Yuguan continued, however, you must remain vigilant. Although this lava giant lizard is under 10,000 years old, it is a pure fire attribute soul beast. Its skin can absorb fire attacks, and given that your soul-guided firearms are inscribed with fire attribute patterns, they will mitigate some of the damage. Additionally, its weakness lies in its tail. The lava giant lizard uses its tail to balance its body and strike at enemies. Consequently, its skin in that area is thinner, and the scales are sparser. You should concentrate your attacks there. A weakness in the tail? Lin Yue pondered thoughtfully, then turned to the group. Let us devise a strategy. Zhuqing, your role will be to harass it, utilizing your speed to maneuver behind the giant lizard and strike at its tail to draw its attention. Hu Jia, you will employ your mental power to disrupt its judgment, particularly when it prepares to unleash a widespread magma attack, striving to slow its movements. Xiaoyu, you will engage in close combat, using your moon blade to slice at its body while coordinating with Zhuqing to restrain it. Yin, you will unleash fire attacks at its front while simultaneously using your soul-guided firearm for ranged ambushes. Be mindful of your soul power consumption. Rongrong, your task is to enhance our strength, speed, and soul power throughout the battle, and should anyone sustain injuries, promptly employ your healing ring. I will focus on using my first soul skill, the armor-piercing round, specifically targeting the scales of its tail to help breach its defenses. In unison, the group affirmed their roles, each member clearly understanding their responsibilities. Lin Yue cast a glance at the volcano's mouth, determination flickering in his eyes. All right, let us proceed. They carefully ascended the volcano using the route Zhuqing had previously scaled. As they approached the rim, an even more intense wave of heat assaulted them, accompanied by the bubbling sounds of churning magma, making it feel as if they were standing within a furnace. The cavern within the volcano was larger than they had anticipated, with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. The magma at the bottom glowed an orange-red hue, bubbling with countless bubbles. Occasionally, magma would splash against the cavern walls, emitting hissing sounds and casting tiny sparks into the air. In the center of the magma, a black rock, approximately 10 meters wide, resembled a small island floating atop the molten substance, where a lava giant lizard, its body a deep crimson, curled up on the stone, soundly asleep. Its length was about 20 meters, its skin resembling solidified magma, adorned with dark red scales that exuded a faint orange-red glow between them. Its tail was thick and powerful, hanging over the edge of the rock, occasionally swaying gently to dislodge volcanic ash. Goodness, how massive! Ning Rongrong whispered in a hushed tone, instinctively retreating behind Xiaoyu. The size of the lava giant lizard dwarfed any soul beast she had previously encountered, instilling a sense of dread simply by its presence. Lin Yue patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm, before gesturing for the others to prepare. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to act, her form a fleeting shadow as she silently glided along the crevices of the cavern wall, reaching the edge of the magma. Utilizing a protruding rock for leverage, she leapt powerfully, landing at the rock's edge, mere meters from the lava giant lizard's tail. Her movements were as light as a whisper, and the lava giant lizard remained undisturbed in its slumber. Hulaina closed her eyes, her pristine mental power gradually unfurling like an invisible net, enveloping the lava giant lizard. Moments later, she nodded at Lin Yue, signaling that her mental power had locked onto the target, and they could proceed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yue summoned the Desert Eagle, pouring soul power into it as the barrel shimmered with a soft silver light. First soul skill, armor-piercing round. He pulled the trigger, and a silver bullet, accompanied by a sound of slicing air, soared towards the lava giant lizard's tail. Bang! The bullet struck the scales of the lava giant lizard's tail with a dull thud. An orange-red glow emanated from the scales, absorbing part of the impact. Yet a small fissure appeared, seeping forth a lava-like liquid. Roar! Awakened by the pain, the lava giant lizard lifted its head abruptly, its orange-red eyes glinting with fury as it surveyed its surroundings. Spotting Zhu Zhuqing at the edge of the rock, it unleashed an enraged roar, its tail whipping towards her in retaliation. Anticipating the attack, Zhu Zhuqing deftly evaded the tail strike, simultaneously raking her claws across the scales, leaving shallow marks. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyu brandished his moonblade, leaping onto the rock to slash at the lava giant lizard's body. Moonblade slash. The silver blade of energy cut through the air, striking the scales on the giant lizard's back, producing a crisp sound as it left a shallow mark, though it did not sever the scales. Such resilient scales, Xiaoyu thought in astonishment, realizing the lava giant lizard's defenses were formidable. Enraged by its inability to strike Zhu Zhuqing in the assault from Xiaoyu, the lava giant lizard violently swung its body towards him. Xiaoyu hastily retreated, avoiding the collision but forced to backpedal as the heat wave generated by the lizard's movement pressed against him. At that moment, Yin initiated his attack, conjuring 2 basketball-sized orbs of golden flames, hurling them towards the lava giant lizard's head. Flame impact. The golden flames, radiating intense heat, arced through the air and struck the giant lizard's head. The flames erupted with a thunderous roar, leaving only a few blackened marks on its scales, failing to inflict significant damage. Indeed, it can mitigate fire attacks. Yen frowned, swiftly retrieving an improved soul-guided firearm from his gear, channeling soul power into it as the flame patterns on the barrel glowed with a crimson light. Behold my soul-guided firearm. He squeezed the trigger, launching a golden fire bullet that soared towards the lava giant lizard's tail. Bang! The bullet struck the fissure on its tail, this time not fully absorbed. The gap widened instantly, and lava-like liquid surged forth. The lava giant lizard emitted a piercing roar, its tail thrashing wildly, causing the entire black rock to tremble, while magma splashed high, nearly cascading onto the rock. Rongrong, provide support. Lin Yue called out. Ning Rongrong immediately reacted, her 9-treasure glazed tile expanding in an instant, the 3 layers illuminating simultaneously. Golden power surged to enhance strength, blue energy amplified speed, and her 3rd soul skill activated for recovery, enveloping the group in protective light. With the enhancements in place, Xiaoyu's speed and strength noticeably increased, and he swung the moon blade again at the lava giant lizard's tail, finally severing several scales. Zhu Zhuqing's agility was heightened further as she nimbly leapt across the rock, her claws repeatedly tearing at the wound, causing it to widen. Yan's soul power also replenished significantly as he continued firing his soul-guided firearm, golden bullets consistently striking the injury, with lava-like liquid spilling profusely. Lin Yue persisted with his armor-piercing rounds, precisely targeting the scales to facilitate their breakthrough. Hulaiina's mental power continued to disrupt the lava giant lizard, causing its movements to slow. It roared angrily, opening its massive jaws to unleash a column of orange-red magma towards Xiaoyu. "Be careful," Lin Yue shouted. Xiaoyu swiftly dodged, the magma column grazing his shoulder as it struck the cavern wall, sizzling and instantly melting the rock into liquid. Ning Rongrong promptly cast healing rain upon Xiaoyu, the pale blue droplets soothing his shoulder and alleviating the burning sensation. "We cannot allow it to unleash a wide-area attack," Hulaiina exclaimed, intensifying her mental power. It pierced the lava giant lizard's head like an invisible needle. The beast momentarily faltered, its magma column halting midair. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yue pulled the trigger repeatedly, unleashing a trio of armor-piercing rounds that struck the lava giant lizard's tail, wound simultaneously. Bang! 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 3 thunderous booms echoed as the wound erupted, a molten-like liquid gushing forth. The tail of the lava giant lizard finally lost its strength, hanging limp against the rocks, motionless. "We've succeeded," Yin exclaimed with exhilaration, ready to charge forth and deliver a final blow to the creature. Just then, a peculiar fireball abruptly appeared, hurtling towards Ning Rongrong. Lin Yue, sensing an imminent danger, turned and shouted for Ning Rongrong to dodge. However, at that moment, Ning Rongrong stood frozen, paralyzed by confusion. Seeing this, Lin Yue disregarded his own safety, leaping forward to shield her from the strange fireball. Yet, contrary to expectations, an explosion did not ensue. The enigmatic fireball instantaneously morphed into a fiery net that ensnared Lin Yue and dragged him into the lava. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the others stunned, unable to react before Lin Yue vanished from sight. Ning Rongrong collapsed onto the ground, her fingers digging into the rocky crevices as she wept, trembling. Yin gripped his soul guidance firearm tightly, golden flames flickering chaotically in his palm, yearning to plunge into the lava but held back by Xiaoyu. Hulaiina's fox tail stood rigid, her gaze fixed intently on the lava while her mental energy frantically probed, yet unable to detect even a trace of Lin Yue's presence. Chapter 29. An abysmal cave beneath the lava. Lin Yue. Ning Rongrong's cries pierced through the sweltering volcanic cavern as she witnessed the dark fire net dragging Lin Yue towards the lava. Yin was poised to charge forward with his soul guidance firearm, but Xiaoyu firmly restrained him. The churning orange-red waves of lava could instantly melt iron. Recklessly rushing in would only lead to their own demise. In this critical moment, a golden streak suddenly descended from the volcano's mouth, moving with such speed that it left only an afterimage. As the others focused, they realized it was the titled Douluo, surrounded by a shimmering golden chrysanthemum spirit. He conjured a transparent shield of soul power that forcefully repelled the oncoming waves of molten heat, racing towards the direction where Lin Yue had fallen. "Dare to harm my people?" Yue Guan's voice resonated with the authority of a titled Dao, his golden soul power surging explosively, transforming into numerous sharp chrysanthemum petals that sliced towards the dark fire net. With a few crisp sounds, the fire net was cleaved open in several places. Yet strangely, the severed net seemed to possess a life of its own, rewrapping and emanating an even denser dark mist, causing even Yue Guan's soul power petals to turn slightly darkened. What in the world is this? Yue Guan furrowed his brow, his soul power shield expanding forcefully, yanking Lin Yue from the fire net. "Do not fight here. Get down." Protected in Yue Guan's embrace, Lin Yue remained unharmed by the fire net, but was still scorched by the heat waves of the lava, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He pointed towards the area shrouded in shadow at the center of the lava, exclaiming, "There's an opening down there." Yue Guan also sensed the unusual fluctuations of soul power beneath the lava. It was not the searing heat of the lava, but rather a chilling fire attribute. Without hesitation, he wrapped Lin Yue in his soul power shield and leaped towards the dark shadow in the center of the lava, under the might of a titled Douluo's soul power. The lava parted to reveal a cavern entrance several meters in diameter, glowing faintly with a bluish-black luminescence. Indeed, there is a hidden realm. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Yue Guan's eyes as he safely landed on the rocky floor of the cave with Lin Yue. This place was in stark contrast to the volcanic heat. The walls were adorned with black crystal clusters exuding a cool light. And at the center lay a circular stone platform. The creature that had ambushed them moments ago was sprawled atop the stone platform, a deep crimson spider, as large as a grinding stone, its 8 legs adorned with serrated fire patterns, and its back covered with layered shells seeping bluish-black mist. The very source of the fire net and spider silk they had encountered. A mutated fire attribute soul beast? Yueguan instantly discerned its nature, yet found it curious. How could a fire attribute beast exude such a chilling aura? Moreover, how had it remained hidden beneath the lava for so long? Lin Yue descended from Yueguan's embrace, flexing his wrists. The area where the fire net had ensnared him bore no injuries. Instead, a familiar warmth coursed through him, emanating from the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, celestial herb within. He stared intently at the spider on the stone platform, suddenly comprehending. It was a mutated molten fire venom spider. Its fire attribute was intermingled with poison, which explained its cold aura, and its shell was capable of insulating against the lava's extreme heat. No wonder it could conceal itself undetected below. As the molten fire venom spider noticed the two intruders on the stone platform, it sprang into action, its 8 legs propelling it towards Lin Yue, its mandibles unleashing a bluish-black fireball, even more ferocious than the previous fire net. Instinctively, Lin Yue summoned his soul power, the ice and fire energies within him surging forth. An extraordinary scene unfolded. As the bluish-black fireball approached Lin Yue, it was repelled by the surrounding ice and fire energy, melting away as if it were snow under the scorching sun, leaving not a trace of heat to touch his garments. Yueguan gazed at Lin Yue in astonishment. You are not afraid of its fire poison? It's the effect of the ice and fire celestial herb, Lin Yue replied with a smile, his internal soul power growing increasingly vibrant. No matter how potent its fire poison, it could not rival the primordial force of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Senior, how old do you estimate this venomous spider to be? Yueguan released his soul power to probe for a moment, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fortuitously, it is approximately 500 years old, making it perfectly suitable for your 3rd soul ring. Furthermore, being a mutated fire attribute creature with poison and control abilities, it will aptly fill the hard control gap in your team. As soon as he finished speaking, Yueguan suddenly unleashed the oppressive presence of a tidal Douluo, golden soul power surging like a tidal wave towards the molten fire venom spider. The black crystal clusters on the stone platform trembled violently under this pressure. Just as the spider was about to resist, it was forcefully pinned down on the stone platform, its 8 legs thrashing helplessly, unable even to lift its head, emitting faint, pitiful cries. In the presence of a tidal Douluo, it was merely a large ant. I have already crippled its soul power. You may proceed directly. Yueguan retracted his pressure, stepping aside. Be cautious during the absorption process. Although its poison attribute is suppressed, a trace of toxicity still lingers in its soul ring. Ensure you guide the ice and fire energies to neutralize it. Lin Yue nodded, retrieving a short blade from his soul guidance device, a tool specifically designed to slay soul beasts and extract their soul rings. Approaching the molten fire venom spider, he observed the fear in its eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the blade into the crevice of its shell. With a piercing shriek, the molten fire venom spider's body stiffened gradually, a faint purple soul ring ascending from within it, radiating the purple glow characteristic of a 500-year soul ring. Seated cross-legged upon the stone platform, Lin Yue gazed at the faint purple soul ring hovering above his head, taking a deep breath as he began to guide the ring into his body. The moment the soul ring made contact, a scorching and stinging sensation surged through him, the fiery poison power of the molten fire venom spider. Fortunately, the ice and fire celestial herb's energy activated immediately, forming a barrier that enveloped the toxin, slowly neutralizing it. The faint purple soul ring descended gradually, and as it traversed his meridians, Lin Yue could distinctly feel the soul power within him being nourished and strengthened by the ring's energy. The meridians, previously widened during the absorption of the ice and fire celestial herb, felt as though they were being polished anew, becoming more resilient. And even the speed of his soul power's circulation quickened. Suddenly, the black crystal clusters at the top of the cavern glimmered with light. Streams of bluish-black energy spilling forth from the clusters and converging towards Lin Yue. This was the fire poison energy accumulated by the molten fire venom spider within the cave, now drawn to the soul ring, aiding Lin Yue in his absorption. He did not resist, allowing these energies to merge into his body, where they were neutralized and transformed into pure soul power by the ice and fire energies. As the soul ring continued to descend, a delicate purple glow began to emanate from Lin Yue, interspersed with hints of bluish-black, mirroring the color of the venom's fire. At the center of his brow, the mark of the ice and fire celestial herb subtly manifested, with the dual energies of ice and fire swirling around the soul ring, constantly purifying its impurities, rendering its hue increasingly pristine. Yue Guan, standing nearby, suddenly noticed an anomaly in Lin Yue's soul power fluctuations. Typically, a soul master absorbing a 500-year soul ring would experience dramatic fluctuations in their soul power, yet Lin Yue's energy remained remarkably stable, even steadily increasing. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the essence of the ice-fire immortal herb not only neutralized the poison, but also actively guided the soul ring's power into the core of his soul force. This state of proactive integration was something even a soul king would find challenging to achieve. After half an hour, the pale purple soul ring finally melded completely within Lin Yue's being. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of purple light flickering within them, then extended his right hand to unleash his martial soul. The soul force coalesced at the muzzle of the desert eagle, and he aimed at the stone platform within the cave, releasing a peculiar fireball that instantly transformed into a fiery net as it approached the platform, enveloping it entirely. Is this my third soul skill? Lin Yue mused, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the result. An impressive skill indeed. Yuan stepped forward, admiring the web-like formation on the rock face. His eyes were filled with appreciation. This soul skill could bind individual targets while also spreading to encompass groups. And it incorporated fire, poison, and paralysis, effectively compensating for the team's lack of hard control. Why not give a name? He suggested. Let us call it the fire-binding spiderweb bullet. As Lin Yue retracted his soul force, the fiery net dissipated instantaneously. In the future, when faced with troublesome soul beasts, I shall first ensnare them with the spider web, allowing Hu Jie to follow up with her charm. And then Yin Gu's area of fire can unleash maximum damage. Yu Guan nodded with a smile, suddenly remembering that the outside world awaited news. He retrieved a communication jade talisman from his soul guide, infusing it with soul force. The little ones outside must be anxiously awaiting updates. I'll let them know. Soon. Yan's anxious voice resonated through the jade talisman. Senior Yu Guan. How is Lin Yue? Is he alright? What lies beneath the magma? Rest assured, Lin Yue is unharmed and has even found a suitable third soul ring, came Yu Guan's voice through the talisman. Do not linger in the volcanic cave. Hasten to absorb the soul ring of the lava giant lizard. The commotion just now may attract other soul beasts. Absorb it quickly and retreat to the safe zone outside the volcano. We shall regroup shortly. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Ning Rongrong's voice tinged with worry. Is Lin Yue truly unscathed? Can we wait for him to return before absorbing? Rongrong, I'm fine, Lin Yue interjected, taking the jade talisman. His tone was gentle. You should absorb the soul rings first. Do not waste time. I will join you once I'm done. Be obedient. Hearing Lin Yue's voice eased Ning Rongrong's anxiety, and she quietly replied, then hurry back. We'll wait for you outside. After ending the communication, Yu Guan looked at Lin Yue, filled with admiration. I did not expect your rapid advancement in strength, as well as your ability to soothe others. Let us proceed. We should not keep them waiting too long, Lin Yue replied with a nod, following Yu Guan toward the cave entrance. Passing by the corpse of the fire-poisoned spider, an idea struck him. He extracted a jade box from his soul guide and retrieved the spider's poison sac. Although the fire poison within was of no use to him, it might be beneficial to the alchemists in the martial soul city, potentially yielding an antidote. This way, the team would have an additional layer of protection when facing poison-type soul beasts in the future. As the two exited the cave, the magma seamlessly closed behind them, as though the wondrous cavern had never existed. Yu Guan and Lin Yue soared into the air, quickly breaking free from the magma's grasp. At that moment, Yin sat cross-legged beside the corpse of the lava giant lizard, preparing to absorb its soul ring. Surrounding him were Ning Rongrong, Hulaina, Xieyu, and Zhu Qing, all vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The earlier commotion in the volcanic cave had drawn the attention of several low-ranking fire-type soul beasts, but thankfully, they had been dealt with by Xieyu and Zhu Qing. Yin, are you ready? I'm about to provide you with assistance, Ning Rongrong called, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda hovering before her, its 3 tiers emanating glows of power, speed, and soul force recovery. Although she had been worried about Lin Yue, she felt a sense of relief now, yet her focus remained somewhat scattered, and the glow from the pagoda was slightly diminished. Fear not, with me here. Everything will be fine, Hulaina reassured her, her demeanor more composed as she patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder. My mental energy is constantly scanning the vicinity. I will detect any approaching soul beasts at the earliest opportunity. Yin took a deep breath, stowing away his soul guide firearm, then extended his hand to begin guiding the lava giant lizard's soul ring. A deep purple soul ring ascended from the lizard's body, its color darker than Lin Yue's, radiating the hue befitting an 8,000-year soul ring, infused with a potent fire attribute that even caused the surrounding air to shimmer with heat. As the soul ring approached Yin, golden flames spontaneously ignited around him, resonating with the fire attribute of the soul ring. The spectral image of Yan's flame, Lord Martial's soul, materialized, towering at 3 meters. Its golden flames intertwining with the soul ring's deep purple flames to form a magnificent fire column shooting skyward. Now, Yin exclaimed, guiding the soul ring to descend towards his head. The moment the soul ring made contact with his body, an overwhelming surge of fire attribute power coursed through him, more intense than any fire soul force he had absorbed previously, causing a subtle pain in his meridians. Rong, amplify the soul force, Xiaoyu quickly advised. Ning Rong snapped to attention, and the glow of the soul power amplification from the third tier of her pagoda intensified, enveloping Yin in a pale purple light, easing the impact of the soul ring. With Ning Rong's support, Yin's expression gradually returned to calm. He began to harness the tempestuous power within the soul ring, the essence of the immortal herb-s fire attribute acting as a key that effortlessly unlocked the floodgates of the soul ring's power, transforming the volatile fire attribute energy into pure soul force that merged into his core. As the soul ring continued to sink, the fire column surrounding Yin grew increasingly vibrant. The golden flames now interspersed with deep purple sparks. The charred grass beneath them ignited instantly, forming a barrier of flame that shielded him and his companions. Hulaiina's mental energy was actively at work, repelling any encroaching fire attribute soul beasts. After an hour, the deep purple soul ring had fully integrated into Yin's being. He slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of deep purple flames dancing within, then stood up, striking the ground with both hands. Fourth soul skill, Lava Sea of Fire. As his words fell, the ground suddenly fissured, deep purple flames erupting from the cracks, instantly creating a sea of fire spanning several meters in diameter. The sea rolled with small lava bubbles, emitting an intense heat that warped the very air around them. More astonishingly, this sea of fire could be manipulated by Yin's soul force, contracting and expanding at his command, even forming fire serpents to attack designated targets. Fantastic! The range of this soul skill is 3 times that of my previous fire impact, Yin exclaimed excitedly, maneuvering the sea of fire to trace a circle on the ground. In the future, when we encounter a group of soul beasts, I'll simply unleash the lava sea and watch them scatter. Ning Rong gazed at the fiery spectacle before her, marveling. Yin, your 4th soul skill is truly formidable. With your lava sea, we'll have a much easier time dealing with soul beasts. Hulaiina nodded in agreement. Indeed, from now on, the team's area damage will rely on you. However, the soul force consumption of this technique must be substantial, so remember to let Rong replenish your soul force during battles. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. It seems I returned just in time to witness Brother Yin's new soul skill. The group turned to see Lin Yue and Yu Guan approaching from afar. Lin Yue still enveloped in a faint purple glow, clearly having just absorbed his soul ring. Ning Rong rushed forward first, embracing Lin Yue and scrutinizing him from head to toe. Lin Yue, are you alright? Did you get hurt? Seeing Ning Rong's anxious demeanor warmed Lin Yue's heart, and he chuckled, shaking his head. Rest assured, I'm fine. That poison spider not only failed to harm me, but also became my 3rd soul ring. Now, I possess a group control skill. Yin joined them, clapping Lin Yue on the shoulder. That's wonderful. You have control. I have area damage. Together, we'll ensure the soul beasts have no chance of escape. As Yue Guan beheld the harmonious scene before him, a smile danced at the corners of his mouth. Well, now that both of your soul rings have been resolved, this trial has proven more successful. Let us hasten our return to Spirit City. The group responded in unison, gathering their gear and setting off in the direction away from the volcanic range. The setting sun elongated their shadows, and although the air still bore a hint of sulfur, smiles adorned every face. After today's battle, the team had not only addressed their shortcomings in control and area damage, but had also forged a deeper camaraderie, bringing them one step closer to their goal. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of the Crimson Flame volcanoes, the largest crater piercing the clouds, was suddenly engulfed in a more intense swirling of thick black smoke. A surge of soul power, stronger than that of the lava giant lizard and the molten fire spider, quietly radiated outward, unnoticed by any, masked by the thunderous roars of the volcano. Chapter 30. Yin Hui's seclusion to hone combat strength, Shrek's fortuitous breakthrough. The morning mist over Spirit City had yet to dissipate when a faint aura of soul power illuminated the seclusion area beside the worship hall. The Yin Hui team had just returned from the Stardow Forest and, without time to recuperate, plunged directly into their seclusion chambers. Having faced the lava giant lizard and molten fire spider, each member understood that establishing a foothold in the impending continental conflicts necessitated a swift enhancement of their strength. Inside Lin Yue's seclusion chamber, the black soul gathering crystal shimmered with a cold light. He sat cross-legged on the stone bed, a wisp of pale, purple soul power floating in his palm, carefully manipulating the form of the fire-binding spiderweb. Initially, the web was either too fragile and easily torn or too thick, consuming excessive soul power. After numerous attempts, he gradually discovered the secret, compressing the fireball in advance. The smaller the projectile, the faster its velocity, and the sturdier the web would be. With a swift release, a crimson fireball shot from the Desert Eagle, achieving an astonishing speed that caught the target off guard. Upon impact, the fire web unfurled instantaneously, ensnaring the target. This way, it could bind multiple foes while allowing for precise control, augmenting the range suppression when paired with armor-piercing shots. Just then, the door to the seclusion chamber was gently pushed open, and Douluo entered. Observing the spiderweb on the wall, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. Not bad. In just 3 days, you've managed to refine your soul skills to such precision. However, do bear in mind that the paralyzing effect of the fire toxin has limited efficacy against soul masters with strong mental fortitude. Next time, you might consider infusing a bit of mental power into the web to enhance its control. Lin Yue's eyes brightened, and he promptly adjusted according to Yueguan's suggestion. Indeed, when a mental power was infused into the webbing, a faint luminescence adorned the purple patterns, as if the very air had become slightly constricted under the web's influence. Yueguan waved his hand with a smile, shifting his gaze toward the adjoining seclusion chamber. Ning Rongrong is also breaking through. Zhu Zhuqing is practicing with Xie, and the tail strike of her external spirit bone is becoming increasingly proficient. Hu Liena is honing her mental power detection, now capable of covering 100 meters. While Yin is particularly eager, practicing his lava fire sea in the arena daily, with soul power control significantly more stable than before. Lin Yue followed Yueguan's gaze and could faintly see the pale purple glow emanating from the neighboring seclusion chamber. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda of Ning Rongrong in operation. He realized that, at this moment, the team was growing at a visible pace. In the following weeks, the fluctuations of soul power in the seclusion area never ceased. In Ning Rongrong's chamber, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda floated in midair, the third tier of the tower gradually illuminating. She absorbed the residual spirit energy from the Douluo tulip, continuously nourishing her martial soul. Finally, after the 7th day, the third soul ring radiated brilliantly, and the recovery rate of her soul power surged. With her gentle exclamation, a light blue barrier enveloped the entire seclusion chamber, even blocking the impact of the soul power from the soul gathering crystal. In future battles, I shall provide everyone with an unceasing source of soul power recovery. In the arena, the duel between Zhu Zhuqing and Xie Yu had reached a fever pitch. Zhu Zhuqing's purple gold tiger tail swayed with agility, at times entangling Xie Yu's moonblade, and, at others, launching surprise attacks. Xie Yu, relying on the reformed meridians of his water fairy bone, wielded the moonblade with an increased speed, a 10% improvement over before. The clash of their soul powers generated gusts of wind, sending debris soaring throughout the arena. Zhuqing, be more precise with your timing on the tail strike. Xie Yu reminded amid defensive maneuvers against formidable foes, one only has one chance to strike. Zhuqing nodded, her figure flashing as the tiger tail swept towards Xie Yu's ankle with newfound swiftness. In Hu Liena's seclusion chamber, she sat cross-legged, her eyes closed, surrounded by a faint, luminous white aura. The effects of the autumn water revealing had yet to wane. Her mental power spread like a delicate web, gradually extending from an initial 100 meters to 150. When her mental power brushed against Yin in the arena, she could even distinctly perceive the flow of soul power within him, allowing her to discern the enemy's soul power weaknesses during reconnaissance. The most lively scene unfolded in the arena with Yin at its center. He stood with his hands forming seals. As a ring of deep purple flames rose from the ground, lava fire sea converge. With a shout, the fire sea shrank from a 15-meter radius to 10. Yet the concentration of flames increased several-fold, warping the very air. I can finally control the range. No more worries about accidentally injuring teammates. Weeks later, when the group reconvened in the arena, each member exuded a more stable aura than before. Lin Yue, level 35 powerful control soul master, martial soul desert eagle. Soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Ning Rongrong, level 32 support soul master, martial soul 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Zhu Zhuqing, level 33 agile attack soul master, martial soul nethercat, soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Hulaina, level 38 mental control soul master, martial soul demon fox, soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Xiaoyu, level 39 melee soul master, martial soul moonblade, soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Yin, level 41 ranged output soul master, martial soul flame lord, soul rings of 2 yellow and 2 purple. Observing his teammates, Lin Yue's lips curled into a smile. Our strength has indeed escalated significantly. Yue Guan nodded in agreement. Indeed, your progress has surpassed my expectations. However, remember, beyond Spirit City, numerous formidable adversaries are also evolving. Complacency must be avoided. Lin Yue's thoughts stirred, recalling that those from Shrek truly were the children of fate. Although he had intercepted Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, he sensed that the team destined to rise would not be so easily dismantled. While the Yanhui team engaged in seclusion and training in Spirit City, 1,000 miles away in the Sunset Forest, a squad clad in green uniforms was embroiled in battle against a 3,000-year-old iron-armored bear. This squad was none other than the Shrek 7 monsters, whom Lin Yue had once attempted to disrupt, but ultimately came together as 7. Unknown to anyone, Lin Yue's departure with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had plunged Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang into anxiety. The absence of a support and agile attack soul master posed a significant flaw for any team. Yet, fate's serendipity often fills gaps at critical moments. The first to join was the support soul master Su Ning. She was a disciple of the Su family, an auxiliary clan of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, with a martial soul of the 7-colored lotus. Though not as potent in enhancement as the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, she could simultaneously grant different boosts to 3 individuals. Flanders encountered her during an outing and promptly decided to recruit her into Shrek Academy. Su Ning had a gentle disposition but was far from timid, showcasing remarkable adaptability in her first battle with the team, quickly integrating into the group. The second to join was the agile attack soul master Zhu Zhuqing. She was Zhu Zhuqing's cousin, the daughter of a branch of the Zhu family from the Star Luo Empire, with a martial soul that was also a nethercat, albeit exhibiting slight mutations due to family secret arts, making her 10% faster than ordinary nethercats, while sacrificing some of her stealth capabilities. Zhu Zhuqing arrived at Shrek Academy, initially tasked by her family to seek out Zhu Zhuqing, yet she encountered Dai Mubai. Subsequently, upon Dai Mubai's invitation, she became a member of Shrek Academy. Thus, the framework of the Shrek 7 monsters were formed, with the members as follows: Tang San, level 32 control system soul master, with his martial soul, blue silvergrass, and soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple. He wields the Haotian hammer, yet to be revealed, responsible for battlefield control and ranged output. Dai Mubai, level 38 assault system soul master, with his martial soul, white tiger, and soul rings of 1 yellow and 1 purple. He is tasked with frontal breakthroughs and damage absorption. Oscar, level 31 food system soul master, with his martial soul, sausage, and soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple. He ensures the team's recovery and supply. Ma Hongjun, level 31 assault system soul master, with his martial soul, evil fire phoenix, and soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple. He's responsible for group flame output. Xiao Wu, level 32 assault system soul master, with her martial soul, softbone rabbit, and soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple. She specializes in close-range ambushes and control. Su Ning, level 30 support system soul master, with her martial soul, rainbow lotus, and soul rings of 2 yellow. She enhances the entire team's capabilities. Zhu Zhiyun, level 30 agility system soul master, with her martial soul, nether spirit cat, variant, and soul rings of 2 yellow. She focuses on reconnaissance and swift harvesting. At this moment, they were in the Sunset Forest searching for suitable 30-level soul rings for Su Ning and Zhu Zhiyun. Unlike the clear objectives of the Yan Hui battle team, the Shrek 7 monsters training resembled practical combat refinement. Flinder did not assign them a specific route, but merely urged them to exert their utmost in every battle. This, fortuitously, led them to an unexpected opportunity. On the 5th day of their training, Tang San, in an effort to assist Zhu Zhuqing in finding a suitable agility soul beast, pursued a 1,500-year-old wine shadow beast deep into the forest. This old beast was remarkably swift and adept at concealing its presence. After half an hour of pursuit, Tang San finally caught sight of it near a cliff, but before he could unleash his blue silvergrass, the wind shadow beast suddenly slipped and fell into a cave beneath the cliff. Cautiously, Tang San instinctively followed it, only to discover that the cave's interior was not as steep as he had anticipated. Instead, it led to a gentle passageway. At the end of the passage glimmered a faint green light, accompanied by the subtle fragrance of herbs. Gripping his concealed weapon, he treaded carefully forward, and the sight before him left him utterly astonished. Before him lay a valley approximately 100 feet wide, with a stone pavilion at its center. Inside the pavilion stood a stone tablet inscribed with 6 ancient characters, Yao Qian Daoliu's garden. The valley was filled with an array of previously unseen plants, some emanating a pearlescent glow, others flickering with faint red flames, and some enveloped in ice crystals, each exuding a potent aura of soul power, surpassing any herbs he had encountered before. "Young man, since you have arrived, come inside," an aged voice suddenly resonated from within the stone pavilion. There was no fluctuation of soul power, yet distinctly reached Tang San's ears. His heart tightened as he cautiously stepped into the pavilion. At the center of the stone table lay an ancient jade box, above which floated a wisp of pale green, residual soul. It was the phantom of an elderly man with white hair, clad in a blue robe, his gaze gentle yet commanding. "Junior Tang San, I pay my respects to the esteemed elder." Tang San bowed deeply, sensing that this residual soul, though frail, contained an extraordinary depth of soul power, far beyond that of an ordinary soul master. "There is no need for such formalities," the residual soul slowly spoke. "I am Yao Qian, a titled Douluo in my lifetime, adept in alchemy. This valley is the medicinal garden I established while alive. After my passing, my residual soul has lingered here, awaiting a fated individual." Yao Qian's gaze swept across Tang San, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. "I did not expect that our destined individual would possess twin martial souls and the innate foundation of full soul power. It seems the will of heaven's fate is indeed inescapable." Tang San, perplexed, inquired, "Elder, what do you mean by the will of heaven's fate?" "You and your 6 companions are destined to rise from obscurity and stir the winds of the continent," Yao Qian explained with a smile, gesturing with his finger as several plants from the valley floated toward the stone pavilion. "These are the spiritual plants I cultivated throughout my life. They can aid you in breaking through your limitations and enhancing your potential. I observe the fluctuations of your soul power. Each of you may take one, and I shall explain their uses in detail." Yao Qian pointed to a plant glistening with dew. "This is dew grass, which nourishes mental strength and enhances speed. It is well suited for your rabbit martial soul companion, Xiao Wu, whose mental acuity is sharp yet lacks refinement." Next, he gestured toward a lotus with 7 colored petals. "This is the 7-colored lotus, capable of purifying soul power and enhancing the variety and intensity of support. Your companion with the treasure lotus martial soul, Su Ning, has a singular support type. This lotus can allow her martial soul to evolve, adding more restorative effects." He then indicated a plant flickering with faint red flames. "This is the crimson flame grass, which purifies fire, attributes soul power, and suppresses evil flames. Your companion with the phoenix martial soul, Ma Hongjun, harbors restless evil fire. This grass can help him thoroughly suppress it, rendering his phoenix flames pure." Subsequently, he pointed at a plant encased in ice crystals. "This is the Xianbing grass, which strengthens the physique and enhances defense. Although your companion with the white tiger martial soul, Daimubai, possesses a strong physique, it lacks resilience. This grass will thicken his white tiger armor, doubling his defensive capabilities." Next, he directed attention to a vine adorned with purple patterns. "This is the purple spirit vine, which enhances the resilience and control capabilities of plant-type martial souls. Your blue silvergrass, Tang San, is potent in control but lacks durability. This vine will allow your blue silvergrass to carry deeper binding effects and sprout barbs, inflicting continuous damage." He then pointed at a grass with delicate yellow flowers. "This is the beneficial flower, which enhances the recovery effects and functionalities of food-type soul skills. Your companion with the sausage martial soul, Oscar, can only restore soul power and injuries. This flower will add detoxifying effects to his sausages." Finally, he indicated a plant shimmering with an inky luster. "This is the nether grass, which enhances the speed and concealment abilities of agility-type soul masters. Your companion with the nether spirit cat martial soul, Zhu Qing, is swift but lacks stealth. This grass will allow her to move without revealing her soul power aura, increasing her speed by 10%. Tang San listened intently, committing the uses of each spiritual plant to memory, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generous gifts. However, I have one question. You mentioned that the will of heaven's fate is inescapable. Does that imply that our futures are already predetermined? Yao Chun nodded with a smile, his residual soul gradually becoming translucent. I have observed the heavenly signs. Recently, there are fluctuations attempting to disrupt your fate, such as individuals prematurely seizing opportunities that rightfully belong to you. However, the cycle of heaven assures that those destined for fortune will not be deprived due to transient upheavals. This medicinal garden is the compensation bestowed upon you by the heavens. He gazed at Tang San, his expression becoming solemn. Young man, remember, while strength can be cultivated through training and relationships can be built over time, fate is an indelible bond etched in the soul. Youth and your 6 companions are fated to be intertwined. No force can sever that connection. My residual soul is about to dissipate. Take these spiritual plants with you and utilize them wisely. The future of the continent will rely on your guardianship. As his words fell, Yao Chen's residual soul transformed into a wisp of green light, merging into the jade box. Tang San cradled the jade box, gazing at the spiritual plants before him. Filled with awe, this was the destiny of the children of fate, beyond the alteration of human will. 3 days later, in their temporary camp within the Sunset Forest, the Shrek 7 monsters simultaneously absorbed the spiritual plants left by Yao Chun, as the final wisp of soul power integrated into their bodies. Each underwent a profound transformation. Xiao Wu's soft-bone rabbit martial soul radiated a pearlescent glow, enabling her to accurately predict the movements of enemies within a 10-meter radius. Her speed so swift that only afterimages remained, nearly outpacing Tang San's blue silvergrass. Suning's rainbow lotus evolved into a 9-colored lotus. When the first 3 colors of the lotus leaves lit up, it could simultaneously grant enhancements to 5 individuals: soul power, speed, and defense, showing an increase in effectiveness by 30% compared to before. The sinister flames of Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix have completely shed their dark hue, transforming into a pure, resplendent golden hue. He can now unleash a straight line of phoenix fire, with a temperature sufficient to melt fine iron. Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul is now adorned with a crystalline sheen, doubling the thickness of his white tiger armor. Even when struck by a 3,000-year-old soul beast, it leaves only a faint mark. Oscar's sausages shimmer with a light golden glow. A single bite not only restores soul power, but also dispels toxins within. He can even craft detoxifying sausages specifically designed to counteract poison attribute soul beasts. Zhu Zhuqing's phantom cat martial soul glimmers with an inky sheen, allowing her to move without revealing any trace of her soul power. Even standing before Tang San, she remains undetectable unless she actively releases her soul power. Tang San's blue silver grass is now entwined with delicate lavender patterns, sprouting fine barbs upon release. Once ensnared, these barbs continuously inject paralyzing toxins, and the resilience of the blue silver grass has multiplied several times. Even when struck by a soul sovereign's attack, it will not shatter. Flinder gazed at the transformed 7, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Excellent. Excellent. Your current strength is formidable enough to contend with a level 50 Soul King. Standing at the center of the group, Tang San looked at his companions, a surge of unwavering conviction swelling within him. No matter what adversaries they might face in the future, or how many would attempt to obstruct them, the Shrek 7 monsters shall persist in their journey. At this moment in Soul Master City, Lin Yue had just concluded a sparring session with the sinister Yu, wiping the sweat from his brow. Unbeknownst to him, deep within the Sunset Forest, the opportunities he had sought to sever were, in another manner, facilitating the transformation of the Shrek 7 monsters. It was fortunate that Lin Yue did not witness this scene. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be incensed, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, someone is cheating." His painstaking efforts to intercept were effortlessly countered by others, leaving him perplexed. What was the point of meticulous planning if others blatantly exploited advantages? The Yin Hui battle team and the Shrek 7 monsters, both possessing exceptional talent and having undergone the baptism of celestial herbs, are rapidly advancing along their respective trajectories. They are akin to 2 stars destined to collide, and one day they shall meet upon the stage of the continent, engaging in a battle capable of altering the very fabric of the realm. That day is not far off. Chapter 31, The Abandoned Dust and the Falling Star Town. As the morning light of Soul Master City cascaded over the golden dome of the worship hall, The sounds of clashing weapons resonated within the training grounds. The crescent blades of the sinister Yue traced silver arcs, entangling with Zhu Zhuqing's purple-gold tiger tail. Yan's golden flames danced in his palms as he attempted to condense the molten sea of lava into a more precise flame pillar. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda hovered before Ning Rongrong, its 3 tiers lighting up alternately, continuously channeling a soft golden power amplification and a pale blue speed increase towards the 2 combatants. Lin Yue gazed at Hulaina beside him, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. The fiery red dress she typically donned was replaced today by a light green, coarse linen gown, though the fabric lacked opulence. It fit her as if tailored by a skilled seamstress. As the hem swayed with her steps, it revealed a delicate alabaster ankle, her ankle bone exquisitely sculpted like jade. Unadorned, yet accentuating the translucence of her skin, even the morning light seemed to soften upon it. Her ebony hair was styled simply, loosely held up with a plain wooden pin, with a few strands caressing her cheeks, gently swaying in the morning breeze. As the strands brushed against her chin, she instinctively tilted her head slightly, her long lashes fluttering like delicate fans dusted with morning dew, casting faint shadows beneath her eyes. The alluring peach blossom eyes, usually so captivating, now bore a softer allure, their corners slightly downturned, imbued with the gentleness of youth. Even her pupils appeared to glisten like they were steeped in spring water. Her lips, devoid of any balm, radiated a natural rosy hue when she pressed them together. The right corner formed a barely noticeable dimple, which, if not observed closely, would easily be overlooked, yet it imbued her demeanor with a touch of charming innocence. "Are you really not bringing Senior Moon?" Hulaina inquired once more, her fingertips unconsciously fiddling with the edge of her skirt, the coarse texture grazing her delicate fingertips. Though she paid it no mind, her gaze fixed on Lin Yue's profile, betraying a hint of anxiety, much like a girl unfamiliar with venturing far from home. Lin Yue shook his head with a smile, his attention shifting to Ning Rongrong, not far off. The young girl was standing on her tiptoes, peering this way, her pink ribbons bouncing about. Upon catching Lin Yue's gaze, she immediately broke into a brilliant smile, only to quickly lower her head, channeling more soul power into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Last night, Ning Rongrong had tugged at his sleeve, playfully expressing her desire to accompany him to Starfall Lake to gaze at the stars. Yet this morning, her eyes slightly red, she had voluntarily stepped back. "Lin Yue, I think I'll stay here to cultivate. Once I perfect my soul skills, I can provide you with even stronger support next time, and I won't hold you back anymore." Her earnest yet slightly aggrieved expression warmed Lin Yue's heart. He understood that this little girl wished to grow stronger quickly, to truly stand beside him as support rather than hiding behind him for protection. "Let's go." Lin Yue patted Hulaina's shoulder, feeling the warmth of her body through the fabric as they turned towards the city gate. Without the luxurious silhouette of a soul-guided carriage or the entourage of guards, they carried only 2 small cloth bags slung over their shoulders, containing a few changes of clothes and a modest amount of silver soul coins. This was Lin Yue's first venture into the world as an ordinary soul master, shedding the shackles of being the prodigious leader of the Yan Hui battle team. As they passed through the city gate, the guards cast curious glances their way, lingering a moment longer on Hulaina, likely taken aback by the sight of such a beautiful girl clad in coarse linen, yet failing to recognize the two as the prominent figures recently making waves in Soul Master City. Lin Yue adjusted the brim of his hat, subtly leaning closer to Hulaina to shield her from inquisitive gazes. Hulaina noticed his small gesture, her lips curling into a discreet smile, her ears tinged with a faint blush. The moment they stepped outside the city gate, the earthy scent of spring rushed towards them, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere of Soul Master City. Finally able to breathe, Lin Yue mused, taking in the expansive fields before him, where the young wheat glimmered in tender green, and the distant village was wreathed in curling smoke, his tone filled with relief. Hulaina turned to look at him, noticing that his usual composure and calculating demeanor had given way to a youthful lightness. Even his gaze seemed brighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Lin Yue too became aware of his own uncharacteristic demeanor, chuckling softly to himself, reflecting. Having been in this world for so long, consumed by daily training, strategizing, and battling, whether it was agonizing over forming a team or meticulously plotting to intercept opportunities, I've scarcely taken the time to appreciate the sunrises and sunsets of this land, or to inhale the fragrant grass along the fields. Reading thousands of books pales in comparison to traveling thousands of miles. Perhaps only by truly immersing oneself in the mundane world can one comprehend what it is they strive so desperately to protect. Beside the station outside the city gate, Lin Yue rented a simple wooden cart. The driver, an elderly man with a goat-like beard and calloused hands, chuckled as he observed the two, noting their humble attire yet distinguished demeanor. "You two young friends are heading to Starfall Lake, right? Perfect timing. The water is so clear you can see the fish, and the peach blossoms along the shore are in full bloom, looking like piles of snow. At night, the stars reflect upon the lake, a sight to behold." "Thank you, sir." Lin Yue lifted the cart curtain, allowing Hulaina to enter first. The compartment was small yet tidy, furnished with a layer of light gray cotton padding. Hulaina settled by the window, sunlight streaming through the cracks and illuminating her hair with a soft golden hue, the strand's texture distinctly visible. She pushed the window open slightly, drawing in the fresh scent of earth mingled with grass, inhaling deeply, her eyes sparkling as if they contained stars. "Look at the peach blossoms outside." Lin Yue followed her gaze and beheld the peach orchard by the roadside, bursting with blossoms in full bloom. The delicate pink petals, swept by the breeze, cascaded down like snowflakes, with several drifting into the carriage, gently landing on Hulaina's skirt. She reached out to gather them, her fingertips pinching a petal, her profile illuminated by the light, casting soft shadows beneath her long eyelashes. The graceful curve of her jawline appeared as if it had been polished by the breath of spring. She raised the petal to her eyes, a subtle smile curving her lips, her breath softening, as if she feared the petal might flutter away. The Hulaina, who could effortlessly exude allure with a mere gesture and a piercing gaze, now resembled a young girl cradling a treasure, her innocence captivating to the point of distraction. "Be cautious of the wind. Don't let it chill you," Lin Yue warned as he discreetly pulled up the carriage window. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against the back of Hulaina's hand. Her skin was warm and delicate, akin to exquisite jade. At that moment, Hulaina shivered slightly, hastily withdrawing her hand to rest it on her lap, her fingertips subconsciously fiddling with the fabric of her skirt. The coarse texture of the cloth grazed her fingers, but it paled in comparison to the electrifying touch they had just shared, quickening her heartbeat and disrupting her breath. "Old man, is it true that Falling Star Lake was formed by a fallen star?" Hulaina asked curiously, peering out of the carriage. She had encountered numerous ancient legends within the tomes of the Spear Hall, yet she had never heard such a down-to-earth tale, her tone imbued with childlike wonder. The driver chuckled heartily, his voice resonating through the carriage. "Indeed, my grandfather's grandfather witnessed it firsthand. A century ago, on a night when a golden light crashed from the heavens, the earth trembled with a thunderous roar, creating a massive crater. Later, rainwater filled it, and thus, Falling Star Lake was born. They say the water glimmers with starlight. If you scoop a bowl and place it in your room at night, it will illuminate the entire evening." Lin Yue leaned against the carriage wall, unable to suppress a chuckle. He recognized that this was likely a folk tale embellished over generations. Yet observing the driver narrate it with such vividness, accompanied by Hulaina's occasional gasps of delight, made this surreal experience infinitely more enchanting than the cold words of ancient texts. As noon approached, the carriage finally arrived at Falling Star Lake Town. Upon reaching the town's entry, a gentle mingling of the scent of fresh fish and peach blossoms wafted through the air, teasing their nostrils. The cobbled streets were lined with small stalls. Vendors were enthusiastically hawking freshly caught silver-scaled fish, while a woman selling peach blossom cakes cheerfully offered samples to passersby. An elderly man, seated on a small stool, deftly wove bamboo strips into baskets. The sounds of jovial shouts and laughter filled the air, creating a lively yet harmonious atmosphere. "Two young friends, just ahead lies Falling Star Lake. I shall wait here for you. Whenever you wish to return, just call for me," the driver announced, halting the carriage and gesturing towards the shimmering lake not far away. Lin Yue paid the fare and walked alongside Hulaina into the town. The villagers, clad in simple garments, glanced curiously at the two outsiders but quickly returned to their tasks, devoid of suspicion or wariness, embodying an unadulterated sense of humanity. For the first time, Hulaina found herself under such egalitarian scrutiny, feeling somewhat self-conscious as she instinctively leaned closer to Lin Yue. Noticing her unease, Lin Yue smiled and purchased a piece of peach blossom cake from a nearby stall, extending it towards her. "Try this, it's sweet and freshly made." Hulaina accepted the cake, her fingers brushing against the warm oil paper, and took a delicate bite. The floral sweetness mingled with the chewy texture of glutinous rice, bursting on her tongue, sweet yet not cloying. She couldn't help but squint her eyes in delight, resembling a kitten savoring candy, laughter illuminating her features. She glanced up at Lin Yue, who was licking the sugary topping off a candy painting, blissfully unaware of the sweet powder smudged at the corner of his mouth. This was a Lin Yue she had never encountered before, calculating and composed, yet radiating simple joy, warming her heart. The pair strolled towards the lakeshore, and the sight before them left them momentarily breathless. The water was as clear as a finely polished emerald, sunlight dancing upon its surface, casting fragmented golden reflections, as if stars had been crushed and scattered across the lake. The banks were adorned with blooming peach trees, their branches dipping toward the water, petals floating on the surface, gently swaying with the current like a pink ribbon. A few children frolicked by the lake, brandishing freshly picked peach branches, their laughter ringing clear as silver bells, causing ripples to dance across the water. Hulaina was instantly captivated by the scene, hurrying to the water's edge and crouching down to gently extend her hand. The cool water caressed her fingertips, accompanied by a faint warmth, as she curled her fingers slightly, relishing the lake's tenderness. The pale green hem of her skirt brushed against the grass at the water's edge, speckled with hints of green leaves, harmonizing beautifully with the pink blossoms and the verdant lake, resembling a freshly painted spring tableau, the breeze reluctant to disturb such a picturesque scene. Sunlight bathed her profile, accentuating her features with a gentle softness. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at her reflection in the water, her ink-black hair cascading over her shoulders. A few strands swept across her chest by the wind, enhancing the elegance of her long, fair neck, akin to a sculpted piece of white jade. She tucked the stray strands behind her ear with a delicate motion, as though fearing to disturb something precious, revealing a slender collarbone that rose and fell gently with her breath, exuding a captivating grace. "Lin Yue, look," she suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the center of the lake, her voice brimming with excitement. A small black-roofed boat floated on the water, the oarsmen leisurely paddling, while an elderly couple sat aboard. The grandfather offering a piece of cake to the grandmother, their smiles warmer than the sun itself. The sunlight reflected in Hulaina's eyes, resembling two stars, bright and dazzling. Her peach blossom eyes widened in exhilaration, the arc of her gaze softening, radiating vitality that outshone the blossoms by the lakeside. Lin Yue moved beside her, following her pointing finger, a tender smile gracing his lips. "When the strife ceases, let us sit from dawn until dusk, truly savoring this lake view," he proposed. A faint blush crept across Hulaina's cheeks, spreading from her face to her ears. She nodded lightly, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the edges of her skirt. The lake breeze, scented with peach blossoms, tousled her hair and carried a gentle warmth between them, sweetening the very air they breathed. Chapter 32. The moonlit lake illuminates the spirit. Secrets awaiting discovery. As evening descended upon Falling Star Lake Town, the daytime vigor faded, replaced by a serene gentleness. The sunset painted the lake in hues of orange and red, resembling a sprinkle of gold dust, while the peach blossoms along the shore glowed softly in the twilight. The winds softened, as if the world itself had taken a breath. Lin Yue held Hulaina's hand, meandering along the cobblestone path by the lake, eventually stopping before an inn adorned with a wooden plaque reading Lakeside Retreat. The inn, nestled by the water's edge, had red lanterns swaying gently beneath its wooden eaves, their light reflecting on the lake's surface, dancing with the ripples. The proprietor, a kindly man in his 50s clad in a coarse short jacket, was seated on a bamboo chair at the entrance, mending fishing nets. Upon seeing the two approach, he rose with a smile. "Are you young friends looking for lodging? We have a lakeside room available. You can enjoy the view with the window open." "That would be wonderful. Thank you," Lin Yue replied, nodding as he followed the innkeeper inside. The room was modest yet elegant, featuring a carved wooden table by the window, adorned with a celadon vase holding two freshly picked peach blossoms. Hulaina opened the window, and the evening breeze, laden with the lake's moisture, rushed in. She inhaled deeply, turning to Lin Yue with a smile. "This place is far more comfortable than the spirit hall. Even the wind carries a sweetness." Lin Yue approached her, following her gaze towards the lake. The sun had completely set, and the villagers along the shore began lighting their fishing fires, the flickering lights reflecting on the lake, resembling scattered stars. "Let us take a moment to rest. Later, we should try the silver-scaled fish the proprietor mentioned." He reached out to smooth the wind-tousled strands of her hair, his fingers brushing against her cheek, cool to the touch. Hulaina's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded gently. Turning to sit at the table, she gazed at the peach blossoms on the table, and suddenly recollected the day's myriad moments, the petals in the carriage, the laughter by the lake, and the powdery corner of Lin Yue's mouth when he licked the sugar painting. These fragmented images scattered across her heart like sugar. So sweet that she couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. She had never imagined that shedding the identity of the Wuhuan Palace and becoming an ordinary soul master could be so effortless. Before long, the proprietor brought forth a plate of silver-scaled fish, a dish of peach blossom cake, and 2 bowls of fish soup. The silver-scaled fish, freshly caught from the lake, gleamed with a pearly sheen after being steamed, and as a sprinkle of green onions was added, an enticing aroma enveloped the entire room. Do try this fish. Our silver-scaled fish from Jiaxing Lake is at its freshest when caught in the evening, the proprietor cheerfully remarked. By the way, if you wish to enjoy the lake view tonight, do not venture too close to the water's edge. The elders say there's something concealed in the lake, especially during the full moon. Lin Yue's heart stirred, prompting him to inquire, what do you mean by something hidden in the lake? The proprietor scratched his head, his eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. To be honest, I don't know the specifics. My grandfather once said that in his youth, he saw lights moving in the lake, like stars racing through the water, and he heard strange sounds. Later, it spread through the town that not all the stars from Jiaxing Lake had fallen. Some remained hidden at the lake's bottom. After a few more safety reminders, he turned and descended the stairs. In the room, Lin Yue and Hu Laina exchanged glances, both perceiving curiosity in each other's eyes. Hu Laina picked up a piece of silver-scaled fish and placed it in her mouth, her eyes lighting up at the delectable flavor, regardless of what lies in the lake. This fish is truly delicious. Lin Yue nodded with a smile, taking a bite himself. The fish was tender, imbued with a subtle sweetness reminiscent of the lake's pristine waters, indeed far superior to the meals prepared by the Wuhuan Palace's royal chef. As they dined, they shared amusing anecdotes from the day. Hu Laina recounted her first encounter with sugar paintings, initially believing they were crafted using soul power, while Lin Yue chuckled, recalling how he nearly tumbled into the grass while chasing butterflies, resembling a clumsy young girl. Outside, the sky grew increasingly dim, the glow of the red lanterns reflecting on their faces, rendering the air sweet and soft. As night deepened, the moon gradually ascended from behind the eastern mountains, casting argent moonlight upon the lake's surface, illuminating it in an instant. Lin Yue and Hu Laina stood shoulder to shoulder at the window, captivated by the sight before them, unable to suppress their breath. The lake, as the proprietor had mentioned, truly sparkled with starlight. The moonlight fell upon the lake, not merely reflecting as a single spot of light like ordinary waters, but transforming into countless shimmering silver dots that danced gently on the surface, as if the stars from the heavens had been plucked and scattered upon the lake. Even more astonishing, these silver dots moved slowly, sometimes congregating into small clusters, at other times dispersing, resembling luminous fireflies frolicking in the lake. This is simply breathtaking, Hu Laina exclaimed, reaching out to touch the moonlight outside, only for her fingertips to meet the cool breeze. Turning to Lin Yue, her eyes sparkled with wonder. So the legends of Jiaxing Lake are indeed true. There are stars in the lake. Lin Yue remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the lake, yet a peculiar sensation stirred within him, not due to the lake's beauty, but from the faint tremor emanating from his arm. Initially, he attributed it to the wind, but soon realized that the source of the tremor was not his body, but rather his martial soul, the desert eagle, hidden deep within his soul power. Instinctively, he attempted to harness his soul power to suppress the tremor, but as soon as he summoned it, the shaking in his arm intensified. Oddly enough, he could distinctly sense an invisible allure emanating from the lake's depths, akin to a gentle hand tugging at his martial soul. Not a malevolent seizure, but rather imbued with a certain calling. Lin Yue, what is wrong with you? Hu Laina noticed his anomaly and reached out to touch his arm. Why is your hand trembling? Are you unwell? Snapping back to reality, Lin Yue shook his head, but refrained from activating his soul power once more. He could feel that if he increased his soul power even slightly, the desert eagle would break free from its constraints and manifest from his palm. I'm fine, just feeling a bit strange, he whispered, leaning closer to Hu Laina. It seems my martial soul is drawn to something at the bottom of the lake. Hu Laina's expression shifted instantaneously, her grip tightening around Lin Yue's hand, her gaze turning wary. Your martial soul is being attracted? Is there a soul beast causing mischief at the lake's bottom? Should we leave here first? She understood the significance of a martial soul to a soul master. If anything were to happen to it, the consequences could be dire. Lin Yue gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. It's not malicious. That allure is quite gentle, more like a resonance. He attempted once again to channel a faint thread of soul power, this time not to suppress, but to follow the direction of that allure. Deep beneath the lake, It seemed something of a nature akin to the desert eagle was concealed, a power that was faint yet served as a beacon in the darkness. Suddenly, he recalled the ice and fire yin-yang well herb he had previously absorbed. When it melded within him, his martial soul had experienced a similar flutter, though far less intense than this instance. Could it be that the entity at the lake's bottom, like the herb, could facilitate the evolution of his martial soul? The thought barely surfaced before he suppressed it. Without any information, reckless speculation would only amplify the risks. Try again. Can you ascertain the location at the lake's bottom? Hulaina's voice was hushed, her gaze fixated on the lake's surface. I'll use my mental strength to probe further and see if I can uncover anything. With that, she closed her eyes, her ethereal mental energy slowly unfurling like a finely woven net, extending towards the lake's depths. However, merely 10 meters beneath the surface, Hulaina's countenance changed dramatically as she abruptly opened her eyes. No, there's a force at the lake's bottom interfering with my mental energy. If I delve deeper, my mental strength will be consumed. Rubbing her forehead, her tone turned grave. That force is peculiar. Not the soul power of a soul beast, but rather, it resembles a natural energy field. Lin Yue's brow furrowed in response. The interference with mental energy, the attraction towards his martial soul, the unknown energy field at the lake's bottom, coupled with the proprietor's mention of hidden secrets in the lake. These threads intertwined, rendering Jiaxing Lake even more enigmatic. He gazed at the silver dots skimming across the lake's surface, a sudden thought igniting in his mind. Could these silver dots be the manifestation of the energy field emanating from the lake's depths? The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly serious. Hulaina sat on the wooden chair, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with her skirt, her eyes filled with conflict. What should we do now? The situation at the lake's bottom is unclear, and your martial soul is exhibiting unusual behavior. Should we investigate now, or return to Wuhuan City to summon help? Lin Yue approached the window, casting another glance at the lake. The silver dots beneath the moonlight continued to sway. Though the tremor in his arm had lessened, it had not vanished, as if reminding him of the lake's call. He understood that if they departed now, whatever lay at the lake's bottom might vanish by the time they returned. Opportunities for a soul master often slipped away in an instant. Yet, if they ventured forth recklessly without the protection of a tidal daw, both he and Hulaina could find themselves in peril. Let us not rush to a conclusion. Let's analyze first. Lin Yue turned around and sat opposite Hulaina. Firstly, while the power at the lake's bottom interferes with mental energy, it has not exhibited malice. My martial soul is merely attracted, not suppressed. Secondly, our current state of soul power is robust. My desert eagle possesses penetrating shells, explosive fireballs, and fire-binding spider silk, while your charm and mental attacks can handle unexpected situations. However, the risks are evident. We do not know what exactly lies at the lake's bottom, nor if that energy field poses any danger. Furthermore, without a tidal Douluo by our side, it would be challenging to deal with formidable foes. Hulaina nodded, adding, another point is that it is nighttime, and visibility on the lake surface is poor. Even if we were to investigate, it would be difficult to discern our surroundings. Exploring during the day will be much safer. Additionally, we have not brought soul guide devices for underwater operations, meaning we would have to rely on soul power for breathing, limiting our time and range of exploration. The two fell into silence for a moment. Lin Yue looked at Hulaina and suddenly asked, if we were to dive down now, would you be afraid? Hulaina lifted her gaze to meet his, the turmoil in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by unwavering resolve. With you by my side, I am unafraid. Yet, my greater concern lies with your safety. Your martial soul is exhibiting unusual activity. Should any mishap occur beneath the water, the consequences could be dire. As she spoke, she reached out to grasp Lin Yue's hand. I believe it prudent for us to observe here for a night and make our decision come dawn. If your martial soul continues to behave erratically tomorrow, we shall return to Spirit City to consult the esteemed Qian Daoliu, equipped with ample preparation. Conversely, if the disturbances cease, we shall consider it a mere anomaly and continue our excursion. Lin Yue, warmed by the concern reflected in her eyes, understood that Hulaina's proposition was the most sagacious. Neither overly ambitious nor easily relinquishing hope, she had taken into account his safety while also recognizing potential opportunities. He nodded gently. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest and observe for the night. With the decision made, the atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. Hulaina moved to the window, gazing at the silvery glimmers on the lake's surface, smiling as she remarked, regardless of what lies beneath the lake. The beauty of tonight's scenery suffices. Even if we find no opportunity, this journey shall not be in vain. The moonlight bathed the two of them. casting elongated shadows that danced upon the lake, intertwining with those silver points. In truth, I harbored a hypothesis, Lin Yue murmured softly. I suspect that the essence at the lake's bottom may be connected to my martial soul, potentially even facilitating the evolution of the desert eagle. When I absorbed the ice-fire yin-yang grass previously, my martial soul experienced a similar, albeit less intense, tremor. Qian gazed at him in astonishment. Evolution of a martial soul? Is that not a phenomenon reserved for the absorption of extraordinary herbs or the encounter with extreme environments? How could such a thing exist at the lake's bottom? Unknown. Lin Yue shook his head, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. But whatever it may be, we must proceed with caution. The evolution of a martial soul is a significant matter, one that should not be approached recklessly. He could sense the desert eagle quivering slightly. Yet within that tremor was a hint of eager anticipation, as if yearning for the power that lay beneath the lake. As night deepened, the fishing lights along the shore gradually extinguished, leaving only the red lanterns of the inner glow. Lin Yue and Qian lay in bed, yet sleep eluded them. Lin Yue could distinctly feel the allure emanating from the lake's depths, now diminished but still present, as if maintaining a silent understanding with his martial soul. Meanwhile, Qian intermittently probed the lake's surface with her spiritual energy, ensuring no sudden incidents would occur. Lin Yue, do you think there might truly be fragments of stars at the lake's bottom? Qian suddenly whispered, her tone imbued with childlike curiosity. Lin Yue chuckled softly. Perhaps there truly are. If circumstances permit tomorrow, we shall venture to investigate. Moonlight streamed through the window, enveloping them. The silver points on the lake's surface continued to sway gently, and the tremors in Lin Yue's arm gradually subsided. Yet he was aware that the desert eagle's restlessness had not dissipated. It was merely gathering strength, awaiting the moment it could be awakened anew, perhaps heralding its evolution. Meanwhile, deep within the lake, the force that attracted martial souls rose slowly with the shifting moonlight, as if poised to resonate with Lin Yue's martial soul, completing a century-spanning symphony. This seemingly serendipitous excursion upon the lake appeared to be evolving towards an unforeseen direction, with new opportunities for Lin Yue and the desert eagle just beginning to unfold. Chapter 33. The Full Moon's Lake and the Search for the Star Core. The expansion of the light shield traps the dual souls. The morning in Falling Star Lake Town was imbued with the refreshing scent of rain. After breakfast, Lin Yue and Qian traversed the cobblestone paths of the town, their previous leisure replaced by a sense of earnest inquiry as they sought out the town's elders to uncover the secrets of Falling Star Lake on the night of the full moon. Beneath the old locust tree at the eastern edge of the town, a group of elderly men clad in coarse garments were gathered, engaged in a game of chess. A pot of hot tea resting nearby. Lin Yue approached, offering a package of freshly purchased peach blossom cake with a smile. Esteemed elders, pardon our intrusion. We are visiting soul masters and wish to inquire about the mysteries of Falling Star Lake on the night of the full moon. Might you have any tales to share? One elder, sporting a white beard, accepted the cake, breaking off a piece to savor as he squinted with a smile. Ah, young friend. You wish to know of the starlight within the lake. This is well known among the elders of our town. Each full moon night, the starlight in the lake shines thrice as bright, illuminating even the depths. The older generation claims it is the stars at the lake's bottom emitting their light. Stars? Qian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Are these the very stars that fell long ago? The elder nodded, gesturing toward the lake. Indeed. My grandfather's grandfather recounted that when the stars fell, they created a pit from which a fist-sized, luminous orb emerged. As the lake filled, that orb sank to the bottom. And on full moon nights, the light of the moon harmonizes with that of the stars, resulting in the lake being aglow with starlight. However, he continued, his tone shifting to one of gravity, do not entertain the thought of approaching those stars. There have been greedy soul masters who sought to retrieve them, only to vanish without a trace. It is said that a light shield surrounds the stars, trapping anyone who enters. Next, they visited a fisherman's home on the western side of the town. Old Zhang, having just returned from fishing, had a bucket of silver-scaled fish still flopping about. Upon hearing their inquiry regarding the full moon lake, he set down his net and lowered his voice. Last full moon night, I ventured out on my boat and beheld a luminous orb in the center of the lake, larger than a water barrel. The surrounding fish dared not approach, and there was a warmth emanating from the water. I even heard a faint buzzing from within the orb, as if something was turning inside it, which frightened me enough to row away hastily. As the morning wore on, the pieces of information began to coalesce. On the night of the full moon, a glowing orb appears at the lake's bottom, protected by an energy shield, posing a danger, yet concealing unknown secrets. Lin Yue and Hyena returned to the inn, seated by the lakeside window, exchanging glances that revealed their shared determination. It seems there truly is something at the lake's bottom on the night of the full moon. Lin Yue felt a faint surge of soul power at his fingertips, sensing the Desert Eagle's restlessness was more pronounced than the night prior. My martial soul seems to be aware of it. Just nearing the lakeside today, it began to vibrate slightly, much stronger than yesterday. Hyena nodded, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the cuff of her sleeve. The townsfolk warned of the dangers posed by the stars, yet did not specify what those dangers might entail. As we discovered yesterday, our spiritual energy cannot penetrate deeply. We must descend personally to investigate. However, we need to prepare adequately, with contingency plans for underwater emergencies should we encounter danger. I've devised a plan, Lin Yue said, retrieving 2 small brass soul guiding devices from his storage soul guide. Handing one to Hyena. These are simple underwater breathing symbols from Spirit City. Infuse them with soul power, and they will last for an hour. My Desert Eagle possesses armor-piercing capabilities, capable of breaching ordinary defenses. While your spiritual energy may not delve deep, it can serve as a warning underwater. And your charm can temporarily ensnare any sudden soul beasts. We will dive to the lake's center, investigate the starlight, and retreat immediately should any danger arise. Hyena accepted the breathing symbol, clutching it tightly as she looked up at Lin Yue. Very well, I shall follow your lead. However, we must wait until nightfall, until the moon is at its fullest, as the townsfolk indicated that is when the stars shine brightest and are most easily located. With no further words, they began their preparations. Lin Yue sat at the table, channeling his soul power to attune to the Desert Eagle's vibrations. Noticing that the flow of soul power was nearly 10% faster than usual, as if anticipating something. Meanwhile, Hyena leaned against the window, eyes closed in meditation, her spiritual energy forming a delicate web that quietly enveloped the inn's surroundings, ensuring no suspicious individuals or soul beasts approached. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the town gradually fell silent, lights flickering on in every home. Lin Yue and Hyena consumed a light meal to replenish their soul power before donning snug. Lightweight attire for ease of movement in the water. Night fully descended, and a full moon rose slowly from behind the eastern hills, its silvery light cascading upon the lake's surface, illuminating it several times brighter than the previous night. Let us proceed, Lin Yue announced, rising to his feet, fastening the breathing symbol at his waist. The tremors of the Desert Eagle had now reached his arm, and he could feel a slight tingling at his fingertips. Hyena nodded gently, trailing behind him as the two stealthily navigated along the lakeside shadows towards the heart of the lake. The nocturnal ambience by the water was tranquil, punctuated only by the rustling of the wind through the peach blossom trees and the gentle lapping of the water against the shore. Upon reaching a secluded cove, Lin Yue and Hyena confirmed they were alone and simultaneously affixed their underwater breathing talismans to their chests, channeling their soul power into the copper symbols, which instantly illuminated with a soft azure glow. An invisible barrier enveloped their mouths and noses, alleviating the suffocating sensation of the lake water. I'll descend first to scout the path. Follow me at a distance of 3 meters, Hyena whispered, her form flickering like a nimble fish as she silently submerged into the depths. Lin Yue followed closely, launching himself from the shore and sinking beneath the water surface. Initially, the lake's water was cool against his skin, but as he descended deeper, it gradually warmed, akin to immersing in a warm bath. Lin Yue opened his eyes, clearly perceiving the surrounding scenery. Moonlight filtered through the surface, refracting into delicate strands of silver, while schools of silvery-scaled fish swam around them, curiously trailing behind like inquisitive little companions. Hyena led the way, her mental energy radiating outward. Though she could not reach the lake bed, she sensed the movements within a 10-meter radius. Turning back, she gestured to Lin Yue, signaling safety before continuing towards the lake center. The further they ventured, the more abundant the starlight became. Initially mere scattered silver dots, the illumination soon blossomed into luminous ribbons, drifting through the water. Lin Yue felt the stirrings of the Desert Eagle within him intensifying, his skin shimmering faintly with silver, the ethereal outline of his martial soul flickering beneath the surface, as if on the verge of breaking free. Almost there, Hyena suddenly halted and turned to Lin Yue, signaling him to look ahead. Following her gesture, Lin Yue beheld a colossal orb of light suspended 10 meters below, approximately 1 meter in diameter, radiating a gentle, silvery white glow. The light rippled outward like waves, tinting the surrounding water with a silvery sheen. The starlights they had seen earlier emanated from this very sphere. Remarkably, the water surrounding the orb remained still, as if an invisible barrier separated it, creating a circular area devoid of water, with the orb floating at its center, its surface adorned with minute, flowing patterns reminiscent of stellar trajectories. Cautiously, Lin Yue and Huina halted 2 meters from the orb, hesitant to draw nearer. They could sense a unique energy permeating the air around the orb. Not the soul power of soul beasts nor ordinary natural energy, but rather an ancient essence, akin to a calling from the distant past. That's it. Lin Yue's conviction solidified as the desert eagle on his arm began to tremble violently, even his soul power wavering. My martial soul is drawn to it. The energy within that orb resembles the soul power of the desert eagle, as if they are forces of the same origin. Huina cautiously extended her mental energy towards the orb, and upon making contact with the invisible barrier, she was gently repelled by a soft force. Although uninjured, she could not penetrate it. This barrier is peculiar. It lacks aggression, yet effectively blocks mental energy, she remarked, furrowing her brow. Moreover, I can feel the energy within the orb is gradually intensifying, seemingly absorbing the moonlight's power. Lin Yue scrutinized the swirling patterns on the orb's surface, suddenly recognizing their resemblance to those on the desert eagle's body, only more intricate and ancient. He attempted to channel a thread of soul power into the desert eagle. Instantly, the ethereal silhouette of his martial soul erupted forth, the outline of a silvery desert eagle materializing above his skin, its barrel aimed at the orb. In response, the orb's glow intensified, and its surface patterns began to swirl faster. It is responding to my martial soul. Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. The connection between the starlight and the desert eagle must hold significance that could potentially catalyze the evolution of his martial soul. Huina, observing his animated expression, felt a mix of joy for him and concern. But the villager said that some soul masters entered and never returned. Should we wait a little longer? Perhaps observe the orb's transformation before deciding to approach? Just as Lin Yue was about to reply, he noticed the orb's glow becoming unstable. The once gentle, silvery white light morphed into a blinding golden white radiance. The patterns on its surface seemed to come alive, swirling rapidly, while the invisible barrier began to expand, causing the water around it to ripple slightly. This is bad. It's changing. Lin Yue's expression shifted, instinctively pushing Huina away. Retreat. Get back. However, the resistance underwater was significantly greater than on land. As his hand barely brushed Huina's shoulder, the orb erupted with a dazzling brilliance. The golden white light spreading instantaneously like a vast net, enveloping both Lin Yue and Huina within its embrace. In that moment, instead of the anticipated sting or suffocation, Lin Yue felt a warm energy permeating through his skin. The desert eagle martial soul ceased its trembling, becoming vibrantly active, as if it had found its rightful home. Channeling its power towards the orb, he glanced at Huina, who was also encased in the light, her eyes wide with astonishment, yet devoid of any signs of danger. The radiance intensified, gradually forming a colossal light shield that enveloped them completely, isolating them from the surrounding lake waters. Lin Yue tentatively moved his body, discovering he could navigate freely within the shield without any hindrances. At the center of this luminous sanctuary floated a dark object, emanating starlight. Lin Yue's breath hitched, his pupils dilating. He recognized the shape all too well. The Desert Eagle martial soul surged with eagerness. It was a magazine for the Desert Eagle. Chapter 34. The fusion of martial souls breaks through bottlenecks, star power tempering the body as night falls. The silvery silhouette of the Desert Eagle, transformed from his martial soul, was irresistibly drawn to the magazine. Upon contact, there was no expected collision sound. Instead, it resonated like a droplet merging into the lake's surface. The black magazine seamlessly integrated into the base of the gun, and the star patterns engraved upon both surfaces ignited in brilliance, golden threads swirling along the gun's body, culminating in a dazzling point of starlight at the barrel. Suddenly, the formerly gentle silver radiance within the orb shifted. Countless tiny light points detached from the interior surface of a shield, drifting towards Lin Yue and Huina like stardust caught in the wind. Remarkably, within these light points, wisps of pale violet shimmer intertwined, distinct from any soul power in the Douluo Continent, offering a cool yet not harsh sensation, akin to grasping a flowing star. Even Lin Yue found himself instinctively drawn towards this violet glimmer. This power is extraordinary. Huina reached out to catch a strand of pale violet light. The moment it touched her fingertip, it surged through her meridians and into her body, transforming her previously sluggish mental energy into fluidity. The ethereal silhouette of her fox spirit martial soul began to materialize behind her, its three tails now adorned with faint star patterns. As if nurturing her martial soul, its effects surpassing that of the dew of autumn's longing. Lin Yue remained silent, fully engrossed in the fusion of his martial soul. As the magazine and the desert eagle melded perfectly, the gun body began to rotate slowly, the pale violet light coursing into his palm, then dispersing throughout his limbs. He could distinctly sense the expansion of the desert eagle's martial soul origin, which at this moment seemed to carry a hint of spatial essence. As if by merely pulling the trigger, he could tear through the air before him. The martial soul felt more tangible than ever. Lin Yue had previously harbored doubts. While both of Tang San's martial souls were perfect inheritances from his parents, he, despite possessing a mutated martial soul, found that the Desert Eagle and Barrett were entirely foreign to this world. Thus, when compared to other martial souls, they always exuded an aura of otherworldly power. However, with the fusion of this magazine, the Desert Eagle now appeared to be a genuine native martial soul. The inner wall of the light barrier gradually became transparent, revealing the dark waters of the lake outside, while the interior transformed into a miniature starry sky. Countless specks of stardust floated in the air, with faint violet light weaving through them. Lin Yue and Hu Laina sat cross-legged in the midst of this celestial expanse, surrounded by an intermingling glow of silver and violet. Lin Yue's desert eagle hovered above him, its barrel adorned with flickering star patterns, seemingly absorbing the surrounding starlight, while Hu Laina's fox spirit manifested behind her, its tails gently swaying, causing stardust to coalesce into small, luminous orbs that merged into her being. Now is the time to cultivate, Lin Yue suddenly exclaimed, his voice laced with excitement. He could perceive that this faint violet light not only nourished the martial soul, but also cleansed the meridians, presenting the perfect opportunity to break through his bottleneck. He channeled his soul power, directing the faint violet light toward the barrier, which resembled a thin sheet of paper. Under the impact of the starlight, it instantly split open, allowing the surrounding silver-white stardust to surge in, widening the gap. Hu Laina immediately entered a state of cultivation as well. Her fox spirit, adept in mental power, was instantly rejuvenated by the violet light that entered her sea of consciousness. Akin to spring rain revitalizing parched earth, her previously limited mental reach of 150 meters expanded at a visibly rapid pace, soon surpassing 200 meters, enabling her to faintly discern the outlines of soul beasts swimming far beneath the lake's surface. Simultaneously, her soul power barrier began to loosen, as the starlight fused with her own soul power, transforming into a pure force that steadily pushed her towards level 40. Time within the light barrier seemed to lose all significance. Lin Yue felt his soul power surging wildly, the Desert Eagle's barrel becoming increasingly solid. The star patterns on it shifted from a pale gold to a deep violet, eventually revealing the flow of tiny stardust across its surface, a mark of the evolution of his martial soul. When the final wisp of faint violet light merged into his body, his soul power surged dramatically, shattering the barrier of level 40, unleashing a robust wave of soul power that caused the surrounding stardust to tremble slightly. He opened his eyes, and the Desert Eagle in his palm now appeared strikingly real, its silver-white barrel exuding a metallic quality. The most significant change was that 3 soul rings had surprisingly manifested in the form of bullets, compactly nestled within the magazine, reminiscent of the soul rings of the sword Douluo. On the other side, Hu Laina also slowly opened her eyes, a faint violet glow flashing in her gaze. The phantom of her fox spirit became more defined, and the star patterns on her 3 tails stabilized completely. She raised her hand gently, releasing a wisp of mental power that left a faint mark on the inner wall of the light barrier. The aura of a level 40 soul master emanated steadily from her, while her mental power range expanded to 250 meters, nearly doubling its previous extent. We've broken through. Truly broken through to level 40, Hu Laina exclaimed, her tone filled with disbelief. She had initially thought it would take at least another 6 months to reach the threshold of level 40, but unexpectedly, within this luminous sphere, she had made such a remarkable leap. Lin Yue smiled and nodded, just as he was about to speak when he suddenly felt the light barrier begin to tremble violently. The once stable stardust patterns became chaotic, the faint violet light vanished entirely, and the starry designs on the inner wall of the barrier gradually faded, as if they were being drawn toward the center where the magazine, now fused with the martial soul, was located. The light sphere is about to shatter, Lin Yue exclaimed, immediately rising to grasp Hu Laina's hand. Get ready. We need to return to the surface. Barely had he finished speaking when the barrier cracked with a sharp sound, fracturing into countless fissures before shattering completely, disintegrating into a shower of stardust that vanished into the lake. Without the barrier's protection, the lake's waters surged in an instant. Lin Yue quickly reactivated the underwater breathing talisman, pulling Hulaina toward the surface. The lake bed returned to its inky darkness, illuminated only by the occasional glimmers of fish swimming by, as if the celestial cultivation had been but a fleeting dream. The latter half of the night in Falling Star Lake Town was unusually quiet, with only the peach blossom tree outside the inn rustling in the wind. Lin Yue and Hulaina stealthily returned to their room, changing out their soaked tight-fitting outfits into fresh coarse garments. They sat by the window, facing the lake, holding warm cups of tea, yet words eluded them. After a considerable pause, Lin Yue broke the silence, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his cup. What do you think that faint violet power from the light sphere was? I wonder if it could be the essence accumulated from moonlight over the years. Hulaina shook her head, her eyes reflecting uncertainty. It's hard to say. The power condensed from moonlight should be a gentle silver white. Yet that power was violet and carried a sense of strangeness that did not belong to this world. I suspect it may be energy inherent to the light sphere itself. Potentially a naturally formed special soul power field, much like the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yue's lips curled into a subtle smile, refraining from contradiction. He understood that Hulaina had a point, yet he alone knew that the magazine was certainly not a creation of this world. Its streamlined design, precise locking mechanism, and even the inscriptions engraved on its side exuded a sense of industrial sophistication that transcended this era, resembling gun accessories he had encountered before his transmigration. Such an object could not have formed naturally. It felt as though someone had anticipated his arrival and placed it there deliberately. Perhaps, Lin Yue mused, shifting the topic as his gaze drifted to the dark surface of the lake. Regardless of what that power is, we have indeed turned misfortune into fortune, directly breaking through to level 40. However, we must leave this place quickly. Hulaina looked startled. So soon? We haven't even had a proper look at Falling Star Lake by day. We're out of time, Lin Yue replied, his tone growing serious. This morning, we inquired around town about the full moon night, and many townsfolk and visiting soul masters saw us. Now that the starlight at the lake bed has suddenly vanished, those who came to explore will certainly notice something amiss. If anyone attempts to dive down to investigate and discovers our traces, it could lead to trouble. He paused before continuing. Moreover, while the fluctuations of our soul power during the breakthrough were masked by the light sphere, when it shattered, a small amount of energy was undoubtedly released into the lake. If a perceptive soul master detects it, they might trace it back to us. The longer we stay, the greater the danger. Hulaina finally grasped the situation. She had been so immersed in the joy of her breakthrough that she had not considered the ensuing complications. Nodding, she eagerly suggested, "You're right. Let's leave now. We'll sneak out of town and then hunt soul beasts to absorb our fourth soul ring." Lin Yue also stood, checking the items in his soul guide. The evolved desert eagle rested steadily in the depths of his soul power, the magazine fully integrated with the martial soul, with no separate form remaining. Only when he channeled his soul power did the star patterns appear on the barrel. He touched his chest, where the residual warmth of the faint violet starlight lingered, as if that otherworldly power was subtly reshaping his body. The two quickly packed their belongings, shouldering simple cloth bags, and quietly pushed open the door of the inn. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, save for a small lamp still glowing at the front desk. Where the proprietor was sound asleep, they tiptoed out of the inn, making their way along the stone-paved road toward the town's exit. The night breeze carried the fragrance of peach blossoms, yet lacked the previous sense of tranquility. Lin Yue and Hulaina walked side by side, their footsteps light yet vigilant, occasionally scanning their surroundings for any signs of movement. Most soul masters in the town had already succumbed to slumber, with only the sporadic barks of dogs shattering the night's tranquility. Casting a glance back at the receding Starfall Lake town, a flicker of complexity crossed Lin Yue's eyes. This journey to Starfall Lake had not only catalyzed the evolution of their martial souls, propelling them beyond the 40th level, but had also introduced them to forces beyond this realm. Meanwhile, the lake bed of Starfall Lake lay undisturbed, its placid waters concealing the extraordinary encounter involving star cores, martial souls, and otherworldly powers as if it had never transpired. Chapter 35. In the dusk of the setting sun, Lin Sun soul seeks and encounters the fox demon, crafting ambushes with soul guidance hand grenades. The twilight in the setting sun forest invariably carried a hint of enigmatic warmth. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the towering ancient trees, while the damp scent of decaying leaves wafted from the forest floor. Occasionally, unknown soul beasts flitted through the underbrush, leaving behind a rustling sound. Lin Yue and Hu traversed the woodland, the dry twigs cracking underfoot. Both of their gazes tinged with urgency. They had scoured the forest for 3 days, yet had not glimpsed even a trace of the elusive spatial soul beast. Indeed, spatial soul beasts were rare, and not even a whisper of soul energy had been detected. Hu paused, rubbing her temples, her mental energy stretched to its utmost. Yet she could only sense the presence of ordinary beast-type soul beasts. Continuing this search seemed futile. Lin Yue nodded, the desert eagle in his palm quivering lightly, its body emanating faint spatial fluctuations. Since merging with the magazine, the martial soul had grown particularly sensitive to spatial energy. Yet even so, it had failed to capture the faintest hint of a spatial soul beast's aura. We must first assist you in locating a suitable fox-type soul beast. Your 4th soul ring cannot be delayed any longer. No sooner had he spoken than Hu mental energy surged, her eyes narrowing with alertness. Wait, 5 miles to the northwest, there's a strong surge of fox-type soul energy. Lin Yue immediately activated his martial soul, allowing the spatial fluctuations of the desert eagle to extend outward, faintly brushing against that soul energy. It bore a gentle yet alluring quality. Could it be a 10,000-year fox demon? A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Fox-type soul beasts were renowned for their charm, perfectly aligning with her enchanting fox martial soul. Moreover, its offensive and defensive capabilities were not particularly formidable, suggesting that capturing it was within their reach. The duo swiftly advanced towards the source of the soul energy. As they drew nearer, the air thickened with a sweet, cloying scent, and the flora of the forest appeared more vibrant. Even the light softened, a clear sign of the fox demon's enchanting influence. Hu focused her mental energy to resist the alluring atmosphere. It's in the cave ahead, concealed by vines. That must be its lair. Lin Yue parted the vines before him, and indeed discovered a hidden cave entrance, where a delicate pink mist wafted. Within the mist, a white figure was curled up, resting, a snow-white fox demon, its 9 tails gently swaying, each tail tip radiating a pink glow, a hallmark of a 10,000-year soul beast. It possesses formidable enchanting abilities. Even I must consciously resist, Hu frowned. However, its soul energy is quite stable. It likely hasn't noticed us yet. Yet being a 10,000-year soul beast, its reaction speed is swift. Although its defenses are weaker than that of the last lava giant lizard, it won't be easy to strike. Lin Yue smiled, retrieving several fist-sized dark objects from his soul guide, intricately engraved with delicate patterns, their tops featuring small protrusions. I prepared these in advance. These are the soul-guided grenades crafted by Master Zhang. Hu curiously picked one up, feeling its weighty presence infused with violent soul energy. How does this work? What is its power? It's a disposable weapon. Pressing the top protrusion activates it, detonating 5 seconds later, Lin Yue explained, a hint of pride in his tone. During initial tests with Master Zhang, 1 grenade's power was sufficient to injure a soul sage. A few more could even harm a soul Douluo. Observe the patterns. They are formations that compress soul energy. Upon detonation, they release shockwaves and shrapnel, with a range covering 10 meters. Surprise flickered in Hu eyes before a frown returned. Such formidable power, yet I've never seen you use it before. Moreover, it seems to be throwable, which limits its range. If the opponent is prepared, it can be easily dodged. You've pinpointed its drawback, Lin Yue nodded. Unlike the soul-guided hand cannon that offers long-range shooting, this grenade can only be thrown up to 20 meters, and activation entails a delay. If we encounter a swift soul beast or soul master, it may not detonate at all. Thus, we must set a trap to ensure the fox demon cannot evade. He crouched down, sketching a rudimentary tactical diagram on the ground. First, I will circle to the left of the cave, using the Desert Eagle's armor-piercing rounds to provoke it from a distance, drawing it out. Its affinity for charm will likely compel it to use a mental attack against me first. At that point, you will lie in ambush to the right of the cave, utilizing your charm to distract it, causing its mental focus to scatter. Second, as it follows me out into the clearing, I will employ my 3rd soul skill, the firebound spider web, to ensnare it. The web should hold it for at least 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds are crucial. Take this opportunity to rush in and throw the soul-guided grenade at its feet. Then we will immediately retreat to hide behind a nearby tree. Third, regardless of whether it is gravely injured after the explosion, we will charge in to deliver the finishing blow. Its defenses are weak, and it is certain to sustain injuries from the blast. At that point, your 4th soul ring will be secured. Hulayina examined the tactical diagram, then glanced towards the distant cave, nodding in agreement. This is feasible. My mental energy can currently cover 250 meters, allowing me to anticipate its movements. Moreover, having absorbed the autumn water, dew, and star energy from the lakebed, my physical prowess has significantly improved. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring will pose no issue. The two immediately set off on their respective paths. Lin Yue circled to the left of the cave, concealing himself behind a grand tree. The star-cored desert eagle coalescing in his palm, its body shimmering with faint spatial fluctuations, the armor-piercing energy infused. Meanwhile, Hulayina concealed herself within the right-side thicket, the ethereal silhouette of her enchanting fox martial soul materializing, her mental energy forming a fine net, tightly locking onto the fox demon within the cave. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yue aimed at the vine-clad cave entrance and pulled the trigger. Bang! The armor-piercing round, imbued with a subtle spatial fluctuation, promptly pierced through the vines, crashing into the cave with a deafening explosion. The fox demon within the cave was instantly roused, a sharp cry echoing as the pink mist thickened. In rapid succession, a white figure burst forth from the cave. It was the 10,000-year fox demon, its 9 tails unfurled, the pink glow surging forth, and it glared at Lin Yue. Anger flashing in its eyes before being replaced by a seductive allure, a potent mental assault rushing towards him. Now, Hulayina quickly unleashed her charm, the light purple mental energy shooting forth from the thicket, colliding with the fox demon's pink mental energy. The two energies clashed in midair, the fox demon's movements faltering. The enchanting effect significantly diminished. Seizing the moment, Lin Yue retreated, deliberately exposing a vulnerability to lure the fox demon into pursuit. As anticipated, the fox demon, incensed, propelled itself forward, charging at Lin Yue with speed, though not as agile as Zhu Zhuqing. While it chased, it flicked its tails, sending strands of pink light towards Lin Yue in an attempt to ensnare him. Almost there, Lin Yue watched as the fox demon reached the center of the clearing. Suddenly pivoting, the desert eagle in his palm shifting to his third soul skill, the firebound spiderweb. A bizarre fireball shot forth, instantly exploding into a web upon contact with the fox demon, effectively ensnaring its body. Ayo! The fox demon emitted a pained cry, its 9 tails thrashing wildly as it struggled against the web, which burned with fiery venom, searing its skin upon contact, slowing its movements. Hujia now! Lin Yue shouted, dashing towards the nearby tree. Hulayina burst forth from the thicket, her soul-guided grenade already activated in hand. She aimed at the ground beneath the fox demon and hurled the grenade with great force. It traced a graceful arc through the air, landing precisely beside the creature's claw. The two swiftly took cover behind a towering tree, their hands pressed tightly against their ears. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, the violent shockwave of soul power radiating outward, creating a gaping crater in the ground, with debris and soil flying in all directions. Trees surrounding the area were snapped in half by the force. The pink mist instantly dispersed. As the shockwave subsided, Lin Yue and Hulayina dashed out, only to find the ancient fox demon sprawled on the ground at the center of the crater. 3 of its 9 tails lay severed, its once pristine white fur singed, and blood trickled from its mouth, its breath faint, clearly gravely injured. Success! A gleam of joy flashed in Hulayina's eyes as she rushed forward, ready to absorb the soul ring. Yet at that moment, several waves of soul power, accompanied by footsteps and voices, suddenly echoed through the forest. What was that explosion? It seems to be a soul-guided weapon. Let us investigate. Perhaps someone is hunting a 10,000-year soul beast, and we might just reap the benefits. Move quickly. We mustn't let them escape. Lin Yue's expression shifted dramatically. He pulled Hulayina behind the nearby tree, vigilantly watching the source of the sound. 5 figures emerged from the woods, led by a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his soul power fluctuating at the soul saint level, followed by 4 soul kings. Clearly a formidable team of soul masters. Hulayina's countenance turned grave, but Lin Yue pressed her down. Wait, this group does not seem friendly. We must deal with them first before absorbing the soul ring. The black-robed man approached the crater, eyeing the ancient fox demon with a glimmer of greed. Indeed, a 10,000-year soul beast. It seems the explosion was caused by the weapon that hunted it. The one who attacked must still be nearby. Search. The 4 soul kings immediately dispersed, scanning the surrounding woods. Lin Yue and Hulayina held their breath, their mental energies tightly locking onto the approaching soul masters. A sudden crisis enveloping them like a dark cloud. Chapter 36, Soul Saint Encirclement. A test of reality. Grenade explodes, enemies entangled in a deadlock. The twilight of the setting sun in the sunset forest had completely descended, the last rays of golden light swallowed by towering ancient trees, leaving only the damp scent of decaying leaves and the chirping of insects. Yet, this tranquil stillness was shattered by the overwhelming presence of 5 powerful soul energies. Lin Yue led Hulaina to hide behind an ancient tree, the desert eagle in his palm quietly condensing, his fingertips whitening from pressure. He could distinctly feel the soul power emanating from the black-robed man, akin to a colossal stone submerged in the depths of the ocean, its weight causing his breath to falter slightly. "Come out." The black-robed man's voice was not loud, yet it carried the oppressive aura of a soul saint, sweeping through the woods like an invisible wind, rustling the leaves. It takes some skill to hunt a 10,000-year fox demon. Hiding away does not align with the demeanor of a noble disciple. Lin Yue exchanged a knowing glance with Hulaina, aware that evasion was futile. He quietly gripped the grenade hidden in his sleeve, giving Hulaina a cautionary glance to refrain from acting impulsively before stepping out from behind the tree. Hand in hand with her, as soon as they appeared, the soul power of the 4 soul kings locked onto them like chains. One tall and lean soul king grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Well, 2 handsome youths. This little lady is even more alluring than the fox demon we captured last time. Hulaina's expression instantly turned icy, the ethereal shadow of her fox spirit emerging behind her. Yet Lin Yue subtly restrained her hand. Lin Yue raised his gaze toward the black-robed man, adopting a humble posture but maintaining a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant. "Greetings, esteemed senior. We are merely ordinary soul masters here for training in the forest, and we fortuitously encountered this fox demon, expending considerable effort to capture it. We did not anticipate the commotion would attract your esteemed presence." The black-robed man scrutinized Lin Yue, his gaze lingering on the desert eagle in his palm and the ethereal foxtail behind Hulaina, his brow furrowing. "Ordinary soul masters? To capture a 10,000-year fox demon and wield a weapon capable of such explosive force is beyond the capabilities of mere ordinary soul masters. Which academy or family do you hail from?" Though his words seemed inquisitive, they were, in fact, a probing tactic. Lin Yue understood well. While the soul saint was powerful, he also feared provoking deeply rooted noble families. If they were backed by a title doll or multiple soul saints, the black-robed man would not dare to act rashly. Lin Yue deliberately slowed his breathing, feigning a bit of tension while maintaining his composure, as he reached for the soul-guiding device at his waist. "We are accompanied by elder family members, a titled full-level elder, who got separated while pursuing the fox demon. However, I have already left a signal flare. I expect the elder will arrive shortly." As he spoke, he closely observed the black-robed man's expression, and indeed, the latter's eyes flickered momentarily, and his hand, resting by his side, tightened slightly. Lin Yue silently breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had won the first gamble in this tense encounter. The black-robed man fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the nearly lifeless 10,000-year fox demon, greed almost spilling from his eyes. Yet, he was wary of the title the elder Lin Yue mentioned, caught in a dilemma. The short and stout soul king behind him could no longer contain himself, leaning in a whisper in his ear. "Mo Lao, who cares about the title Douluo? This 10,000-year fox demon is filled with rare treasures, not to mention that explosive weapon. If we get our hands on them, the strength of our shadow crow will increase significantly. What if he is just pretending?" Mo Lao, the black-robed man, remained silent, his gaze growing colder. He took a few steps forward, increasing the pressure of his soul power, pressing Lin Yue. "You claim to have left a signal flare. Where is it?" "I see nothing." Lin Yue's heart raced, yet his face remained calm. "The signal flare is specially made by our family. Only the elder's soul-guided device can detect it. It cannot be seen with the naked eye. If you do not believe me, we can wait a moment longer, at most 15 minutes, and the elder will surely arrive." He deliberately stalled for time, his mind racing through strategies, his soul power dwindling to 30%, with 4 grenades remaining, and Hulaina's mental energy also nearly exhausted. A direct confrontation was not an option. They could only rely on their background to intimidate the adversaries. Hulaina seized the moment to speak, her voice tinged with a hint of trepidation. "Famed esteemed senior, we truly mean you no deceit. My father is a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall. If he learns we have been bullied, he will not let this go lightly." Her mention of the Spirit Hall was deliberate, knowing the trepidation soul masters held towards it. Mo Lao's expression darkened even further. A titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall was not someone he could contend with as a solitary soul saint. Yet, with the 10,000-year fox demon so close at hand, along with the mysterious explosive weapon, he was reluctant to let it slip away. Just as he hesitated, the tall and lean Soul King suddenly scoffed, stepping forward to point at Hulaina's face. "Mo Lao, don't let them deceive you. We've been in this vicinity for 3 days and haven't seen a single title Douluo. This kid is merely posturing. I think this little lady looks quite appealing. Why not let us enjoy her first, and then we can seize their soul rings and weapons. Even if a title Douluo were to come, we will have long vanished." At these words, Lin Yue's expression shifted dramatically. His greatest fear was that these desperate individuals would act recklessly, and the lean man's comments had undoubtedly ignited fuse. Hulaina's gaze also turned cold, the seductive power of her fox spirit beginning to coalesce, her fingertips glowing with a faint purple light. Mo Lao, awakened by the lean man's words, felt his trepidation gradually eclipsed by greed. He looked at Lin Yue, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Kid, it seems you truly lack support. If so, do not blame me for being merciless. Hand over the soul ring and the explosive weapon, and let your little lady entertain us, and I might spare your lives." "You seek death," Lin Yue bellowed, activating the grenade in his hand in an instant. The topmost protrusion pressed down, initiating a 5-second countdown. Without the slightest hesitation, he hurled the object forcefully towards the center of the 5, simultaneously tackling Hulaina to the ground, shielding her with his back while channeling his soul power into a thin protective shield. Be careful. Despite being a soul sage, Mo Lao's perceptive abilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. The moment the grenade slipped from his grasp, he sensed the violent surge of soul power within it. His expression changed dramatically. "Get back." Instinctively, he activated his soul power, and his 6th soul skill, the corrupt bone shield, unfolded instantly, enveloping him in a black soul power barrier. In a split second, he propelled himself backward with such speed that only a fleeting shadow remained. However, the 4 Soul Kings behind him were not as swift to react. The tall and lean one was still fixated on Hulaina. The short and stout Soul King was reaching for the fallen fox demon, while the other 2 were preparing their soul skills, completely unprepared for Lin Yue's sudden assault. Boom! The deafening explosion resonated through the forest. A violent shockwave of soul power surged forth like a tsunami, creating a 10-meter-wide crater in the ground, with debris and decaying leaves mingling with blood. Ancient trees surrounding the area were cleaved in half, their bark embedded with remnants of the grenade. Lin Yue lay on the ground, a searing pain radiating from his back as the soul power shield was obliterated by the shockwave. The intense heat singeing his clothing and scorching his skin, drawing blood. Yet he steadfastly protected Hulaina beneath him, not uttering a single groan, only asking, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Hulaina peered out from beneath him, her eyes slightly reddened as she reached out to touch his back, her voice trembling. "I'm fine. But your back is severely injured." Lin Yue shook his head, struggling to rise, and gazed towards the epicenter of the explosion. The 4 Soul Kings had lost their human forms, reduced to charred remnants, blood staining the earth surrounding the crater, while the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and charred flesh. Mo Lao stood 20 meters away, his face ashen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his corrupt bone shield was riddled with cracks, evidently suffering significant damage from the shockwave. Mo Lao's furious roar erupted as he beheld the remains on the ground, his eyes bloodshot with rage. "I will kill you. I will make you wish for death." Having committed countless atrocities across the continent, leveraging his prowess as a soul sage and the background of the Shadow Crow, he had slain many soul masters and seized innumerable treasures, but never had he suffered such a tremendous setback. 4 Soul Kings had perished at the hands of 2 juniors, and by something he deemed insignificant, a grenade. This was an unimaginable humiliation for him. Mo Lao raised his hand abruptly, soul power surging wildly as black energy coalesced in his palm, transforming into a 2-meter-long wicked sword, emanating a dense aura of darkness, with twisted patterns etched upon its blade, resembling countless vengeful spirits howling. It was his martial soul, the corrupt bone evil sword. With the manifestation of his martial soul, 7 soul rings began to pulse around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. The soul ring configuration at the soul sage level radiated a pressure several times stronger than before, freezing the air in the forest, silencing even the chirping of insects. "Boy, aren't you quite the fighter? Don't you have a soul, Douluo Elder?" Mo Lao advanced step by step towards Lin Yue, the black aura enveloping the wicked sword growing ever denser. "Today, I shall show you what true power looks like. I will first cripple your martial soul. Then I will torment your little lady to death, making you watch helplessly." Lin Yue's expression turned grave. This was the first time he truly faced a life-and-death crisis since his arrival in this world. Previously, he had the protection of the chrysanthemum law, facing foes no stronger than Soul Sect or Soul Kings. He had never witnessed the full might of Soul Sage. The pressure emanating from Mo Lao made it difficult for him to channel his soul power, and the desert eagle in his palm trembled slightly, the spatial fluctuations becoming unstable. Hulaina approached him, her fox spirit fully unleashed, three tails standing erect, her pale purple mental energy spreading to its maximum range, barely able to withstand Mo Lao's pressure. Lin Yue, let us attack together. My charm can distract him for a second, and you can strike at his weak point. Lin Yue nodded, taking a deep breath as he channeled the remaining soul power into the desert eagle. The gun emitted a faint spatial fluctuation as the soul power for his first soul skill. The armor-piercing bullet began to coalesce. He understood that there was no retreat in this battle. It was either kill Mo Lao or perish here. Mo Lao observed their tense expressions. A cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Futile. Combined, your soul power doesn't even amount to 1/3 of mine. Today you are doomed. He raised his hand violently, slashing the wicked sword towards Lin Yue. The black sword energy, imbued with corrupt bone toxins, carved a dark trajectory through the air. Moving with such speed, it was nearly imperceptible. Lin Yue's pupils constricted as he attempted to evade, but Mo Lao's sword energy seemed to lock onto him, relentlessly pursuing. The toxic aura in the air constricted his throat, nearly suffocating him. Watch out! Hulaina's charm power erupted instantaneously. Her pale, purple mental energy shooting towards Mo Lao's sea of consciousness. Mo Lao's movement hesitated momentarily, and the speed of the sword energy slackened. Now's the chance. Lin Yue seized this critical moment, teleporting to Mo Lao's side. The armor-piercing bullet, infused with spatial fluctuations, shot towards Mo Lao's chest, targeting the location of his soul core, which had just been injured by the grenade's shockwave, a vulnerable spot. Mere tricks. Mo Lao scoffed coldly, the corrupt bone shield expanding once more to block the armor-piercing bullet. Yet the spatial fluctuations from the bullets still sent a sharp pain through his soul core, causing him to grunt involuntarily, his gaze towards Lin Yue growing even more ferocious. Spatial attribute? Interesting. But do you think this is enough to defeat me? Mo Lao raised his hand again, activating his second soul skill, Corrupt Bone Toxic Fog. Black toxic mist emanated from the wicked sword, enveloping Lin Yue and Hulaina. Where the toxic fog spread, the ground's decaying leaves turned black, the air reeking of a foul stench. Lin Yue and Hulaina quickly retreated, only to find the toxic fog expanding at an alarming rate, soon surrounding them. Hulaina's mental power swiftly diminished within the fog, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Lin Yue, the toxic fog contains corrosive soul power. We can't hold on for much longer. Lin Yue surveyed the encircling toxic fog and the advancing Mo Lao, a swell of despair rising within him. With only 10% of his soul power remaining and 3 grenades left, Mo Lao was already wary. The grenades might not even harm him. Mo Lao approached the edge of the toxic fog, gazing at the two trapped within with a mocking glint in his eyes. How does it feel? Have you tasted death yet? If you beg for mercy now, I can grant you a quicker death. Lin Yue remained silent, gripping the desert eagle tightly, his resolve solidifying. He understood that even in death, he would not plead for mercy. He must return to see Ning Rongrong and the others, ensuring that the Yin Hui battle team became the strongest in the continent. He could not die here. Chapter 37. The Barrett emerges to break the deadlock. The chrysanthemum Douluo comes to the rescue in dire times. The black toxic fog receded like a tide, revealing Lin Yue and Hulaina, teetering on the brink of collapse. Their bodies shimmered with a faint blackish-purple hue, the toxins having infiltrated their meridians, their soul power akin to a frozen stream, nearly impossible to circulate. They had to lean against the ancient trees for support, each breath accompanied by the stinging pain of corrosion in their throats. Mo Lao approached them slowly, the wicked sword planted in the ground, arms crossed, observing their disheveled state with a cruel smile. What's wrong? Weren't you quite formidable earlier? Now you look like 2 stray dogs. His gaze landed on Hulaina, his eyes glistening like a venomous snake, sweeping from her pale cheeks to her trembling fingertips. This little lady was indeed captivating. Even poisoned, she was 100 times more appealing than those insipid beauties. Hulaina was tense all over. The ethereal form of her fox spirit long dissipated. Exhausted to the point of being unable to lift a finger, she could only bite her lip fiercely. Her eyes filled with despair. Upon witnessing the scene, Elder Mo became even more triumphant, seizing Hulaina's wrist with a rough grip. his coarse fingers digging painfully into her skin as he yanked her closer. Stop struggling. Your soul power has already been rendered useless by my corrupting bone poison. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. Lin Yue, observing this, felt an overwhelming rage surge within him, his vision darkening due to the torment of the poison. As he took a step forward, he collapsed onto the ground, the desert eagle in his palm losing its support and dissipating into motes of light. Let her go. If you have a grievance, come at me, he bellowed, his voice hoarse and gravelly, as black blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a consequence of forcibly channeling his soul power against the poison's backlash. Come at you? Elder Mo scoffed, grabbing Hulaina's collar and tearing it violently, the fabric ripping with a sound that echoed through the air, revealing her fair shoulder and collarbone. Hulaina shuddered, tears finally spilling down her cheeks as she closed her eyes in despair, devoid of the strength to take her own life. For Elder Mo's soul power had long since locked her meridians, rendering her unable to move even a finger. Ha ha! Elder Mo laughed maniacally at her despondent state, turning his gaze towards Lin Yue. Do you see? The woman you desperately try to protect is now in my grasp. I will make you watch as I indulge in this beauty. Once I tire of her, I shall cripple your martial soul, condemning you to a life of worthlessness. As he spoke, he reached for the hem of Hulaina's skirt, his eyes gleaming with lewd intent. Yet in his arrogance, he forgot that Lin Yue had not entirely lost his capacity for resistance. For the sake of relishing the thrill of cat and mouse, he even retracted all of his soul rings, removing the corrupting bone shield, relying solely on his soul power to restrain Hulaina, dismissing the prostrate Lin Yue entirely. This was precisely the opportunity Lin Yue had been awaiting. Lying on the ground, he fixed his gaze on Elder Mo's back, his nails digging deep into the decayed leaves as he endured the excruciating pain from the poison corroding his meridians. He summoned the last remnants of his soul power, insufficient even to maintain an upright stance, directing it deep into his dantian, where lay his second martial soul, Barrett, which he had never revealed. A low, resonant hum emanated from Lin Yue's palm, distinct from the lightness of the desert eagle. This aura was heavy and frigid, akin to the awakening of a colossal beast from the abyss. A pitch-black gun barrel slowly coalesced from his palm, the lengthy, 1.2-meter barrel gleaming with a metallic chill, its caliber 3 times that of the desert eagle, the stock pressing against Lin Yue's shoulder, exuding an oppressive aura that seemed to solidify the very air around him. This was Earth's mightiest sniper rifle, even without any added soul rings. The raw power of the martial soul was sufficient to penetrate the defenses of a soul sage. Elder Mo, engrossed in tormenting Hulaina, remained oblivious to the anomaly behind him until the icy aura locked onto his brow, prompting him to whirl around, surprise flickering in his eyes. What is this? Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yue pulled the trigger. There were no elaborate soul power effects, only an almost imperceptible black bullet, accompanied by the sharp sound of air being torn as it shot towards Elder Mo's brow in an instant. No! Elder Mo's pupils dilated, attempting to gather his soul power for defense, but it was too late. In his eagerness to savor the moment, he had relinquished all defenses. He could only watch helplessly as the bullet approached. With a soft thud, the bullet, the thickness of a finger, struck true at Elder Mo's brow, piercing through his skull, scattering brain matter and blood from the back of his head, splattering onto the ancient tree behind him and leaving a grotesque, bloodied hole. Elder Mo's body froze in place, the astonishment in his eyes still vivid, his lewd grin frozen into a grotesque arc. 3 seconds later, he fell straight back with a thud, lifeless, a steady stream of blood flowing from the wound in his brow. Hulaina suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at the fallen Elder Mo, then at the dark, massive gun in Lin Yue's hands, her expression one of shock, forgetting to wipe away her tears. Lin Yue released the trigger, and Barrett transformed into motes of light, his body no longer able to sustain itself as he collapsed onto the decayed leaves, the stock having numbed his shoulder, his soul power utterly depleted, the poison surging wildly, causing his vision to darken. Jia, are you all right? Only then did Hulaina regain her senses, breaking free from Elder Mo's cold grip, stumbling to Lin Yue's side, reaching out to touch his forehead, which felt alarmingly hot. I'm fine, but what about you? What was your martial soul? It is my second martial soul, Barrett, Lin Yue replied weakly with a faint smile, fumbling in his soul guide for a spare coarse robe, laboriously handing it to her. Put this on first, it's not safe here. Hulaina took the garment, quickly donning it, her gaze falling on Lin Yue's pale face and the black blood at the corner of his mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. What about the poison? We've exhausted our soul power, and we're surrounded by soul beasts. She spoke the truth. In the depths of the forest, night was when soul beasts were most active, and they were utterly defenseless. Even a 1,000-year soul beast could easily slay them. The rustling sounds from the depths of the decayed leaves indicated that soul beasts were indeed drawn by the scent of blood. As the rustling grew nearer, Lin Yue leaned against the ancient tree, his fingertips still tinged with the cold sensation left by Barrett's dissolution, the poison within him roiling more violently, blurring his vision. He gazed into Huliana's reddened eyes, filled with guilt. Had he not underestimated Elder Mo's cruelty, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. At that moment, a golden streak of light suddenly flashed through the trees, landing before them. The ethereal image of the golden chrysanthemum martial soul unfurled slowly. The familiar aura of soul power instantly enveloping Lin Yue and Huliana, forming a warm barrier that isolated them from the roars of the surrounding soul beasts. Senior! Lin Yue and Huliana exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with astonishment. The newcomer was none other than Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan. Yueguan did not speak immediately but raised his hand to condense 2 streams of golden soul power, infusing them into both of their bodies. The soothing soul power coursed through their meridians, akin to a stream clearing a blocked river, gradually expelling the corrupting bone poison from their systems. Lin Yue felt the stabbing pain in his throat begin to dissipate, the formerly rigid meridians regaining sensitivity, and even his breathing became considerably easier. I have been following you too since the day you left Wuhan City, Yueguan said, retracting his soul power and observing their pale faces, his tone growing serious. The Star Core opportunity in Jiaxing Lake, the soul beast hunt, I have been watching from the shadows. Your previous trials have been mostly without peril, lacking true life-and-death challenges. The growth of a soul master is never nurtured in a greenhouse. It is through walking the brink of death that one learns to become stronger. Lin Yue's heart trembled. It turned out that the Chrysanthemum Douluo had not arrived by chance, but had been protecting them all along. He recalled the despair when Elder Mo had torn Huliana's clothing and the lethal strike of Barrett, suddenly understanding Yueguan's intentions. Had it not been for this life-threatening crisis, he might never have truly grasped the brutality of the survival of the fittest. Thank you, Senior, Lin Yue murmured softly, his voice laden with gratitude. He raised his hand once more, the golden soul power intensifying, enveloping Lin Yue and Huliana like a fine net. This time, the soul power not only dispelled the lingering poison, but also slowly nourished their meridians, replenishing their depleted soul power. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Lin Yue felt his soul power restore to 30%. The blackness of his lips gradually regaining color, while Huliana's mental state also improved, the ethereal image of her fox martial soul flickering behind her. All right, the poison has been mostly cleared, Yueguan said, retracting his soul power and turning his gaze towards the nearby corpse of the 10,000-year fox demon, which was beginning to fade. A black soul ring was slowly rising, shimmering with a faintly alluring glow. Liana, take advantage of the soul ring before it dissipates. I shall protect you, and no soul beast shall disturb you. Huliana immediately reacted, sitting cross-legged beneath the soul ring, channeling her soul power to begin absorbing it. The delicate lavender soul ring gradually descended, resonating with her enchanting fox martial spirit, causing the surrounding air to shimmer with a soft pink halo. Yueguan stood beside her, his golden soul power radiating outward, forming an invisible barrier that completely severed the aura of nearby soul beasts. Once he had addressed Huliana's situation, Yueguan turned to Lin Yue, his expression growing solemn. Your second martial spirit, apart from yourself and the grand offering, is known only to me and Liana. He paused, his tone more serious. I will later remind Liana to keep this secret. Remember, your second martial spirit is both your trump card and your potential calamity. You are only at level 40 now and lack the sufficient soul power to sustain its consumption, nor can you withstand the pursuit of title dull-level foes. Revealing such a formidable martial spirit too early will only attract more covetous eyes, hindering your growth. Lin Yue nodded gravely. Rest assured, Senior. I understand. If it were not for this unavoidable circumstance, I would never have revealed it. He recalled the recoil when Barrett fired earlier. His shoulders still throbbed faintly. Without the enhancement of a soul ring, every use of Barrett drained his entire soul power, rendering it far from a conventional combat force. Noticing Lin Yue's comprehension, Yueguan's expression softened somewhat as he suddenly shared good news. Have you not been searching for a soul beast with spatial attributes? During my recent observations, I kept a lookout for you. In a mist valley to the west of the forest, I discovered traces of a 10,000-year mist shadow dragonfly. The mention of the mist shadow dragonfly ignited a spark in Lin Yue's eyes. He and Hulaina had searched the forest for several days with no leads, yet unexpectedly, Douluo had already found it. Senior, is this mist shadow dragonfly easy to capture? Is any soul beast with spatial attributes easy to catch? Yuan chuckled lightly, his tone laced with a hint of jest. That little creature excels in short-range spatial traversal and can cloak itself within a mist. Even if you see it, you may not be able to pinpoint its location. However, with my presence, controlling it should not pose too much of a challenge, provided we do not startle it. Otherwise, even I would find it difficult to secure it in one go. Lin Yue's heart soared with joy. At that moment, Hulaina's absorption had reached a critical phase. The deep black soul ring had fully merged with her body, and her soul power surged rapidly, steadily breaking through the threshold of level 41. The ethereal shadow of her fox martial spirit became even more defined, and her foxtail bore faint pink star patterns. A charm enhancement bestowed by the 10,000-year fox demon soul ring. Hulaina slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, and bowed respectfully to Douluo. Thank you for your protection, Senior. My fourth soul skill, Star Mist Charm, not only creates mist to ensnare enemies, but also releases multiple charming avatars within the fog, significantly stronger than before. Yuan nodded, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Excellent. This soul ring is well suited for you. Now, time is of the essence. We must hasten to the Mist Valley to help Lin Yue secure the soul ring of the Mist Shadow Dragonfly before returning to Soul Master City. Chapter 38. In a Mist Valley, shadow hunting for the dragonfly, spatial power revealed. As the morning light pierced through the canopy of the sunset forest, the trio of Lin Yue, Hulaina, and Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Mist Valley. A gentle white mist perpetually enveloped the valley entrance, resembling a flowing veil that swayed gently with the breeze, yet never dissipated. This was the most distinctive feature of the Mist Valley. The mist not only obscured vision, but also interfered with the mental probing of soul masters, serving as a natural barrier for the Mist Shadow Dragonfly. Do not probe with your mental power once we enter. Yuan stepped into the mist first, his golden soul power forming a thin layer of light around him, gently pushing aside the encroaching fog. The mist contained subtle spatial fluctuations. The deeper the mental probe, the more susceptible one became to interference, potentially alerting the Mist Shadow Dragonfly. Lin Yue and Hulaina closely followed, both of them suppressing their soul power to the utmost. The fog was denser than anticipated, walking through the valley. Visibility fell below 5 meters, rendering even Hulaina's figure somewhat indistinct. The path beneath their feet was slick with moist moss, and distant, unidentifiable bird song echoed through the air. Yet not a single shadow could be seen. The Mist Shadow Dragonfly favored the densest part of the valley, where the spatial moss it required thrived. Yuan's voice resonated through the mist, clear and amplified by his soul power. It can absorb the spatial fluctuations of the mist, rendering it semi-transparent during flight. At the moment it traverses space, its body completely vanishes into the fog, and one can only locate it by detecting the subtle changes in spatial fluctuations. Lin Yue nodded, channeling his recently restored soul power to enhance the spatial perception of his desert eagle. Unlike a direct mental probe, a martial spirit possesses a more acute sensitivity to spatial fluctuations. Indeed, countless minute ripples of space danced within the mist, akin to the undulating surface of water, blurring the line between the mist's inherent movements and the traces left by the Mist Shadow Dragonfly. Meanwhile, Hulaina utilized the mental acuity of her fox martial spirit to capture the subtle sounds within the fog. She closed her eyes, her ears twitching slightly, then suddenly halted. Senior, there's the sound of wings flapping approximately 30 meters to the left front. The frequency is rapid, unlike that of ordinary insects. Yuan immediately stopped, retracting his golden soul power to leave only a thin membrane of light. The trio held their breath and stealthily moved towards the direction indicated by Hulaina. The mist seemed to thicken, and the moss beneath their feet became even more damp. A faint floral scent wafting through the air, the unique aroma of the spatial moss. A soft, buzzing sound of delicate wing beats reached their ears, clearer than what Hulaina had heard moments ago. Lin Yue's heart raced as he heightened the perception of his desert eagle. Suddenly, a faint blue shimmer flashed through the mist about 10 meters ahead. It was a dragonfly, approximately half a meter long, its body semi-transparent, wings glimmering like fine silk, flapping silently, leaving behind a subtle trail of blue light particles in the fog. We found it, Lin Yue whispered, his gaze fixated on the dragonfly. It perched upon a rock covered in pale blue moss, using its slender proboscis to extract the moss's sap, its body swaying gently with the action. Within its semi-transparent abdomen, The flowing blue liquid indicated the spatial energy transformed from the absorbed moss. Even more astonishingly, it seemed to sense something, abruptly halting its feeding and flapping its wings vigorously. In that instant, its body vanished into the mist, the light particles from its wings dissipating instantaneously as if it had never existed. Lin Yue was taken aback, about to summon his martial spirit for a probe, when Yu Guan gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "Do not panic. It has not gone far. Just 15 meters to the right front." As soon as he spoke, the faint blue silhouette reappeared in the mist. The mist-shadowed dragonfly now cautiously surveying the direction of the trio, its wings slightly trembling, seemingly poised to traverse space once more. Its range of spatial traversal was limited, at most 50 meters, and each time it shifted, it left behind a faint trace of spatial fluctuations. Yuan lowered his voice, patiently explaining, "What we need to do now is wait for it to lower its guard and return to the spatial moss to feed. At that moment, its focus will be most concentrated, making it the ideal time to strike." The trio remained motionless, concealed within a mist. Lin Yue could feel the mist-shadow dragonfly's spatial fluctuations were precarious, akin to bubbles on the verge of bursting, which also indicated its defensive capabilities were weak, once controlled. It would be quite easy to eliminate. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the mist-shadow dragonfly seemed to ascertain that no danger lurked nearby and returned to the rock, resuming its feeding on the spatial moss. This time, it had relaxed its vigilance, the frequency of its wing beats slowing, its semi-transparent body fully unfurling, and the blue light particles on its wings brightening. Now, a glint of sharpness flashed in Yu Guan's eyes as his golden soul power erupted instantaneously. The movements of Yu Guan were so swift that they were nearly imperceptible. He had scarcely finished speaking when he materialized behind the shadow dragonfly. With his right hand, he conjured a golden chrysanthemum, its petals glistening with sharp blades of light. A gentle flick of his wrist transformed the golden blades into a circular barrier, enveloping both the shadow dragonfly and the surrounding rocks. Golden stamen, flowing sunset. With Yu Guan's soft incantation, the petals of the golden barrier suddenly contracted, ensnaring the shadow dragonfly tightly in a fine net. Startled, it flapped its wings frantically, attempting to traverse space, only to discover that the barrier had sealed off the surrounding area. Despite its desperate wing beats, it could not escape into the mist, resulting in futile struggles accompanied by urgent buzzing. "Lin Yue, act now?" Yu Guan's voice resonated as the golden barrier shifted slightly, creating a gap wide enough for a piercing bullet to enter, yet insufficient for the shadow dragonfly to escape. Lin Yue had long been prepared. The desert eagle coalesced in his palm as his soul power surged into the gun. This time, he did not hastily pull the trigger. Instead, he compressed his soul power to its utmost limits, allowing the piercing bullet to carry a more potent spatial fluctuation. He was determined to ensure a lethal strike while striving to maintain the integrity of his soul ring. First soul skill, charged piercing bullet. Lin Yue squeezed the trigger, and a silver bullet shot forth with a sharp sound, penetrating through the gap in the golden barrier. The bullet's spatial fluctuations resonated with the barrier's spatial lock, accelerating its speed and striking the shadow dragonfly's abdomen, the very spot where it stored spatial energy and its weakest point. With a soft thud, the piercing bullet penetrated the shadow dragonfly's abdomen, releasing a stream of blue liquid. Its wings abruptly ceased to flutter, and its body slumped against the rocks, its semi-transparent form gradually losing luster, save for the wound on its abdomen that continued to ooze blue liquid. The golden barrier slowly dissipated, and a black soul ring began to rise from within it, shimmering with faint spatial fluctuations, resonating strongly with Lin Yue's Desert Eagle. "Hurry and absorb it. This soul ring's spatial energy is highly active and will dissipate if left too long," Yu Guan instructed as his golden soul power expanded once more, forming a barrier that shielded Lin Yue and the soul ring within. "Laina, and I will guard you. Do not worry about any soul beasts interrupting." Lin Yue promptly settled into a meditative posture, connecting the soul power of the Desert Eagle with the spatial energy of the soul ring. The black soul ring slowly descended, and upon contact with his body, a pure stream of spatial energy surged through his meridians. Unlike the star core energy he had absorbed previously, this energy flowed more fluidly, like water traversing through his veins, continuously transforming his martial soul and meridians. He could distinctly sense that the barrel of the Desert Eagle was undergoing a transformation. The originally silver sheen was gradually adorned with delicate blue spatial patterns, and the light point at the muzzle grew brighter, resembling a diminutive star. His internal soul power rapidly ascended, effortlessly breaking through the level 40 bottleneck, stabilizing at level 41 and continuing to grow until it reached the mid-level of 41. Standing beside Yueguan, Hulaina observed Lin Yue absorbing the soul ring with a sense of satisfaction in her eyes. She could feel that the spatial energy of the soul ring was not only reshaping Lin Yue's martial soul, but was also subtly influencing the surrounding mist. The spatial fluctuations within the fog became gentler, allowing her mental energy to penetrate the mist with greater ease, revealing distant sights. After half an hour, Lin Yue gradually opened his eyes. The deep violet soul ring had fully integrated into his being. The desert eagle coalesced in his palm, its blue spatial patterns now vividly visible, emanating a soft luminescence. He stood up, stretching his limbs, feeling the profound richness of his soul power, which had been enhanced several folds, now allowing him to effortlessly detect every spatial fluctuation within the mist, even the tiniest ripples. Did you succeed? Hulaina stepped forward, smiling in inquiry. Lin Yue nodded, his eyes brimming with excitement. Yes, the absorption of the fourth soul ring went exceedingly smoothly. Yueguan approached as well, regarding the desert eagle in Lin Yue's palm with satisfaction. Excellent, this soul ring is perfectly suited for you. The spatial energy of the shadow dragonfly is pure and untainted, maximizing the enhancement of your martial soul's spatial capabilities. Now, try out your fourth soul skill and see its effect. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yue infused his soul power into the desert eagle, concentrating on the manifestation of his fourth soul skill. The blue spatial patterns on the gun's barrel ignited instantly, coalescing at the muzzle into a pale blue light point that grew larger, ultimately forming a bullet approximately 5 centimeters in diameter. Unlike the silver of the piercing bullet or the purple of the firebound spiderweb bullet, this bullet was entirely pale blue, its surface adorned with intricate spatial patterns, as if compressing the spatial fluctuations of the mist into a tangible form. Fourth soul skill, spatial traversal bullet. Lin Yue raised his hand, aiming at an ancient tree 50 meters ahead. At the moment he pulled the trigger, the pale blue bullet did not fire forth like a conventional bullet, but instead transformed into a blue spatial ripple at the muzzle, vanishing into the mist. Both Hulaina and Yueguan gazed curiously at the ancient tree. The next moment, a spatial hole approximately 10 centimeters in diameter abruptly appeared in the mist beside the tree trunk, its edges radiating a blue luminescence, resembling a rift in the fabric of space. Shortly thereafter, the pale, blue spatial traversal bullet emerged from the hole, landing on the ground beside the ancient tree without exploding, merely dissipating into a wave of blue spatial energy. Is this a functional soul skill? Hulaina's eyes widened in astonishment. It lacks offensive capability and instead seems to open a spatial passage at a designated location. Lin Yue nodded, brimming with delight. Indeed, the essence of this soul skill lies not in offense, but in positioning and traversal. I can redirect the bullet's trajectory through the spatial passage to a designated location, regardless of the distance, as long as I can perceive the spatial fluctuations there. Yueguan's eyes sparkled with appreciation. What a remarkable functional soul skill. Though it appears non-offensive, it allows your other soul skills to become elusive and unpredictable. Try combining it with your third soul skill and observe the results. Lin Yue immediately grasped Yueguan's intent and concentrated his soul power once more. Fourth soul skill, spatial traversal bullet. Third soul skill, firebound spiderweb bullet. He pulled the trigger of the desert eagle again, the pale blue spatial traversal bullet transforming into a spatial ripple that vanished once more. This time, he targeted an ancient tree 50 meters away, the furthest point of spatial fluctuation he could sense. In the next instant, another 10-centimeter spatial hole appeared beside the ancient tree. Almost simultaneously, a bizarre fireball shot forth from the spatial hole 50 meters away, exploding in midair and unfurling a fiery net with a 5-meter diameter, ensnaring the trunk of the ancient tree. The flames crackled ominously on the net, quickly charring the bark and emitting wisps of pale blue smoke. This left Hulaina utterly astounded. To target something 50 meters away without needing to approach and release a soul skill through a spatial hole, that's incredibly difficult to defend against. Lin Yue gazed at the distant fiery net, his heart swelling with exhilaration. Previously, his soul skills could only strike in a straight line, making it easy for opponents to evade. Now, with the spatial traversal bullet in conjunction with his firebound spiderweb bullet, piercing bullet, and long-unused explosive flame bullet, he could unleash attacks from any location he could sense, whether from behind an enemy or from a defensive blind spot, catching opponents off guard. Yueguan chuckled, patting Lin Yue on the shoulder. Well done, my boy. This fourth soul skill is far more practical than a mere offensive soul skill. In the future on the battlefield, you will become the most troublesome hidden threat. No one will anticipate where your soul skills will emerge. Lin Yue nodded, stowing away the desert eagle. The sunlight filtering through the mist began to intensify, and the fog in the valley started to dissipate. He understood that this experience in the sunset forest had not only granted Hulaina a powerful charm soul skill, but it also bestowed upon him a spatial soul skill capable of altering the course of battle. Senior, it is time for us to return to the Spirit City, is it not? Hulaina remarked, her gaze drifting toward the valley's exit, where their comrades must be awaiting their return. Yueguan nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us depart. This journey has yielded significant rewards, and it is time for them to witness your growth. The trio made their way toward the valley's edge, the mist gradually dissipating behind them. Lin Yue cast a glance back at the misty valley, his heart brimming with anticipation, with the newly acquired space translocation orb. The strength of the Yanhui battle team would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Chapter 39. A homecoming gathering to test new skills. A call from the extreme north for high spirits. In the morning light, the Spirit City appeared even more vibrant than it had 2 months prior. The golden rooftop of the sacrificial hall shimmered warmly under the early sun, and the echoes of the morning bell reverberated around the city walls. The sounds of soul power clashing resonated from the training grounds. As Lin Yue, Hulaina, and Yueguan arrived at the edge of the arena, they immediately spotted several familiar figures. Xiaoyu was practicing his soul skills with the moonblade. Yan's palms glowed with a faint golden flame, while Zhu Zhuqing adjusted her breath beside a wooden post. The fluctuations of soul power emanating from the three had noticeably stabilized since their last encounter 2 months ago. Look who has returned after their 2-month disappearance. Our 2 busy bees. Xiaoyu was the first to notice them. Sheathed in her moonblade, she approached with a smile, her eyes sweeping over Lin Yue and Hulaina. By the looks of your soul power fluctuations, you two must have garnered quite the bounty on your journey. Haven to you? Ning Rongrong peeked out from behind Hulaina and hugged her arm, shaking it playfully. Sister Laina, why were you gone for so long? I thought you had been abducted by soul beasts. She then turned to Lin Yue, her eyes sparkling. Brother Lin Yue, you've leveled up too? Haven to you? Have you acquired a new soul ring? Lin Yue nodded with a smile, a soft blue hue shimmering at his fingertips. Indeed, I have acquired it. My 4th soul skill. Space translocation orb. I will show you later. Yan also approached, giving Lin Yue's shoulder a hearty pat, a touch heavier than before. I told you that you both would succeed. Hulaina, it seems your martial spirit has undergone a transformation. He astutely observed that a subtle starry glow now accompanied the alluring aura surrounding Hulaina, and the ethereal image of her fox spirit flickered, its pink-tipped tail glowing brighter than before. Yes, I absorbed the soul ring of a 10,000-year-old fox demon, and I am now at level 41, Hulaina replied softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The experiences of the past 2 months, from the opportunities at Starfall Lake to the life and death crises in the Sunset Forest, had not only elevated her soul power, but also solidified her mental composure. Zhu Zhuqing stepped closer to Lin Yue, breaking her usual silence. After you left, we continued to train in the arena. Xiaoyu has reached level 42, and I have attained level 40. Under the guidance of the Ghost Douluo, we ventured into the Star Doe Forest to acquire soul rings. My 4th soul skill is quite impressive. It could detoxify for everyone. I have also reached level 39, and Yin has even reached level 46. Once you return, our team will be able to synergize our new soul skills. Yueguan observed the lively interaction among the group and cleared his throat. All right, enough of the reminiscing. Lin Yue and Hulaina's new soul skills are quite unique. And with the training ground empty, why not divide into 2 teams for a friendly match to test the practical effects of your new skills, as well as to assess your progress over these 2 months? This suggestion was met with unanimous agreement. Xiaoyu rubbed his hands together, a glint of battle fervor in his eyes. Perfect. I'm eager to see just how formidable Lin Yue's spatial soul skills truly are. In the center of the training ground, the 2 teams took their positions. Lin Yue, Hulaina, and Ning Rongrong formed one team, with Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda providing support, Hulaina's fox spirit responsible for control, and Lin Yue as the main attacker. Xiaoyu Yan and Zhu Zhuqing formed the opposing team, with Xiaoyu's moonblade and Zhu Zhuqing's phantom cat spirit executing close-range assaults, while Yan's fire spirit secured area lockdown, a classic heavy assault formation. Engage, Xiaoyu commanded, his voice ringing out as his 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, lit up. The first soul skill, Moonblade Slash, activated, sending a silver-white crescent blade of sharp soul power slicing toward Lin Yue. Zhu Zhuqing's figure vanished instantaneously. Her phantom cat spirit maximizing its speed to circle around Hulayina, claws glowing with a faint purple hue, aiming to disrupt her enchanting preparation. Yin was equally proactive, unleashing his soul skill, lava eruption, as golden flames burst forth from his palm, creating a wall of fire on the ground that blocked Lin Yue's team's retreat, preventing them from dispersing. Rong amplifies strength and speed. Hulayina reacted swiftly, her soul skill, star mist enchantment, emanating a pale purple mist from her, enveloping a significant portion of the training ground. Within the mist, 3 fox-like phantoms appeared, each moving towards Xiaoyu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yen, while her true form concealed itself within the fog, locking onto Zhu Zhuqing's position with her mental energy. Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda soared into the air, its 2 tiers glowing with golden light. First soul skill, strength amplification. Second soul skill, speed amplification. 2 golden beams of light cascaded down onto Lin Yue and Hulayina, causing Lin Yue to feel the flow of his soul power surge more rapidly, and his spatial awareness sharpened somewhat. Lin Yue did not rush into attack. Instead, he gathered the desert eagle in his palm, blue spatial patterns gradually illuminating. His gaze pierced through the star mist, locking onto Yen. Although Yan's flames blocked their escape route, his defensive focus lay at the front, leaving his back vulnerable to fluctuations of soul power. Fourth soul skill, space translocation orb. First soul skill, armor-piercing shot. Lin Yue pulled the trigger, the pale blue space translocation orb transforming into a ripple that vanished within the mist. The next moment, a 10-centimeter blue spatial portal appeared 3 meters behind Yen, for which an armor-piercing shot erupted, infused with silver soul power, hurtling straight toward Yan's back. Not good. Yen sensed the danger too late and could only hastily summon flames to conjure a fire shield behind him. With a resounding crash, the armor-piercing shot collided with the fire shield. While it did not penetrate, the impact jolted Yen, creating a gap in his fiery blockade. Seeing this, Xiaoyu immediately adjusted his trajectory, swinging the moon blade toward the spatial portal, aiming to sever Lin Yue's spatial connection. However, just as his moon blade arrived, the portal had already vanished, and Lin Yue's voice echoed through the mist. Xiaoyu, it seems your defenses cannot withstand my spatial projectiles. Seizing the moment of distraction, Zhu Zhuqing lunged toward one of the fox phantoms in the mist, only to grasp at thin air. It was merely an illusion. The real Hulayina materialized behind her, a pale purple enchantment flowing from her fingertips. Soul skill, enchantment mark. Zhu Zhuqing's movements froze, her eyes glazing over in confusion. Yet, her willpower was formidable, and she quickly broke free, retreating hastily to regroup with Xiaoyu. Yin also extinguished his flames, warily surveying the surrounding mist. This mist combined with the spatial projectiles is exceedingly troublesome. We can't even predict where the attacks will originate. Lin Yue did not afford them a moment of respite. He turned to Hulayina and Ning Rongrong, commanding, Rongrong, amplify soul power. Laina, use your enchantment to disrupt Xiaoyu. Ning Rongrong promptly adjusted her glazed tile pagoda, the 3rd tier glowing brightly. Third soul skill, soul power amplification. A golden beam enveloped Lin Yue, instantly filling his soul power to the brim. Hulayina unleashed her alluring power once more, the pale purple ripples cascading towards Xiaoyu, causing his soul power to falter. Fourth soul skill, space translocation orb. Third soul skill, firebound spider web orb. This time, Lin Yue positioned the spatial portal between Xiaoyu and Zhu Zhuqing, where their defenses intersected, creating the most likely opening for an attack. An eerie firebound spider web orb flew from the portal, exploding midair and casting a 5-meter-wide firing net over the two. Xiaoyu swiftly swung his moon blade to sever the web, but its angle was too cunning, evading the reach of his attack. Zhu Zhuqing attempted to teleport away, but was hindered by Hulayina's enchantment mark, slowing her just enough. With a resounding crash, the fire net ensnared Zhu Zhuqing's ankle, the fiery poison seeping into her skin, causing her movements to falter. Stop! Stop! Xiaoyu shouted urgently, lodging his moon blade into the ground. If we continue like this, we will surely be trapped one by your spatial projectiles. There's no way to defend ourselves. Yueguan approached with a smile, clapping his hands. All right. That concludes today's training. Lin Yue's spatial traversal projectile had indeed surpassed expectations. It could circumvent frontal defenses and launch attacks from blind spots, rendering it an insurmountable lethal technique in team battles. Ning Rongrong stowed away her Liuli tower and hurried to Lin Yue's side. Her curiosity piqued. Brother Lin Yue, can your spatial projectile be positioned elsewhere? Perhaps in the sky? Lin Yue nodded. As long as I can perceive the spatial fluctuations, I can establish a spatial rift. Whether it be in the heavens or underground. Xiaoyu rubbed his brow. In the future, when we face you, we must remain vigilant of the spatial fluctuations around us, lest we find ourselves ambushed without warning. Yin and Zhu Zhuxing nodded in agreement, clearly apprehensive of the unpredictable nature of the spatial projectile. The group engaged in a tactical discussion, contemplating how to utilize Ning Rongrong's support to amplify the spatial projectile's range, and how Huaina's allure could conceal the location of the spatial rift. Laughter echoed across the training grounds, and the sense of unfamiliarity that had developed over the 2-month separation dissipated entirely amidst the lively discourse. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the bells of Wuhuan City rang out once more, signaling the gradual dispersal of the crowd in the training arena. Just as Lin Yue and Huaina returned to their dormitory, they received a summons from the Hall of Offerings, directing them straight to the Golden Hall where Qian Daoliu resided. Upon their arrival, the atmosphere in the Hall of Offerings was solemn. The grand crystal chandelier cast a gentle glow that illuminated the hall's golden pillars. Qian Daoliu sat upon the throne at the head of the hall, draped in a robe of purest white, an ethereal aura of soul power surrounding him, though he did not exert any oppressive force. His presence was formidable enough to deter direct gazes. Standing within the hall was a soul master clad in a black uniform. Presumably from the intelligence department of the Wuhuan Hall, his expression tense, clutching a scroll in his hands. Lin Yue, Huaina, you have arrived. Qian Daoliu's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Let us first hear the report from the intelligence department. The intelligence officer stepped forward, unfolding the scroll with a slight tremor in his voice. Report to the Grand Offering. Urgent news has arrived from the branch of the Wuhuan Hall in the extreme north. Over the past month, 3 villages within the branch's jurisdiction have consecutively reported incidents of missing villagers, and nearby soul beasts have exhibited abnormal aggression, with even 1,000-year soul beasts attacking the villages. The branch's bishop personally led an investigation and discovered residual traces of an evil soul master's aura at the scene, suspected to be the work of the Shadow Crow organization. The intelligence officer continued. The bishop's soul power level is that of a rank 53 soul king, and his subordinates are at most rank 45 soul ancestors. In the face of the evil soul master's assault, they are utterly incapable of responding. The branch has already lost 3 soul masters and requests the main hall to dispatch high-ranking soul masters for support, preferably those of the soul sage rank or above. Qian Daoliu remained silent for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers against the armrest of his throne, his gaze shifting to Lin Yue and Huaina. Relay my orders. Let the title Dao Ju and Gue lead a team of soul sages to depart for the extreme north branch within 3 days. They must ascertain the intentions of the Shadow Crow and ensure the safety of the branch and its villagers. Understood. The intelligence officer bowed in acknowledgement, stowing away the scroll before hastily exiting the Hall of Offerings. With only Qian Daoliu, Lin Yue, and Huaina remaining, Qian Daoliu spoke again. Lin Yue, your Yin Hui battle team will accompany them. It will be beneficial for you to broaden your horizons through this experience, with Zhu and Gue accompanying. The risks should be manageable. Lin Yue nodded. Yes, master. He understood that the extreme north was fraught with peril, sparsely populated, teeming with soul beasts, and now threatened by this evil soul master organization. It would undoubtedly serve to enhance the team's synergy. Qian Daoliu inclined his head slightly and waved his hand. Very well. You made a part. Remember, a soul master's growth lies not only in the enhancement of soul power, but also in the recognition of their responsibilities. The Wuhuan Hall safeguards not just soul masters, but also the ordinary people of this continent. Lin Yue nodded, clenching his fist. The azure patterns of the desert eagle flickered with a glimmer in the night, seemingly echoing his resolve. The wind and snow of the extreme north, the conspiracy of the Shadow Crow, and the challenges of the future awaited them. The journey of the Yin Hui battle team would continue to unfold through each trial ahead. Chapter 40. A secret message inviting the poisoned Douluo, the mighty forces assemble for the extreme north. As night deepened, the lights of Wuhuan City gradually faded into tranquility, leaving only the sound of patrolling soul masters echoing through the streets. Lin Yue sat at his desk, his fingertips caressing a cold copper talisman, the communication token of the Wuhuan Hall's intelligence department. Spread before him was a blank sheet of letter paper, the ink in the inkstone long since cooled. Yet Lin Yue's hand remained poised above it, reluctant to write. Visions of Mo Lao's fearsome visage in the sunset forest and Huaina's despair as her clothing was torn flashed before his eyes. Had he not revealed the Barrett then? Had Zhu not arrived in time? both of them would have surely fallen into the hands of Soul Saint. Shadow Crow. Lin Yue murmured softly, his fingers tightening slightly. Qian Daoliu had dispatched Zhu and Gue, along with 10 soul sages, a seemingly formidable assembly, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within him. He believed there must be a stronger force lurking behind the Shadow Crow. The extreme north was sparsely populated. If their adversaries laid an ambush, their current lineup might not suffice for a safe retreat. He needed a trump card, a secret weapon known only to him. A figure flashed through his mind. Douluo, the poison Douluo, who resided in the ice and fire Yin well, was renowned for his expertise in poison and the might of a titled Douluo. More importantly, Lin Yue had once recruited him into the Wuhuan Hall and requested Master Qian Daoliu to assist in dispelling the poison within Douluo, as well as securing a soul bone for his granddaughter, Douluo. Douluo, being reclusive and disinclined to mingle with the higher-ups of the Wuhuan Hall, was the perfect candidate for a hidden protector. Without further hesitation, Lin Yue took up the brush, dipping it into the ink, swiftly inscribing words upon the letter paper. He opted not to use the official script of the Wuhuan Hall, but instead employed a code known only to him and Douluo, a simple cipher they had established, capable of conveying messages while evading interception by others. The contents of the letter were straightforward. Unusual movements from Shadow Crow in the extreme north. We are accompanying Zhu and Gue, Doa. There may be an ambush. I hope the elder can conceal himself and accompany us without revealing his presence. Ready to assist when needed. After completing the letter, Lin Yue folded the paper into a tiny square and placed it inside a specially designed copper tube. The outer layer coated with a material that blocked soul power, preventing detection by other soul masters. He donned a dark outfit suitable for nighttime excursions, concealing the copper tube in his sleeve, and used his soul power to alter his aura, ensuring he would not be recognized by acquaintances. The sound of patrolling footsteps outside the palace gradually receded. Lin Yue gently pushed open the window and leaped out like a shadow. The nighttime security in Wuhuan City was stringent, especially near the Hall of Offerings, yet he adeptly evaded the gaze of patrolling soul masters. Making his way towards the intelligence department's clandestine hideout, a pharmacy located in the southern part of the city. The pharmacy had long since closed, a sign hanging on the door indicating that all goods had been sold out for the day. Lin Yue approached the back entrance, lightly tapping 3 times and pressing a specific pattern on the door. This was the coded signal for contact. Moments later, a crack opened in the back door, revealing a soul master dressed in the garb of a shop assistant. Upon seeing the copper talisman in Lin Yue's hand, a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. Yet he still permitted Lin Yue to enter. I need to deliver a secret message. Destination: Ice and Fire Yin Well in the Sunset Forest. Recipient: Douluo. Lin Yue lowered his voice as he handed over the copper tube. Ensure it is delivered by the fastest means, and that only he receives it. Furthermore, do not record my identity or mention this message to anyone. The assistant took the copper tube, examining its outer insulating layer before nodding. Rest assured, it will reach him by noon tomorrow at the latest. Douluo has prior ties with our department and will be prioritized. Lin Yue then retrieved a pouch filled with golden soul coins from his soul tool, offering it as a token of gratitude. For your trouble. The assistant accepted the golden coins, but replied, as per our regulations, there is no charge for internal message deliveries. Young Master Lin, you need not worry. This matter will remain confidential. Without further ado, Lin Yue turned and departed. As he traversed the path towards the palace, a semblance of unease within him began to dissipate. The prowess of Douluo was indisputable. With him lurking in the shadows, even an ambush by a titled Doa would face a greater chance of failure. He gazed up at the night sky, where the moon was shrouded by dark clouds, reminiscent of the impending tempest from the far north, brimming with uncertainty. Upon returning to the palace, he carefully stowed away his night attire and conducted a thorough inspection of the soul-guided grenades and energy reserves within his soul tool, before settling cross-legged at the table to commence the circulation of his soul power. He needed to fortify his soul energy expeditiously to ensure he could unleash his full potential in the frigid expanse of the extreme north. The following day at noon, Lin Yue was engaged in a sparring session with Qian at the training grounds when a figure resembling a servant approached him stealthily, whispering, "My Lord Lin, the confidential message has been delivered. Senior Douluo has acknowledged it and will attend." Having conveyed this, the figure turned and vanished as if he had never been there. A sigh of relief escaped Lin Yue, yet his desert eagle did not cease its motion. The armor-piercing round, imbued with spatial fluctuations, deftly evaded Qian's crescent blade, grazing his shoulder before embedding itself into a distant wooden post, leaving a deep bullet hole. Lost in thought, were we? Qian sheathed his crescent blade with a chuckle, patting Lin Yue on the shoulder. Were you pondering the matters of the extreme north? Fear not, with 2 title Douluo on our side. Even if we encounter an evil soul master of that caliber, we shall manage. Lin Yue smiled, opting not to elaborate. Some cards are best kept hidden until the opportune moment. He regarded Qian and said, let us continue. We must practice longer to ensure we can handle even the soul beasts when we reach the extreme north. Qian nodded, reigniting his crescent blade. And the sounds of soul power clashing once more filled the training ground. On the 3rd morning, before dawn, a considerable throng had gathered outside the eastern gate of Wuhuan City. The biting cold wind stirred the fallen leaves on the ground. It could not dispel the air of impending danger that enveloped the crowd. 10 soul masters clad in black uniforms stood resolutely at the forefront, each radiating the formidable aura of a soul sage, their presence as solid as a mountain. Behind them stood the 6 members of the Yan Hui team: Lin Yue, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, Yin, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, each carrying soul tools, their gazes resolute. At the very front of the formation were 2 venerable elders, Zhu Thuwan in a flowing pink robe, clutching a golden chrysanthemum, and Game in a dark robe, surrounded by a faint ghostly aura. Though their power was not fully unleashed, it rendered the surrounding atmosphere nearly palpable. Is everyone present? Yueguan's voice, imbued with soul power, resonated clearly in each person's ears. The soul sage responsible for counting stepped forward, bowing slightly, reporting to Judo. We have 10 soul sages and 6 members of the Yan Hui team, totaling 16. All are accounted for. 16 is sufficient, Gui Mei's voice rasped, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. The extreme north is unlike the mainland. The blizzards are fierce, the soul beasts numerous, and the evil soul masters of the Shadow Crow are a threat. Everyone must remain vigilant and refrain from acting independently. Any disobedience will be dealt with according to the laws of the Spirit Hall. Ning Rongrong, clutching her 9-treasure glaze tile, whispered to Lin Yue, Brother Lin. Those 10 soul sages must be the elite of the Spirit Hall, right? Lin Yue nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 10 soul sages, whose spirit ring configurations predominantly consisted of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, with the weakest being 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, clearly seasoned warriors. Yet, he instinctively cast a glance behind him towards the direction leading to the Eye of Ice and Fire, faintly sensing a subtle, familiar aura of toxic soul power belonging to Douluo, which had evidently been concealed, trailing not far behind the formation. All right, let's set off. Yueguan commanded with a wave of his hand, as a massive soul-guided carriage emerged from behind the city gates. This carriage was thrice the size of typical one, constructed from specialized metal designed to withstand the extreme cold of the north, and was equipped with a warming soul array within, accommodating all 16 passengers comfortably. One by one, they boarded the carriage, Lin Yue and Hulaina taking seats by the window, while Xiaoyu and Yin sat across from them, and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing on the opposite side. The carriage set in motion, its wheels rolling over the cobblestone path towards the far north. Inside, a hushed silence prevailed as the 10 soul sages closed their eyes, meditating to acclimatize their soul power to the forthcoming chill. Yueguan and Gui Mei occupied the front, quietly discussing the state of the branch hall in the extreme north, while the 6 members of the Yan Hui team exchanged hushed insights regarding their knowledge of the region. I've heard that the extreme north is home to the Ice Emperor Scorpion, a 100,000-year soul beast, known for its potent venom and remarkable speed, Yin remarked, rubbing his hands together, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. My fire element martial soul is particularly effective against ice-type soul beasts if we encounter one. It could enhance my martial soul's power. Don't get your hopes up, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, rolling her eyes. The Ice Emperor Scorpion resides in the core region of the extreme north. Our mission is merely to investigate the vicinity of the branch hall. We want to even reach the core area. Moreover, even if we did encounter one, our current strength would be inadequate to confront it. Hulaina gazed out of the window at the receding Wuhuan city, her voice low. I am more concerned about the evil soul masters of the Shadow Crow. The extreme north is likely their stronghold. If they have title Douluo among them, even with 2 seniors present, we could still be in peril. Lin Yue grasped her hand gently, offering a reassuring pat. Do not worry, I am well prepared. He refrained from divulging the details regarding Douluo, instead giving her a comforting look. Hulaina paused momentarily, then understood he might have hidden cards to play and chose not to press further, simply nodding in response. The carriage sped along swiftly, exiting the jurisdiction of Wuhuan City in less than half a day and entering a desolate expanse of plains. The scenery outside grew increasingly monotonous. The green vegetation dwindled, replaced by withered yellow grasses, while the wind intensified, howling against the carriage and producing a mournful sound. We will reach the territory of the extreme North Branch Hall in 3 days, Yue announced as he opened his eyes. From tomorrow onwards, we will switch to soul-guided sleds, as the carriage will struggle in the snow. Additionally, the temperatures at night in the extreme north can plummet to below freezing. Everyone must don warm, soul-guided attire to avoid frostbite. The group nodded in agreement, and Lin Yue once more cast his gaze towards the window. In the distance, a faint white hue was discernible on the horizon, the ice and snow of the extreme north. He sensed that the aura of toxic soul power remained present behind him. Douluo Bo had indeed followed them. "What are you looking at, Brother Lin?" Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. "Nothing much, just admiring the scenery of the extreme north," Lin Yue replied, drawing back his gaze with a smile. "I hope this mission proceeds smoothly, and we can witness some extraordinary soul beasts in the extreme north." Xiaoyu chimed in, "Rest assured, with the Yanhui team here, even if we encounter evil soul masters, we will ensure they have a taste of their own medicine." The atmosphere gradually grew lively, yet Lin Yue's vigilance remained unyielding. He understood that the tempests of the extreme north were merely the prelude to the trials ahead. The true peril lay within the schemes of the Shadow Crow. He glanced at Hulaina beside him, silently vowing. This time, with Douluo Bo in the shadows, the support of the Yanhui team, in the presence of 2 titled Douluo, no matter the dangers encountered, they would undoubtedly prevail. The carriage continued its journey towards the extreme north, its wheels traversing the plains, leaving behind a long trail akin to a path leading into the unknown, fraught with challenges yet brimming with potential for growth. Chapter 41. The cold frontier reaches the hall with ominous news. Zhu Douluo personally leads the investigation. The sound of soul-guided sleds gliding across the snowy expanse gradually subsided. Lin Yue lifted the bee-skin curtain of the carriage, and a biting chill rushed in, striking his face with icy shards, prompting him to instinctively hunch his shoulders. Outside, the world was a sea of white. The vast expanse of snow and the howling cold wind consumed all. In the distance, a low stone edifice emerged intermittently through the swirling snow, the branch hall of the Spear Hall in the extreme north. "At last we've arrived," he exclaimed, rubbing his reddened hands together. A flicker of golden flame ignited in his palm, only to be extinguished by the frigid wind, leaving behind mere embers. "This cursed place is beyond cold. It's at least 10 times colder than the winter of Wuhuan City." Zhu Zhuqing adjusted her dark iron thermal attire, her sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings of the sub-palace. The snow-covered ground outside bore no recent footprints, indicating a lack of activity in and out of the place. Yuguan was the first to leap off the sled, his pink robe billowing in the cold wind. He raised his hand to release a strand of golden soul power, forming an invisible barrier that shielded them from the raging snow and wind. "Come down, don't let yourselves freeze," he urged. The conditions in the extreme north sub-palace were rudimentary. They should enter to warm up before receiving the Bishop's report. One by one, the group dismounted from the sled and followed Yuguan toward the sub-palace. The entrance to the sub-palace was constructed from thick wooden planks, wrapped in a layer of beast hide. Pushing it open emitted a creaking sound, as if it might collapse at any moment. Behind the door, a middle-aged soul master clad in a gray-brown robe paced anxiously. Upon spotting Yuguan and Gue Mei, he hurried over, his face a mixture of excitement and exhaustion. "Lord Zhu Douluo, Lord Gue Douluo, you have finally arrived." The middle-aged soul master bowed deeply, his voice trembling. "I am Lin Yue, the Bishop of the Extreme North Sub-Palace, a level 53 control-type Soul King." Snow still clung to his hair, and his eyes were bloodshot, clearly a sign of prolonged sleeplessness. "Let us discuss inside." Gue Mei's voice remained hoarse, the black robe brushing against the snow at the threshold. "It's windy outside. We don't want the children to freeze." Li Yue nodded vigorously and led the group into the hall. The hall of the sub-palace was quite small, with a fire pit at its center. The flames flickered, illuminating only a limited area, while several animal hides hung on the walls to guard against the cold wind. The group gathered around the fire, and Lin Yue served each person a bowl of hot soup containing unknown beast meat, which gradually dispelled the chill within their bodies. "Bishop Li, please explain the situation," Yuguan said, taking a sip of the hot soup, his gaze fixed on Lin Yue. The previous reports indicated that villagers had gone missing and soul beasts were in turmoil. What was the current situation? Upon mentioning serious matters, Lin Yue's expression turned grave. He set down the soup bowl and extracted a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, handing it over. "My lords, the situation has worsened. In the past 3 days, 2 more villages have been annihilated, with over 50 souls per village, leaving not a single survivor. The only remnants left were black feathers. identical to the marks left by the shadow, crow, evil soul master. Lin Yue continued. The soul beast disturbances have also become more frequent. Just yesterday, a pack of thousand-year ice wolves launched a surprise attack on a supply station near the sub-palace. Although we managed to repel them, we lost 2 soul masters in the process. Strangely, these soul beasts seem to be under some form of control, attacking with wild frenzy, lacking any discernible strategy. And even when severely wounded, they continue to charge. Controlled? Gue Mei raised her head, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. Is it controlled by soul techniques, or through some form of drug? Unclear. Lin Yue shook his head. We examined the corpses of the deceased soul beasts and found no unusual soul power residue, but there was a faint trace of black toxin, reminiscent of the corrupt heart poison commonly used by the Shadow Crow Evil Soul Master, albeit more potent than the typical variant, capable of driving soul beasts insane. Yu Guan furrowed his brow, his fingertips gently tapping the stone beside the fire pit. It seems the Shadow Crow's intentions in the extreme north extend beyond mere murder. They're experimenting with new toxins. Bishop Li, please bring out the map of the extreme north. We must assess the locations of these incidents. Lin Yue promptly retrieved a large beast hide map from the inner room and spread it across the stone table in the center of the hall. The map depicted the terrain of the extreme north in black ink, with white areas indicating snowfields and blue lines representing glaciers. A small red zone marked the human activity area, encompassing the extreme north sub-palace and its 13 affiliated villages, scattered within a 50-mile radius like a handful of red beans in the snow. Look here, my lords, Lin Yue pointed to the red dots on the map. The sub-palace is here, and the 5 affected villages are situated to the east, south, and west of the sub-palace, with the furthest being 40 miles away and the closest a mere 20. We speculate that the Shadow Crow's hideout must lie within the central area of these 3 directions. Amidst the blank expanse of snow, Yu Guan leaned over the map, his golden soul power coalescing at his fingertips as he drew 3 lines upon it. Though the land of the extreme north is larger than the combined territories of the Tiandou and Xinglua kingdoms, human activity is confined to this 50-mile stretch. The Shadow Crow would certainly not hide too far off. 10 soul saints will form pairs and split into 5 groups to investigate the villages to the east, south, and west, focusing on searching for black feathers, traces of toxins, and signs of soul beasts. He paused, turning to Gue Mei. Old Gue, accompany them. In the event of encountering the Shadow Crow's evil soul masters, your presence will provide assurance. Remember, do not engage recklessly. First ascertain their strength and numbers, and then relay the information back for further planning. Gue Mei nodded, the shadow beneath his black robe swaying slightly. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on them. The 10 soul saints immediately stood up, pairing off and confirming their respective investigative directions before seizing their soul guide devices and hastily exiting the sub-palace. They were seasoned elites, aware of the preciousness of time in the extreme north. The sooner they uncovered clues about the Shadow Crow, the sooner they could avert further casualties. The hall was left with only Yu Guan, Gue Mei, who had yet to depart, and the 6 members of the Yan Hui battle team. Lin Yue looked at Lin Yue and the others, hesitating before speaking. My lord, should we allow the sub-palace soul masters to accompany them? Although our strength is limited, we are familiar with the terrain of the extreme north and could be of assistance. No need, Yu Guan waved his hand, his gaze settling on Lin Yue and Hu Laina, his tone resolute and unyielding. The sub-palace soul masters will remain here to protect the remaining villagers. As for these 6 children, I will oversee them personally. They must not encounter any mishaps. Lin Yu's heart stirred. He understood Yu Guan's concerns. He was a direct disciple of Qian Daoliu, while Hu Laina was a direct disciple of Bibi Dong. Xiaoyu and Yin were key candidates being cultivated by the Wuhuan Hall. Ning Rongrong hailed from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. And Zhu Zhuqing was a genius of the agility attack system. Any misfortune befalling any one of these 6 children would be a burden too great for Yu Guan to bear. Senior, I wish to help. Xiaoyu could no longer contain himself. I have already broken through to level 40. I am no longer the child I once was and can handle ordinary soul beasts and evil soul masters. I acknowledge your growth. Yu Guan regarded Xiaoyu with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, but still shook his head. However, the Shadow Crow's evil soul masters are different. They employ cruel methods and may possess tidal Douluo level power, which is too perilous. He paused, releasing his soul power. The oppressive aura of a level 97 tidal Douluo instantly enveloping the entire hall. The golden soul power surging like a tide, instilling a profound sense of pressure in Lin Yue and the others. I am currently at level 97. Since absorbing the soul ring of the miraculous Qirong Tong Tianju, My soul power has significantly advanced. With my presence, even if we were to encounter a title Douluo-level evil soul master, I can safeguard you. Gue Mei interjected. Old Yu is right. Staying close to him is safer than accompanying the soul saints outside. I will follow the investigation team. I will relay any developments immediately. With that, his figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing from the hall, leaving behind a simple, "I'm off." Li Mo looked at Yu Guan with a gaze filled with reverence. A level 97 title Douluo was an invincible presence in the extreme north. He quickly said, "My lord, I shall prepare rooms for you and ensure the kitchen prepares additional hot soup to fend off the harsh cold. No need for rooms." Yu Guan stood up and approached the map, pointing at the 3 red markers. "Bishop Li, these 3 villages are the most suspicious. There should still be clues at the scene. I will take the children to investigate these 3 locations, while you remain in the sub-palace to guard this place. Do not allow anyone to leave." Li Mo was taken aback. "My lord, you intend to go personally?" "But, there are no buts." Yu Guan interrupted him, his tone laced with determination. "These 3 villages are the most suspect. I must see them for myself to uncover clues more swiftly. With me here, the children will be safe." Lin Yue and Hu Liena exchanged a glance, each perceiving excitement reflected in the other's eyes. Accompanying the title Douluo of a 97th class on exploratory mission promised not only safety, but also a wealth of practical experience. Ning Rongrong, brimming with enthusiasm, shook her 9-treasure glazed tile. "How splendid! Following Senior Zhu Douluo, we need not fear even if we encounter evil spirit masters." Zhu Zhuqing, however, inquired with calm composure. "Senior, what should we be mindful of during our investigation?" "Pay close attention to the traces of the scene, especially any black feathers and residual toxins," Yu Guan instructed, folding the map and tucking it away. "Furthermore, the extreme northern snowfields are treacherous. Stay close to me and refrain from wandering off. Let's set forth." The group followed Yu Guan as they exited the sub-palace. The frigid wind howled, yet a golden soul power barrier, emanating from Yu Guan, shielded them from the chill. Li Mo stood at the entrance of the sub-palace, watching their figures vanish into the blizzard, silently praying. "May Lord Zhu's law swiftly uncover clues regarding the Shadow Crow and quell this crisis." Yu Guan led the group towards the first suspicious village, Donglin Village. His steps appeared slow, yet each stride spanned over 10 meters, with golden soul power effortlessly lifting Lin Yue and the others in his wake. "Senior, your control over soul power is remarkable," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "With so many of us, you carry us with such ease." "This is but a trifle," Yu Guan replied with a light-hearted smile, his tone casual. "With the soul power reserve of a title Douluo, supporting a few fledglings is as simple as lifting a few feathers." Yin gazed at the surrounding snowfields, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Senior, are the soul beasts in the extreme north formidable?" she inquired. "I have heard tales of the Ice Emperor Scorpion, a soul beast of 100,000 years. Indeed, the Ice Emperor Scorpion is formidable, residing in the core region of the extreme north. The village we are heading to is still quite distant from that area, so we are unlikely to encounter it," Yu Guan explained. "However, there are numerous 1,000-year soul beasts in this vicinity, such as ice wolves, snow leopards, and ice bears, all of which have adapted to the severe cold, possessing tough hides and robust physiques, making them quite challenging for ordinary spirit masters to handle." As they conversed, they had traversed 20 miles, and ahead lay a cluster of low, dilapidated buildings, the remnants of Donglin Village. The structures, primarily constructed from ice and wooden planks, had mostly collapsed, with shattered boards and clothing scattered across the snow, alongside dark red bloodstains now frozen into ice shards. "We have arrived," Yu Guan declared, halting his steps and retracting the soul power barrier. "Everyone, exercise caution and observe the scene closely. Do not disturb the traces. Lin Yue, your spatial perception is keen. Be vigilant for any concealed spatial fluctuations. Hu Liena, expand your mental power to detect any residual traces of evil spirit masters. Rongrong, keep your glazed tile at the ready. Amplify it if danger arises. Yin Yue, Yin Zhuqing, you're responsible for vigilance. Stay alert for surrounding soul beasts." "Understood." The group replied in unison, promptly following Yu Guan's instructions. Hu Liena closed her eyes, her spirit power as a fox spirit radiating outward, enveloping the entire village. After a moment, she opened her eyes, her expression grave. "Senior, there's residual soul power from evil spirit masters. Faint, likely left 3 days ago." Lin Yue nodded, the desert eagle in his palm trembling slightly. "I sense no spatial fluctuations. However, There is an abnormal soul power response beneath that house in the village's center, as if it has been excavated. Yue approached the ruins of the central house, raising a hand to release a strand of golden soul power into the snow. In the next moment, the ground split open, revealing a pit approximately 2 meters deep, where several black feathers and fragments of dark fabric lay scattered, the fabric tainted with a faint toxin that emitted a pungent odor. Indeed, there's a problem, Yue mused, bending to pick up one of the black feathers, his brow furrowing. These feathers and fabric must belong to the Shadow Crow's evil spirit master. They likely dug this pit to bury something or to set a trap. Yin approached the edge of the pit, golden flames igniting in her palm as she neared the fabric. This toxin is heart corruption poison, akin to what Bishop Li mentioned, yet it is far more potent, capable of driving soul beasts to madness. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, "Senior, there are soul beasts approaching from the west. A pack of ice wolves, approximately 20 in number. All 1,000-year soul beasts." The group immediately turned to the west, witnessing a horde of massive ice wolves racing across the snowfields toward the village. Their eyes glowed with a red hue, saliva dripping from their jaws, clearly driven mad by the toxin. A glint of coldness flashed in Yueguan's eyes. It seems the Shadow Crow's minions have not only left clues in the village, but have also positioned controlled soul beasts nearby to thwart our investigation. Yet, these minor nuisances are insufficient to deter us. He raised his hand, golden soul power coalescing into a golden chrysanthemum. Golden stamen, flowing radiance. The golden chrysanthemum blossomed instantaneously, unleashing countless golden blades that shot forth from its petals toward the pack of ice wolves. The sound of piercing echoed as the 20 ice wolves fell, their remains severed into fragments, soon encased in ice by the biting cold. "Well done. Let us continue our investigation," Yueguan stated, his tone tranquil, as if he had merely crushed a few ants. "The clues in Donglin village are scant. We shall proceed to the next village, Nankai village, and see if we can uncover more." The group followed Yueguan toward Nankai village, as the ruins of the former village faded into the distance. Lin Yue's sense of vigilance intensified. The Shadow Crow had laid numerous clues in the extreme north and left behind controlled soul beasts, clearly prepared for their arrival. What they sought was undoubtedly more significant than mere villagers. The icy wind howled across the snowfields, striking their faces with shards of ice. Yet it could not impede their forward march. The investigation into the Shadow Crow's conspiracy was merely beginning, and within the tempest of the extreme north lay even more unknown perils awaiting their confrontation. Chapter 42. Suspicion in the Village. Anomalies and Traces of the Abandoned Village. The golden soul power barrier shattered the howling cold wind, gradually revealing the outline of Nankai village. Unlike the ruins of Donglin village, the wooden houses in this settlement were scattered across the snowfield, their roofs laden with thick snow, wisps of pale smoke rising from the chimneys. Occasionally, villagers wrapped in animal skins could be seen moving about, and even the laughter of children wafted through the wind, creating an incongruous cheerfulness amidst the desolation of the extreme north. Strange, how is this village so intact? Yin furrowed her brow, her palm instinctively igniting with golden flames, only to suppress it moments later. Donglin village was only 20 miles away and was devastated, yet here, nothing seems amiss. Zhu Zhuqing's sharp gaze swept over the snow-covered path at the village's entrance. The footprints at the entrance are quite fresh, belonging to both adults and children. It does indeed appear to be a normal life. However, it is too normal, which raises suspicion. Yueguan retracted the soul power barrier, his golden eyes scanning the village. He quietly extended his soul power, yet detected no traces of evil spirit masters. Only the peaceful soul power fluctuations of the villagers were present. Mostly ordinary spirit masters below rank 10, with the strongest barely surpassing 20, no different from any typical settlement. Let us proceed and observe. We should refrain from jumping to conclusions. The group followed Yueguan toward the village entrance. Upon reaching the wooden houses, an elderly man clad in heavy animal skins and displaying a face lined with wrinkles approached them briskly. His hair was grizzled, and he leaned on a bone staff. Upon seeing Yueguan's spirit hall attire, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes, and he promptly bowed. "You are a dignitary of the Spirit Hall?" "I am Yueguan, tasked with investigating the matter of the Shadow Crow's evil spirit masters," Yueguan replied in a calm tone. "Are you the village chief?" "Yes, indeed. I am Zhang Laoshuan, the village chief of Nankai village, a rank 32 assault system soul master," the old man affirmed, nodding vigorously, his demeanor both respectful and slightly apprehensive. "Please, come inside and warm yourself by the fire. It is quite cold outside. Recently, Our village has not encountered any evil soul masters, nor has there been any chaos caused by soul beasts. Everything is remarkably peaceful. Zhang Laoshuan led the group into the largest wooden cabin, where a massive fire pit blazed, its flames dancing and dispelling the chill. He handed each person a steaming bowl of beast milk and produced some aromatic roasted beast jerky, smiling as he said, "If you don't mind, please have something to fill your stomach. Our village is small and lacks fine delicacies. This is the best we can offer." Lin Yue accepted the beast milk, but as his fingertips grazed the rim of the bowl, he suddenly paused. A faint yet distinct wave of fire attribute energy emanated from the west side of the cabin, pricking him like a delicate needle, only to vanish in an instant. He abruptly turned his gaze toward the west, where a small wooden cabin stood with its door tightly shut, snow blanketing its roof, appearing no different from the other cabins. "What is wrong, Brother Lin Yue?" Ning Rongrong noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired curiously. "Nothing, nothing at all," Lin Yue replied, retracting his gaze, yet his brow remained furrowed. In the extreme north, ice attribute soul beasts and soul power predominated. Fire attributes were already rare, and this particular wave bore an air of deliberate concealment, unlike anything a common villager would possess. However, upon further scrutiny, that sensation had entirely dissipated, as if it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Could it be that my sensitivity to fire attributes has heightened, due to absorbing the blazing fire apricot? Lin Yue pondered silently, his fingertips tracing the bowl's edge. The last time in the Sunset Forest, he had underestimated Mo Lao's capabilities and had fallen into peril. This time, he could not overlook any anomalies, no matter how slight. "Village Chief Zhang, who resides in that wooden cabin on the west side of your village?" Lin Yue asked casually, his eyes intently fixed on Zhang Laoshuan's expression. Zhang Laoshuan hesitated for a moment, then replied with a smile, "That's the village's storage house, where we keep winter furs and grain. It's usually locked, and no one lives there. Is there a problem, my lord?" "Nothing, just a casual inquiry," Lin Yue smiled, refraining from pressing further. Zhang Laoshuan's demeanor was natural, devoid of evasion, yet that flicker of fire attribute energy felt like a thorn embedded in his heart, impossible to shake off. Yuan also noted Lin Yue's subtle behavior, but refrained from questioning on the spot, instead continuing to inquire with Zhang Laoshuan. "Have any strangers visited the village recently? Or have you seen any black feathers, or heard any strange sounds?" No. Zhang Laoshuan shook his head repeatedly, a simple smile on his face. "Our village is remote. Apart from going to the distribution hall for supplies, no one comes here. I haven't seen any black feathers, and it's very quiet at night, just the sound of the wind." Yuan posed a few more questions, and Zhang Laoshuan's answers were seamless, each one remarkably ordinary. As the light began to fade and the wind outside the snowy expanse grew harsher, Yuan glanced out the window and said to everyone, "Let us settle here for tonight. We will investigate the last village, Sheep Village, tomorrow." Zhang Laoshuan immediately agreed, turning to make arrangements. "I'll go prepare a few warm wooden cabins and have my wife cook more meat to warm you all." Nightfall enveloped Nanchi village, and the wind outside howled like a mournful spirit. The flames in the fire pit flickered, casting long shadows within the cabin. The 6 members of the Yin Hui team were assigned to 2 adjacent wooden cabins. Lin Yue shared one with Xie Yu and Yin, while Hulaina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing occupied the other. "Lin Yue, about your inquiry regarding the storage house this afternoon, did you discover something?" Xie Yu leaned against a bee skin mat, toying with her moonblade. "I noticed you've been off since earlier," frowning as if lost in thought. Yin also leaned in, a faint flicker of golden fire igniting in his palm. "Is it related to fire? I felt a hint of warmth earlier too. I thought it was from the fire pit, but now that I think about it, it seemed to drift from the direction of the storage house." Lin Yue's heart stirred. Yin, being a fire attribute martial soul, was sensitive to fire elements. It seemed that wave was not merely his imagination. "I sensed a trace of fire attribute energy coming from the direction of the storage house this afternoon. It was faint but unmistakable. In the extreme north, fire attributes are rare, and this energy felt intentionally concealed. Something is amiss. Should we investigate?" A glimmer of combativeness flashed in Xie Yu's eyes. "It's still early, and we might uncover some clues near the storage house. Let us not act impulsively." Lin Yue shook his head. "Senior Yuguan is next door. If there were any anomalies, he would surely sense them. Moreover, we lack evidence. Acting rashly might alert them. Let us rest for now and reassess tomorrow." Xie Yu and Yin nodded, ceasing to press further. The wooden cabin gradually fell silent. Only the crackling of burning wood in the fire pit and the sound of the wind outside breaking the stillness. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, yet sleep eluded him as his attention remained fixed on the direction of the west storage house. The desert eagle in his fingers quietly coalesced, keenly attuned to any signs of irregularity. Time passed, and just as Lin Yue was on the verge of slumber, his heart suddenly jolted. Again, that wave of fire attribute energy. This time, it was clearer, carrying a hint of searing intensity, emanating from the direction of the storage house, lingering for 2 seconds before fading away. Wake up! Lin Yue instantly opened his eyes, shaking Xiaoyu and Yin awake, his voice low yet urgent. Quickly! I sense the fire attribute energy again. This time, it's definitely real. Xiaoyu and Yin instantly snapped awake, their moon blade and golden flames igniting simultaneously. Lin Yue hurried to the door of the adjacent cabin and gently knocked. Senior Yuguan, are you awake? Something happening. The door quickly swung open, revealing Yuguan in his robes, a look of alertness in his eyes. What's wrong? What has happened? Hu Laina, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing followed behind, evidently roused from sleep. Senior, I just sensed the fire attribute energy again, coming from the direction of the storage house in the west of the village. It was faint but undeniably real. Lin Yue spoke rapidly. Yin felt it too. Fire attributes are rare in the extreme north and are deliberately concealed. There must be something wrong with that storage house. A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Guan's eyes, and he immediately released his soul power at the level of a 97th ranked title Douluo, enveloping the entire village like a vast net, with particular focus on the west storage house. The golden soul power flowed through the air, perceptible even to the insects in the snow. Yet after a moment, Yu Guan retracted his soul power, frowning slightly. There's nothing abnormal. The storage house only contains furs and grain. There are no residual traces of fire attribute soul power, nor any hidden soul masters or soul tools. That's impossible, Yin exclaimed anxiously. I sensed a wave of warmth coming from that direction just now. Zhu Zhuqing chimed in. I went to the door to check. The storage house door is still locked, and there are no footprints in the snow, indicating no one has been there. Lin Yue was taken aback. He had clearly sensed the wave, and Yin had too. How could Yu Guan's investigation yield no anomalies? Could it be that the other party's concealment methods could evade the perception of a title Douluo? Or was the source of the wave not within the storage house at all? Could it be a soul tool? Hu Laina speculated softly. Perhaps a soul tool that can conceal soul power, or a device that can briefly release fire attribute energy and is then retracted, which is why Senior couldn't detect it. Yu Guan pondered for a moment, nodding. That's a possibility. The evil soul master of the Shadow Crow is adept at stealth, so it's possible they possess such a soul tool. However, the night is too deep now. A hasty search could alert them, and the villagers are all asleep, making it inconvenient. Let us return to rest. We will investigate Sheepa village tomorrow, and then return to thoroughly examine this village. Though Lin Yue was reluctant, he understood that Yu Guan was right. He cast another glance toward the west storage house. In the darkness, that wooden cabin stood silently in the snow, like a hidden beast harboring unknown secrets. All right, let us head back for now and investigate tomorrow. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, the group set off with Yu Guan toward Sheepa village. Sheepa village lay 30 miles west of Nanchi village. As they traversed the snowy expanse, the biting cold wind was even more fierce than the previous day, making it difficult to keep their eyes open. By distance, Sheepa village was the closest to Nanchi village. If the Shadow Crow was indeed active in this area, it would be expected for Sheepa village to be the first to encounter trouble. Ning Rongrong tightened her black iron thermal clothing and quietly remarked to Lin Yue. But Nanchi village is perfectly intact. Surely Sheepa village won't meet a fate similar to Donglan village? Lin Yue shook his head, his inner unease intensifying. It's hard to say. The actions of a Shadow Crow are far too enigmatic. Perhaps the situation in Sheepa village is even worse. Indeed, when Sheepa village came into view, everyone was struck dumb. There were no shattered walls or dilapidated structures, only a vast expanse of flattened snow, with even the foundations of wooden houses meticulously cleared away. The snow bore no traces of blood, no black feathers, and not even a whisper of lingering soul energy. As if a village had never existed here, merely a commonplace snowfield. Has it been utterly erased? Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Even a title Douluo would find it challenging to cleanse a village so thoroughly. So how could the Shadow Crow possess such formidable capabilities? Yu Guan's expression darkened completely as his golden soul power radiated outward, probing several meters into the snow. Yet he found nothing, no clues. Not even the bones of villagers or the splinters of wooden houses, as if everything had been completely devoured by some entity. Zhu Zhuqing knelt down, her fingertips gliding over the snow. There were no signs of struggle or dragging marks. The villagers had seemingly vanished into thin air. Moreover, the snow was fresh, indicating that a snowfall had occurred after the site had been cleared, concealing the final traces. Standing in the center of the snowfield, Lin Yue closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. There were no spatial fluctuations, no traces of fire attributes, only the chilling wind and ice attribute soul power. Shipa Village seemed as though it had never existed. This total disappearance was even more chilling than the ruins of Donglin Village. Senior, we must return to Nanchi Village. Lin Yue suddenly opened his eyes, his tone resolute. Among the three villages, Donglin Village bore remnants of destruction. Shipa Village had been expunged without a trace, and only Nanchi Village remained intact. This in itself was illogical. Furthermore, I have sensed fluctuations of fire attributes multiple times over the past 2 days, increasingly frequent. There is definitely something amiss in Nanchi Village. Perhaps the Shadow Crow's people are hiding within the village. Yuan regarded Lin Yue, then glanced at the blank snowfield before him, a glimmer of contemplation passing through his eyes. Previously, he had perceived Nanchi Village as normal. But in contrast to the strangeness of Shipa Village, Nanchi Village's normalcy seemed overly deliberate. In such a remote northern land, with 3 neighboring villages, 2 experiencing calamities while 1 remains unscathed, coupled with the abnormal fluctuations of fire attributes, cannot be mere coincidence. Very well, let us return to Nanchi Village. Yuan decisively stated, this time, we shall keep our movements discreet, claiming to have completed our investigation of Shipa Village and that we are merely stopping by for a few days to see if we can uncover any clues. The group immediately turned back, returning to Nanchi Village that afternoon. Upon seeing their return, Zhang Laoshuan greeted them with the same warmth as ever, inquiring with a smile. My lord, how is the situation over at Shipa Village? Was there any trouble? Nothing of concern. We merely want to take a look. The snowfall there was too heavy, and we found no leads, Yuan replied casually. We wish to stay in the village for a few more days, and we will return to the division once the storm subsides. I hope this does not trouble you, Village Chief Zhang. Not at all, not at all, Zhang Laoshuan hurriedly assured. I will go prepare the accommodations to ensure the lords are warm. In the subsequent days, the group outwardly behaved like ordinary guests, wandering the village during the day and conversing with villagers, while resting in the wooden houses at night, all the while covertly observing their surroundings. Lin Yue sensed the fluctuations of fire attributes daily, the frequency escalating from once a day to 3 times a day, the fluctuations becoming increasingly distinct. However, every time Yuan led the group to investigate the source of the fluctuations, they consistently found nothing. The storeroom still held only animal skins and provisions. One evening, Lin Yue leaned against the edge of the fire pit, and the fire attribute fluctuations re-emerged, lasting 3 seconds. It's getting closer, Lin Yue murmured softly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. They cannot hide for much longer. These fluctuations are becoming more frequent, indicating preparations of some sort. If we wait just a few more days, we will surely uncover their vulnerability. Outside the window, the wind and snow howled relentlessly, while Nanchi Village's wooden houses stood silently in the night. Beneath the surface calm, turbulent currents surged. The machinations of the Shadow Crow, the abnormal fire attributes, the vanished villagers. Every clue pointed to this seemingly intact village, and the truth appeared to be concealed behind those faint yet frequent fluctuations of fire attributes. Awaiting the moment of revelation. Chapter 43. Urgent report and reinforcements in a siege, fire fluctuations disrupting the Tiger scheme. The snowstorm in Nanchi Village persisted for 3 days, with snowdrifts piling up to the knees. The villagers continued their daily routines, rising to feed the beasts, tanning animal hides in the afternoon, and gathering around the fire pit for meals in the evening. Even the children's laughter arriving punctually, as if orchestrated. Lin Yue leaned against the window sill of the wooden house, the desert eagle in his grasp emanating a faint blue glow, as his spatial perception swept through every corner of the village, capturing only the tranquil soul power fluctuations of the villagers, along with the occasional elusive fire attribute essence that always seemed just out of reach. It had been 5 days. Yuan sat by the fire pit, fiddling with a dried chrysanthemum petal, his tone laden with hesitation. We check every day, yet we have not uncovered a single substantial clue. If the Shadow Crow's people truly are hiding in the village, they cannot possibly leave no traces whatsoever. If they are not here, then lingering is futile. The ghost Douluo had been missing for 3 days. Since he accompanied the reconnaissance team, he had only sent back one message indicating that all was normal, and thereafter, there was no further word. Yuan's brow furrowed tighter, worried for the safety of the reconnaissance team, yet unable to dismiss the anomalies in Nanchi Village. Caught in a dilemma. Senior, perhaps we should return to the division for now, Hulaina gently suggested. The division can receive more soul guide transmissions. Perhaps news of the ghost Douluo has been delayed. Moreover, if Nanchi village is indeed problematic, leaving abruptly might reveal their intentions, and we could return later to investigate. Yin also nodded in agreement. Indeed, Senior, staying here is not a solution. If something has truly gone awry with the ghost Douluo, it would be troublesome if we are delayed. Yu Guan pondered for a moment, about to consent, when suddenly the soul guide device at his waist began to vibrate violently. It was a special emergency transmitter from the spirit hall, activated only in the presence of life-threatening crises. He pressed down on the device, and a hoarse voice emerged from within. Old Yu, hurry. We are surrounded at the west ice field. 3 titled Douluos, along with 5 or 6 old Douluos and over a dozen soul saints. Quickly, if we delay. The voice abruptly cut off, leaving only a crackling sound. Old Ghost. Yu Guan's expression changed dramatically as he sprang to his feet, golden soul power erupting instantaneously, the pressure of a 97th level title Douluo engulfing the entire wooden house. This is bad. Old Ghost Group has fallen into an ambush. Lin Yue, Laina, follow me. Quickly. Lin Yue and the others tensed instantly, hastily seizing their soul guide devices and following Yu Guan's lead. Zhang Laoshuan, hearing the commotion, rushed out from the neighboring wooden house, panic etched across his face. My lord, what has happened? Why this urgency? No time to explain. Yu Guan dismissed him, his focus solely on the situation. He raised his hand, unleashing golden soul power to shield Lin Yue and the others. Hold tight. We move. The golden soul power transformed into a streak of light, soaring skyward toward the west ice field. In the snow, Zhang Laoshuan stood rooted to the spot, the panic on his face gradually giving way to an eerie smile, before he turned and walked into the warehouse to the west of the village. Inside the warehouse, behind a tightly shut wooden door, a faint crimson glow emanated. The wind and snow at the west ice field were even more ferocious than in Nanchi village, with large snowflakes whipped by the gale slicing against the skin like knives. Through the golden soul power barrier, Lin Yue caught sight of the battlefield from a distance. The snowfield was riddled with cracks and bloodstains. Several soul saints lay in the snow, some already lifeless, while others struggled to fend off their assailants. The ghost Douluo's black robe was torn in several places, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and the surrounding ghostly figures had diminished considerably, yet he remained fiercely entangled with a titled Douluo clad in black armor. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 titled Douluos and 5 or 6 old Douluos were mercilessly attacking the last 3 soul saints, on the verge of completely overwhelming them. Stop! Yu Guan's roar pierced through the storm, the golden light descending upon the center of the battlefield. He raised his hand, and golden soul power transformed into dozens of blades of light, hurtling toward the soul Douluos besieging the soul saints. With a series of sharp sounds, 3 soul masters were caught off guard and struck by the luminous blades, blood instantly staining the snow beneath them as they were forced to retreat. Old Ghost, are you alright? Yu Guan landed beside Ghost Douluo, channeling golden soul power into him to alleviate his injuries. Ghost Douluo gasped for breath, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes hidden beneath his dark robe. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Had you been a moment later, we would have met our demise here. He gestured towards the 3 titled Douluo opposite them, his voice hoarse. The one on the left in black armor is a 92 level defense type. The masked one in the middle is a 92 level control type, and the one on the right in red is a 97 level assault type. They're all members of the Shadow Crow. Lin Yue and his companions touched down behind Yu Guan, their hearts sinking as they surveyed the formidable lineup before them. 3 titled Douluo, along with numerous soul masters and soul saints. The strength of the Shadow Crow far exceeded their expectations. The red-robed titled Douluo stepped forward, eyeing Yu Guan with a glint of greed. The chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Guan? I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly, but that works out perfectly. We can eliminate you and Ghost Douluo together. How dare the rabble of the Shadow Crow lay hands on the Spirit Hall? Yu Guan scoffed, his aura surging as 9 soul rings slowly ascended around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. When the 9th crimson 100,000-year soul ring illuminated, it seemed as though the blizzard enveloping the western ice field paused momentarily. The expression of the red robe titled Douluo shifted drastically. 100,000-year soul ring? How could you possibly possess one? Humph, you don't deserve to know. Yu Guan's voice brimmed with icy menace. This soul ring had been acquired when the chrysanthemum Douluo absorbed the extraordinary heaven-reaching chrysanthemum gifted by Lin Yue, allowing his soul power to surpass level 96. Though it lacked the overwhelming power of Tang, Hao's naturally acquired 100,000-year soul ring, it certainly surpassed the capabilities of these evil soul masters. He raised his hand, golden soul power coalescing into a massive chrysanthemum in his palm, its petals shimmering with a vivid crimson light, radiating an aura of destruction. Ninth soul skill, chrysanthemum remnant, wounds on the ground, flowers fall, hearts break. The golden chrysanthemum erupted into bloom, countless petals streaking toward the three tidal Douluo, melting the snow beneath and warping the very air with their heat. The red-robed tidal Douluo's complexion paled as he hastily unleashed red soul power, forming a protective shield, while the black-armored and masked tidal Douluo simultaneously responded with their defensive and control soul powers, striving to block the oncoming attack. Boom! The petals collided with the shield, producing a deafening roar. The red shield quickly became riddled with cracks, and both the black-armored and masked tidal Douluo were forced to stagger back, blood trickling from their mouths. Although the red-robed tidal Douluo managed to fend off most of the assault, he too was rocked by the force, his soul power in disarray. "Old Ghost, now's our chance," Yuguan urged, his golden soul power swelling once more. A fierce glint flashed in Ghost Douluo's eyes as shadowy figures surrounded him. "All right, martial soul fusion skill. Polar stasis domain." The black shadow merged instantaneously with the golden chrysanthemum's soul power, creating a black and white interwoven domain that enveloped the three tidal Douluo. Within this domain, time seemed to slow, and the movements of the three tidal Douluo became sluggish. Their soul power circulation also hindered. "Go!" Lin Yue and the others seized the moment to spring into action. Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures glazed tower soared into the air, illuminating 3 layers. First soul skill, power amplification. Second soul skill, speed amplification. Third soul skill, soul power recovery. 3 golden beams descended upon Yuguan, Ghost Douluo, and the remaining 3 soul saints. Hulaina unleashed her fox spirit's soul skill, star mist enchantment, as a pale purple mist spread out, obscuring the vision of the soul masters and soul saints. Xieyu's moonblade, imbued with silver soul power, struck at a wounded soul master, while Yin conjured golden flames in his palm, activating his soul skill, lava eruption, sealing off the retreat of a soul saint. Zhu Zhuqing vanished, unleashing the full speed of her phantom cat, circling behind a soul master, her claws glowing with a purple sheen, poised for an ambush. The battlefield descended into total chaos. While the martial soul fusion technique of Yuguan and Ghost Douluo could suppress the 3 tidal Douluo, it drained their soul power rapidly, both of them feeling their strength wane. Despite the enhancements from Ning Rongrong, the remaining 3 soul saints were still no match for the tidal Douluo, soon forced to retreat. Hulaina's star mist enchantment could only create minor disturbances for ordinary soul saints, having negligible effects on the tidal Douluo. Xieyue Yin and Zhu Zhuqing coordinated seamlessly but could barely restrain one soul master, unable to provide support to their allies. This stalemate could not continue. Lin Yue felt a surge of anxiety. He knew that if this dragged on, Yuguan and Ghost Douluo would exhaust their soul power, placing everyone in peril. He had to find a breakthrough. Even severely wounding one tidal Douluo could shift the tide of battle. Just as Lin Yue prepared to wield his Barrett, daring to attack the red-robed tidal Douluo, his heart suddenly raced as an overwhelming wave of fire attribute energy surged from the direction of Nanchi village. It was more intense than any previous sensation he had felt in the village, carrying a searing aura that penetrated the blizzard of the western ice field. Clearly reaching his senses, something's not right. Lin Yue quickly realized, his face paling. "Seniors, we are ambushed. This is a diversion." Both Yuguan and Ghost Douluo paused, their attack faltering for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, the red-robed tidal Douluo unleashed a burst of red soul power, shattering the polar stasis domain, sneering, "You only just realized? It's too late. The grand spectacle in Nanchi village should have already commenced." Nanchi village? Yuguan's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped why they had been unable to find any clues there. The target of the Shadow Crow was never the exploration team in the western ice field, but rather Nanchi village. They had deliberately used the 3 tidal Douluo to besiege Ghost Douluo, luring him and the Yin Hui battle team away to execute their plan in Nanchi village. Lin Yue's heart felt as if it were being tightly grasped. He finally understood the source of those fiery fluctuations. The Shadow Crow had concealed fire attribute evil soul masters within Nanchi village and might be plotting something far more ominous. The red-robed tidal Douluo, witnessing their panic, laughed with increasing derision. "Now you realize the urgency? Too late." "Ha ha." Yuguan's face darkened, his fists cracking with tension. He looked at the 3 tidal Douluo before him, utterly at a loss, wishing to return and intervene, but unable to break free from their grasp. Lin Yue took a deep breath, forcing himself to maintain composure. Then called to his companions. You all assist the seniors now. I will head to Nanchi village. He then transmitted a message to the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Senior, do not panic. I had already notified the poison Douluo to follow in secrecy before my departure. I will rush back to thwart them. Rest assured, with the poison Douluo accompanying me, no danger will befall us. Chapter 44. Exploring the Cold Village, Unveiling Secrets, Phoenix Sacrifice to Gain Soul Rings. Lin Yue raced through the swirling snow. The outline of Nanchi village grew closer, yet with each passing moment, his heart grew heavier. The village, once alive with the smoke of cooking fires, now lay eerily silent, akin to a graveyard. No children laughing, no villagers bustling about. Even the chimneys of the wooden houses ceased to emit smoke. Only the howling cold wind swept through the snow, swirling along the empty village paths. Something is amiss, Lin Yue murmured softly, expanding his perception. There was not a single trace of life in the village. Not even the sounds of livestock were present, as if all living beings had been suddenly drained away, leaving behind only cold wooden houses. His gaze quickly locked onto the warehouse in the west of the village, where fire attribute fluctuations had frequently been detected. Now, the wooden door of the warehouse lay collapsed, revealing a dark, gaping hole in the snow, resembling the maw of a colossal beast, emanating a searing heat. Lin, this hole seems intriguing. A raspy voice emerged from behind him, and the figure of Douluo materialized, greenish-blue poison energy swirling around him. The fire attribute aura within is quite potent, and there's also a hint of blood. It seems the Shadow Crow schemes are concealed within here. Lin Yue turned around, a glimmer of relief flashing in his eyes. Fortunately, Douluo had been secretly following him. Otherwise, he would not have dared to recklessly enter the cave alone. Senior, the villagers have all vanished, I fear. Let us first assess the situation within the cave, Douluo interjected, stepping ahead to the cave's entrance. His emerald green soul power extended into the depths of the cave, revealing that it was exceedingly deep, reaching down to the earth's core. There were fluctuations of magma below, accompanied by a potent aura of a soul beast, weak, as though it had been imprisoned for an extended period. Lin Yue approached the cave's mouth, extending his perception downwards. He sensed distinctly that deep within the earth lay a vast space, where magma flowed at the bottom, bubbling and gurgling, while a faint yet immense soul beast presence was restrained by several frigid auras. Moreover, countless faint human auras had completely dissipated. Those were the bodies of the villagers. Let us descend and investigate, Lin Yue declared, gripping the desert eagle tightly as he leapt into the cave. Douluo followed closely behind, his emerald green soul power forming a protective barrier around them to shield against the intense heat emanating from within. The passage of the cave was steep and narrow, the walls scorched by the magma's heat. Occasionally, sparks floated up from below, landing on the stone walls and leaving behind dark stains. After descending approximately 100 meters, the passage suddenly widened and a blinding red light flooded in from ahead. The underworld had been reached. As Lin Yue emerged from the passage, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply. It was a subterranean expanse with a diameter of several hundred meters, where tumultuous magma churned at the bottom. Orange-red bubbles erupting and splattering fiery sparks that illuminated the entire space with a crimson glow. In the center of the magma stood a black stone platform, upon which lay a colossal creature, a fire-red phoenix, its wings spanning over 10 meters, yet its feathers had lost their luster, resembling withered flames. Only the occasionally quivering tail feathers testified to its continued existence. Most striking were the chains binding the phoenix, thick black chains, as robust as an arm, piercing through the phoenix's ribs and anchoring it firmly to the platform. The chains glimmered ominously with a blood-red hue, with the other end extending to the edge of the magma, entwined around countless lifeless bodies of villagers. These bodies had long since lost their vitality, blood flowing along the chains into the magma, deepening its crimson color and emitting a nauseating stench. Is this using the villager's life force to sustain the soul beast's existence? Lin Yue clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. The Shadow Crow had sacrificed so many lives for this phoenix. Calm your anger, young one, Douluo's voice was grave. The aura of this phoenix resembles that of a 100,000-year soul beast, a top-tier fire tribute soul beast, the evil flame phoenix. Yet, its life force is nearly depleted. Just then, a chilling laugh echoed from behind the platform. I never imagined that after luring you to the Western Ice Plains, you would actually return. It seems I have underestimated you. Both Lin Yue and Douluo turned simultaneously, spotting Zhang Laoshuan emerging from behind the platform, his previously innocent demeanor replaced by a sinister grin. His beast-hide robe had torn open, revealing the black garb of an evil soul master beneath. His soul power surged, and 8 soul rings began to rise slowly. Yellow, yellow. Purple, purple, black, 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 black. A rank 90 title Douluo, yet only 8 soul rings? Douluo raised an eyebrow, his emerald soul power subtly stirring. It appears you have broken through to title Douluo, intending to use this 100,000-year soul beast as your soul ring. But your current strength is even inferior to an ordinary rank 90. Zhang Laoshuan's expression darkened, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Even without a 9th soul ring, it suffices to kill both of you. I initially planned to absorb this evil flame phoenix after dealing with the rubbish of the westernized plains. But you have disrupted my plans. Today, you shall both perish here. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, activating his 8th soul skill, Bloodlock Chains. Several blood-red chains surged from the magma, reeking of blood, aiming to ensnare Lin Yue and Douluo. The blood on the chains still dripped, clearly forged from the blood of the villagers. Merely a trivial technique, Douluo scoffed, transforming his emerald soul power into numerous poisonous blades that swiftly severed the blood-red chains. In an instant, he appeared before Zhang Laoshuan, his palm glowing with toxic green light as he struck towards Zhang Laoshuan's chest. My poison is not something a half-baked title Douluo like you can withstand. Zhang Laoshuan's complexion changed abruptly, hastily gathering his soul power to form a shield. However, Douluo's poisonous soul power was exceptionally tyrannical. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered instantly, and the poisonous blade pierced through Zhang Laoshuan's shoulder, the green toxin rapidly spreading through the wound. No, I am a high-ranking member of the Shadow Crow. You cannot kill me. Zhang Laoshuan shrieked in agony, attempting to retreat. But Douluo's poisonous soul power immobilized him, rendering him unable to move. Lin Yue stepped forward, aiming the Desert Eagle at Zhang Laoshuan's forehead. Aside from you 4, are there any other title Douluo in the Shadow Crow? Zhang Laoshuan gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with resentment. I will not divulge anything. Even if I die, the Shadow Crow will avenge me. Bang! Before he could finish, Lin Yue pulled the trigger, the armor-piercing bullet instantaneously piercing through his forehead. Zhang Laoshuan's body crumpled to the ground, devoid of life. Douluo glanced at the evil flame phoenix on the platform, furrowing his brows. The aura of this phoenix is growing weaker. It can survive at most half an hour. What a pity, such a formidable 100,000-year soul beast. If only it could be absorbed. However, even if the soul ring cannot be obtained, a 100,000-year soul beast will certainly drop a soul bone upon death. This could be a powerful 100,000-year soul bone. Cough, cough. At that moment, the evil flame phoenix on the platform suddenly emitted a weak cough, shedding a few fire-red feathers, and slowly opened its eyes. Golden pupils locking onto Lin Yue. Young one, you possess a power that does not belong to this world. The evil flame phoenix spoke in a hoarse yet authoritative voice. Could you assist me with a task? Lin Yue and Douluo exchanged glances and approached the edge of the platform. Lin Yue observed its feeble state and gently inquired, what is it you wish to convey? I am a 100,000-year evil flame phoenix. It continued, imprisoned by that man for 10 years. He used the villager's life force to restore me, but now my life is nearly at its end. It paused, a flicker of pleading flashing in its golden eyes. I do not wish to perish like this. Young one, I can sacrifice myself to grant you a 100,000-year soul ring, but you must agree to one condition. Douluo's eyes brightened as he immediately conveyed to Lin Yue through thought. Agree to it. A 100,000-year soul beast death not only yields a soul ring, but also generates a 100,000-year soul bone. This is an extraordinary opportunity, even among title Douluo. If you can possess a 100,000-year soul ring, you are in for a grand fortune. Lin Yue's heart brimmed with excitement, yet he maintained his composure. What is the condition? Speak. That power within your martial soul. The evil flame phoenix's gaze fell upon the Desert Eagle in Lin Yue's palm. It can nourish my soul. After I sacrifice myself, you must ensure that my soul is infused with that power, and, when the opportunity arises, help me to resurrect. You must make an oath. Lin Yue suddenly understood. The evil flame phoenix referred to the magazine of the Desert Eagle. He met its pleading gaze and solemnly nodded. I promise you, I, Lin Yue, hereby swear that if you sacrifice yourself for me, I shall use my martial soul to nurture your soul, and should there be an opportunity for resurrection in the future, I shall not refuse. A glimmer of relief washed over the evil flame phoenix's eyes, its golden pupils gradually brightening. Good, good, young one. Then I shall commence the sacrifice. You must release your martial soul. Its fiery red soul power began to surge, and despite its weakness, it still radiated the overwhelming pressure of a 100,000-year soul beast. The magma below began to churn violently, an orange-red glow enveloping the entire underground space. The body of the evil flame phoenix gradually turned transparent, streams of pure fire attribute, soul power, and life energy converging towards Lin Yue. Lin Yue immediately unleashed the Desert Eagle, embracing the sacrificial power of the evil flame phoenix. A resonant hum filled the air as pure fire attribute energy surged through Lin Yue's meridians, far surpassing any soul ring energy he had previously absorbed. He could distinctly feel his soul power soaring wildly. Level 42, level 43, shattering the soul power bottleneck as if it were mere paper. The golden soul power coursed through his veins, invigorating his martial soul with an enhanced aura of strength. In the subterranean space, the lava had calmed, leaving only a flickering orange-red glow amidst the stone crevices, casting a faint crimson hue around Lin Yue. The evil flame phoenix hovered before him, its once massive form now reduced to a swirling mass of crimson golden flames, a manifestation of its life energy, coalescing as it flowed like a gentle stream into Lin Yue's martial soul, gradually infiltrating his meridians. Bear with it. The primordial fire will reshape your meridians, though the process may be somewhat intense. The phoenix's voice carried a hint of frailty, yet remained resolute. No sooner had it spoken than Lin Yue felt a wave of searing energy winding down his meridians. Wherever it passed, the soul power, once stagnant due to the extreme northern cold, instantly boiled forth, as if a frozen river had been breached by molten lava. Every inch of his meridians expanded and reshaped within the crimson golden flames, and after a fleeting sting, he experienced an unprecedented clarity. Gazing at his palm, he observed the Desert Eagle, suspended there, its originally intertwined silver-blue patterns now gradually being suffused with crimson golden flames. Previously, when he absorbed the fiery apricot's essence, it merely imparted a fire attribute to the weapon. Now, with the phoenix's primordial fire permeating it, the gun's body shimmered with a metallic luster akin to molten metal, and delicate phoenix feather patterns began to emerge, each flickering as if alive within the flames. This is the essence of a fire attribute weapon, martial soul. The evil flame phoenix remarked, its tone laced with satisfaction. The previous flames were merely superficial. Now, they are symbiotic. Your martial soul will remember my essence, allowing you to unleash soul skills imbued with the burning effects of phoenix fire. Lin Yue attempted to channel his soul power, and the Desert Eagle ignited instantly, the muzzle's glow transforming from pale blue to a vibrant orange-red ember. As it swayed gently, the surrounding air became intensely heated. He could distinctly sense a tightening bond with his martial soul, as if the gun were not an external tool, but a part of his very essence. Beside him, Douluo watched in astonishment, instinctively retracting some of his turquoise, toxic soul power. Having lived nearly a century, he had witnessed countless soul masters absorb soul rings. Yet he had never seen such an extraordinary sacrificial process. Devoid of excruciating pain and the risk of soul power rampage, it resembled a gentle transmission of energy, with a faint scent of fire attribute wafting through the air rather than the metallic tang of blood. As Lin Yue focused on the transformation of his martial soul, the evil flame phoenix's spirit began to slowly enter the Desert Eagle's magazine, initially believing it to be a mere receptacle. It was taken aback by the vastness of the space it encountered. Instead of the confined area it anticipated, it found itself in an expansive crimson realm. Beneath its feet flowed clouds of fire attribute energy, soft as cotton, each step igniting tiny sparks. Above there was no sky, only a hazy golden light membrane, at the center of which floated a minuscule golden ember. Though tiny, the ember exuded a pressure that resonated deeply within the evil flame phoenix's soul. Cautiously, it approached the ember, and upon making contact with the energy waves emanating from it, its spirit, long parched from a decade of confinement, suddenly shimmered, akin to parched flora revitalized by spring rain. Each fragment of its soul unfurled and flourished within the golden energy. This was no ordinary fire attribute energy. It felt as if it were the remnants of an ancient deity, pure, warm, and imbued with the power to reshape souls. Realizing the secret harbored within this magazine, the evil flame phoenix's spirit swirled through the space, suddenly discovering that this realm could not only accommodate souls, but also store energy. It attempted to infuse the remaining primordial fire into the space, causing the clouds to surge and securely trap the energy without a trace of leakage. Should Lin Yue be unable to absorb this energy, it could remain here, potentially allowing him to condense a powerful soul ring when he reached level 60 and sought his 6th soul ring. With a spark of inspiration, The evil flame phoenix promptly adjusted the flow of energy. A portion of the crimson golden primordial fire continued to infuse Lin Yue's body, aiding him in breaking through his soul power bottleneck, while another portion transformed into a stream, gently flowing into the magazine space, coalescing into a crimson energy core amidst the clouds. As the spirit unfurled within the space, the evil flame phoenix suddenly sensed a remarkable connection. It could clearly perceive Lin Yue's emotions and the flow of his soul power, even influencing the state of the Desert Eagle through this connection. It attempted to mentally manipulate the gun, and the Desert Eagle outside trembled slightly, the fire patterns on its body glowing brighter, while Lin Yue remained oblivious, believing the reaction to be a result of his soul power fluctuations. What kind of being is this kid? The evil flame phoenix pondered, gazing at the flickering golden ember, filled with intrigue. To possess a martial soul harboring a divine ember, and to allow the sacrificial spirit of a soul beast to remain awake. Could he truly be the illegitimate child of the fire god? As the magazine space accumulated energy, the primordial fire being infused into Lin Yue's body finally reached a critical threshold. A subtle rumble echoed from within him as the crimson golden energy surged forth like a torrent, propelling him through level 48 and 49. With each advancement, the fire attribute aura surrounding him intensified, and by the time he reached level 49, a faint crimson golden membrane enveloped his body. Even the tips of his hair ignited with tiny sparks. Upon breaking through to level 50, a brilliant red soul ring began to coalesce above his head, its form resembling molten iron, with tiny flickering phoenix feathers dancing along its edges, delicate phoenix engravings adorning its surface, an unmistakable sign of a 100,000-year soul ring. Unlike ordinary black soul rings, this crimson ring radiated a gentle yet formidable energy, harmonizing seamlessly with Lin Yue's soul. With the soul ring materializing, the evil flame phoenix's true form had become almost transparent, leaving only its massive fiery wings hovering at the center of the platform. These wings spanned 6 meters, each feather distinctly visible, crimson flames coursing along their patterns as if alive, with sparks continuously dripping from the tips, scorching the ground into small black pits. Suddenly, the fiery wings trembled violently, breaking free from the platform's confines, shooting toward Lin Yue's back like 2 blazing meteorites. Upon contact, instead of the anticipated tearing sensation, a soothing warmth spread along his spine as the wings seamlessly melded into his flesh. The wing bones aligned perfectly with Lin Yue's shoulder blades, allowing him to feel the energy circulating in sync with his breaths. This is an external soul bone of 100,000 years. Douluo exclaimed in shock. Disbelief etched across his face. External soul bones were already a rarity, and those of such age were the stuff of legends. You truly have struck an extraordinary fortune. Lin Yue attempted to flap his wings, the crimson golden feathers slicing through the air, leaving behind trails of scorching heat. He could sense that the wings not only enabled flight, but also released fiery attacks. With a mere thought, 3 fiery feathers coalesced at the tips of his wings and shot toward a distant black stone, erupting with a resounding blast that shattered the stone into fragments. Remarkably, the entire fusion process bore no pain. Rather, it felt as if he were immersed in a warm spring, every muscle and bone nourished by the energy of the fire wings. As the last flicker of flame integrated into his body, Lin Yue slowly opened his eyes, now tinged with amber, flickering with tiny sparks of fire. While the ice and snow surrounding him melted at a visible pace, the very air becoming searingly hot. Now, you truly embody the essence of a fire attribute soul master. The voice of the evil flame phoenix resonated from the magazine, imbued with a hint of fatigue, yet suffused with satisfaction. Test the Desert Eagle and witness the effects of its transformation. Lin Yue raised his hand to summon his martial soul. The Desert Eagle had undergone a complete metamorphosis. The gun's body was no longer the previous silver hue, but instead was enveloped in a layer of resplendent crimson gold metallic sheen. The feathered phoenix patterns on the gun flickered as soul power coursed through it. At this moment, the fiery red soul ring had transformed into a bullet within the magazine. Inside the magazine, 5 soul rings were neatly arranged in the shape of bullets. The first 4 remained unchanged in color, while the 5th, a 100,000-year soul ring bullet, glowed a vivid crimson, adorned with a complete phoenix relief that radiated warmth, as though it concealed a slumbering phoenix within. He attempted to pull the trigger, without infusing any soul power. A blaze of crimson gold flames erupted from the muzzle, revealing a faint, illusory image of a miniature phoenix within the flames. This was a reaction triggered by the evil flame phoenix's will. Yet Lin Yue believed it to be a built-in effect of his martial soul's transformation. His eyes sparkling with delight. Within the magazine's space, the soul of the evil flame phoenix floated beside the golden fire seed, sensing the transformation of its spirit. Previously diminished by confinement, its soul was now completely replenished, even stronger than in its prime. The golden fire seed resembled a miniature sun, continuously emitting gentle energy, ensuring that its soul remained in an active state, never needing to succumb to slumber. It endeavored to forge a deeper connection with Lin Yue. As tranquility returned, Lin Yue gazed towards the northwest. Elder Douluo, it is time for us to assist Elder Yueguan. Douluo nodded, his gaze fixated on Lin Yue's fiery wings. Those wings can fly, correct? How swift are they? They should be quite fast. With a thought, Lin Yue's fire wings flared, lifting him gracefully into the air. Hovering half a meter above the ground, effortlessly flying using only the energy of his wings without depleting soul power. As he spoke, he soared towards the entrance of the passage, leaving behind a crimson gold afterimage with each flap of his wings. Douluo followed closely, observing Lin Yue's figure with a mixture of astonishment and complexity. The boy's growth had surpassed his understanding. Within the magazine's space, the evil flame phoenix watched Lin Yue's flight with a sudden surge of peculiar feelings. It was no longer a solitary soul ring, but a partner coexisting with Lin Yue, capable of sharing his vision, his strength, and even guiding energy in battle, locking onto enemies. This relationship was neither akin to the typical fusion of soul rings nor the addition of soul bones. It resembled a novel form of symbiosis. Unbeknownst to it, this soul symbiosis, forged through an unexpected twist of fate, an exchange of energy and shared consciousness, was the very essence of the soul spirit that Hui Yuhao would later create thousands of years hence. Yet, it was more extraordinary than a true soul spirit, born from the core of a martial soul that transcended worlds, possessing greater autonomy and potential for growth. From now on, let us venture forth together. The evil flame phoenix gazed at the golden fire seed, having made a decision, perhaps. With the power of this divine fire seed, resurrection might indeed be within its reach. Lin Yue remained oblivious to the companion hidden within the magazine, focusing intently on harnessing the flight of his fire wings, relishing the exhilarating sensation of the wind rushing past his ears, and the peculiar experience of ice and snow melting around him. The crimson gold wings unfolded amidst the frigid winds and snow of the northernmost region, resembling a flowing flame as they raced towards the battlefield of the westernized plains, where a confrontation that would determine the fate of the north awaited his arrival. The legendary symbiosis between him and the evil flame phoenix was only just beginning. Chapter 46. Fire Wings Charge to Break the Enemy. 3 titled Douluos unite to vanquish the Shadow Crow. The wind and snow of the western ice plains were thrown into chaos by soul power, and the bloodstains on the black, frozen ground had already solidified into dark purple ice shards. The soul power of the chrysanthemum flickered dimly like a dying candle, and although the red light of his 9th soul ring still pulsed, he struggled to coalesce a complete soul skill. The black cloak of the ghost Douluo was torn in tatters, and the blood-colored chains wrapped around his arm relentlessly siphoned his soul power, his ghostly form becoming so thin it seemed on the verge of dissipating in the frigid wind. This was the corrupted blood-locking soul evil technique of the 97th level red robe Douluo of the Shadow Crow, his last resort. Old you. That red robe is the Shadow Crow's final stronghold. The voice of the ghost Douluo rasped, as if ground by sandpaper. My black flame long knife can absorb soul power. If this continues, we shall be drained of our soul power. The red robe Douluo laughed maniacally, unleashing a wave of sinister flames with his black flame long knife. If we can hold out a little longer, our 4th title Douluo will be born, and then you shall all perish here. The black armored Douluo and the masked Douluo beside him exerted their strength simultaneously, intertwining a black defensive barrier with a purple control chain, pressing towards the area of absolute stillness, which had shrunk to less than 10 meters. The luminous shield was riddled with cracks, on the verge of shattering. At that moment, a wave of crimson gold flames sliced through the snowstorm, hurtling towards the battlefield with a scorching gust. Lin Yue hovered in midair on his flaming wings, as they beat against the surrounding cold winds, transforming them into mist. In his palm, the desert eagle shimmered with flowing fire patterns, the flame seed at the muzzle flickering as he aimed at the back of the black armored Douluo. It's that kid Lin, and the poisoned Douluo. Yueguan's eyes ignited with determination. Behind Lin Yue, Douluo's turquoise poison soul power surged like a tide, causing the snow to turn into blackish-brown sludge upon contact with the poison mist. The sound of the poison blades slicing through the air rushed towards the red-robed Douluo. Today, let us annihilate the remnants of the Shadow Crow. The poison blades approached with incredible speed. The red-robed Douluo hastily raised his long knife in defense, only to have poison splatter upon its surface, causing the black flames to dim instantly. His expression changed drastically. By phosphor-purple mist? Douluo, how would you be here? He had long heard of the poisoned Douluo's formidable reputation, and with his fearsome presence joining the fray, his prior struggles transformed into a desperate fight for survival. Moreover, they had come from the direction of Nanjing Village, signifying that their meticulously planned scheme of over a decade had been thwarted. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue shouted to the ground, "Xuan, evil moon, I will hold back the soul Douluo, you clear the soul saints. Rong Rong, amplify speed and strength." Ning Rong Rong immediately raised the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, entwining it around Lin Yue, instantly filling his soul power. The fire patterns on the desert eagle glowed brilliantly. Locking onto the left soul Douluo, whose defenses had just been broken and was thus most vulnerable, the voice of the evil flame phoenix resonated within the magazine. Lin Yue infused his soul power into the desert eagle, activating both his 5th and 4th soul skills simultaneously. 5th soul skill, flame armor-piercing bullet. 4th soul skill, spatial shifting. The armor-piercing bullet coalesced into a stream of light and vanished, only to reappear an instant later, creating ripples in space behind the soul Douluo, striking straight for his heart. The black armored soul Douluo hastily conjured a shield, but the flames instantly adhered to it, the intense heat causing violent fluctuations in his soul power. Then, a needle-like high-temperature, evil flame pierced through the shield and plunged inward. With a piercing sound, the moment the evil flame entered his body, the black armored soul Douluo screamed and collapsed, his soul power barrier completely incinerated. Lin Yue hovered in midair, secretly chuckling. In Blue Star, armor-piercing bullets can penetrate tanks. Your flimsy soul power shield is but paper. In truth, there was another reason. When the Chrysanthemum Douluo first joined the battlefield, he had unleashed his 9th soul skill, delivering a comprehensive strike against these few soul Douluos and soul saints, leaving them all severely injured. Without this, the combined strength of the Flame Radiance team would indeed have fallen short. The fall of a single soul Douluo threw the remnants of the Shadow Crow into disarray. Hulina seized the chance, unleashing her soul skill, Star Mist Enchantment, enveloping the 2 severely injured soul saints in a pale purple mist. The Fox Shadow clone accurately struck with the enchantment mark, rendering the soul saints motionless and dazed. Moonwheel Slash. Evil Moon's silver blade cleaved into the back of Soul Saint, while the lava binding technique surged forth, ensnaring the legs of the enemy in molten rock. Zhu Qing, using her phantom steps, flashed behind the Soul Saint, her violet claws piercing through the soul core. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the 4 soul saints fell amidst pools of blood, while the remaining 2 injured soul Douluos attempted to escape, only to be driven back by Lin Yue's spatial shifting bullet, ultimately falling to the combined might of Evil Moon and Yen. The focus of the battlefield once again shifted to the 3 titled Douluos of the Shadow Crow. Dugu Bo tightened the poison mist, forming a prison. Old you, old ghost, do not hold back. The 3 individuals before them encapsulated the very essence of Shadow Crow. Eliminating them would spell the absolute demise of the organization. Yue Guan and Gue Mei exchanged a knowing glance, their soul power coalescing once more. Martial soul fusion skill, duality, stasis field. The intertwining of pink chrysanthemums and dark phantoms enveloped their adversaries in an instant, causing the flow of time to decelerate dramatically. The crimson-robed Douluo's black flame, long knife, slashed through the air at a third of its usual speed, while the armored and masked Douluo found it arduous to even muster their soul power. Employing his 9th soul skill, Chrysanthemum Remains, Yue Guan's golden flower blade cleaved through the black-armored Douluo, who was unable to even gather a defense before being impaled, their soul core shattering. Simultaneously, Gue Mei activated his 7th soul skill, Phantom Devour, summoning myriad phantoms that lunged at the masked Douluo, consuming their soul power and vitality until only a desiccated corpse remained. In the blink of an eye, only the crimson-robed Douluo stood as the core of Shadow Crow. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of his companions, despair filled his eyes. Yet he still ignited his soul power, intent on self-detonation. Even in death, I shall take you with me. Shadow Crow will not be extinguished so easily. Wishing to self-destruct? Not on my watch. Dugu Bo's poison-infused soul power coiled like chains around the crimson-robed Douluo's limbs, venom seeping into their body, paralyzing their soul power instantaneously. Yue Guan's golden soul power crystallized into a cage, the triple confinement, rendering the crimson-robed Douluo incapable of moving even a finger. At that moment, Douluo spoke. Your meticulously devised plan for years was to have that station's soul master absorb the evil flame phoenix to enhance their power. Then you would come to jointly assault the spirit hall. Alas, you failed to anticipate that I would follow you. Had I not intervened, your plan would have succeeded, granting Shadow Crow 4 titled Douluos, one of whom was a formidable tidal Douluo empowered by a 100,000-year soul ring. In that case, all the forces dispatched by the spirit hall would have been eradicated by you. Regrettably, the last of your high hopes met their end before they could even commence their absorption. The crimson-robed Douluo thrashed in madness, howling, impossible. How could Shadow Crow be obliterated? How could our decade-long scheming be unraveled by you? His lament was a mixture of bitterness and despair. Then let today be the end. Yue Guan's eyes glinted coldly, as golden soul power coalesced into sharp spikes. You have ravaged villages, imprisoned soul beasts, and committed unspeakable atrocities. Today marks your demise. The crimson-robed Douluo attempted to scream, but was silenced as Douluo's poisoned needle pierced his throat. The venom surged within, and after a brief convulsion, he breathed his last, his eyes, once filled with defiance, forever closed. With the fall of the crimson-robed Douluo, the battlefield of the westernized plains fell into a profound silence, save for the howling winds and snow. Lin Yue retracted his flame wings, the desert eagle's fiery markings fading, while Douluo dissipated the toxic mist. Yue Guan and Guanmei also withdrew their soul power, standing beside the 3 corpses of Shadow Crow to confirm that no life remained. The 6 members of the Flame Radiance team gathered, gazing at the scattered remains of Shadow Crow with expressions of relief. Finally, "It is over," said Yue as she sheathed her moonblade. "Do not let your guard down. Conduct one last sweep of the battlefield to ensure no one has escaped," Yue Guan instructed. The group dispersed, meticulously searching the vicinity. The frozen ground bore only the corpses of Shadow Crow members, with no hidden soul engineer signals or traces of other soul masters. Evidently, Shadow Crow had been completely vanquished. Lin Yue approached the body of the crimson-robed Douluo, bending to retrieve the fallen black flame long knife. The blade, now devoid of its dark fire, emitted only a faint, sinister aura. The voice of the evil flame phoenix echoed within the chamber. This knife was forged from the soul core of an evil soul master. It serves no purpose and must be destroyed to prevent further harm. Lin Yue nodded, channeling flames into the long knife, incinerating it to ash in an instant. Confirmed. There are no loose ends. Zhu Zhuqing returned from a distance, stating that within a 10-mile radius, only their presence remained. Shadow Crow had indeed been eradicated. Douluo surveyed the multitude of corpses, releasing a sigh of relief. At last, this journey to the extreme north was not in vain. We have resolved the Shadow Crow threat, avenging those villagers. He turned to Lin Yue, his eyes filled with approval. You have accomplished a great deed. Had you not discreetly signaled me to follow, these individuals would likely have escaped the extreme north alive. It is truly astonishing that an evil soul master organization could possess 3 titled Douluos. Had we not stopped the 4th, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Remember, even the 7-treasure glazed tile school, one of the top 3 sects, possesses only 2 titled Douluos. Lin Yue smiled, stroking the desert eagle. Before our expedition, I sensed an ominous premonition. This journey would be fraught with peril. Thus, I discreetly took precautions by not informing anyone and allowed Senior Douluo to shadow us. Yue Guan regarded the group, his tone softening. Very well, let us clean the battlefield and return to the extreme north branch. Nods of agreement followed as they began to clear the area, gathering and cremating the bodies of Shadow Crow members to prevent the spread of disease. After dealing with the corpses of the 3 titled Douluos, they surprisingly discovered 2 soul bones, which would ultimately need to be returned to the spirit hall. The injured soul sage received treatment and, supported by comrades, prepared to return to the branch. Lin Yue brought up the rear, observing the gradually subsiding snowstorm. As a glimmer of light emerged on the horizon, as if even the biting cold of the extreme north had softened in the wake of Shadow Crow's demise. Within the chamber, the voice of the evil flame phoenix resonated with a sense of relief. At last, we are free from worry. You can now focus on your cultivation, adapting to your current martial soul and the enhancements to your soul skills. Lin Yue felt a stirring within, lifting his gaze towards the distant direction of the extreme north branch. Though Shadow Crow had been vanquished, his path of growth continued. With the symbiosis with the evil flame phoenix and the transformation of the desert eagle, filling him with anticipation for the future. As the snowstorm abated, Sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the western ice plains, casting a soft glow upon the icy ground. The figures of the group gradually faded into the distance, moving toward the branch, marking a conclusive end to the prolonged crisis in the extreme north with the obliteration of Shadow Crow. The Flame Radiance team, having engaged with both Soul Sages and Soul Douluos, emerged not only more cohesive, but with significantly enhanced combat skills. Though they faced grievous injuries, the Soul Sages and Soul Douluos remained high-ranking Soul Masters. Chapter 47, Mourning the Fallen, continuing the legacy, preparing for the grand tournament in the extreme north. In the stone hall of the extreme north branch, the once vibrant fire pit now lay in a heap of cold ash. Against the wall to the west, 7 soul-guiding lamps flickered softly in the snow, their pale blue flames illuminating 7 wooden plaques hanging on the wall, each engraved with the name of a Soul Sage, eternal heroes forever remembered in the snowfields from this journey to the extreme north. Lin Yue stood before the memorial, the desert eagle in his grasp emanating a faint, reddish-golden glow, yet lacking its former brilliance. He gazed at the familiar names on the plaques, memories from the battlefield of the western ice plains flashing through his mind. To shield Hulayina from a Soul Douluo's assault, Wang's Soul Sage had taken a fatal blow. To allow Ning Rongrong time to unleash her enhancements, Li's Soul Sage had bravely endured the onslaught of 3 Soul Sages. 7 Soul Sages had perished in the frigid winds of the extreme north, nearly all in their efforts to protect the Flame Radiance team. They need not have died. Ning Rongrong's voice trembled, her 9-treasure glazed tile trembling in her palm. Had it not been to protect us, with their strength, even if they could not win, they would have been able to break free. Hulayina lowered her head, her fingers clenched white-knuckled, her eyes red-rimmed. It is our weakness that compelled them to pay such a heavy price. Shiyue and Yin remained silent, their fists cracking in their grasp, expressions etched with guilt. They had believed themselves capable of standing alone, yet the fact they survived this ordeal was solely due to the sacrifice of the Soul Sages. Zhu Zhuqing approached Lin Yue, her voice low. We cannot dwell in guilt. We must ensure their sacrifices hold significance. At that moment, the figure of Ghost Douluo appeared at the entrance of the memorial hall, the bloodstains on his black robe still unwashed. He regarded the group solemnly. You need not blame yourselves. This was not your fault. Before we set out, the Grand Elder Qian Daoliu had discreetly instructed that the primary mission was not to pursue Shadow Crow, but to ensure the safety of your Flame Radiance team. Even at the cost of sacrificing all the Soul Saints, we must ensure your safety. The teacher's command? Lin Yue abruptly raised his head, his eyes brimming with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the teacher would make such arrangements for their sake. The golden Douluo, Yuan, also entered, his golden soul power exuding a gentle aura as it lightly brushed against the 7 soul lanterns. Lord Qian Daoliu has stated that you are the future hope of the Spirit Hall, the core force to participate in the next Continental Soul Master competition. The treacherous North is fraught with danger. He cannot allow the future of the Spirit Hall to falter here. Those Soul Saints accepted this mission willingly. They had long prepared for sacrifice. At the moment the truth was unveiled, the silence in the hall deepened. Lin Yue gazed at the blue flames of the soul lanterns, a surge of complex emotions swelling within him, guilt, gratitude, and an overwhelming sense of responsibility. The teacher's concern and the sacrifices of the Soul Saints made him realize that they were no longer carefree children, but bearers of the Spirit Hall's aspirations for the future. We cannot let them down. Lin Yue took a deep breath, his voice resolute. We must not allow their sacrifices to be in vain. From this moment onward, we shall strive harder to enhance our abilities, and in the imminent Continental Soul Master competition, we will present our best performance, ensuring that everyone understands their sacrifices were worthwhile. Hulayina, Xiaoyu, and others nodded in unison, their guilt gradually replaced by determination. Ning Rongrong raised the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, its body shimmering with golden light in the reflection of the soul lanterns. I will enhance my soul power as soon as possible, making the amplification stronger. Next time we encounter danger, I will be able to protect everyone rather than merely hide in the rear. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fists. My speed is still insufficient. In the upcoming trials, I must break through my limits, making the phantom steps even more elusive. Observing the renewed spirit among the group, Yu Guan and Gue may exchange smiles of satisfaction. Gue may step forward, patting Lin Yue on the shoulder. Your thoughts bring solace to those soul saints who have passed. Now that the Shadow Crow has been eradicated and the crisis in the north has been resolved, it is time for us to return to the Spirit Hall to report to His Holiness the Pope and the Grand Offering. For the next 3 days, the North Branch Hall fell into a brief tranquility. Douluo used the phosphorus purple mist to aid the injured soul saints in recovering. while Yu Guan and Gue Mei organized the data from this journey to the north. Lin Yue and his team took this opportunity to familiarize themselves with their new abilities. With the assistance of the evil flame phoenix, Lin Yue firmly stabilized his soul power at level 50, while the power of the flame-piercing shell increased further. Hulaina expanded the range of her star mist charm and learned to manipulate the mist form through mental power. With Lin Yue's help, Yan's flames blended with a touch of phoenix fire, raising the temperature and enhancing its burning effect. On the fourth day at dawn, as the first light of day broke, the hall of the branch was filled with the group discussing their forthcoming plans. Gue Mei spoke first. The severely injured soul saints can now move. We will depart for the spirit hall tomorrow. Lao Yu, you should return with us. His Holiness, the Pope will surely wish to know the situation in the north at the earliest opportunity. However, Yu Guan shook his head, his gaze fixed on Lin Yue and the Yanhua team. I will not be returning. As you know, the next Continental Soul Master competition is merely a year away, and these children still need to enhance their strength. The north, with its multitude of soul beasts and complex environment, is an excellent place for training. I wish to remain and accompany them in their continued trials. Gue Mei paused, then quickly grasped Yu Guan's intent. That is acceptable. With you here, their safety is assured, and the effectiveness of their training will improve. I shall return with the remaining 3 soul saints to report, and I will convey your decision to the Grand Offering and His Holiness the Pope. At that moment, Douluo entered, a subtle chill emanating from him. I must also take my leave. The frigid weather of the north is unsuitable for my cultivation. I find the environment of the ice and fire yin-yang I'm much more comfortable. Lin, if you encounter insurmountable troubles, use the soul communicator to contact me. Although I prefer not to meddle, I am willing to assist you. Lin Yue hurried forward, bowing respectfully to Douluo. Thank you for your assistance during this time. I will certainly visit you at the ice and fire yin-yang when the opportunity arises. Douluo smiled gently, waving his hand. No need for such formality. Remember, cultivation should not be pursued with haste, especially now that you have obtained a 100,000-year soul ring and an external spirit bone. You must become thoroughly familiar with them and not waste such a rare opportunity. With that, his figure transformed into a streak of greenish-blue light, vanishing from the branch's entrance. Soaring southward, watching Douluo depart, Lin Yue felt a swell of gratitude. He turned to Gue Mei. Senior Gue Daoliu, upon returning to the spirit hall, please convey our thanks to the teacher and His Holiness the Pope. We will diligently train and not disappoint their expectations. Gue Mei nodded, a hint of contentment in her eyes. Rest assured, I will communicate your resolve to the Grand Offering and His Holiness the Pope during your trials in the north. Ensure your safety. Should danger arise, use the soul communicator to alert us, and the spirit hall will send support promptly. Lin Yue nodded. Thank you for your efforts, Senior. That afternoon, Gue Mei departed with the 3 surviving soul saints, embarking on the journey back to the spirit hall. At the entrance of the branch, Lin Yue and the Yanhua team bid them farewell, watching their figures fade into the snowstorm before returning to the branch. Yu Guan regarded the remaining group with anticipation. All right, now, it is just us. The upcoming trials will not be easy. The core region of the north is home to many powerful soul beasts, and we may even encounter soul beasts over 100,000 years old. Are you afraid? Not afraid. The 6 members of the Yanhua team replied in unison, their eyes filled with determination. Lin Yue stepped forward, his fiery wings unfurling behind him, the scarlet golden feathers glistening in the sunlight. Our goal for this training is not only to enhance our soul power, but also to refine our teamwork. In the Continental Soul Master competition, we will face geniuses from various nations and sects. Only through enduring hardships now can we present our best selves later. Yu Guan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Such spirit is commendable. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow, first heading to the Icefield Forest in the north, where many soul beasts suitable for you await, allowing you to adapt swiftly to the northern environment. That evening, the hall of the branch buzzed with preparation for the trials ahead. Ning Rongrong organized supplies in her soul communicator, categorizing various herbs and food for amplification. Zhu Zhuqing polished her claws, checking her hidden weapons within the soul communicator to ensure they were ready for use in emergencies. Xieyu and Yin sparred in the courtyard, while Hulaina sat by the fire pit, using her mental power to sense the surrounding environment, honing her perception skills. Lin Yue stood alone before the spirit hall, gazing at the blue flames of the 7 soul lanterns, softly speaking, esteemed seniors, we shall continue our training tomorrow. Rest assured, we will strive to enhance our abilities and achieve commendable results in the Continental Soul Master competition, ensuring that your sacrifices are not in vain. Within the magazine, the voice of the evil flame, Phoenix, resonated. Do not be overly sorrowful. Their sacrifices were meant to facilitate your growth. In the forthcoming training, I will assist you in mastering additional uses of the flame-piercing shell and teach you some fire techniques from the Phoenix clan, enabling your strength to grow more rapidly. Lin Yue felt warmth in his heart and nodded. Thank you. With you here, I feel more assured. We are now in a symbiotic relationship. As your strength increases, I too shall benefit. The evil flame phoenix chuckled lightly. By the way, the icefield forest in the north is home to many ice attribute soul beasts, which will serve to hone your fire attribute soul skills. My phoenix fire can counter ice attributes. Together, we will easily dispatch those soul beasts. Lin Yue smiled, turning to exit the spirit hall and walk towards the courtyard. In the courtyard, Xiaoyu and Yin continued their sparring, with golden flames and silver moon blades intertwining. The sounds of soul power colliding resonating exceptionally clearly in the snowy night. Hulaina, noticing Lin Yue, paused her perception and approached him. What are you pondering? I'm reflecting on the upcoming trials, Lin Yue replied, a smile illuminating his eyes. At last, we have the opportunity to train earnestly, free from the worry of ambushes by evil spirit masters, allowing us to focus solely on enhancing our strength. Hulaina nodded, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes. I eagerly await the Continental Soul Master Competition. I wish to witness the prowess of the other sect's geniuses and to demonstrate the might of our spirit hall. We shall indeed, Lin Yue affirmed resolutely. Not only must we showcase the strength of the spirit hall, but we must also make it known that the Yin Hui battle team is not merely a group of sheltered children relying on their elders for protection. We possess the capability to stand upon the grand stage of the continent and earn the honor that is rightfully ours. Hulaina gazed into Lin Yue's determined eyes, a smile gracing her face as she nodded gently. On the following morning, at dawn, Lin Yue and the members of the Yin Hui battle team had packed their belongings and gathered at the entrance of the branch hall. Yuguan had long awaited their arrival, his pink robe billowing in the frigid winds. Are we all prepared? He inquired. Ready. The six answered in unison. Satisfied, Yuguan nodded and raised his hand to release a golden soul power, forming a barrier that enveloped them. Let us depart. Our destination is the icebound forest. Lin Yue unfurled his fiery wings, leading Hulaina and the others in pursuit of Yuguan, soaring towards the depths of the far north. The howling winds and snow swept past them, yet were held at bay by Yuguan's protective barrier. Below, the snowfields stretched infinitely, the white ice glimmering under the sunlight, while the distant icebound forest loomed like a colossal black dragon coiling upon the northern earth. For the next year, we shall hone ourselves here, Lin Yue declared, his eyes alight with determination as he fixed his gaze on the icebound forest. Yin Hui battle team, let us drive on. Let us. Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and the others echoed, their voices resonating in the wind and snow, infused with youthful fervor and hope for the future. The frigid winds and snow of the far north bore witness to their growth and would accompany them through the trials ahead. The Continental Soul Master Competition a year hence was destined to be rendered all the more splendid by their presence. The legend of the Yin Hui battle team was but just beginning. Chapter 48, Trials in the Icebound Forest to Enhance Strength. An unexpected encounter in the cold village. The icebound forest of the far north was perpetually shrouded in a delicate layer of snow, sunlight filtering through sparse, icy branches, casting fragmented speckles of light upon the ground. Lin Yue stood beneath a fir tree large enough for three to embrace, observing the Yin Hui battle team, who were engaged in a fierce struggle with an ice bear soul beast not far off. The desert eagle in his palm radiated a faint golden glow. It was now the third month of their training in the far north, and each member had experienced a significant leap in their soul power. Laina, ensnare its vision with star mist. Xiaoyu, flank it from the side. Lin Yue's voice rang out, cutting through the winds and snow. Hulaina promptly unleashed her soul skill, star mist enchantment. The pale purple mist enveloped the ice bear, dulling its frantic movements. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyu activated his phantom steps, the silver moon blade imbued with piercing soul power, slicing toward the bear's hind leg. Roar! The ice bear howled in pain, its massive paw swiping at Xiaoyu, only to be thwarted by Yan's lava shield. Over the past 3 months, Yan's soul power had risen to level 48, and the temperature of his flame Lord Martial soul had intensified, rendering his lava shield thicker and more resilient, capable of withstanding the bear's heavy strike. Ning Rongrong raised the 9 treasure glazed tile, golden light enveloping the 3. Strength enhancement, speed enhancement, soul power enhancement. Bolstered by these enhancements, Xiaoyu struck again, inflicting a grievous wound that exposed bone on the ice bear's hind leg. Hulaina seized her chance, casting the enchantment mark upon the bear's forehead, rendering it utterly dazed. Zhu Zhuqing's figure darted like a shadow, her phantom spirit cat's claws piercing the ice bear's soul core, and soon, the ancient ice bear soul beast lay vanquished in the snow. That SA rap. Xiaoyu sheathed his moon blade, wiping the sweat from his brow, his tone brimming with exhilaration. After 3 months of training, it feels increasingly effortless to deal with soul beasts of around 10,000 years. His soul power had climbed from level 45 to 47, with significant improvements in the sharpness and control of his moon blade martial soul. Hulaina approached Lin Yue, her breath steady. Her soul power had also reached level 47, and the range of her star mist enchantment had doubled, now allowing her to manipulate the mist to create illusions, elevating it beyond mere restraint. Lin Yue, we swept through the icebound forest periphery of ice attribute soul beasts. Should we venture deeper? Lin Yue shook his head, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing, who was inspecting the ice bear's corpse. Not just yet. Let us wait until Zhuqing fully acclimates to her new soul ring. Upon hearing her name, Zhu Zhuqing looked up and smiled. 3 months prior, when she had just broken through level 40, they had encountered a 6,000-year-old snow leopard soul beast deep in the icebound forest. The snow leopard's incredible speed and ability to manipulate ice and snow to conceal itself perfectly aligned with Zhu Zhuqing's agile and offensive role. At that time, Lin Yue had used spatial teleportation to restrain the snow leopard, while Hulaina had interfered with star mist. Together, the Yin Hui battle team had succeeded in subduing the leopard. After absorbing the soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing had gained her 4th soul skill, phantom snow concealment, enabling her to blend into her surroundings and increase her speed by 50 for a short duration. Coupled with her original phantom steps, she had become the most agile shadow assassin in the team, her soul power stabilizing at level 42. Though she progressed slightly slower than the others, her soul skills proved invaluable, often delivering critical ambushes in battle. Ning Rongrong joined them, her 9-treasure glazed tile spinning in her palm. My soul power has reached level 43. I can now provide 4 layers of enhancements to 4 individuals simultaneously, and the soul power consumption has significantly decreased. As a support-type soul master, her advancement directly amplified the team's combat capabilities, particularly in battles against high-level soul beasts, where her enhancements frequently enabled her companions to transcend their limits. Lin Yue surveyed his comrades, pride swelling within him. Over the past 3 months, his own soul power had risen from level 50 to 51. Under the guidance of the evil flame phoenix, he had not only mastered the use of the flame armor-piercing shell, but had also developed new combinations of soul skills, merging the spatial teleportation shell with the armor-piercing shell, allowing it to explode with double flame intensity upon re-emerging from the spatial rift, a blow even ancient soul beasts could not withstand. Everyone seems weary, came the distant voice of the titled Duo Yuguan, who had just finished surveying the surrounding area. There are numerous 10,000-year soul beasts deeper within the icebound forest. Given your current state, it would be too perilous to venture in recklessly. There is a small village 50 miles ahead. Let us rest there for a few days and replenish our supplies before making further plans. The group nodded in agreement. After 3 months of intensive training, everyone felt a bit fatigued, and the prospect of resting in a warm village was undoubtedly welcome. Lin Yue stowed away the desert eagle and unfurled his fiery wings. Let us go, aiming to reach the village before nightfall. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they finally caught sight of the village's outline. Nestled beside a hot spring, the quaint village boasted several wooden houses scattered harmoniously, wisps of smoke curling from the rooftops, and the tantalizing aroma of cooked meals wafting through the air, starkly contrasting with the chill of the icebound forest. I never anticipated such warmth could exist so far north. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, unable to contain her wonder as she stretched her hand to savor the warmth in the air. The steam from the hot spring elevated the village's temperature by several degrees, causing much of the accumulated snow to melt away. The villagers, though initially wary upon seeing Lin Yue and his companions, greeted them with warmth once they learned they were soul masters seeking refuge. The village elder, a gray-haired man, promptly arranged for 2 spacious wooden houses for them to stay in and had villagers bring hot water and food. After their meal, Lin Yue stepped outside the wooden house alone to explore the village's surroundings. As he approached the village entrance, he noticed a tall young man slowly trudging towards the village, carrying a bundle of firewood taller than himself. The youth appeared to be around 13 or 14 years of age, yet he possessed a stature akin to that of an adult. His broad shoulders and exceptionally large hands, calloused at the knuckles, were clear indicators of a life spent laboring in the woods, chopping firewood. This boy, named Liu Erden, was an orphan. The village chief's voice resonated from behind, as he gazed at the boy's silhouette with a hint of sympathy. At the age of 8, Liu Erden had awakened a soul power rated at level 9, but tragically, he had not manifested a martial soul. Without a martial soul, even possessing soul power rendered him unable to cultivate. Thus, he had spent the years relying solely on chopping wood for sustenance. Lin Yue felt a stirring within him. A level 9 soul power at awakening was already considered genius level. However, he had never before encountered someone who had failed to awaken a martial soul. As he scrutinized Liu Erden, he noted that although the boy was clad in tattered cotton clothing, he stood tall and bore the burden of heavy firewood without a hint of struggle. The muscular definition in his arms was distinctly visible, showcasing a strength that far surpassed that of his peers. Liu Erden seemed to sense their gaze and turned to look over his shoulder. His eyes were innocent, and upon seeing Lin Yue, he shyly lowered his head and quickened his pace into the village. This child is unfortunate, the village chief sighed. The villagers care for him, yet without a martial soul. He will remain bound to this village, forever chopping wood. If he had a martial soul, with his innate level 9 soul power, he might have become a significant figure. Lin Yue remained silent, but a thought flickered through his mind. He recalled a type of martial soul from the era of Huayu Hao, one that was not a conventional weapon or beast martial soul, but rather a martial soul embodied within the practitioner's own physical attributes, such as arms, legs, or even eyes. Ancient texts refer to this phenomenon as the body martial soul. Body martial souls were exceedingly rare. During awakening, they were often mistaken for individuals without a martial soul, as they did not condense into a physical form like weapon martial souls, nor display the characteristics of beast martial souls. Only when soul power was pushed to its limits would their unique abilities manifest. Furthermore, once awakened, a body martial soul would enhance the relevant physical attributes as soul power increased, particularly for martial souls linked to fists or arms, which could dominate in close combat against equivalent beast martial souls. Village Chief, does Liu Erden possess any other remarkable traits beyond chopping firewood? Lin Yue inquired. The village chief pondered for a moment before responding. His strength is indeed extraordinary. He could lift stones weighing 100 pounds by the age of 7 or 8. And now he can carry over 300 pounds of firewood. Moreover, his hands are exceptionally sturdy. Last time he accidentally cut himself with an axe. The wound healed by the next day, recovering much faster than an ordinary person. Lin Yue's suspicions grew stronger. Great strength and rapid recovery were classic indicators of a body martial soul. He promptly turned towards the wooden cottage and said, "Village Chief, I shall fetch someone. Perhaps we can assist Liu Erden." Before long, Lin Yue found Jude Douluo Yuguan and relayed his conjecture. Yuguan's eyes widened slightly in surprise as he listened. A body martial soul? Such a martial soul has not appeared on the continent for hundreds of years. Are you certain you did not misjudge? Well, I am uncertain. It is worth investigating, Lin Yue replied. Liu Erden possesses innate level 9 soul power, along with extraordinary strength and recovery abilities, all of which align with the characteristics of a body martial soul. If he truly harbors such a martial soul, it would be a grave misfortune for it to remain dormant. Yuan nodded. Very well, let us go and see. Awakening a body martial soul requires guiding the soul power to coalesce within the relevant physical attribute. I will provide the guidance, while you observe the flow of his soul power. When the two approached Liu Erden, he was sharpening an axe beside the millstone at the village entrance. Upon noticing Lin Yue and Yuguan, Liu Erden appeared anxious, dropping the axe as if to flee, but Lin Yue called out, "Erden, we wish to assist you in attempting to awaken your martial soul. Would you be willing?" Liu Erden froze, disbelief filling his eyes. Awaken a martial soul? But the awakening master said, "I have no martial soul. We shall discover the truth through trial." Yuguan said gently, "Do not fear, I will not harm you. I merely wish to use my soul power to assist you." After a moment's hesitation, Liu Erden finally nodded. Becoming a soul master had been his lifelong dream, and even the slightest glimmer of hope was too precious to relinquish. Yuguan instructed Liu Erden to sit upon the millstone while he positioned himself before him, summoning a strand of golden soul power at his fingertips and lightly pressing it against Liu Erden's forehead. "Relax, do not resist. Allow my soul power to flow through your meridians," he whispered softly, as the golden soul power gradually infused Liu Erden's body, spreading through his veins to his limbs. Lin Yue stood attentively by, closely observing. He could distinctly see that as Yuguan's soul power coursed through Liu Erden, the majority of it converged towards his hands. The meridians in his hands were notably thicker than those in other areas, and as the soul power flowed through them, a faint earthy glow emanated. Indeed, There is a peculiarity. Yuguan's voice rang out, intensifying his soul power output, which concentrated in Liu Erden's hands. The hands had already adapted to the flow of soul power. This was a clear sign of a body martial soul. Lin Yue, use your fire attribute soul power to stimulate the soul power within his hands, prompting the martial soul to manifest. Lin Yue immediately complied, conjuring a gentle flame of soul power at his fingertips and lightly applying it to Liu Erden's hands. Under the stimulation of the fire attribute soul power, the earthy glow surrounding Liu Erden's hands brightened significantly. He suddenly felt a surge of warmth radiating from his hands, causing him to instinctively clench his fists. A soft explosion resounded, and Liu Erden's hands erupted in a dazzling earthy light. Once the brilliance subsided, his hands appeared larger, with intricate patterns emerging on the surface, resembling the hardness of rock. A faint aura of soul power enveloped his fists, exuding an astonishing sense of strength. This is... Liu Erden gazed at his hands, his eyes brimming with shock and elation. My martial soul? I have awakened my martial soul. Yuguan retracted his soul power, a smile gracing his countenance. Indeed, this is your martial soul, the body martial soul of your fists. Your innate soul power has congregated in your hands. Thus they are your martial soul, and a rare power-type body martial soul at that. Lin Yue approached, looking at Liu Erden's fists with a sense of gratification. Now that you possess a martial soul, you can cultivate your soul power. Your body martial soul is formidable. With diligent training, you shall undoubtedly become a powerful soul master. Liu Erden gazed at his hands, then looked at Lin Yue and Yuguan, suddenly kneeling before them and bowing deeply. Thank you, sirs. Thank you. I can finally become a soul master. The village chief and the villagers, hearing the commotion, gathered around. Upon witnessing Liu Erden's martial soul, they could not contain their exuberance. Finally, their humble village had produced a soul master capable of cultivation, a momentous occasion indeed. Yuguan helped Liu Erden to his feet, gently stating, "There is no need for hasty gratitude. In the coming days, I will teach you the fundamental methods of soul power cultivation. Once you are initiated, we can determine the path you wish to pursue." Liu Erden nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with determination. He understood that from this moment forth, his life would be irrevocably altered. Meanwhile, Lin Yue observed the boy's retreating figure, a new thought forming in his mind. Perhaps, on the journey of the Yan Hui battle team, another companion would soon join their ranks. It felt as though an invisible hand was guiding the development of the Yan Hui battle team, while far away in the Stardow Forest. The Shrek's 7 monsters were undergoing their own trials, with 3 among them bearing forth soul rings shimmering with a pitch-black radiance. In the original timeline, only Tang San possessed a 10,000-year soul ring, suggesting that the Shrek's 7 monsters had also encountered remarkable opportunities. Chapter 49. The Awakening of a Genius. Wings of the Yan Hui team to embark on a new journey. As dusk settled, the wooden cottage in the northernmost village glowed warmly with the flickering light of a campfire. Liu Erden sat upon a mat, his hands resting on his knees, his expression a blend of anxiety and anticipation, while Lin Yue stood opposite him, holding a crystal infused with soul power, ready to impart the fundamental principles of soul power operation. The cultivation of an innate martial soul differs significantly from that of an ordinary martial soul. Your soul power's origin resides within your hands. During its operation, it is imperative to channel the soul power through your meridians, directing it to converge in the palms without allowing it to disperse to other areas. Lin Yue extended the crystal before Erdan, guiding him to feel the flow of soul power in accordance with his instructions. Erdan nodded, closed his eyes, and focused his mind as Lin Yue had advised. Initially, his soul power moved sluggishly, akin to a meandering stream within the meridians. However, before long, a wave of warmth surged from his palms, an instinctive response of the innate martial soul, causing the soul power to accelerate its flow autonomously, drawn by the palm's allure. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Yue's eyes. Typically, an ordinary soul master requires at least half a day to smoothly operate their soul power. Yet Erdan had discovered the key in merely a quarter of an hour. Even more astonishing developments awaited. After a night's rest, a faint halo enveloped Erdan, and the fluctuations of his soul power intensified. The previously formidable 9th-level soul barrier crumbled like thin paper, propelling him to the 10th level. Transitioning from level 9 to 10 typically demands at least half a month of training for an ordinary soul master. Yet Erdan accomplished this feat overnight. He suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at his hands aglow with a soft luminescence, his voice quivering with excitement. I've reached level 10. Lin Yue, I can absorb a soul ring now. Lin Yue nodded with a smile, secretly marveling at Dan's extraordinary talent. Innate 9th level soul power combined with an innate martial soul is a rare gift indeed. Do not rush. Tomorrow morning, we shall venture into the nearby forest to find a suitable soul beast for you. Your innate martial soul is based on your fists, excelling in close combat and defense. It will be prudent to select a soul ring that enhances strength or defense, preferably one of higher age than what an ordinary soul master would typically consider. The endurance on innate martial soul is double that of a common martial soul, allowing for the absorption of soul beasts up to 800 years of age. At dawn the following day, Lin Yue led Dan into the coniferous forest near the village, having ventured less than 3 miles into the woods. A heavy footfall resonated from ahead. A snow-white wild boar, its tusks glinting ominously, was foraging for frozen berries in the snow. It was indeed an 800-year-old frost wild boar. This soul beast possessed a rugged hide and formidable strength, capable of exhaling frigid air, perfectly aligning with Dan's role as a close combat bulwark. Remember, reinforce your fists with soul power, brace yourself against its charge, and wait for an opportunity to strike its eyes, which are its weak point. Lin Yue stepped aside, granting Dan space. Taking a deep breath, Dan summoned his soul power in his hands and charged towards the frost wild boar. Startled, the boar lifted its head and exhaled a blast of cold air as it charged at Dan. Unflinching, Dan crossed his fist before him with a resounding crash. The boar's impact sent him back 2 steps, yet his hands remained unscathed, while the boar's tusks trembled from the force. A splendid opportunity. A fierce glimmer sparked in Dan's eyes. Seizing the moment while the boar was momentarily dazed, he leaped forward, channeling soul power into his fists, and struck fiercely at the boar's eyes. With a sickening squelch, the boar let out a piercing scream as its eye was crushed, thrashing wildly in the snow. Dan denied it any chance to recover, raining down a flurry of punches upon its head until the beast lay lifeless. Lin Yue approached, observing Dan's hands, which trembled slightly yet remained resolute. He nodded in approval. Well done. Now absorb the soul ring. Do not be anxious. Your innate martial soul can easily withstand it. Following Lin Yue's instructions, Dan seated himself cross-legged, guiding the soul ring of the frost wild boar towards himself. The pale yellow soul ring spiraled around him, gradually merging into his being without the pain typical of an ordinary soul master absorbing a high-age soul ring. Instead, a refreshing wave of soul power coursed through his meridians, fortifying his fists and granting him a measure of resistance to cold. His first soul skill, Shattering Fist. Dan attempted to activate the soul skill. His fists glimmered with an interplay of pale blue and earthy yellow light. He struck a nearby tree trunk, and with a resounding crack, the trunk, as thick as a bowl, splintered instantly. That afternoon, Lin Yue returned with Dan to the village, officially introducing the new member to the Flame Radiance team. This is Dan, with an innate martial soul of dual fists, now at level 10. He will serve as our frontline defense. Welcome aboard. Ning Rongrong was the first to wave cheerfully. With Dan around, I won't have to worry about you all charging ahead without anyone to absorb damage. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Though your speed may not match mine, your strength and defense are formidable. We can coordinate in battle. I will strike from behind while you hold the front. Dan looked at the enthusiastic group, a bashful smile spreading across his dark face as he nodded vigorously. I will strive diligently and not hold everyone back. The battle Douluo Continent added with a smile. With Dan on the team, your configuration is now more complete. Rest for 2 days, and then we shall continue our training deeper into the icy plains. After a 2-day respite, the Flame Radiance team embarked once more on their journey of cultivation. This time, their target was the deeper regions of the icy forest, where they would encounter more high-age ice attribute soul beasts, ideal for enhancing their strength. Over the next 4 months, the group spent nearly every day engaged in battles, setting out in the morning amidst wind and snow, taking refuge in temporary tents at noon, and seeking safe caves to camp in by evening. From the 8,000-year-old ice spike lizard to the 10,000-year-old cold moon fox, and then to the 15,000-year-old ice armored bear, the soul beasts they faced grew increasingly powerful, and their teamwork became ever more harmonious. Dan's rate of advancement was nothing short of remarkable. With Lin Yue's specialized guidance on cultivating his innate martial soul, coupled with his inherent talent, he ascended to level 20 within 4 months. Mastering the Shattering Fist to perfection and leveraging the advantages of his innate martial soul, withstanding the attacks of 2,000-year old soul beasts. In every skirmish, he led the charge, absorbing enemy attacks with his fists to create openings for Hulayina and Xiaoyu to unleash their assaults. Yan's progress was also noteworthy. As the team's primary damage dealer, he poured his all into each battle. The temperature of his flame, Lord Martial soul, escalated, and the potency of his lava eruption, soul skill, increased severalfold. One fateful morning, while the team was engaged in a fierce struggle against the 10,000-year-old ice flame tiger, Yan's soul power suddenly erupted. Boom! Golden flames erupted from within him, instantly melting the surrounding ice and snow, as his soul power surged from level 49 to 50. His soul rings pulsated vigorously, even suppressing the ice flame tiger's fiery attacks with his golden fire. I've broken through. I'm at level 50, Yin shouted excitedly, conjuring an even larger flame in his hand as he struck the ice flame tiger, defeating it utterly. Yue Guan landed beside Yin, feeling the fluctuations of his soul power. His eyes filled with satisfaction. Well done. Achieving a breakthrough from level 48 to 50 in just 4 months, and during battle no less. Your foundation is solid. Level 50 is a significant milestone. We must promptly seek a suitable 5th soul ring to elevate your strength further. Lin Yue approached the group, addressing them. With Yin reaching level 50 and Dan at level 20, let's find a secure location to pause and deliberate on soul ring selections before delving deeper. The team found a sheltered valley and kindled a campfire. Yin spoke first, anticipation lacing his tone. I wish to seek a 15,000-year-old ice flame wolf. Our team's current output is sufficient. Hulayina provides charm control, and Zhu Zhuqing excels in ambushes. I require a soul skill that can supplement control. The Ice Flame Wolf's soul skill, Ice Flame Bind, can scorch enemies while slowing them down, perfectly complementing my fire attributes and addressing our team's control deficiencies. Yue Guan nodded in agreement. Ice Flame Wolves are distributed in the Snow Wolf Valley deep within the icy plains, and their age is suitable. This choice is quite prudent. Dan, what about you? At level 20, you need a 2nd soul ring. What type of soul beast are you considering? Dan scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness in his gaze as he looked towards Lin Yue. I am not knowledgeable in such matters. Lin Yue, please help me choose. I will follow your lead. Lin Yue smiled, his gaze falling upon Dan's hands. Your role is that of a close combat bulwark. Your 2nd soul ring must enhance defense and strength, ideally with some sustainability as well. I have a soul beast in mind, the 1,000-year-old snow demon titan. This formidable soul beast resides deep within the Titan Valley of the icy plains. Though it has a mere millennium of existence, its thick skin and immense strength are remarkable. It possesses the ability to absorb the power of ice and snow to restore its defensive capabilities. Its soul skill, Titan Guardian, envelopes your fists in a shield of ice and snow, effectively doubling your defense, while also reflecting a portion of the damage, making it the perfect fit for you. Snow Demon Titan? Erden's eyes sparkled with excitement. That sounds incredibly powerful. I'll heed Brother Lin Yue's advice. Ning Rongrong added. The ice and snow shield of the Snow Demon Titan can also protect us from the attacks of ice attribute soul beasts. In future encounters with ice-type foes, Erden's role will be even more significant. Moreover, a millennium's lifespan is perfectly manageable for a level 20 innate martial soul, posing no risk. Hulayina nodded in agreement. The Snow Wolf Valley is not far from Titan Valley. We can first head to Snow Wolf Valley to assist Yin in finding the Ice Flame Wolf, and then proceed to Titan Valley to seek out the Snow Demon Titan. Along the way, we can continue our training. Yue Guan stood up and clapped his hands. Then it is settled. Everyone should rest for the night to replenish their energy. We shall set off to Snow Wolf Valley early tomorrow. Remember, the soul beasts deep within the icy plains grow increasingly formidable, especially those over 10,000 years old, each with their own territory. In the event of danger, we must unite immediately and avoid acting alone. The atmosphere around the campfire grew particularly lively, with Yin on the verge of acquiring his 5th soul ring and Erden about to receive his 2nd. The strength of the Yin Hui battle team was poised for another leap. As night deepened, the wind howled through the valley. Yet it could not extinguish the fighting spirit gleaming in their eyes. Lin Yue gazed at his companions, filled with anticipation. Soon, they would be prepared to confront the challenges of the Continental Soul Master Competition with newfound strength. Chapter 50. The Hunt in Snow Wolf Valley for the Ice Flame. A startling encounter in Titan Valley. The winds in Snow Wolf Valley were fiercer than those in the icy forest, whipping sharp ice shards against their faces like needles. Steep icy cliffs flanked both sides of the valley entrance, adorned with icicles several meters long, reflecting a blinding cold light in the sunlight. This was the territory of the Ice Flame Wolf, the destination of the Yanhui team. Refrain from releasing your soul power. The Ice Flame Wolf is highly sensitive to fluctuations in soul energy. Duke Douluo stood beneath the icy cliff, channeling a thread of faint golden soul power to envelop the group in a thin barrier. There are only 3 Ice Flame Wolves in the valley. 2 are around 5,000 years old, while the other, exuding a powerful aura, should be the one we seek, with an age of approximately 13,000 years. Following Yueguan's pointed direction, Lin Yue discerned a flickering orange-red light deep within the valley, the flames on the Ice Flame Wolf strikingly visible against the snow. Zhu Qing, circle behind it and use the nether snow veil to restrain it. Do not let it escape. Laina, employ the Star Mist Charm to disrupt its judgment. Xie Yin, look for an opportunity to attack. First eliminate the 2 lower-aged wolves, then focus on the primary target. The group swiftly divided their roles and stealthily advanced towards the valley, blending into the shadows cast by the icy cliffs. The deeper they ventured, the hotter the air became, as the flames of the Ice Flame Wolf intertwined with the frigid northern chill, creating a thin layer of mist on the ground that was slippery beneath their feet. Before long, the silhouettes of 3 Ice Flame Wolves came into view. 2 younger ones were gnawing on the frozen carcass of an ice bear, while the 13,000-year-old Ice Flame Wolf lay regally atop a rock, its fur a striking mix of red and white, each breath exhaling a chilling mist laced with embers, melting the snow around it into puddles of water. Engage, Lin Yue commanded softly, initiating his soul skill. His 4th soul skill, spatial shifting, manifested as a fiery armor-piercing projectile appeared behind one of the lesser Ice Flame Wolves. With a resounding bang, the bullet pierced through its soul core, and the creature collapsed silently onto the snow. The other younger Ice Flame Wolf, startled, lifted its head and lunged toward Xie Yue. Prepared, Xie Yue unleashed the Moonblade Storm, a whirlwind of silver moon blades ensnaring the Ice Flame Wolf, while Yin seized the moment to deliver a lava burst, engulfing the beast in golden flames. In mere moments, both lesser Ice Flame Wolves had been vanquished. The adult Ice Flame Wolf, now enraged, rose to its full height of 3 meters, unleashing a torrent of red and white flames towards Lin Yue. The flames, a harrowing blend of frostbite and searing heat, scorched the snow beneath it, instantly vaporizing it before refreezing into shards of ice. Molten bind, golden magma erupted from the ground, ensnaring the Ice Flame Wolf's limbs and anchoring it in place. Zhu Qing swiftly maneuvered behind it, her nether claws slashing with a purple glow, deeply raking into its hind leg, staining the snow with crimson. The Ice Flame Wolf howled in agony, attempting to break free, but Erden's rock fist struck its head repeatedly. Lin Yue seized the opportunity, unleashing his 5th soul skill, the flame armor-piercing bullet, which accurately struck its chest. The fiery explosion of crimson gold pierced through its defenses, directly targeting its soul core. Yin, recognizing the chance, executed the final strike. With a soft thud, the Ice Flame Wolf's body trembled violently before its struggles ceased, its massive form crashing to the ground. The red and white flames enveloping it gradually extinguished, leaving behind a soul ring radiating a dense black soul power, slowly revolving above its corpse. Success, Yin exclaimed, approaching eagerly to sense the soul ring's aura, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The age of the soul ring was just right. The Ice Flame binding soul skill would surely succeed. He settled into a cross-legged position, guiding the soul ring towards himself. As the soul ring integrated into his being, a wave of red and white soul power radiated around him. The originally pure golden flames began to shimmer with a hint of frosty chill. He opened his eyes wide, conjuring a sphere of red and white flames in his right hand and hurling it at a nearby ice column. Upon impact, the flames did not instantly melt it. Instead, they entwined around it like vines, forming a thin layer of ice on the surface while scorching it with charred marks. It worked. My 5th soul skill, Ice Flame Binding. Yin rose, exhilarated, raising his fist. Not only could it scorch enemies, but it could also slow them down, making the team's control even more stable in the future. Yueguan approached with a satisfied nod. Excellent choice with that soul ring. Now that Yan's soul ring is resolved, we must head to Titan Valley to assist Erden in finding the Snow Demon Titan. Departing Snow Wolf Valley, the group made their way toward Titan Valley. The further north they traveled, the colder the weather became, the air seemingly on the verge of freezing. The accumulated snow on the ground was over a meter thick, requiring considerable soul power with each step. Titan Valley lay at the center of a vast, icy expanse, surrounded by towering ice peaks. A thick layer of dark ice covered the cliffs at the valley entrance, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. Just as they were about to step into the valley, Yue Guan suddenly halted, his expression shifting dramatically. He raised his hand to stop the group. "Do not proceed any further." His voice trembled slightly, and golden soul power radiated outwards, forming a barrier to shield them. Within this valley lies an exceedingly terrifying presence, far surpassing 100,000-year soul beast. A chill ran through the group, and they promptly halted. Lin Yue furrowed his brow, channeling his soul power to sense the atmosphere. But as soon as his perception extended toward the valley entrance, it was forcefully repelled by an overwhelming wave of cold. This aura felt like a slumbering giant beast. Though it had not fully awakened, it still rendered his soul power sluggish and made breathing difficult. Far surpassing 100,000 years, Shi Yue's complexion paled. How could such a powerful soul beast exist in the extreme north? Even 100,000-year soul beast wouldn't exert such oppressive pressure. Suddenly, Lin Yue recalled the era of Huiyu Hao, his pupils constricting in realization. "I know what it is. It is the Titan Snow Demon King, one of the three great kings of the extreme north. This soul beast is among the oldest of its kind, at least 200,000 years old, commanding the powers of ice and snow in the extreme north, with defenses and strength far exceeding those of ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts. Even titled Douluo would hesitate to provoke it. 200,000 years. Erden could not help but exclaim in shock, instinctively taking a step back. Is the Snow Demon Titan still inside? Yue Guan shook his head, his tone grave. Let alone searching for a soul ring, it is already a feat for us to remain undetected, although that ominous presence has not locked onto us. Should we take another step forward, it would undoubtedly alert it. The soul power of a 200,000-year soul beast can only be matched if all the offerings of the Hall of Offerings are mobilized. Hugina's complexion turned pale. What shall we do then? The second soul ring for Erden is still unfound. Are we to abandon it? Let's first seek a concealed refuge to discuss our strategy, Lin Yue suggested, surveying their surroundings. He pointed towards a wind-sheltered area behind a nearby ice peak, where a natural snow cave awaited. We could take shelter there. It will at least shield us from the biting cold and make it less likely for the Titan Snow Demon King to discover us. The group promptly moved towards the snow cave, with Yue Guan continuously emitting a soul power barrier, carefully avoiding the valley's mouth. The snow cave was modest in size, accommodating around 7 to 8 individuals, its interior dry and windless, with a thin layer of snow covering the ground. After a slight use of soul power to clear it, they could comfortably sit. Lin Yue ignited a flame, the warm glow dispelling the chill within the cave. As they gathered around the fire, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Yue Guan spoke first. The aura of the Titan Snow Demon King is remarkably stable. It seems to be in deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. However, its perception range is vast, and as long as we remain in the vicinity of Titan Valley, we risk detection. Could we not circumvent to the opposite side of the valley to seek the Snow Demon Titan? Erden whispered, still reluctant to relinquish what he deemed an essential soul ring for his advancement as a soul master. Ning Rongrong shook her head. That is not feasible. Titan Valley is circular. Regardless of the direction we approach from, we will inevitably enter the perception range of the Titan Snow Demon King. Moreover, the Snow Demon Titans are communal soul beasts, likely residing deep within the valley, perilously close to the domain of the Titan Snow Demon King. We cannot approach them at all. Hugina furrowed her brow. Should we consider a different soul beast? Besides the Snow Demon Titan, are there any other defensive soul beasts suitable for Erden in the extreme north? Lin Yue pondered for a moment before responding. There are indeed alternatives, such as the ice-armored tortoise, which boasts formidable defense at around 1,000 years. However, its soul skill provides only basic defense without any rebound capability, rendering it far less practical than the Titan Guardian of the Snow Demon Titan. Furthermore, Erden possesses a body martial soul, with his first soul ring already at 800 years. Choosing a different soul beast would squander his innate talent. Shi Yue added, having come this far, it would be a waste of time to seek another soul beast now. The Continental Soul Master competition is merely 6 months away. We have little time to spare. Yue Guan fell silent for a moment, gently tapping his fingers against his knee. We have 2 options now. One is to wait until the Titan Snow Demon King falls into a deeper slumber, during which its perception range will diminish, allowing us to quietly approach the Snow Demon Titan for a swift resolution. The other is to take a detour to find the ice-armored tortoise, though its soul skill is inferior to that of the Snow Demon Titan. Its defensive capabilities far exceed those of the Snow Demon Titan, and it lacks the formidable soul beast protection. All eyes turned to Erden and Lin Yue. With Erden being the master of the soul ring and Lin Yue the core decision-maker of the team. Erden glanced at Lin Yue and then at the others. Clenching his teeth, I wish to wait. Lin Yue says the Snow Demon Titan's soul skill is most suited for me. I do not want to squander this opportunity. Our team is exceptionally strong. If we proceed with caution, we will undoubtedly succeed. Lin Yue nodded, a flicker of determination in his gaze. I too agree to wait. As the Titan Snow Demon King slumbers, its aura will gradually weaken. Once its aura diminishes to its lowest point, we shall seize the chance to enter. And within half an hour, we can locate and resolve a 1,000-year Snow Demon Titan. If after 3 days there is still no opportunity, we shall proceed to the Ice Crystal Valley. Yet, as 3 days elapsed, no opportunities arose, and the group had no choice but to venture to the Ice Crystal Valley in search of the Ice Armored Tortoise. Chapter 51. Capturing the Armored Tortoise in Ice Crystal Valley, adding protection to the body, martial soul. The chill of the Ice Crystal Valley surpassed that of Titan Valley, yet it lacked the suffocating, oppressive aura. The valley was adorned with translucent ice crystal pillars, some reaching several dozen meters high, where sunlight refracted through the ice crystals, casting a kaleidoscope of hues upon the icy ground, creating a layered blue glow reminiscent of a glass world sculpted from ice and snow. Hujia, have you detected the aura of the Ice Armored Tortoise? Lin Yue halted, the desert eagle in his palm shimmering with a faint crimson light. The overwhelming ice attribute soul power here instinctively compelled his martial soul to channel Flame's soul power for defense. Hugina employed her mental detection. I found it. 3 miles to the northeast, amidst the ice crystal pile, the aura is stable. It appears to be in hibernation, approximately 1,100 years old. Perfect for Erden. The group advanced towards the direction Hugina indicated, and as they drew nearer to their target, the air thickened with the icy aura, each breath stinging with cold. Soon, an image of a soul beast nestled within the ice crystal pile came into view. It was indeed the Ice Armored Tortoise. Its size akin to that of a grinding disc, entirely encased in a thick shell of ice. The shell bore diamond-shaped ice patterns, each emitting a faint blue luminescence, as if sculpted from millennium-old profound ice. Its head and limbs were retracted within its shell, revealing only 2 tightly shut ice-blue eyes, almost blending seamlessly with the surrounding ice crystals. This Ice Armored Tortoise has a sufficiently thick shell. Ordinary attacks are unlikely to penetrate its defenses, Shi Yue assessed, the moon blade at her fingertips gleaming with silver light. Lin Yue, we must rely on your armor-piercing bullet to breach its defenses. Otherwise, Erden's fists will not make an impact. Lin Yue nodded, slowly raising the Desert Eagle, soul power coursing along the gun's body. The crimson golden ember at the muzzle pulsating with increasing intensity. Erden, I will shoot an armor-piercing bullet at its underbelly. That is its weak point. Once I injure it, you must rush in immediately to deliver the finishing blow, leaving no chance for retaliation. Understood. Erden clenched his fists, soul power coalescing in his palms. His gaze firmly fixed on the underbelly of the Ice Armored Tortoise, where the ice armor was thinner than on its back, the blue luminescence also slightly dimmer. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yue squeezed the trigger. First soul skill, flame armor-piercing bullet. The crimson golden bullet, radiating a scorching aura, swiftly sliced through the icy mist, accurately striking the underbelly of the Ice Armored Tortoise. With a sharp crack, the ice patterns on its underbelly shattered instantly, the faint blue luminescence flashing violently. The previously closed eyes suddenly widened, emitting a piercing shriek as Erden surged forward like an arrow, his fists imbued with soul power crashing down onto the tortoise's underbelly. Bang! 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 3 consecutive punches, each imbued with tremendous force. With each blow heavier than the last, the ice-armored tortoise convulsed twice before its life force extinguished, the surrounding blue luminescence gradually dimming. All set, Erden retracted his fists, gazing at the fallen ice-armored tortoise, a broad grin spreading across his face. This was his first independent kill of a millennium-old soul beast. Though aided by Lin Yue, it bolstered his confidence in his own strength. Lin Yue approached, inspecting the corpse of the ice-armored tortoise. Absorb it. The body martial soul can handle a millennium soul ring without issue. Erden settled into a meditative position, following Lin Yue's instructions, extending his right hand to draw forth the soul ring of the Ice Armored Tortoise. The faint purple soul ring slowly ascended, encircling him 3 times before merging into his palm and flowing into his body. There was no agony associated with absorbing a high-year soul ring, only a refreshing surge of soul power coursing through his meridians, ultimately converging in his fists, leaving a subtle purple radiance upon them. Second soul skill, Turtle Shell Defense. Erden instinctively activated his new soul skill, and a faint blue silhouette of a turtle shell materialized on his back. Though ethereal, it radiated a solid defensive aura, gently shifting to cover his chest, akin to donning an invisible armor. It worked, Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands. Erden now possesses a defensive soul skill. Our team's front line will be much more secure. Yet, amidst the celebrations for Erden, the titled Douluo knelt, gently touching the corpse of the ice-armored tortoise. His brow slightly furrowed. His fingertips shimmered with a faint golden soul power, gently gliding along the shell of the ice-armored turtle. A hint of perplexity flickering in his gaze. Something felt amiss with the turtle's shell. Amiss? Lin Yue leaned closer, questioning whether it was a problem with the material. Yu Guan shook his head, intensifying the output of his soul power, as the golden energy penetrated the turtle's shell like delicate threads. Ordinarily, the shell of an ice-armored turtle serves only a defensive purpose, merely radiating a glow when infused with soul power. Yet this one. Look! The crowd followed the direction of Yu Guan's finger, witnessing the turtle's shell slowly detach from the corpse, hovering in midair. The icy patterns upon it reignited with a vibrant blue luminescence, even more intense than before, and one could discern subtle flows of soul power coursing through the patterns, as if imbued with life. Is this the fluctuation of a soul bone? Hu Lai's eyes widened in astonishment. How could a mere 1,000-year soul beast produce a soul bone? The probability of a soul bone's emergence is exceedingly low, with the chance of a 1,000-year soul beast generating one being less than 1 in 10,000. The group dismissed it as an illusion, yet Yu Guan's subsequent words left them all in shock. It is not an ordinary soul bone, but an external soul bone. An external soul bone. Lin Yue's head snapped up, disbelief etched across his features. His own external soul bone had only been produced by a 100,000-year evil flame phoenix, while Zhu Zhuqing's tiger tail stemmed from a soul beast over 10,000 years old. External soul bones are 100 times rarer than regular soul bones, typically only manifesting in a select few soul beasts. For a 1,000-year soul beast to produce an external soul bone is sheer luck of astronomical proportions. Yu Guan delicately cradled the floating shell in his hands, the golden soul power enveloping it with care. Indeed, this shell can autonomously absorb soul power and fuse with the soul master's body, forming additional defense, characteristics unique to external soul bones. Though its age is merely 1,000 years, and its defense does not match that of higher-age soul bones, the potential for growth in external soul bones is exceptionally high. As Erdan's soul power increases, the defense of this shell will also strengthen, truly a case of fortune arising from misfortune. Erdan stood aside, momentarily dazed. Are you saying I can transform this turtle shell into part of my martial soul? Not merely a part of your martial soul. It will become a part of your very body. Lin Yue patted Erdan's shoulder, his tone filled with warmth. External soul bones can manifest or conceal at will. Thus you will not only possess the power of your fists, but also the defense of the turtle shell, truly becoming an impregnable wall for the team. Can I absorb it now? Erdan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his hands instinctively clenching. Yu Guan nodded, handing the shell to Erdan. Now is the best time to absorb it. You have just completed the absorption of a soul ring, and your internal soul power is still in a vibrant state, making it easier to integrate with the external soul bone. We will provide protection for you. Absorb it with peace of mind, and let us know if you feel any discomfort. As Erdan took the shell, the frigid sensation radiating from his palms felt oddly comforting. He once more settled into a meditative posture, placing the shell against his chest, closing his eyes, and channeling his internal soul power to gradually envelop the shell. As the soul power flowed into it, the blue luminescence on the shell grew ever brighter, eventually transforming into a beam of blue light that merged into his body through his chest. The group immediately formed a protective circle, with Lin Yue and Yu Guan standing on either side, releasing their soul power to create a barrier around Erdan, while Hu Laina and Xieyu vigilantly scanned the surroundings to prevent any other soul beasts from approaching. The integration process of the ice-armored turtle's external soul bone proceeded more smoothly than anticipated. Perhaps it was due to the affinity between Erdan's primary martial soul and the properties of the external soul bone, or perhaps it was because his soul power, having just absorbed a soul ring, was vibrantly active. In less than half an hour, the blue aura surrounding Erdan gradually receded, and under his skin, the patterns of the turtle shell could be faintly seen flowing, as if they were naturally growing there. Erdan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, feeling a marked increase in the fluctuation of his soul power. Instinctively, he raised his hand, and the turtle shell manifested instantly. A pale blue armor enveloping his back and chest, the edges seamlessly adhering to his skin. The icy patterns on the armor flickered with a soft glow, and with a gentle movement, the shell receded into his skin, leaving only faint blue markings that were nearly imperceptible upon closer inspection. Soul power, now at level 22. Ning Rongrong's probing wave swept over Erdan just in time, prompting an involuntary exclamation of surprise. Absorbing an external soul bone has allowed you to leap 2 levels. Erdan, your luck is truly remarkable. Erdan paused for a moment, hastily inspecting his internal soul power. Indeed, the barrier that had previously been at level 20 had now broken through, firmly settling at level 22. With his soul power more robust than ever, his fists and turtle shell brimming with energy, even his breath felt invigorated. Wonderful! Erdan exclaimed in excitement, rising to his feet and unable to resist pumping his fist. Now I can protect everyone even better. Yet mere words are insufficient. I must test the strength of this defense. Xiaoyu stepped forward with a smile, her fingertips aglow with silver light from her moonblade. I will strike you with 30% of my soul power, and you shall defend with the turtle shell. Let us see if it can withstand the blow. Erdan nodded, immediately activating the external soul bone, the turtle shell reappearing on his back. Bring it on. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, channeling 30% of her soul power into her moonblade, and swung it towards Erdan's armor. With a resounding clang, the blade struck the shell and was deflected, Erdan remaining steadfast in place, not retreating even a single step, while the icy patterns on the shell merely flickered before returning to their original state. By the heavens, this defense is formidable. Xiaoyu retracted her moonblade, astonishment evident in her eyes. My 30% soul power moonblade could easily create fissures in the defense of a level 30 soul master. Your turtle shell, however, remains utterly unscathed. Zhu Zhuqing approached next, curiosity gleaming in her eyes, eager to give it a try. Let me see if my external soul bone, the purple gold tiger tail, can breach your defense. Her external soul bone, after all, originated from a purple gold tiger over 10,000 years old. A far cry from this mere 1,000-year soul bone. Without hesitation, Erdan activated the turtle shell's protective soul technique once more. The ethereal image of the turtle shell combining with the physical shell to create a double-layered defense, their soul powers interweaving and emanating an even more solid aura. Zhu Zhuqing's figure flickered as she summoned 3 layers of soul power, sweeping her tiger tail with a gentle motion. Bang! The moment the tiger tail collided with the turtle shell, a deep, resounding thud echoed through the air. Erdan felt an immense force surge towards him, propelled 3 steps back by Zhu Zhuqing's strike. Yet astonishingly, he had managed to block it. Lin Yue stepped forward, gazing at Erdan's shell with evident pride. Although this soul bone is of a lower age, its defensive capability, when paired with soul techniques, is truly remarkable. Combined with the enhancement from your primary martial soul, Erdan, your current defense is now comparable to that of a level 30 defensive soul master. Once you reach level 30, we need no longer worry about the front line being unable to withstand powerful assault-type soul masters. Yuguan nodded in agreement, approval lacing his tone. Indeed, Erdan's growth has surpassed my expectations. Now that Yin has broken through level 50, and Erdan has acquired both a soul technique and an external soul bone, the strength of your team has significantly increased. In the upcoming 3 months, we can venture deeper into the ice plains for training, striving to elevate everyone's soul power another notch before the Continental Soul Master Competition. The group nodded in unison, their eyes ablaze with determination. The sunlight of the Ice Crystal Valley streamed through the ice crystals, casting a hopeful glow upon each face. Erdan touched the turtle shell resting against his chest, feeling the abundant soul power within him, and silently vowed, I will become the most steadfast shield for the team, ensuring no harm befalls my companions. The cold wind swept through the Ice Crystal Valley, carrying the essence of ice and snow. Yet it could not extinguish the fervor of the group. The training journey of the Yin Hui battle team continued, their strength steadily ascending towards ever greater heights through each battle and opportunity. Chapter 52. A review of the ice cave and its final date. In the deep night of the extreme north, the cold wind howled outside the ice cave, swirling snowflakes that pounded against the cave walls, creating a rustling sound. Within the cavern, a warm ambience enveloped the space, as a heap of crackling flames danced in hues of orange and red. casting elongated shadows of the gathered individuals upon the icy walls, gently swaying with the flickering light. Lin Yue leaned against the ice wall, his fingertips tracing the contours of his desert eagle, the golden fire patterns along its body no longer burning with the fervor they once did, yet now emanating a steadier luster, a testament to the refinement gained through 3 months of intense combat. He raised his gaze towards the group seated around the campfire, each face etched with fatigue, yet their eyes sparkled with unquenchable spirit. Hulaina was delicately untangling her slightly disheveled long hair with her fingertips, the faint purple aura of her fox spirit soul flickering in her palm, and was toying with a ball of golden flames which swirled between his fingers, occasionally transforming into sparks or coalescing into small flickers of fire. The moon blade of Xiaoyu was embedded at an angle in the snow beside him, its silver blade reflecting the firelight with a chilling gleam. Ning Rongrong cradled the 9-treasure glazed tile in her lap, its gemstones twinkling in the firelight, with subtle waves of soul power occasionally emanating from it. Zhu Zhuqing leaned against Ning Rongrong, the two sisters conversing in hushed tones, the purple radiance of her ghostly feline spirit momentarily flashing at her fingertips, while Erdan sat closest to the fire, hands resting on his knees, occasionally rubbing them together, with a faint glow of soul power surfacing on his fists. Doubtless, the Douluo moonlight, the tidal Douluo, entered the cave, brushing off the accumulated snow from his attire before settling by the campfire. With a gentle wave of his golden soul power, he warded off the biting cold wind at the entrance. The last area of soul beasts has been cleared, concluding a year of rigorous training successfully. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue straightened his posture, his gaze sweeping across the group. Considering the time, the Continental Soul Master Competition should have commenced. As seed candidates endorsed by the Spirit Hall, we are exempt from the preliminary selection rounds and need only await the finals a month hence, proceeding directly to the Spirit City to compete. The mention of the finals ignited Ning Rongrong's enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer with the glazed tile. So, we will soon encounter teams from other sects? I have longed to see the prowess of the other teams from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Hulaina chuckled softly, the purple glow at her fingertips dissipating, not only from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, but also from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, and the affiliated sects of the Haotian sect, as well as teams from other nations. This final round will truly be a contest of the strongest. Our strength has also seen considerable enhancement, Lin Yue continued, his tone imbued with confidence. Over the past 3 months, we have all made significant breakthroughs. We should be well prepared for the finals. Do we feel confident for the finals a month from now? Indeed, the group responded in unison, their voices ringing out, causing icicles at the cavern's ceiling to tremble and fall. Erdan's voice was the loudest, his fists clenched, eyes brimming with determination. I will not hold anyone back. I vow to protect everyone with my fists and turtle shell. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, a sharp glint in her eyes. My speed has improved significantly, and the ghostly snow concealment can better obscure my form, allowing me to ambush the enemy's support-type soul masters. Observing the group's spirited demeanor, Moonlight's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. Good, such confidence is commendable. However, before we return to Spirit City, let us assess our respective strengths, ensuring we are well informed to adjust our tactics before the finals. Lin Yue nodded, taking the initiative to speak. I shall begin. I am currently at level 56. With the Desert Eagle as my spirit, and my soul ring configuration is 2 yellow, 1 purple, 1 black, and 1 red. My spirit is Barrett, except for Hulaina. The others are unaware. My external soul bone is the Phoenix Flamewing. He paused, lifting his hand to shake the Desert Eagle in his palm. My spirit is rather unique. It is usually stored in bullet form within a magazine, rendering its specific form invisible to others. After 3 months of training, the power of my flame armor-piercing bullets has increased significantly, and the range of my spatial teleportation bullets has expanded from 50 to 80 meters, allowing simultaneous targeting of 2 foes. The group nodded in understanding. They were already aware of the peculiarities of Lin Yue's spirit, as those fiery bullets that would suddenly appear behind their enemies often yielded an unexpected advantage. Hulaina continued from Lin Yue's remarks, her voice gentle but firm. I am currently at level 54, with my spirit being the fox spirit, and my soul ring configuration is 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black. Over these 3 months, the range of my star mist charm has broadened, enabling me to manipulate the mist with my mental power to create illusions that not only disrupt the enemy's vision, but also induce hallucinations, such as conjuring non-existent soul beasts or allies. Additionally, I have mastered my soul skill, Fox Shadow Concealment, which allows for rapid movement within the mist to evade enemy attacks. And I can now take one teammate along with me during the shift. Well done, Moonlight nodded. Your control abilities have become increasingly comprehensive during the finals. Your illusions and enchantments will create numerous opportunities for our team. Yin stood up, stretching his wrists as golden flames ignited around him. I'm at level 55, with my spirit being Flame Lord, and my soul ring configuration is 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black. I have now mastered my 5th soul skill, Ice Flame Entanglement, which not only burns enemies, but has also increased its slowing effect from 30 to 50, allowing it to entangle 3 foes simultaneously. Furthermore, the power of my lava eruption has been enhanced, now creating a 10-meter diameter lava area on the ground that continuously scorches enemies, particularly effective against ice attribute soul beasts. Xiaoyu chimed in. I am also at level 55, with my spirit being the Moonblade, and my soul ring configuration is 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. My soul skill, Moonblade Storm, can now simultaneously condense 10 Moonblades, enabling a broader attack range. And I can control the trajectory of the blades to strike at the enemy's weak points. Moreover, the fusion skill with Liena, Ethereal Moonlight, has extended its duration from 3 minutes to 5, with a significantly expanded area of effect. Within this domain, our speed and attack power both receive a 50 boost. Ning Rongrong, proudly cradling the 9 treasure glaze tile, declared, I am at level 46, with my spirit being the 9 treasure glaze tile, and my soul ring configuration is 2 yellow and 2 purple. I can now simultaneously grant 6 teammates 4 layers of enhancements: strength, speed, soul power recovery, and detoxification, with each layer's effect improved by 5. Moreover, my soul power consumption rate has drastically decreased, allowing for prolonged enhancements during battles. Unlike before when I would quickly deplete my soul power. As an auxiliary soul master, you are the core of our team, Lin Yue said, his tone earnest as he regarded Ning Rongrong. The stronger your enhancements, the more formidable our team's overall strength becomes during the finals. You must ensure your own safety and avoid being ambushed by the enemy. Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously. Rest assured, brother Lin Yue, I will stay close behind Erdan. With his turtle shell protecting me, it will be difficult for enemies to harm me. Zhu Zhuqing stood, her purple glow flickering briefly. I am at level 45, with my spirit being the ghostly spirit cat, and my soul ring configuration is 2 yellow and 2 purple, with an external soul bone, the purple gold tiger tail. My ghostly steps have accelerated, allowing me to move 15 meters per second, 3 meters faster than before, and my presence is harder to detect while in motion. My soul skill, Ghostly Snow Concealment, can now hide me not only in snowy environments but also in ordinary settings, albeit with slightly reduced effectiveness. Furthermore, my claws have been honed over these 3 months, gaining considerable sharpness, capable of easily tearing through the defenses of 6,000-year-old soul beasts. Finally, all eyes turned to Erdan. Feeling somewhat bashful, he scratched his head and stood up, fists clenched. With earthy, yellow soul power and a faint blue turtle shell illusion manifesting simultaneously. I am at level 29, with my spirit being the fist. And my soul ring configuration is 1 yellow and 1 purple, with an external soul bone, the turtle shell. My second soul skill, Turtle Shell Protection, can now simultaneously cover myself and 1 teammate, with a significantly enhanced defensive effect. Last time, when Sister Zhu Zhuqing hit me with 50 of her strength, it did not break my turtle shell. Moreover, the power of my rock fist has also improved, and my striking speed has increased considerably compared to before. Erdan has made remarkable progress, Moonlight observed with approval, noting that it took only 6 months for him to rise from level 10 to 29, showcasing immense potential. In the finals, you're the front line of the team, and it is imperative that you withstand the enemy's assaults, thereby creating opportunities for your teammates to unleash their attacks. Erdan nodded earnestly. I understand, Senior Yue. I will give my all to protect everyone. Lin Yue surveyed the group, a smile gracing his face. Excellent. Everyone's strength has significantly improved. Our team composition is now quite complete. We have damage dealers, myself, Yin and Shiwa, crowd control, Hyena, support, Ning Rongrong, frontline, Erdan, and agile attackers, Zhu Zhuqing. We should be well equipped to handle any situation in the finals. Lin Yue mused, if this lineup could not match the Shrek team. All at levels in their 40s, he might as well withdraw from the Spirit Master realm. However, Lin Yue was mistaken this time. This was no longer the Shrek of the original timeline. The overall strength of Shrek had now reached a level comparable to that of the Yanhui team. After assessing their strengths, the group began to pack their belongings. Ning Rongrong stored their items in the soul guide. Zhu Zhuqing inspected her claws. Yin extinguished the flames enveloping her. Shiyue secured the moon blade at his waist. Hyena arranged her long hair, and Erden organized his backpack, filled with soul beast materials he had collected over the past 3 months of training. As Lin Yue approached the cave entrance, he gazed at the gradually brightening sky. The eastern horizon was tinged with a faint blush, and in the extreme north snowy expanse, the first rays of sunlight were slowly rising, casting a golden hue over the ice and snow. He turned to the group. Dawn is approaching. We must set off now and aim to reach Spirit City within 3 days. Upon our return, we will have a month to adjust, familiarize ourselves with the finals venue and rules, and prepare for the competition. The group nodded in agreement and followed Lin Yue out of the icy cave. The cold wind outside remained biting, yet it could not deter their resolve. Yu Egguan unleashed a golden soul power, forming a barrier to shield the group from the frigid gusts. Lin Yue spread his phoenix flame wings, the crimson gold feathers shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. He glanced back at the northern snowfield, a place that held a year's worth of their sweat and growth, now bidding farewell. However, he would soon return, for during a previous encounter, while assisting Hyena in capturing an ice fox near the core of the extreme north, his Barrett spirit had sensed a calling, akin to when the desert eagle was drawn to a magazine. There must be hidden opportunities for the Barrett spirit still concealed there. Let us go, Lin Yue called out, leading the way southward. The extreme northern snowfield receded swiftly beneath them. The sunlight grew brighter, melting the snow into droplets that dripped from the ice formations. Their figures left a trail of footprints in the snow, soon covered again by the swirling snowflakes. They flew towards Spirit City, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the finals a month hence. A peak showdown for spirit masters across the continent was about to unfold. Along the way, they occasionally encountered other spirit master teams, most of whom had just completed their selection matches and were also heading to Spirit City. Upon sensing the fluctuations of Lin Yue and his team's spirit powers, other teams quickly veered away, their eyes filled with awe. The Yanhui team's reputation had spread throughout the spirit master realm over the past few years, and no one wished to provoke them lightly. On the evening of the third day, the outline of Spirit City finally emerged in the distance. The immense city sat in the heart of the plains, its walls soaring 100 meters high, constructed entirely of white stone, radiating a sacred glow under the setting sun. At the city's center, the spire of the Pope's Hall pierced the clouds, its golden light flickering, imposing and divine from afar. Finally arrived, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement, quickening her pace. Lin Yue gazed at the approaching Spirit City, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Spirit City, we are back. In a month's time for the finals. Our Yanhui team will undoubtedly present our best selves and seize the championship. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes alight with fighting spirit. They hastened towards Spirit City, their figures gradually merging with the evening's golden glow. A grand feast for spirit masters across the continent was about to commence in this city, and the Yanhui team was poised to shine with their own brilliance amidst it. Chapter 53, Gathering of the Powerful in Spirit City, the Black Ring's astonishing phoenix grudge. The morning light of Spirit City penetrated the clouds, casting its glow upon the towering white walls, illuminating the 3 gilded characters of Spirit City with a radiant brilliance. As the sacred ground for spirit masters across the continent, the city was abuzz today, for the finals of the elite competition for advanced spirit master academies was about to commence. Teams from the Tiando and Xinglua empires, as well as various sects, were arriving one after another, while the spirit master guards at the gates meticulously verified identities, the air thick with a blend of excitement and tension. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall S-base with Hyena and the others, Lin Yue heard that the match between the Xinglua royal team and the Shrek 7 monsters was scheduled for the first match of the morning. After a brief rest, he set off alone for the central arena, a colossal soul arena capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators, its dome adorned with transparent glass, allowing sunlight to cascade down and illuminate the white jade arena below in exquisite detail. At this moment, the stands were packed, with familiar figures scattered throughout, including Yu Qianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Prince of the Tiando Royal Academy. Even in the high seats of the Pope's Hall, several enigmatic presences sat poised. In the center of the arena, 2 teams stood in stark opposition, the atmosphere thick with tension. On the left, the Xinglua royal team donned silver and black armor, led by a young man with golden hair and azure eyes. The oppressive aura of the white tiger spirit palpable, none other than Davis, the elder brother of Dai Mubai. Beside him stood the equally formidable Zhu Zhiyun, Zhu Zhuqing's elder sister. both their gazes sharp and unwavering, fixated on the Shrek 7 monsters opposite them. On the right, the Shrek 7 monsters wore their iconic green uniforms, with Dai Mubai at the forefront, his fists clenched and veins throbbing at his temples. 5 years ago, the pain of being throttled by Davis remained etched in his memory. Zhu Zhuqing's cousin, also Zhu Zhiyun's cousin, stood beside him, her long black hair flowing without wind, the purple glow of her phantom cat spirit flickering in her eyes, filled with resolve as she looked at Zhu Zhiyun. This match was never merely a contest for them. It was a matter of life and death. "Oh, isn't this my cowardly brother?" Davis spoke first, his tone dripping with unabashed mockery. "Hiding in a small academy in the Tiando Empire for a few years, do you really think you can stand against me? Davis, today I will show you that the coward of yesteryear can now defeat you with his own hands," Dai Mubai replied, his voice low yet resolute. As his soul power began to surge, Zhu Zhiyun chuckled lightly, her fingertips brushing through her hair. "Zhuiying, why follow him to your demise?" Zhu Qing was wise to distance herself from this conflict and join the Spirit Hall. "Return to Xingluo. I can still ensure your dignity. My life is mine to govern." Zhu Zhiyun shot back coldly, taking a step forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Dai Mubai. From the stands, Lin Yue raised an eyebrow. The fierce rivalry within the Xingluo royal family was indeed notorious, compared to the healthy competition between the Yu Tianheng brothers of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The animosity between Dai Mubai and Davis was laced with lethal intent from the very beginning. As he pondered this, the referee stepped onto the arena, raising his right hand. The first round of the finals of the elite competition for Advanced Spirit Master Academies. Xingluo Royal Team versus Shrek Academy. The match begins. As the referee's voice fell, both teams simultaneously unleashed their spirits, brilliant soul rings erupting from beneath their feet, resembling blooming, colorful halos. The soul ring configuration of the Xingluo Royal Team was nothing short of spectacular. Davis was a soul sovereign with a standard configuration of yellow, purple, while Zhu Zhiyun, a sensitive attacker, boasted the same configuration, her black-purple soul power swirling around her, clearly having honed her phantom cat spirit to perfection. The other team members were also all above level 40, their soul rings uniformly arranged, prompting many spectators in the stands to nod in approval. But in the next moment, all eyes were captivated by the soul rings of the Shrek 7 monsters, followed by an uproar that erupted from the 100,000 spectators. Before them, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun stood. Beneath their feet rose 5 radiant soul rings, which unfolded in hues of yellow, purple, black, and black. These 5 soul rings hovered around the trio, with the first 3 being somewhat expected, yet the 4th and 5th rings emanated a dense, impenetrable darkness, shimmering with the profound luster of 2 pieces of ink jade. Unmistakably, the manifestation of 10,000-year soul rings only produced by soul beasts of such ancient lineage. This was the first time the Shrek 7 monsters revealed their true strength. Five soul rings. They were all soul kings. This was madness. At such a young age, they had already reached level 50? Even more astonishing was that both the 4th and 5th soul rings were of the 10,000-year variety. To absorb 10,000-year soul rings, one must be at least level 50, right? How had they accomplished this? The audience was utterly astounded. Even Yu Qianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family stood up abruptly, disbelief evident in his eyes, while the president of the Tiando Royal Academy adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses flickering with shock and curiosity. The referee stood frozen in place, taking a moment to remember to announce the completion of the martial soul release. His voice trembling. Lin Yue on the stands felt his pupils constrict, his mind going blank instantaneously, instinctively tightening his grip around the desert eagle concealed within his sleeve. Something was amiss, far too amiss. He vividly recalled that in the original plot of the Continental Soul Master Tournament, the strongest among the Shrek 7 monsters, Dai Mubai, was only at level 45, Tang San at level 43, and Ma Hongjun merely at level 41, with their highest soul rings being merely a 1,000-year purple ring. More crucially, he had clearly intercepted the opportunity for the ice and fire yin-yang well beforehand, which was pivotal for the Shrek 7 monsters' rapid advancement in strength. Without the coiled phoenix sunflower, Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix should still bear impurities. How could the Shrek 7 monsters be even stronger? Yet the scene before him completely upended his understanding. Dai Mubai was enveloped in a rich white soul power. The pressure of his white tiger martial soul was several times stronger than in the original plot, and the aura emanating from that 5th 10,000-year soul ring nearly rivaled Yan's 5th soul ring. Ma Hongjun was ablaze with roaring flames, now devoid of the black smoke of evil fire, instead radiating pure golden phoenix fire, indicating a clear evolution of his martial soul. And the 10,000-year soul ring imbued the flames with an air of destruction. Most astonishing to Lin Yue was Tang San. The blue-silver grass beneath his feet had transformed from its feeble pale green to a profound blue-gold, its leaves shimmering with a metallic sheen. Exuding a heart-stirring vitality and pressure, these were unmistakably the traits of the awakened blue-silver emperor. How could Tang San awaken the blue-silver emperor? Had Tang Hao taken him to the sacrificial grounds of his mother, Qian, ahead of time? And then there were those 10,000-year soul rings. Tang San's 4th and 5th soul rings were both of 10,000 years, and Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were the same. What fortuitous event had they encountered? Could it be that his interference had triggered an even more formidable twist? Lin Yue's mind raced, countless questions flooding his thoughts, even forgetting to focus on the impending battle about to erupt on the arena. In the next moment, a voice filled with anger and confusion echoed in Lin Yue's mind. Belonging to the evil flame phoenix within the Desert Eagles magazine. Kid, who is that little fellow in the center of the arena? Why does his aura resemble that of my enemy? The evil flame phoenix's voice was tinged with unmistakable excitement, even causing Lin Yue's Desert Eagle to grow warm within his sleeve. Lin Yue was taken aback, but quickly realized that the evil flame phoenix was a 10,000-year fire attribute soul beast, while Tang San's blue-silver emperor was a plant type. Having inherited the bloodline of the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor, Qian, there might exist some form of aura connection between the two. He suppressed his astonishment and responded with his spiritual sense. Sister Phoenix, when did you acquire an enemy? I've never heard of this before. The evil flame phoenix's voice was filled with deep hatred, as if lost in painful recollections. That was over a decade ago. At that time, I was already a 10,000-year soul beast, seeking opportunities to break through to a higher level. Do you think only human soul masters need opportunities? For a 10,000-year soul beast to break through a bottleneck is akin to climbing to the heavens. By chance, I sensed a fragment of a shattered soul within a secret cave. It was the remnant soul of a 10,000-year plant-type soul beast, weak yet containing extremely pure life energy. A treasure for us fire attribute soul beasts to refine our essence. I intended to refine that remnant soul, but just as I was about to act, a man burst into the cave, wielding a pitch-black giant hammer, and attacked me with lethal intent. The evil flame phoenix's voice suddenly escalated in pitch, filled with fear. That man was extraordinarily powerful, and he fought with a ferocity akin to madness. The soul power from his hammer left Lin Yue's body tingling. Taken by surprise, I was injured by him and could only muster all my strength to flee. Lin Yue's heart stirred, a vague suspicion forming within him. He pressed on. And then, afterward, I returned to the Crimson Flame Volcano, my refuge, intending to hide and heal, but the scent of my injury attracted a natural enemy. The evil flame phoenix's voice was rife with resentment. It was a 3-legged golden crow, also a 10,000-year soul beast, and stronger than I had ever been in my prime. It sought to take my life while I was weak, intending to devour my source fire to evolve. I battled with it for 3 days and nights, but ultimately I was no match and had one of my wings severed. Just when I was about to be devoured, I had no choice but to burn my source soul power and execute the flame phoenix meteor escape, barely managing to escape to the extreme north. To my dismay, upon arriving in the extreme north, I encountered several evil soul masters, titled Douluo, who sensed my residual 10,000-year aura and discovered my severely injured source. They used evil techniques to control me. The evil flame phoenix's voice was laced with endless humiliation as it recounted how they captured countless humans and soul beasts, forcibly extracting their life force to heal me, hoping to restore my 10,000-year cultivation before seizing my soul rings and bones. Had it not been for you, I would have likely endured their torment until my dying breath. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue's suspicions were entirely confirmed. He gazed at Tang San's blue-gold, blue-silver emperor on the arena and responded with a wry smile through his spiritual sense. Sister Phoenix, you truly picked the wrong adversary. The remnant soul of the plant-type soul beast you wish to refine is this lad's mother, Qian. She was originally the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor, who sacrificed herself to protect his father, leaving only a fragment of her soul. And that titled Douluo who injured you with a hammer is his father, Tang Hao, the first genius of the Haoyan school and the youngest titled Douluo at that time. The evil flame phoenix was taken aback, taking a moment to process before its voice turned furious. What? That little fellow is their son? No wonder his aura is so similar. If you attempted to refine the remnant soul of his mother, how could Tang Hao not fight you fiercely? If it were me, I would have fought even harder. Lin Yue replied helplessly. That remnant soul was clearly an unclaimed object. The evil flame phoenix shouted in anger. Regardless, they nearly caused my demise. This vendetta must be avenged. Kid, you must help me. You needn't worry about that, Sister Phoenix. The very forces that forced his mother into sacrifice are the Spirit Hall. Even if I do not seek him out, he will inevitably return to obliterate the Spirit Hall once he grows stronger. I absolutely cannot allow this, Lin Yue asserted firmly. Moreover, this lad is destined to inherit the divine positions of the Sea God and the Shura God. If we do not suppress him now, it will be troublesome once he matures. What? Become a god? The evil flame phoenix exclaimed, and with dual divine positions? This is impossible. Wait, how do you know this? Because neither of us belong to this world. Lin Yue then recounted their origins to the evil flame phoenix, who, upon listening, fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, the evil flame phoenix inquired, could it be that this lad is the sea god or Shura god, brought from his original world to be reincarnated in the Douluo world? In other words, has there always been a god secretly watching over his growth? Might the divine herbs you intercepted have been given to him as another opportunity? Lin Yue fell silent, contemplating the direst of scenarios. No matter how extraordinary he was, it was inconceivable that he could stand against the gods. This was the gravest dilemma we faced. If we allowed Tang San to proceed unchecked, he would undoubtedly ascend to divinity, and not just as a single deity, but as a dual god. Yet, should we press too hard, threatening Tang San's life? Would those two gods not take direct action against me? After all, he had the backing of two supreme deities. What could I possibly use to compete with that? The evil flame phoenix gazed at the flicker of embers in the magazine space of the Desert Eagle, lost in thought. Suddenly, a possibility struck her, since both Lin Yue and Tang San were not of this world. Could it be that Lin Yue was also a reincarnation brought over by the fire god? Having cultivated beside the ember for some time, she was now certain that this flicker was indeed left by the fire god. Was the fire god perhaps secretly observing Lin Yue's growth? And was it possible that her own injuries, discovered by the three-legged golden crow, which forced her to flee to the extreme north, ultimately leading her to attach herself to Lin Yue, was also part of the fire god's design? The fire god, a being of immense power, on par with the sea god, he was the ultimate aspiration for all fire attribute soul beasts. The realization of all this filled the evil flame phoenix with uncontainable delight. Yet, she knew she could not divulge these matters to Lin Yue just yet. He was still far too weak to grasp such complexities. Lin Yue observed the arena, where Tang San was already locked in combat with Davis. The blue-gold, blue-silver grass writhed like a living entity, ensnaring his opponent, while the pressure from the 10,000-year soul rings forced Davis to retreat momentarily. On one side stood Tang San, bearing the heavy burden of familial enmity, his strength exceeding all expectations. On the other was the evil flame phoenix, who harbored additional powers within her martial soul. The Continental Soul Master competition seemed, from the very outset, to be hurtling towards an unpredictable fate. The battle in the arena had erupted with fervor. As the white tiger phantom of Dai Mubai collided with Davis at the center, producing a deafening roar, Ma Hongjuan's golden phoenix flames scorched the air, driving back the support soul master of the Xinglua battle team, while Tang San's blue-silver emperor maneuvered with precision, continuously constricting the operational space of the Xinglua team. The Shrek 7 monsters triumphed over the Xinglua royal team with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Lin Yue sat in the stands, his fingertips icy. He understood that this match was merely the beginning. The entanglements between him, the Shrek 7 monsters, the Spirit Hall, and Tang San, alongside the vengeance of the evil flame phoenix, would inevitably culminate in an unavoidable explosion in the not-so-distant future. Chapter 54. Confidential Report to the Mentor, Strategizing and Concealing Hidden Cards. Upon returning from the central arena, Lin Yue did not head back to the collective quarters of the Yan Hui battle team. Instead, he made his way directly to the offering hall deep within the Spirit Hall. This hall, constructed entirely of white jade, was perpetually shrouded in a golden glow. The Soul Douluo stationed outside did not dare to obstruct him upon seeing Lin Yue, respectfully stepping aside to grant passage. He was the only disciple permitted to meet the grand offering, Qian Daoliu, at any time. Pushing open the heavy doors of the hall, Lin Yue was enveloped by a subtle, sandalwood fragrance. Qian Daoliu sat in the center upon a stone chair, absent-mindedly stroking an ancient soul tool intricately engraved with patterns. His silver-white hair cascaded over his shoulders, and though his soul power was not outwardly emanating, it enveloped the hall in an invisible pressure. Hearing footsteps, he slowly raised his gaze, a gentle glimmer passing through his golden pupils, stripping away the sharpness he reserved for outsiders. Back from the arena? Judging by your expression, You must have something significant to discuss with me. Lin Yue stepped into the hall, bowing respectfully before rising to his full height, his tone grave. Master, the identity of Tang San from the Shrek 7 monsters is far from simple. His father is none other than Tang Hao, who severely injured the previous pope and subsequently vanished. The moment Lin Yue uttered Tang Hao's name, the atmosphere around Qian Daoliu turned frigid. The armrests of the stone chair were instantly gripped, leaving deep marks, while the golden flames in his eyes flickered violently, seemingly igniting the sandalwood in the hall with his fury. What did you say? That boy's Tang Hao's son? Indeed. Lin Yue nodded solemnly. Tang San has not only awakened the blue-silver emperor martial soul, but has also inherited Tang Hao's Haotian hammer. He is now a soul king, with his 4th and 5th soul rings being 10,000-year ones. Given Tang Hao's regard for his son, he is likely lurking near Spirit City, waiting for the opportune moment to act. Qian Daoliu abruptly stood, his silver-white robe billowing without wind, distorting the golden glow of the hall. His voice trembled with repressed rage that had festered for over a decade. Good. What Tang Hao? He harmed my son, Qian Xuanji, causing his injuries to relapse and leading to his untimely demise within a year. I have searched for him for so many years without a trace. Yet his son dares to present himself before me. Mentioning the former pope, Qian Xuanji, sent tremors through Qian Daoliu's voice. He was not only his only son but also the once promising future of the Spirit Hall. This vendetta had consumed him for over a decade. Lin Yue took a step forward, gently advising, Master, temper your wrath. This is not the time for impulsiveness. Tang San is currently the core of Shrek. In 3 days, the Yin Hui battle team will face them. I have confidence in luring out Tang Hao, and at that time, the Spirit Hall can lay an ambush to eliminate him, avenging the former pope, while also removing a significant threat to the Spirit Hall. The fire in Qian Daoliu's eyes began to subside, a glint of cold resolve flashing through his golden pupils. When he turned to Lin Yue, his tone conveyed a new level of consideration for his disciple. You are correct. We must not alert the enemy. He then addressed the attendant, commanding, relay my orders. Have all titled Douluo in the offering hall secretly prepare defenses, sealing off a 3-mile radius around the central arena. Lin Yue bowed in acknowledgement, secretly relieved. With his master mobilizing the titled Douluo, even if Tang Hao possessed great strength, it would be difficult for him to escape the encirclement of the Spirit Hall. Qian Daoliu regarded him, his tones softening as he placed a hand on Lin Yue's shoulder. I trust in the strength of the Yin Hui battle team, but Tang San's talent is exceedingly formidable. And with Tang Hao lurking in the shadows, you must be cautious in the upcoming match. If danger arises, immediately signal for assistance. Do not act recklessly. Your safety is far more important than the outcome of the competition. Rest assured, Master. I will exercise due caution, Lin Yue respectfully replied, subsequently detailing the enhancements in the strength of the Yin Hui battle team, including Yan's ice flames, Erdan's turtle shell defense, and Ning Rongrong's amplification abilities. Only once Qian Daoliu was thoroughly reassured did he turn and leave the offering hall. Stepping out of the hall, the afternoon sun felt somewhat blinding. Yet Lin Yue felt as though a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. With the support of his master, the external threat had been mitigated significantly. Now, it remained to be seen whether they could withstand the onslaught of the Shrek 7 monsters with their hidden cards. Returning to his quarters, Lin Yue closed the door behind him and summoned the Desert Eagle martial soul, placing it upon the table. His fingertips lightly traced the crimson gold fire patterns on the gun's body as he spoke with his consciousness. Sister Phoenix, there's a question that has been weighing on my mind for quite some time that I wish to ask you. What question? Just say it, came the languid response of the evil flame Phoenix from the magazine, tinged with a hint of amusement. Unlike others whose external soul bones come with accompanying skills, my Phoenix flame wings, being a 100,000-year external soul bone, have never exhibited any special abilities. Logically, a 100,000-year external soul bone should be superior to ordinary ones. Lin Yue expressed his confusion. The evil flame Phoenix let out a light chuckle, pride evident in her voice. How could there be none? My life-saving technique, the flame Phoenix meteor escape, is embedded within these wings. It is the pinnacle of flying soul skills in this world. When fully unleashed, it can surpass the flight speed of a tidal Douluo's martial soul by 3-fold. Even a 100,000-year flying soul beast would struggle to keep pace. Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then why can't I use it? Your current strength is far too inadequate. The evil flame Phoenix doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality. The flame Phoenix meteor escape requires an immense amount of soul power. You would need to be at least a level 70 soul sage to barely activate it. You are merely at level 56 now, and even if you force it, you would only suffer a backlash, resulting in severe injury or at worst, the shattering of your martial soul. So, for the time being, do not even entertain thoughts of this skill. The excitement that had flared on Lin Yue's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a resigned sigh. Very well. Then I shall focus on the upcoming match in 3 days. The uncertainties surrounding the Shrek 7 monsters are manifold. The 7 of them possess the ability to execute a fusion technique with their martial souls. In the original timeline, Tang San, at merely over 40 levels, could temporarily ascend to Soul Sage strength upon fusion, and even manifest his martial soul's true form. Now that Tang San has reached level 50, should they employ the fusion technique again, that formidable force he wields could temporarily elevate him to the level of a Soul Daoliu, leaving us in a precarious position where we might be utterly unable to withstand him. A brief silence enveloped the hall before the voice of the evil flame phoenix resonated once more, adopting a grave tone. In truth, there are indeed countermeasures we can employ. The magazine still harbors the remnants of the power I once sacrificed for your essence. This energy was initially intended for the consolidation of your 6th soul ring, but it appears that we may need to draw upon a portion of it now. Lin Yue immediately straightened his posture, leaning forward. How do we utilize it? Will there be any side effects? This energy is a manifestation of the essence I sacrificed, now intricately intertwined with your martial soul. So it will not provoke any rejection nor harm your foundational strength, the evil flame phoenix elucidated. The only downside, she paused deliberately, a hint of cunning in her voice, is that, Phoenix, what are you playing at? Time is of the essence. Lin Yue exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency. Have you forgotten how Tang Hao struck you? How the 3-legged golden crow pursued you? If we lose this match and Tang San overwhelms us, how will you seek vengeance on Tang Hao? Calm down. Aren't I clarifying things for you? The evil flame phoenix reproached gently. Under normal circumstances, 100,000-year soul beast sacrifice can only yield 100,000-year soul ring. However, this magazine is an exception, allowing for the storage of surplus essence. This energy was meant for you to solidify another soul ring upon your breakthrough to level 60. Yet, at that time, my essence was nearly exhausted. So I could not forge a 100,000-year ring, but a 50 or 60,000-year ring is still feasible. Lin Yue's heart stirred. Are you implying that utilizing this power will affect the longevity of my 6th soul ring? Indeed, the evil flame phoenix confirmed with a nod, her tone becoming more solemn. Should we employ a portion now? It could elevate you temporarily to the strength of a level 70 soul sage. In such a scenario, you would wield both the Barrett and the Desert Eagle martial souls simultaneously, with you managing the Barrett for long-range output, while I control the Desert Eagle for close-quarter support, alongside unleashing soul skills to aid our companions. Moreover, with this power, you will be able to utilize your 6th soul skill just once. The 6th soul skill? Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with delight. What skill is that? The concept of the armor-piercing bullet you shared with me recently has been refined. The evil flame phoenix replied with a note of pride. This soul skill is called the armor-piercing explosive bullet. It fires a specially crafted bullet that deforms upon impact, adhering to the opponent's defenses, and subsequently detonates with fiery energy, penetrating through the defenses directly. Even the defensive soul skills of a Soul Daoliu could be cracked by its might. She paused, then emphasized, but remember, this is a 6th soul skill, and its consumption is immense. Even with the borrowed power, it can only be used once. Furthermore, the more power utilized, the shorter the longevity of your 6th soul ring will be. If overexerted, it may culminate in merely a 1,000-year soul ring, rendering the effort futile. Lin Yue gazed intently at the Desert Eagle, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table. After a moment of contemplation, determination flickered in his eyes. It's worth it. As long as we can withstand Shrek's fusion technique and secure victory, the longevity of the 6th soul ring is of little consequence. With my talents, I will surely have the opportunity to recover it in the future. Furthermore, with Tang San's dual martial souls now revealed, bringing out the Barrett will not seem out of place. When the time comes, I will engage Tang San with the Barrett while you control the Desert Eagle to assist our teammates. We may not necessarily lose. That's the spirit. The evil flame phoenix remarked, her voice lightening. By the way, you previously inquired about how to conceal the aura of a transformed soul beast, correct? Lin Yue suddenly recalled this matter and nodded vigorously. Yes. Among those 7, there is a 10,000-year transformed beast, Tang San's inverse scale. However, I suspect she must have found some treasure to mask her aura. Otherwise, how could so many titled Daoliu in the Spirit Hall fail to detect her presence? The evil flame phoenix pondered for a moment before responding. Generally, such treasures can only obscure the aura of the soul beast itself. but they cannot conceal the fluctuations of its blood. As long as you can injure the transformed soul beast, causing its blood to flow, the essence of the soul beast within the blood will be revealed. For soul beasts that have not yet reached maturity post-transformation, the energy fluctuations in their blood are quite distinctive, detectable even by an ordinary soul Douluo. Lin Yue's eyes brightened, and a strategy formed in his mind. Then, when the time comes, I simply need to deal a heavy blow, exposing her aura. Tang Hao will undoubtedly appear to protect his daughter-in-law, and then the ambushers can capture her. Exactly, the evil flame phoenix affirmed. In the coming 3 days, focus on adjusting your state and familiarizing yourself with the power output of the Barrett. Ensure that when the moment arrives, you can wield the soul sage strength without faltering. Lin Yue nodded and reached for the Desert Eagle, allowing his soul power to flow into it gradually, causing the crimson-golden flame patterns along the gun's body to shimmer to life. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting a dazzling radiance upon the weapon. The competition in 3 days promised to be a fierce battle, yet at this moment, Lin Yue felt no trace of the previous turmoil, only the unwavering resolve to confront the challenge ahead. Chapter 55. The eve of the final battle. Preparations in both camps. Golden Crocodile takes on a disciple to enhance combat strength. With less than half a day remaining until the grand finals of the Continental Soul Master Competition, the atmosphere in Spirit City was charged with palpable tension. Surrounding the central arena, the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall had discreetly set up defenses, with golden soul power barriers concealed within the clouds, causing even passing soul beasts to instinctively avoid the area. Meanwhile, in another training ground within the Spirit Hall, a transformation crucial to the combat strength of the Flame Radiance team was quietly unfolding. 3 days prior, upon returning to Spirit City with Lin Yue, Dan's unique martial soul, the Twin Fists, drew the attention of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, a high-ranking title Douluo. This 98-level powerhouse, devoted to the cultivation of defensive martial souls, was taken aback when he witnessed Dan withstand the attacks of a soul sect with his mere 29-level soul power. Such raw strength and defensive talent were indeed a rarity even within the century-long history of the Spirit Hall. Young man, would you be willing to become my disciple? The Golden Crocodile Douluo asked, placing a hand on Dan's shoulder, his aged face serious. I will impart to you the secret methods of cultivating your martial soul and assist you in breaking through your bottleneck, ensuring you become one of the continent's top defensive soul masters in the future. Dan was momentarily stunned, unable to process the gravity of the situation. Here stood one of the Spirit Hall's esteemed elders, a 98-level title Douluo, offering to take him as a disciple. He instinctively glanced at Lin Yue, who nodded in encouragement, prompting Dan to drop to his knees in excitement and bow 3 times. Disciple Dan pays respects to Master. The Golden Crocodile Douluo let out a hearty laugh, helping Dan to his feet. He retrieved a bright red pill from his soul guide and handed it to him. This is the Red Sun Breaking Pill, which will aid you in shattering the barriers of your soul power and refining the foundation of your martial soul. Take it now, and I shall guard you. Dan accepted the pill without hesitation, swallowing it whole. As it dissolved in his mouth, a warm wave of soul power coursed through his entire being, melting away the pinnacle barrier that had held him at level 29, akin to thin ice dissolving in warm water. In a mere half hour, his soul power surged, solidly reaching level 30, his energy now 3 times more robust than before, with the lines on his fist becoming clearer. Gulme, Master will take you to hunt soul beasts and acquire a soul ring worthy of you, the Golden Crocodile Douluo declared, leading Dan towards the forest bordering Spirit City, where the habitat of the Xuanjia rock turtle lay. This soul beast was renowned for its defensive capabilities and immense strength, making it the perfect match for Dan's martial soul. In less than half a day, they located a 500-year-old Xuanjia rock turtle. This turtle was as massive as a small mountain, its shell adorned with black rock patterns capable of withstanding even the mightiest attacks from 10,000-year soul beasts. The Golden Crocodile Douluo positioned himself nearby, first delivering a heavy blow to the turtle before instructing. Use your fist to break its defenses and feel the flow of its soul power before allowing Dan to advance alone. Taking a deep breath, Dan summoned his soul power, which shimmered in earthy yellow and pale blue hues, activating his first soul skill, Rock-Shattering Fist, in conjunction with his second soul skill, Turtle Shell Defense. He did not recklessly launch an attack. Instead, he circled around the rock tortoise, seeking an opportunity to strike. When the rock tortoise raised its forelimb to swipe at him, Dan abruptly sidestepped, delivering a powerful blow with both fists to the vulnerable joint where the tortoise's claw met its body. With a resounding thud, the rock tortoise shuddered slightly, a fine crack appearing on its claw. Seizing the moment, Dan unleashed a flurry of punches, each one landing with precision on the creature's weak points. After half an hour, the rock tortoise finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground as a pale purple soul ring slowly ascended. Under the guidance of the golden crocodile, Douluo, Dan successfully absorbed the 500-year-old soul ring. In that instant, a rich, earthy yellow soul power enveloped him. Intricate patterns of the Xuanjia rock tortoise emerging on his fists, while his back's external soul bone shell gained a layer of rocky texture. The golden crocodile, Douluo, stepped forward, casually releasing a stream of golden soul power that struck Dan's shell with a sharp clang. Yet Dan stood firm, not even taking a step back. Excellent! The golden crocodile Douluo exclaimed with a hearty laugh, stroking his beard. This third soul skill, Xuanjia protection, will double your defense. Even a level 50 Soul King may struggle to breach your defenses. With you in the front line, the Flame Radiance team is assured. Dan gazed at his hands and then touched the shell on his back, determination illuminating his honest face. Thank you, Master. I will protect my teammates and ensure no one gets hurt. Upon Dan's return to the Flame Radiance team's encampment, Lin Yue and the others expressed their astonishment. Yin could not contain himself and stepped forward, using half of his soul power to deliver a punch against Dan's shell, which was effortlessly blocked. Yin exclaimed, "Wow, this defense is remarkably solid. From now on, when we charge to the front lines, we need not worry about ambushes from behind." Meanwhile, in the Shrek 7's resting area, the atmosphere was notably tense. Within the makeshift tent, Master Yu Xiaojiang stood at the center, a map of the spirit hall spread before him, marked in red ink with information about each member of the Flame Radiance team. The tip of his pen glided across the paper, producing a soft, rustling sound. The Flame Radiance team of the Spirit Hall will be the strongest opponent you have encountered since your debut, without exception. The Master's voice resonated, grave and serious, as he surveyed the 7 individuals within the tent. According to our gathered intelligence, they currently possess 3 Soul Kings, Hulaina with the Demon Fox Spirit, equipped with 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black soul rings. Yin with the Flame Lord Spirit, also bearing 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black soul rings. And Xie with the Moon Blade Spirit, similarly configured. Not only do they possess higher levels, but Hulaina and Yan's 4th soul rings are of 10,000 years, indicating they have received significant opportunities, making them far more formidable than other soul masters of their level. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, clenching his fists. 3 Soul Kings, 1 more than us, and their martial spirits are all top-tier B spirits. Their coordination will undoubtedly be challenging. Even more formidable challenges lie ahead, the Master continued. Ning Rongrong, originally the heir of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, has now joined the Flame Radiance team and has evolved the 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda into the 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda. She is now a Soul Zone and can simultaneously enhance 6 teammates with 4 layers of buffs. Her support capabilities having increased at least 3-fold compared to the 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda era. With her presence, the overall strength of the Flame Radiance team will ascend to a new level. And then their Zhu Qing, the Master's pen pointed to another name. Intelligence reveals she has acquired an external soul bone over 10,000 years old, the specifics of which remain unknown. However, her innate speed and agility, combined with the external soul bone's enhancements, will grant her exceptional restraining capabilities. A brief silence enveloped the tent, and Ma Hongjun scratched his head, unable to restrain his curiosity. What about their captain, Lin Yue? Have we uncovered any information on him? At the mention of Lin Yue, the Master's brow furrowed even deeper. Lin Yue possesses innate, full soul power and a mutated weapon spirit, the precise form of which remains a mystery. Some claim his martial spirit is a spear, while others assert he can unleash flames, yet no reliable evidence exists. His level and soul ring configuration are equally enigmatic. The Spirit Hall has kept his information tightly sealed, only revealing that he is the core of the Flame Radiance team, having led the group to triumph over high-age soul beasts during their trials. There's also a team member named Lu Dan, the Master added, in his 20s, martial spirit unknown. These 2 individuals represent the greatest uncertainties for the Flame Radiance team. Unknown enemies are invariably the most perilous. Grave expressions adorn the faces of the Shrek 7, as they had never encountered such opponents. High levels, strong configurations, and 2 completely unknown variables. However, Dai Mubai soon lifted his head, a sharp glint in his eyes. No matter how strong they may be, we, the Shrek 7, are no pushovers. From Soto City to the Heavendo Empire, when have we ever been afraid? Indeed, Tang San nodded in agreement, the blue-gold strands of his blue-silver grass swaying gently at his fingertips. They have Soul Kings, so do we. They possess the 9-treasure glazed pagoda for support, and we have Su Ning's 9-color lotus. We also have Oscar's sausages. They may have unknown variables, but we possess our fusion techniques. As long as we coordinate well, victory is within our grasp. As the fighting spirit rekindled in the eyes of the 7, the Master's expression softened. He approached Tang San and quietly advised, "This battle must be fought with our utmost effort. If the situation turns dire, immediately activate the 7 monsters fusion technique. With your current strength, the fusion will grant you temporary combat prowess equivalent to a soul Douluo and allow you to unleash the true form of the Haotian hammer. At that moment, take advantage of their unpreparedness to strike at their core with the hammer's overwhelming force. This will be our final trump card." Tang San nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, Master. I know what to do." Outside the tent, the sun began to slant westward, casting elongated shadows of the tent. The Shrek 7 closed their eyes to meditate, familiarizing themselves with their soul skills. Amid the pressure in the air, an indomitable fighting spirit surged within them. They were determined to showcase Shrek's prowess in the grand finals of the Spirit City, resolute in the face of the Spirit Hall's Flame Radiance team. On the other side, within the resting area of the Flame Radiance team, Lin Yue stood at the center, wielding a twig as he sketched the positioning of both teams on the ground. Finalizing their tactical arrangements, "We have nearly gauged the strength of the Shrek 7. Lin Yue directed the twig toward the first mark on the ground. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing can unleash the fusion technique, the spectral white tiger, which boasts formidable offense and defense. This task will be entrusted to Hulaina and Xieyu. Your enchanting moonlight fusion technique can suppress their speed and attack power. So try to entangle them and prevent them from approaching Rongrong." Both Hulaina and Xieyu nodded in unison. After extensive practice, their fusion technique could now last for 5 minutes, ample time to entrap the spectral white tiger. Yin, Lin Yue's twig pointed to the second mark. Ma Hongjun, the Soul King, has evolved the evil fire phoenix into a pure fire phoenix, excelling in long-range fiery attacks. You all share the fire attribute. Use ice flame to restrain his fire, then employ lava burst to suppress him head-on, denying him the chance to unleash wide-ranging soul skills. Yin clenched his fists, golden flames flickering in his palms. "Don't worry, I've been eager to test this fire phoenix and see whose flames are stronger." Zhuqing. Lin Yue looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu specializes in agility and close-quarters ambushes, capable of utilizing charm. Your role is to restrain her, employing the spectral snow hidden to conceal your form, and find an opportunity to disrupt her soul skills with your external soul bone, ensuring she does not approach Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, a glint of cold light in her eyes. She had long been prepared for Xiao Wu's charm skill. The speed of the spectral spirit cat would not be inferior to that of Xiao Wu. Rongrong. Lin Yue turned to Ning Rongrong. Your task remains to provide support, prioritizing a power boost for Erdan, followed by speed enhancements for me and Yin. Maintain your distance to prevent the enemy from getting close. Understand. Ning Rongrong raised the 9-treasure glazed pagoda, its gemstones shimmering faintly. I will stay behind Erdan, and my third soul skill can also continuously restore your soul power. With his shell for protection, they certainly won't be able to approach me. Erdan. Lin Yue gently patted Erdan's shoulder and said, "Your task is of utmost importance. Protect Rongrong and thwart all enemies that dare to approach her, regardless of whether it is Tang San or Xiao Wu. If they dare to come near, use your Xuanjia to shield yourself and your shattered stone fist to send them back. Your defense is formidable. Even a Soul King would find it challenging to breach it. Do not be afraid." Erdan nodded earnestly, his fists glowing with a dusty yellow soul power. "Rest assured, Brother Lin Yue, I will protect Rongrong and ensure that no one harms her." Finally, Lin Yue's gaze turned to himself. "I shall take responsibility for dealing with Tang San and Oscar. Tang San's control over his blue-silver emperor is formidable, and he possesses the Haotian hammer as his trump card. I will employ range tactics to suppress his blue-silver grass and look for an opportunity to eliminate Oscar. Once Oscar is out of the picture, Shrek's endurance will falter. Additionally, everyone must remain vigilant against Tang San's hidden weapons." Lin Yue's tone grew serious. Tang San excels at ambushes using hidden weaponry, and his projectiles are laced with deadly poison. If struck, the consequences could range from soul power disruption to severe injury. During battle, be acutely aware of your surroundings and do not afford him the chance for a sneak attack. The group nodded in understanding. They had all heard tales of Tang San's prowess with hidden weapons and were not about to underestimate him. At that moment, Ning Rongrong interjected. Should we not bring along some soul-guided grenades and firearms? It would allow us to ambush them as well. Even if we do not hit, we could disrupt their rhythm. Lin Yue chuckled softly, shaking his head as he affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair. Rongrong, those are ultimately external tools. If we rely on soul-guided weapons to defeat Shrek, then all the celestial herbs we have consumed and the trials we have endured over these years would be in vain. The strength of our Yin Hui team does not need external validation. It lies within our martial souls, our teamwork, and the rapport we have forged through years of struggle. That alone is sufficient to secure victory against them. Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, determination flickered in everyone's eyes. Yin clenched his fists. Hulaina's fox spirit energy surged slightly. Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal feline aura sharpened, and Air Dan tightened his grip, recalling the bitter cold of the northern winds, the nights spent fighting side by side, and the joy of each breakthrough. Those experiences were incomparable to any soul-guided weapon. They represented their true strength. Indeed, let's rely on our own strength, Ning Rongrong declared, raising the 9-treasure glaze tile. Let's win this match. The group chorused, their voices resounding, causing the snow atop the tent to gently cascade down. Outside the tent, the sunset cast its golden glow upon the walls of the spirit city, bathing the entire city in a radiant hue. The lights of the central arena had already ignited, illuminating the imminent clash like daylight. The Yin Hui team and the Shrek 7 monsters, two of the continent's foremost youthful teams, were poised to engage in a monumental confrontation under the watchful eyes of the crowd. In that moment, a singular thought resonated in both teams' hearts. Victory. Chapter 56. The final showdown on the arena stage. The two teams confronted each other, their soul power yet to be unleashed, but the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The bell of the central arena tolled, its deep and resonant sound silencing the clamorous crowd, akin to the clarion call of war. Beneath the transparent glass dome, the jade-white arena glimmered with a cold light, as countless gazes converged upon the entrance where the two teams, poised for battle, slowly emerged into view. The Yin Hui team occupied the left side, their 7 members marching in unison, though they had yet to unleash their soul power. An air of steadfastness emanated from their collective experience. Lin Yue strode at the center, his calm gaze sweeping across the opposing team. Xiaoyu and Hulaina walked alongside him on the left, the faint purple mist swirling around Hulaina, whose fox spirit had yet to manifest. Yin took up position on the right, a flicker of golden flame occasionally dancing in his palm, complementing the intense aura of his flame, Lord Martial Soul. Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind Yin, her long black hair tied back, the purple golden tail of her soul bone subtly trailing behind her, peeking out from beneath her garments. Ning Rongrong was shielded at the rear by Air Dan, who clenched his fists slightly, an invisible wall of martial pressure forming around them, ensuring her safety. On the right side, the Shrek 7 monsters exuded a contrasting energy, sharp, flamboyant, and imbued with an indomitable spirit. Dai Mubai led the charge, his golden hair dazzling under the lights, the pressure of his white tiger martial soul radiating without restraint. His gaze briefly met Lin Yue's, igniting a silent spark between them. Tang San followed closely beside him, his blue-gold hair cascading over his forehead, the tips of his blue-silver grass swaying gently, devoid of any released soul power as he scrutinized each member of the Yin Hui team with his profound eyes. Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing trail behind. Xiao Wu poised to spring into action at any moment. Ma Hongjun surrounded by a faint golden flame, clearly prepared to activate his phoenix martial soul at a moment's notice. Oscar and Su Ning brought up the rear, with Oscar's hands empty of sausages and Su Ning's 9-colored lotus martial soul yet to be unveiled, but both attentive to their teammates, ready to provide support. The two teams positioned themselves at the center of the arena, 10 meters apart, their gazes locking in a silent clash of resolve. The audience fell into a hushed silence. Even the sound of breathing seemingly vanished. For all understood that this final battle was not merely a contest between two teams, but a confrontation of two forces, two paths of growth. The referee stood between the two teams, raising his right hand, his voice amplified by the soul-guided microphone, resonating throughout the arena. The finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. The Yin Hui team of the Spirit Hall versus the Shrek Academy team. Commence. As the word begin echoed, the arena did not erupt in the anticipated explosion of soul power, but rather sank into an unusual calm. Both the Yin Hui team and the Shrek 7 monsters remained still, each adjusting their stances, their eyes firmly fixed on their opponents. They understood that the other was the strongest adversary they had ever encountered. Reckless action would only reveal weaknesses, and caution was the wisest strategy at this moment. The first to break the stillness was Xie Yu on the left side of the arena. He shifted his footing slightly, his body tilting as a silver blade shadow swept around him, slashing toward Dai Mubai without releasing any soul power, merely testing Dai Mubai's reaction. Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with intensity. Rather than retreating, he advanced. He raised his right hand, the phantom of the white tiger claw materializing instantly, its claws glinting with a cold light. With a gentle block, he shattered the blade shadow. Behind him, Zhu Zhuqing also moved, gracefully circling to Dai Mubai's right side, her eyes flashing with the purple light of her ghostly cat martial soul as her hands transformed into claws, swiping toward Hulaina without any soul power, merely delineating her defensive perimeter. Hulaina chuckled softly, her body spinning slightly as a ripple of pale, purple mist emanated from beneath her feet, enveloping both herself and Xie Yu while obscuring Zhu Zhuqing's line of sight. The four engaged in a subtle standoff on the left side. Moving with deliberate precision, Xie Yu's blade shadow darted intermittently, Dai Mubai's white tiger claw expertly deflected, Hulaina's mist fluttered, and Zhu Zhuqing's claws adjusted accordingly. Although they had yet to engage in earnest, their synergy was palpable, with Xie Yu and Hulaina, siblings accustomed to working together, exhibiting complete trust in their movements. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, capable of executing a martial soul fusion technique, demonstrated a seamless blend of offense and defense. Yet, it was evident to the discerning that Xie Yu and Hulaina's composure was steadier, their status as two soul kings lending them an air of assuredness. On the right side of the arena, Yin and Ma Hongjun also initiated their own probing actions. Yin raised his right hand, conjuring a spark of golden flame in his palm, which he flicked gently toward Ma Hongjun. This spark bore no offensive power, but radiated the intense heat of the Flame Lord. A glimmer of battle spirit flickered in Ma Hongjun's eyes as he lifted his hand, a wisp of golden phoenix fire igniting at his fingertips. With a subtle gesture, he caught the spark midair, and with a slight movement, the flame spark returned to Yin, landing on the white jade surface at Yan's feet, leaving behind a tiny charred mark. The two engaged in a mesmerizing exchange of Mars and Phoenix flames, golden sparks dancing between them, occasionally colliding with a soft crackle, sending forth a shower of glimmering embers. Yan's flames bore the weight of molten lava, each spark radiating a sense of profound steadiness, while Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire shimmered with vivacity, its fiery points deftly twisting in the air. Neither unleashed their soul skills. Yet it was evident that their mastery of fire attributes was evenly matched. Yan's flame mastery excelled in density, while Ma Hongjun's evolved phoenix fire triumphed in purity, establishing a delicate equilibrium between them. To the right of the arena, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu engaged in a more agile dance of tactics. Zhu Zhuqing moved with an ethereal grace, her steps light as a whisper, gliding towards Xiao Wu's left side with incredible speed, yet refraining from closing in, merely delineating her offensive range. Xiao Wu, not to be outdone, sprang lightly on her feet, executing a graceful spin to evade Zhu Zhuqing's line of sight, her hands forming a gesture aimed at Zhu Zhuqing, attempting to disrupt her rhythm. At that moment, the violet gold bone tail behind Zhu Zhuqing suddenly sprang to life, flicking with the grace of a sentient being, sending a wave of faint soul power towards Xiao Wu's ankle. The strike was swift and precise, causing Xiao Wu's expression to shift as she hastily leaped back, landing 2 meters away. She gazed at Zhu Zhuqing's bone tail with a hint of astonishment, clearly taken aback by its unexpected agility. Zhu Zhuqing, however, did not pursue. She remained poised, her violet gold bone tail gently swaying behind her, her gaze icy as she regarded Xiao Wu, with her inherent speed surpassing that of Xiao Wu, complemented by the assistance of her external soul bone. She held a slight advantage, yet chose to maintain a defensive stance, awaiting the opportune moment. In the very center of the arena, Lin Yue and Tang San remained stationary. Lin Yue stood with his hands tucked within his sleeves, his gaze calm as he regarded Tang San, exuding an aura of unyielding stability that made Tang San reluctant to underestimate him. Tang San leaned slightly forward, the blue-golden strands of blue-silver grass flickering at his fingertips. Yet he refrained from unleashing them, instead keeping a watchful eye on his teammates while mentally analyzing the weaknesses of the Yanhui team. He understood that Lin Yue was the core of Yanhui, and if he could restrain Lin Yue, he could disrupt their rhythm. At the back of the arena, Ning Rongrong and Erdan, Oscar and Su Ning also maintained their standoff. Ning Rongrong stood protectively behind Erdan, her 9-treasure glazed tile yet to be summoned. Her arms crossed, vigilance etched across her features as she watched Oscar. Erdan clenched his fists, a deeper hue of earthy energy enveloping them, shielding Ning Rongrong completely. Any movement from the opposing side would prompt him to activate his defense immediately. Oscar, too, refrained from crafting sausages, instead standing beside Su Ning, his gaze sweeping over the members of Yen Hui, seeking an opportunity to assist. Though Su Ning's 9-colored lotus martial soul remained dormant, a subtle rainbow aura encircled her, ready to empower her allies at a moment's notice. Across the entire arena, the 3 pairs of combatants each exhibited their own dynamics. Yet none had unleashed their soul skills or utilized soul power. They were merely probing one another through the inherent pressure of their martial souls and fundamental movements. The audience held their breath, captivated by the standoff on the arena, aware that this semblance of tranquility was but a facade, akin to the calm before the storm. Once the balance was disrupted, a monumental clash would erupt instantaneously. After a brief interlude, the tentative exchanges gradually subsided. Xiaoyu was the first to retract the illusory moonblade, while Hulaina dissipated the faint lavender mist at her feet. They exchanged glances and slowly retreated to Lin Yue's left side. Daimu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing also sheathed their white tiger claw and cat claw, returning to Tang San's side. Though their expressions were grave, they remained composed. The earlier probing had allowed them to discern the general strength of Xiaoyu and Hulaina, and they had devised a strategy in their minds. On the right side, Yan and Ma Hongjun simultaneously ceased their fiery probing, extinguishing the sparks in Yan's palms and allowing the phoenix fire at Ma Hongjun's fingertips to dissipate. They exchanged a glance across the distance, both perceiving the fervor of battle in each other's eyes, fully aware that the true confrontation of fire attributes lay ahead. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also retreated to their respective teams, Zhu Zhuqing's violet gold bone tail vanishing beneath her garments, while Xiao Wu gently massaged her ankle, clearly still unnerved by the earlier attack from the bone tail. In a fleeting moment, both teams reinstated their positions on either side of the arena, returning to where the competition had commenced, as if the prior tentative exchanges had never transpired. Yet, all were acutely aware that this encounter had revealed the outlines of each team's hidden cards. The Yen Hui team boasted superior levels and stable teamwork, bolstered by the enigmatic Lin Yue, while the Shrek's 7 monsters excelled in fusion techniques, demonstrating remarkable resilience, with Tang San as their linchpin. The referee observed both teams, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Having officiated for many years, he had never witnessed a finals matchup where teams conducted such synchronized probing without utilizing soul power. Just as he prepared to issue a reminder, a sudden shift occurred on the arena. Two distinctly different waves of soul power erupted simultaneously from the center of both teams, akin to 2 blossoming fireworks, illuminating the arena in an instant. From the Yen Hui side, Lin Yue was the first to act. He extended his right hand from his sleeve, the crimson golden aura in his palm, flaring to life as the Desert Eagle martial soul manifested, the fiery patterns along the gun's body pulsating as if animated. Though no soul rings arose, an unsettling aura of pressure emanated from him. In quick succession, Xiaoyu unsheathed his moonblade, the silver blade martial soul hovering before him as 5 soul rings rose from beneath him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, each hue distinct. The waves of soul power spreading like a tide. Hulaina's demon fox martial soul also revealed itself, a faint purple fox silhouette appearing behind her. 5 soul rings ascending, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black, 1 ring more than Xiaoyu, an alluring aura immediately enveloping half the arena. Following suit, Yan's flame Lord martial soul ignited. Golden flames surged around him, coalescing into a towering 2-meter flame giant, 5 soul rings ascending, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, its scorching heat causing the surrounding air to shimmer slightly. Zhu Zhuqing's nethercat martial soul emerged simultaneously, a black cat figure dancing behind her as 4 soul rings rose, 2 yellow and 3 purple, her violet gold bone tail flicking out, glinting with a chilling light. Erdan's dual-fisted martial soul finally revealed itself, his fists enveloped in earthy energy. The patterns of a Xuanjiao rock turtle appearing on his knuckles as 3 soul rings emerged, 1 yellow and 2 purple. Despite their modest level, they radiated an imposing defensive aura. Lastly, Ning Rongrong raised her 9-treasure glazed tile, the 9 gems adorning it glowing simultaneously. 4 soul rings ascending, 2 yellow and 2 purple, her assisting golden light instantaneously enveloping each member of the Yen Hui team. On the Shrek's 7 monsters side, Tang San concurrently unleashed his martial soul, the blue-golden blue-silver grass erupting from his palm, instantly entwining around him as 5 soul rings rose, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, while the pressure of the blue-silver emperor caused the surrounding flora to quiver slightly. Meanwhile, his left hand discreetly concealed behind him. A flicker of dark energy vanished, clearly hiding the Haotian hammer, martial soul. Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul materialized, the white tiger silhouette roaring behind him as 5 soul rings ascended, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Xiao Wu's soft-bone rabbit martial soul manifested next, the pink rabbit figure appearing lively and adorable, 4 soul rings rising, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Ma Hongjuan's phoenix martial soul unfolded, the golden phoenix silhouette soaring behind him as 5 soul rings emerged, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Zhu Zhuqing's nether cat martial soul appeared, the black cat figure mirroring Zhu Zhuqing's own, 4 soul rings rising, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Oscar's sausage martial soul emerged, pastel pink soul power coalescing into a sausage, 4 soul rings ascending, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Suning's 9-colored lotus martial soul unfurled, a colorful lotus swirling above her head, 4 soul rings rising, 2 yellow and 2 purple. In an instant, the arena was enveloped in a tapestry of soul rings, the ethereal silhouettes of martial spirits dancing throughout. The collision of 2 distinctly divergent waves of soul power generated an invisible tempest, scattering the surrounding dust into the air. A cacophony of deafening cheers erupted from the audience, all rising to their feet, entranced by the spectacle before them. This was the most opulent display of soul rings they had ever witnessed, a pinnacle confrontation of martial spirits. Lin Yue, gripping his desert eagle, had his gaze intently fixed on Tang San, the flames etched upon the gun's barrel flickering with increasing intensity. Tang San, in turn, met Lin Yue's stare, the azure golden blue silver grass in his palm undulating with life, while the heavenly hammer in his grasp stood poised for action. The prologue of their decisive battle commenced the moment both teams unleashed their martial spirits simultaneously.